Chapter 1 Global Games, Mythic Heroes Editor. The blazing sun was in the sky, and a burst of explosions rang out in the city. A group of human-faced, hawk-bodied banshees flew in from the sky to attack the skyscrapers, and a group of fighters flew in to meet the enemy, with machine guns constantly firing. Panicked sounds of people fleeing came from the streets. A group of zombies with rotting bodies rushed into the city with red eyes to destroy it, biting people as they saw them. The machine guns blasted off their bodies, but they couldn't withstand the zombie army that came in like a tidal wave. Not to mention the stronger zombie tyrants, tanks were hammered to pieces. It didn't take long for the city with a population of 1 million to fall. This is a city in the country of Goryeo. The dignitaries watching the live broadcast were heavy-hearted. Someone said in a deep voice, "Everything is because the one who was drawn in Goryeo Kingdom died in battle and the camp fell. Being attacked by the zombies is what caused so much destruction." It all started when the transcendent power descended not long ago when the divine survival game went online. In the face of increasingly scarce resources, a grand voice signaled the world. Randomly selected people from different countries are bound to their respective countries to descend into the dark world, and one person is responsible for guarding a camp, which is bound to the country he or she belongs to. By a zombie invasion camp, then 10,000 times feedback to reality. The scene just now is what happens when a player from Goryeo country fails. The TV channels were full of talk about who would be chosen this time, and the countries opened special research labs to educate the public about the dangers of the dark world, the habits and fears of monsters, and how to pick the initial race. Soon it was the day of the extraction again. The Sky Dome lit up with images in due course, everything from the players in each country, broadcast live 24 hours a day above the Sky Dome. Billions of people looked up and watched. TV programs all over the world were bursting at the seams with people, guests, and hosts nervously anticipating what? Zheng strolled on the streets. He was not a local of this realm, but a parallel time and space that he traveled to a few years ago. This world has an exploding population, a lack of resources, and more importantly, the sudden arrival of the survival game, which involves the fate of the country and the life and death of everyone. It is said that those who are picked can evolve all the way to become gods. The civilization to which he belongs will also become a god-level civilization. In the middle of his thoughts, a grand voice appeared in his ears. "Ding, congratulations on being successfully picked to participate in the divine survival game." Along with the sound, Zheng's consciousness was blurred for a while. Before opening his eyes, he was no longer on Earth. A new round of godly survival game begins. All countries get ready. This was the voice that echoed in the ears of tens of billions of humans, and the likenesses of all the selected people appeared in the dome of the sky in due course. The internet was abuzz, constantly buzzing about the players who were representing their countries in the battle. "My white elephant country has chosen an ascetic monk. Oh my god, he knows yoga techniques. Damn it, my maple leaf kingdom chose an old man. It's useless even if he's reborn as a monster." Soon enough, someone from the Dragon Kingdom took notice of Zheng, and fortunately, it was a robust youth. "You guys, look at our Dragon Kingdom being drawn 5 players, there's a big beauty inside." The silhouettes on the Sky Dome kept changing and disappearing. Everyone knew that they were choosing their transmigration race and descending into their camps. Zheng took a deep breath, not realizing that he had been chosen even with a big burst of luck. He knew that those who were chosen could be given a talent. Some could transmute super monsters and even dragons and phoenixes, some awakened a 100-fold increase, and he even heard that there were awakening hints. The first thing to do in the early stages is to make sure you survive. Zheng kept sliding the races, which contained black iron-level slimes, silver-level wind lions, and the highest to gold-level racial bloodlines. As for the higher diamond level and even epic and legendary, there was no sign of them at all. One of the transmogrification has a randomized choice with an indeterminate upper and lower limit, and some players who like to gamble will pick it. The lucky ones transmogrify diamond bloodline, or even epic. The unlucky lowest level slime is more likely. Ding, it has been detected that the host has participated in the survival game and the mythic hero editor has awakened. Initial hero units are being selected for the host. Zheng was still choosing when a voice suddenly sounded in his head. He froze for a moment. This was his own plugin arriving? "I thought it was the system, but now it seems not." Zheng just wanted to study how the so-called mythic hero editor worked. A piece of a tribute panel had appeared in front of his eyes, along with the constantly bouncing race. Dark werewolf, living dead, hawkman, black hell wolf. It was getting stronger and stronger, and in the back there were interspersed mythological races, behemoths, titans, sacred dragons, and so on. Watching Zheng straight raised his eyebrows. Before he waited to think more, the jumping racial order delineated to a strange, as if a huge meat sack race. "What is this?" A reminder rang out in surprise. "Congratulations on successfully drawing the Mystic Level Growth Heroic Race Insectoid Matriarch. It's in the process of fusion." Mystic Level? Unjudged? That meatball is the mother nest. No, it's been transformed into a monster? Zheng's face changed before he waited to think more. A burst of brilliant light enveloped his entire body, and Zheng was jointly dropped on a different campsite with the others in general. Not to mention the boiling earth. When Su Zheng reopened his eyes, he thought that he would be reincarnated as a horrible unnameable meatball, but he woke up as the exact same person. No, there was one difference: there was an extra protrusion on his right hand. He couldn't wait to open the attribute panel, in which there were functions such as chatting and trading in addition to his profile. There were a total of 1,000 people in the chat room, was from all over the globe, and was currently in the middle of a hot discussion. I've transmogrified the golden lion, guarding the camp is a breeze. Damn, why is it a mummy? I can't be transmogrified into this just because I'm a pharaoh's kingdom. I am Leng Qingyu of the Dragon Kingdom. I have awakened into an epic level immortal bird descending into the camp. The rest of the players can choose to join me and work together to check out the outside world in order to ward off the darkness. Su was checking towards himself. No transmutation? Character, Su Zheng. Country of affiliation, Dragon Country. Race, human. Fused with the Bug Mother's Nest extremely rare growth race. Occupation, Bug Queen. Attributes, Strength 35, Agility 36, Mental Strength 300, Physical Strength 300. Level, Black Iron 3rd Order. Innate skill, Insect Mother Emperor can command any insect race you create. Mother Nest reproduction automatically reproduce corresponding fighters by hosting a mother nest at a selected address, and plundering genes can make corresponding soldiers by plundering genes from other races and fusing them into a mother nest. Chapter 2 Fusion Civilization Bonfire, Evolutionary Mother Nest Biofactory. Looking at the panel alone was mediocre. The basic stats seemed unusual in front of a bunch of counterintuitive races. The average person's stats were 10, Su Zheng's physique and mental strength were stronger due to the fusion mother nest. The rest of the surface was ordinary, but it was growth, and there were also terrifying natural skills. Not to mention Su Zheng also had the hero editor. He carefully checked it out. As long as he consumed resources and acquired the genes and templates of different monsters, he would be able to fuse and summon different hero troop types. This editor is somewhat similar to the Box of Heroes invincible game Su Zheng played in his previous life. Many troop types are very familiar, such as Frost Dragon, Golden Skeleton Soldier, Behemoth, and so on. Moreover, the insect mother nest that comes with the early stage is the best cannon fodder production workshop, providing Su Zheng with the best early stage foundation. However, while he was observing himself, the Dragon Nation audience on Earth was in an uproar, and of the 5 people who were picked, Su Zheng was the most ordinary. What's wrong with that young man? Still in human form, he wouldn't have failed to reincarnate, right? It's over. With a loser around, I don't know how many more monsters are going to kill their way into the camp. He might as well give up his camp and defect to that beauty. Survival games had the option of abandoning one's camp at the cost of losing one's player qualifications, being reduced to a vassal of others, and having one's life and death controlled. Even the official agencies had a sinking feeling in their hearts, and began to urgently make plans to prepare for the loss of the Dragon Kingdom after a camp was breached, and what monsters appeared. Everywhere stationed. The army was urgently mobilizing and stepping up patrols. In the short time just now, the information of the 5 players of the Dragon Kingdom had already been found, from birth to the experience of crossing over one by one. And the corresponding character modules were established, of which the brightest was naturally Leng Qingyu's transmogrified immortal bird, which was an epic creature. Normal upgrade, steady as an epic level. Moreover, she was also the schoolgirl of Tsinghua University, a native of the capital city, and her roots were true. In the live program hosted by the famous anchor Bing Bing, all the guests praised her, and the bureau even asserted that her race could evolve again into an ancient phoenix in its later stages of development to its peak, and would be the hope of the nation at that time. Another mocking short and big short man shook his fan and said, "This little girl is good, but the other 4, only the Mordor-born Ding La transmutation into a tsunami wolf is good, the others, especially the one called Su Ping, is simply waste, the transmutation can fail. Once he dies and the camp falls, I don't know how much disaster it will cause again, and how many big impacts it will have on the country's fortune, so it would be better to defect to the neighboring Mi camp and seek refuge, or at least not die." The tragedy of Goryeo not long ago was vividly remembered on the internet. The audience is hotly debated. Many people take Leng Qingyue as a goddess, especially the official propaganda that she is still the school flower of Tsinghua. It is even more hotly debated by the crowd, the goddess with high education and high face value. Who does not love it? Many people worry about Su Zheng's safety. Dangerous dark world, how can an ordinary person live? After understanding the basic situation, Su Zheng surveyed the surroundings. The sun seems to be going down soon. And once it gets dark, it means the first wave of monster onslaught is coming. Vaguely at the border there was a fence made of bamboo and wood, very simple. A line of small blue letters appeared in front of Su Zheng's eyes. Initial camp, just descended to the lowest level camp, guard the campfire from going out, it's all you can do to get through the darkness. If you capture others' fires, or open treasure chests or kill bosses you may be able to grow. Distance to darkness, 4 hours and 35 minutes. Su Zheng took a deep breath and stepped into the center of the campsite, where the bonfire lit. There was constantly burning, a halo of light sheltering the fence. One could see the wood in it dwindling. If not added in time, it would be extinguished in an hour at most, and the monster attack, darkness came to strike. Not far away there was a noise. It was the other transmigrants, who were out of the camp in time to gather wood, food, etc., and preferably treasure chests, to prepare to survive the first night's onslaught. Zheng was in no hurry. The first thing he had to do was to choose a good location and place the mother nest. The campfire is the foundation of everything. When it goes out, it fails by a large margin. Many players went out to collect, with hidden dangers in their hearts. No minion troopers in the early stages. The bonfire would be finished once it was sneak attacked. And Zheng chose to place it in a position that precisely wrapped the center of gravity bonfire. Selected location, place mother nest. Zheng opened his hand to determine the location, and in an instant, the meat sack in his right hand moved and jumped into the middle of the campfire, and an egg-shaped meat mass about 3 meters in size appeared in the center of gravity of the camp. Congratulations on successfully placing the mother nest. The mother nest has wrapped around the civilization campfire and is in the process of fusion. Zheng didn't expect there to be unexpected gains. The bonfire has mysterious power, hosts the national fortune, and can summon soldiers in the future, which is the most important thing. Ding! Congratulations to your mother nest for successfully integrating the bonfire of civilization, initially evolving into a mother nest biofactory. Due to the magic power of the mystical fire, enough bioenergy has been accumulated to create a bug hero. Do you want to create one now? This unexpected joy came too timely. He couldn't wait to walk into the egg-shaped building. The surface seemed to pulsate with life. Inside it was like entering a living organism, a vein contact together. Vaguely there was a heartbeat, in the center of which was the faint cluster of bonfires. It burns wood, but now it is burning flesh and blood, and the flame is changed from red to blood red. What Zheng didn't know was that the fence in the outside world was also reinforced. The defense of his own camp was at least 10 times that of others. He felt himself entering a burst of cordiality, and the mother nest could also automatically defend itself from the enemy. Being attacked by the enemy, Zheng could find out at the first time. It was like his doppelganger. Too late to take a closer look at the other. In a dangerous world, Zheng decisively summoned the insect hero. This was a hero-level soldier. Make it now! At the command, the entire egg-shaped mother's nest shook. The meat mass continued to converge. A burst of 9-colored light diffused out from all around and coalesced at the center. The mother's nest seemed to have come to life, and it was making heroes. With a series of tangled twists and turns, soon a reminder came that, ding, congratulations on successfully creating the legendary hero unit Queen of Blades. In mid-air, along with the light dispersing, a queen wearing purple and gold armor, tall in stature, with a cold and haughty temperament appeared in the air. Eyes clamped with ignorance and coldness, she looked towards her master. Zheng froze, and before he could take a closer look, a world announcement suddenly arrived. Chapter 3 World Announcement, China Biotech plus 10. What's going on? Didn't this player fail to transmute? In the live broadcast from the Sky Dome, the audience clamored, wondering how Zheng had summoned a large meatball and couldn't see it after it went in. Many people's hearts fluttered, thinking that they might have misjudged. This young man was not a failure of transmutation, but had awakened a stronger talent. It is said that there is a player John in the rice country who awakened the 100 times storm, inducing a great rise in the country's fortune, an increase in the average life expectancy, and an increase in the progress of science and technology. Currently being hailed as a superhero, the officials of Rice intended to make him a global star and publicize the country's power. There are more than 1 billion fans worldwide, sought after by all countries. Right now, it seems that among this batch of contestants, it might be this youngster who is the most mysterious. A great leader of the Dragon Kingdom. Guide commented, adjusting his information authority to a higher level. And not a moment after Zheng went in, an announcement appeared. World announcement. Congratulations to player Zheng for successfully using the racial talent fusion bonfire to transform the camp's environment and create a biofactory, biotechnology plus 10, life expectancy of all Chinese plus 1 year. 4 hours and 10 minutes until the first wave of darkness hits. Please prepare yourselves, gather resources and station your campsites as soon as possible. The sky dome of the live broadcast exploded like fireworks in an auspicious color, and the sudden announcement and blessing blew tens of billions of people around the globe out of their minds. It wasn't like there hadn't been players who had achieved great things before, feeding back into reality. But who could just go in not even half an hour ago and have such a big impact? Even the 900 plus players who were searching for resources in the outside world were baffled. What was this? What kind of race was transmogrified, and it was able to fuse bonfires and increase the national fortune all of a sudden? And it's still. This is the second strongest country on Earth. This time there are 5 people being extracted. The brightest is naturally the immortal bird Ling Qingyu, who has great potential, but now, quite a few foreigners' faces changed, and they began to scrutinize the chat area, trying to find Zheng's secret of what race it is. But his avatar was still in human form, completely unable to see the bottom. Rice was drawn in a group of 3 this time, with one of the leaders named Eugene, who had transformed into a gold-level ghost ape with amazing speed and agility, and was leading a man and a woman to collect resources outside the camp, while the other 2 abandoned their own camps to guard a good one together. When Eugene was drawn, he thought he was the next superhero, fighting to gather resources and find treasure chests. That expected to be crushed head over heels by the players right off the bat. Captain, it's not good. I don't know what race this person transmogrified. It attracted such a big commotion at the beginning. Will we have to compete with John in the future? The gap between our country and is limited, and the other side is catching up. If we let the player get ahead later, the consequences will be unimaginable. The other man transmigrated into a pitch-black panther, his green eyes a bit lurid. How about another female teammate with a pair of green eyes gazing chaotically in search of the Dragon Kingdom campsite? The premeditation is self-evident. Eugene sulked, not saying anything because of the presence of the live feed, his eyes flashing a ray of cruelty. Between countries, but there is competition in being extracted. The rice country but taught everyone, despite the Hanses, the big rice country will be the most powerful backing for each player. At the same moment on Earth, because of Su Zheng's success, there were many old people whose lives were hanging by a thread in the hospitals of the Dragon Kingdom. Their spirits were shaken, and one medical miracle after another appeared, which scared the group of doctors, among which there were many people in high positions of power and authority. This was a nationwide miracle. The reason why each player is so honored, and can be worshipped by 10,000 people, and respected by the officials, is because they are clocked by the chi of a clan, benefiting all of them. Create a data model of Su Zheng, at the same time, upload his information to the highest level so that no one can check it except for my authorization. Immediately, the president was alarmed and gave the highest order. In the last draw, the female contestant lost miserably at the hands of John of Rice, and was taken away from the treasure chest. Her arms were cut off, and she was deeply and seriously injured. As a result, the two countries' national strength was pulled apart, but also formed a great hatred. That female player's potential was abolished by half, attracting the anger of the Chinese. They desperately need a hero to appear. This has been for is the immortal bird Ling Qingyu, now seems to be the mysterious Su Zheng. During the live show, Bing Bing excitedly gives the microphone to all the guests, hotly debating what kind of creature he was transformed into that was so strong to begin with. Su Zheng ignored the external storm. Instead, he was looking towards the cold queen who was taller than himself, as if she was the queen of a country. She was tall, dimpled and had a cold temperament. A purple golden armor seemed to be set on the torso, protecting all the corners. Her head seemed to be like a hair like a knuckle, and her body was full of weapons. The next moment, to Su Zheng's dismay, this cold queen clamored and kneeled down on one knee. Greetings to the King of Heroes, Your Majesty, the Queen of the Mother Nest. Su Zheng was staggered, impatiently checking her attributes. There could only be 4 hours until nightfall. Character, manhwa. Race, legendary insectoid hero, Queen of Blades. Allegiance, Mother Nest Su Zheng. Loyalty 100. Attributes, Strength 2000, Agility 2000, Spirit 3000, Physique 4000. Level, Bronze 9th rank. Skill, Queen of Blades. Insect race hero, spirit power is bound to the Mother Nest, no fear of spiritual attacks, can help the Mother Nest to lead all the insect race army. The strength of the entire bug army under her leadership is increased by 30%. Humanoid weapon. The Queen of Blades has a mysterious origin, and is an accidental product of the fusion of a warrior's genes with those of the bug race. Her entire body is capable of transforming into a weapon, which is impossible to defend against. Bug heart. The queen can mimic the skills of any insectoid and change into its corresponding form. Queen's blade. Manhwa comes with a defense-breaking and penetrating special effect that can ignore defenses below mythic level to deal superhuman damage. At the same time, the metal armor covering itself can weaken attacks by 300%, and non-legendary weapons may not break defenses. 7th sense. The bugs have a proudly top-notch sense of touch, sensing dangers and treasures in the underworld, and the queen is the best of the best. She will never be attacked by a sneak attack, and has miraculous results in finding precious minerals and treasures. Space Assassin, Death Blitz, Stealth. When looking at the attributes of the Queen of Blades, Su Zheng's mouth went dry and there was only one word to describe it. Chapter 4 Sudden Change, Hidden Boss Dragon Blood Compass King. Strong. Invincible. Su Zheng couldn't wait to help the queen up, and he realized that the cold queen's eyes were looking at him with great fervor, worthy of being 100% loyal. Moreover, Su Zheng knew that during the 7 consecutive days of novice trial period, the strongest monsters were only Black Iron 9th rank, while the newly born Queen of Blades had Bronze 9th rank strength. Coupled with her legendary potential, killing monsters over the level was no longer a matter of words, and it was impossible to say that one accidentally broke through the silver again. To others, the 7 days of novice period is a time of fear and darkness, but to herself, it's a time to brush up on her scores. The countdown to darkness ceased to urge Su Zheng forward at all times, and the fuel burned in the campfire now seemed to have changed. Creature Bonfire, Crimson Flame, mutated from the original fire, can burn trees, fats, corpses, and other magically rich fuels. The higher the grade the better. Bound to the Mother Nest's biofactory, provides 10 times more defense than the unusual, movable, evolvable. Manhwa, your access to the Mother Nest is only below mine. In 4 hours when it gets dark, a wave of enemy invasion is expected. The first priority is to search for supplies to keep the campfire burning, followed by breeding the proper soldiers as a way to guard the camp. What bug soldiers do you think should be bred first? With the gold medal almighty hero in place, Su Zheng naturally made the best use of what he had. The Queen of Blades slid out the Mother Nest's panel and pointed to the troop types that could be created in it and introduced them. First is the most basic larva, which is the basic unit of the Mother Nest and can be transformed into any troop type. It also requires very few resources, any meat x100, or even trees, rocks, and minerals as long as they are plentiful. The Mother Nest can also digest them and grow the eggs. At that time, according to your Majesty's choice, you can be reincarnated as a worker bug of the living system, or a soldier bug of the fighting system, or even cultivate a mutant soldier species if you can go out and plunder the genes of other races, combining the advantages of other races with one. The Blade Queen could fight and farm, which really made Zheng love it. The other players went out to look for treasure chests and collect resources, so he didn't waste any time bringing the Blade Queen out of the Mother Nest. As the two of them went out, the egg-shaped meat mass automatically closed up, protecting the bonfire and entering a defense state. Zheng also discovered that the Blade Queen was suspended on the ground and could bring its own flying skill. Flying troop type, this was a god in the novice stage. The advantages were especially great. According to the analysis of the research laboratories of various countries, the Air Force was the race with the greatest threatening power and development speed. And when Zheng led the Queen out of the camp, both the foreign players not far away and the audience watching the live broadcast all froze. What kind of species was following behind him? Over 2 meters tall, covered in metal armor, full of sci-fi atmosphere, both arrogant and cold, all the upper part of his body seemed to be weapons, simply writing power and mystery on his face. How can it be, summoning a soldier now? Where did he get the resources? Could it be from the game's rewards? This dragon nation, what race has he been transmogrified into? Or did he transform into a summoner? There was an outcry of disbelief, and during the live program, the short and big man who had previously mocked Zhengtian's iron waist stopped playing Bifan. The Bureau was causing people to zoom in on the Queen of Blades' likeness, mind-blowingly assessing her combat prowess. Ice's small mouth opens into a zero shape and she carries the microphone to ask the specially recruited Beyoncé. Master Bay, you are an expert in wilderness survival, do you know what this soldier is? About what strength? Seeing a lot of knowledge, nicknamed the man at the top of the food chain, Master Bay's face showed a different look, and his pupils were as fearful as if he had seen a natural enemy. This is a war machine. I've never seen such a machine built for battle. Her entire body is a weapon. Covered in super metal, whether it's defense or attack power, or even movement speed, it's overwhelming. OMG, this isn't a monster that can appear nowadays. How did he summon it? The entire audience was in an uproar. Billions of viewers stared at the Queen of Blades dumbfounded. And the supercomputers of various countries were calculating the strength displayed by the Queen of Blades at an astonishing speed. Should we test it? The ones who reported the most hostility towards were the trio from the Mi Kingdom, of which the captain, Eugene's green eyes were staring at the two Zhengs unsuspectingly, wanting to let the affiliated island players test the waters. Anyway, you're being a dog. If you don't help your master draw fire, then what else can you do? Just as the many players were sizing up Zheng and the Queen of Blades, a miserable scream suddenly came from the dimly lit corner. An angry, strange roar echoed around the initial camp. My talent is treasure hunting. I found the hidden boss of the Novice Land, the Dragon Blood Compass King. Ha ha ha. The silver treasure chest is inside it, along with the dragon's blood. A golden treasure-seeking mouse fled frantically, its small eyes filled with frenzy as it intentionally lured monsters into the camp. Through the firelight, the crowd was able to discover that it was a monster that was at least 10 meters long, with half of its body hidden underground and half on the ground. It has a worm-like body, but the waist thick at least 3 people to hold, a huge head without eyes, nose, only a blood-plagued mouth, the mouth with the dense fangs, see the people shudder, every turmoil with the ground shaking the mountains. System reminder, White Elephant Country's player Gujarat Ganges Snake Man has been killed by the hidden boss Dragon Blood Compass King. White Elephant Country's luck is declining, all personnel's life expectancy has been reduced by 1 year, and the drying up disaster is coming. System reminder, Maple Leaf Nation's player Stewie Van Electric Scorpion has been crushed to death by the hidden boss Dragon Blood Compass King. Maple Leaf Nation's icy cold disaster has intensified and the temperature has dropped by 5 degrees. The life expectancy of all personnel has been reduced by 1 year. System alert, the island country's player Matsuo Kamehame Radiation Turtle has been killed by the hidden boss Dragon Blood Compulsion King. A typhoon has landed on the island country and wreaked havoc. All fishermen's fish production has been reduced by 2%, and the life expectancy of all the island people has been reduced by 1 year. The sudden accident caused the camp to explode. The players from various countries turned pale and fled with curses, only hating that their parents had less legs, while the Sky Dome live screen was also bloodied, with an announcement alerting that the earth was bloodied, and disasters descended upon the countries they belonged to in various places. Zheng and the Queen of Blades, who were planning to travel far away, stopped at the same time. Dragon's blood? Hidden boss? Silver treasure chest? The silver treasure chest, the treasure-seeking mouse? Chapter 5 seconds, 1 blade of the Queen of Blades. The treasure-hunting mouse, whose name was Alec, was a player from the Kangaroo Nation. His transmogrified race was average in attack and defense, but his strongest talent of treasure hunting raised his bloodline to diamond level. Just after casting down, he was the first to drill out of the camp to search for treasure chests, and he really got a few black iron treasure chests and opened out some resources and treasures. But this can't satisfy Alec's appetite. He knows that his weakness is too obvious, no longer pre-dumping the crowd, once discovered is to fall into slavery. Therefore, when he sniffed the diamond-level treasures, he ignored the danger and frantically drilled the ground to find the hidden boss. Dragon Blood Compass King is not a monster that should appear now. Enough bronze-level strength is a newbie village bully. Alec lured the monster here, attempting to use the hands of the crowd to eliminate it, or worse, to eliminate his rivals, but he didn't realize that players from various countries had their own agenda. The Compulsion King rolled his body, a bite of a foreign player, a flick of the mouth, millions of fangs crunch, and another announcement rang out: a country's fortunes declined, wailing everywhere. Kangaroo Nation I $at. Billions of viewers watching the live broadcast were furious, and within minutes, more than 20 countries had their national life expectancy reduced by 1 year, and even more natural disasters such as typhoons and earthquakes accompanied them. In particular, many people lying in hospitals and struggling to survive were affected by the death of the contestants, unable to raise their breath, and let out a whimper to kill the world, including many rich and powerful people. I seriously protest against the Kangaroo Nation players' behavior, luring monsters to the camp gathering place for his own selfish desires. Please ask the president of Kangaroo Nation to give us an explanation. What a bandit country, so unethical. More than one country's dignitaries pressured the Kangaroo country, even the border guards were mobilized. Don't think that just because you're on one continent that you're not afraid of retaliation. My John country's fleet isn't for show either. John Bull's spectators were the most furious, and the Navy literally sailed towards the Kangaroo Nation. It was reported that in a burst just now, a John Bull Nation player was unfortunately killed, resulting in the unfortunate demise of a prince. Add to that an already aging but small labor force. The sudden accident has added to the already poor John Bull. Committed the wrath of the Kangaroo country scalp. Major programs in the emergency insert news. Kangaroo country's president also cannot help, cannot contact the exotic players, can only beg to the dad country rice country, hope that he looked at not long ago when he was a pawn, dislike of Chinese pioneers on the face can support a hand. Unexpectedly, the rice country replied, if the Compulsion King kills a rice country player, resulting in my country's national fortune decline, its loss of all manpower, science and technology, money loss, all by the Kangaroo country to make up for it. The worst case scenario does not exclude forceful intervention by force. Immediately, all the top management of Kangaroo Kingdom had a cold heart, creepily looking up at the live broadcast. The Dragon Blood Compulsion King was still killing indiscriminately. Many camp fences were swept out and campfires were swallowed, causing a natural disaster to descend on the country they were in. Such as the typhoon that ravaged the island nation's mainland, fishermen were cursing. The freezing temperatures of the Maple Leaf Country dropped again, the wind and snow drifted, and many viewers were caught off guard and frozen into ice sculptures. For a time the Kangaroo Nation became a target, on the international platform, by billions of people sprayed with blood. Especially the treasure-hunting rats themselves hiding in the corner, especially obvious in the live broadcast, but also triggered the anger of the masses. Captain, let's run away first. This isn't something we can deal with right now. This is a hidden monster from the Novice Land. Rice's paint Black Panther panicked and carried the female player to escape. Eugene climbed the tree with an iron face, and the ghost gorilla was very agile. Suddenly he had a thought in his mind, that mysterious Dragon Nation's campsite is very strange, it should be related to his racial talent, a big meatball. Luring the Compulsion King to destroy the camp will not only strike at the Dragon Kingdom's racial fortune, but also nullify a potential player. Eugene's heart thumped, marveling at his bold idea, while Sue was leading the Queen of Blades in observing the strength of the Dragon Blood Compel King. Seemingly sensing his hostility, the Queen of Blades suddenly turned her head to look at the trio of Rice. Her cold eyes caused Eugene's heart to jump and he felt like ducking his head to avoid looking directly at him. Your Majesty, the ghost monkeys, Black Panthers, and half-hawks not far away seem to be very hostile towards you. The Blade Queen's lips moved slightly. Su Zheng's heart was clear. Not long ago the two countries were in a big conflict. Let the three monkeys juggle, help me collect resources first, and end the trial period in one pot. The problem now is to solve the Compass King. Su Zheng focused on the Compulsion King. The other party's talent had stirred up the campsite, and had currently killed nearly 50 players, and many campfires had been devoured. It seemed to realize the importance of the mysterious bonfire to itself, and intentionally swallowed it, and was now slowly approaching a campsite that belonged to Ding Lo, the Whistling Wind Wolf. The Dragon Country audience watching the live broadcast was in an uproar. Bing Bing's face tightened, and the bureau chief's heart clenched. How much manpower and material resources will be lost if a camp is destroyed? Ding Lo gritted his teeth and rushed up, making a wind blade skill, intending to lure away the Compass King, but this was a dragon blood creature. Wisdom is not low. The wind blade chopped at the bloated body wrapped in soil, did not hurt in the slightest, but instead swallowed another Gallic Chicken Kingdom bonfire. The system reminder came, making the Gallic Chicken all up and down the angry hare, straight swinging carrying guns to fight on the Kangaroo Kingdom. Suddenly, a phoenix cry came from the field. Lang Qingyue sprayed an undead flame to drive away the Compulsion King. This is, after all, contains the skills of epic bloodline. Extraordinary. The Compel King immediately changed direction, instead devouring towards the Baba Goat Kingdom's camp not far away. Lang Qingyue is a bit anxious. Baba Sheep neighbor, generations of friendship, do not want to just protect their own camp, friendly countries, and suffer. But they cannot help. President of the Dragon Kingdom, please make sure that the immortal bird drives out the Compulsion King. Me. The country is already short of resources, and if there is another natural or man-made disaster, the consequences will be unimaginable. Watching the live broadcast, the leader of Baba Sheep called the president directly, begging him to lend a helping hand. But there's nothing the president can do, it's another world. Manina, quickly solve this compound king, it has a strong life force, be careful to vanish, don't let the dragon's blood spill. In the midst of the chaos, Zheng narrowed his eyes and ordered. The Dragon Blood Compel King was bronze level, but the Blade Queen was also, and it was still of the legendary species. In a flash, it was as if a wind had passed by him. The other players hadn't realized it yet, only those watching the livestream were shocked to find that the Blade Queen had instantly disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already standing on top of the head of the Compulsion King, and her arm changed its shape, becoming a big metal knife, drenched and incomparable, aiming at the Compulsion King's neck to cut. The boss seemed to anticipate something and started to go crazy, making use of its natural skill. Rolling crazily, the earth shook and a chasm appeared. Put! Like a sharp blade coming out of its sheath, everyone only saw a silver light falling, without any obstruction cutting through the skin surrounded by thick soil, snapping a good-sized head falling heavily, dragon blood erupting like a waterfall, while the 10-meter-long body collapsed heavily, the ground shaking. A purple-gold mysterious figure which easily jumped down from the corpse, a silver-white treasure chest slowly flew out from the broken neck, everyone froze. Chapter 6, Compassion King Explosion, All Nationals Physical Strength Enhancement. The audience had thought that this one was a global disaster, and the United Nations had even held an emergency meeting to discuss how to fend off a global disaster. But who would have thought that things would change suddenly? The mysterious race summoned by Zheng disappeared in an instant and killed in seconds. In one fell swoop. The thick earth pulp skin didn't play a single role. The hidden boss was instantly killed in seconds. The fleeing crowd stopped in their tracks, their faces full of incredulity. The expression of the rice trio was even more like swallowing a dead rat alive, and Eugene's eyes became even greener. System announcement. Congratulations to the Queen of Blades under player Zheng Dragon Kingdom for successfully killing the novice camp hidden boss Dragon Blood Compass King in seconds. A silver treasure chest has been exploded. All camps in the Dragon Kingdom have plus 10% defense, enhanced national luck, and people's health has been enhanced by 10%. At the same time, there is an extremely small chance of awakening a Dragon Blood Warrior. The red announcement signaled to everyone that this was true, and with the feedback from the national fortune, the nation was in an uproar. This is the change brought by the super player. 1 hour did not arrive, and even give back to the homeland. His small step is a big step for everyone. Many are watching the live broadcast of the spirit of the people suddenly shocked. There is a blood in the netherworld, straight feel their own inexhaustible strength. A lot of patients in the hospital is able to get out of bed and walk, even with the elderly are renewed. Life, the teeth of babies become intelligent, which is the physical enhancement of the entire nation. Change the bloodline of a family. No wonder it's said that when a player in the game becomes a god, the kingdom they are in will also advance to a god-level civilization. This is clan luck feedback. Gosh, all of us have been slapped in the face. This mysterious chap is from the summoning series. And it's very strong. The president who had been watching suddenly smiled. I remember that Zheng has a few elders, immediately arranged them into the highest ranked military. Attribute neighborhood, treat them well. On the side of the advisor minister cannot hide the smile, the whole population to enhance the physical fitness, this time the powerful is the reign, and then a tiny chance, put under 2 billion people, will be inevitable, the president coronation, our country will be born out of the Dragon Blood Warriors. There was a series of laughs in the presidential palace as a minister advanced to advise that there was a great reward for the discovery of dragon-blooded warriors. They would be the bravest warriors to protect the nation. The television programs and the internet even started a hot debate like a storm. And that's not all. Zheng received another personal reminder. Congratulations to your Queen of Blades for successfully killing the bronze second-ranked Dragon Blood Compass King, in the process of acquiring a monster template. Has successfully acquired the silver-level Bloodline Dragon Blood Compass King template. Please collect the genes as soon as possible and obtain the treasures. His heart was so tight that he couldn't wait to check the template he had just acquired. Instead, he quickly stepped forward, and the popped-out silver treasure chest shook the crowd's squinting eyes. The most common thing in the novice land was the black ion treasure chest, maybe the 7th Knight's impact before the bronze treasure chest appeared, and this might be the only silver treasure chest. John once said that the greater the difference in strength, the more treasures are opened, and the more frightening the explosion rate. Eugene came back, the treasure hunting rats also burrowed out from the corners, and the players from various countries unconsciously surrounded them, which straight away made the hearts of the audience tighten. Take one step closer and kill without pardon. Sue ordered expressionlessly, and the Queen of Blades waved her long knife dripping with blood, icily sweeping the people around her, straight away causing everyone's hearts to chill. Su Zheng squatted down to carefully observe the Compulsion King mold, at the same time began to collect. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully collected Dragon Blood X100, Bronze Second Order Miscellaneous Blood Magic Crystal X1, Dragon Blood Compass King Cocoon X1, Compass King Teeth X5000, Earth Skin Layer X1, Compass King Meat X1000, Silver Treasure Chest X1, Civilization Bonfire Fire Seedling X1. A series of news came in. Straight away, Su Zhang was invigorated, and several mysterious treasures appeared inside, worthy of being a big boss. Fortunately, the game came with 100 square meters of space, otherwise it couldn't even fit. The other players watched the Compass King's body continue to disappear, such as by the heart seized, which belongs to the treasure-seeking rats. Rice, Island and other hostile system is the most difficult to endure. Eugene gave his little brother, the island country's aberrant rat, a look, and this rat with 3 heads was adult tall and exclaimed, Su Koan of the Dragon Kingdom. This time the monsters attacked the camp and all the personnel suffered losses. We are grateful that you managed to kill the Compulsion King, but to make up for our losses, after all, behind us there are tens of millions or hundreds of millions of country. The people support us, many of them have had their campfires extinguished, and it is believed that there is a natural disaster in their country at this moment. The companions are so big that they can eat the meat pieces alone for a long time. It will be dark soon, and the global village will have to help each other share the treasure. Many people's hearts fluttered, and they spoke out in succession, wanting to use great power to oppress. In the face of the boss, they were coy, in the face of the man, they struck hard and were fearless. Anyway, with a country behind them, they didn't believe that this man dared to commit mass anger. Among them, especially belonged to the treasure-hunting mouse. Alec is the most anxious, repeatedly out of the voice rebuke, this is his find, attracted the monster, how can for others to do graft? Shameless old thief. They don't have the guts to fight monsters, but they do have the guts to use the name of fighting monsters to extort money, and it's huge. Seeing this scene, the Dragon Country audience was enraged. If it wasn't for Su Zheng's hand, there might be many camps destroyed now, and how many countries were affected, not knowing how grateful they were. Now being saved instead to blackmail, what kind of reasoning is this? Isn't the culprit the Kangaroo Country player? Find him and settle the score. The Compass King was killed by Su Zheng alone, what's it got to do with you guys? Host Bing Bing was also full of frost, harshly criticizing the shameless acts of the others, but she was also in trouble in her heart. How to dispose of the crowd was a difficult problem, really kill them all, then Su Zheng would be a global public enemy. Blade Queen's eyes are even colder, full of killing intent. Su Zheng collects a funny heave and gets up, glancing down at the combative treasure-hunting mouse, treasure-hunting talent, extremely rare. Still diamond-level bloodline, isn't this the best genetic template? He is still pondering to find an excuse to strike, it sends itself to the door. Chapter 7 Dumbfounded Kangaroo Nation, the rat plague descends. Who attracted this monster? The Compass King killed the players from various countries, causing natural and man-made disasters to descend on various countries. Who is the culprit? Su Zheng beckoned, the Blade Queen who was covered in weapons walked elegantly, the previously imposing and arrogant me players and island players were shocked and hastily backed away. One of the rescued Baba Sheep Country players immediately identified the treasure-hunting mouse, and the exotic players who had befriended the Dragon Country hurriedly stepped forward, pointing at the culprit. Alex said darkly that his ass was not clean, and he scrambled to drill the ground in an attempt to avoid it. Unclean, he scrambled to drill the ground in an attempt to avoid it, but unexpectedly a sharp blade came out of its sheath, and the Queen of Blades threw out a knife, pinning the treasure hunter rat with precision. Miserable screams were emitted, sending chills down the hearts of the others. The Queen of Blades used her eyes to ask Su Zheng how to dispose of it. Kill. Through each other's spiritual link, Su Zheng ordered without hesitation, and the next moment the sharp blade that nailed the treasure-seeking rat vibrated, and Alec's miserable screams cut off. System announcement, Kangaroo Country's player Alec Treasure Hunter Mouse was killed by Dragon Country's Su Zheng's men. The Kangaroo Nation's fortunes have declined, and the life expectancy of the entire clan has been reduced by 1 year. At the same time, a rat plague is coming, please get ready for it, there will be billions of rats on the Kangaroo Island. As soon as the announcement appeared, the earth exploded. Previously, the disaster caused by Alec, so that the country suffered a great disaster. Many countries of the elderly, the sick died, more typhoons, fires and other disasters swept the city, the economic losses, straight to the presidents of the countries of the red eyes, and now the treasure-hunting rats were killed. The audience of the countries clapped their hands, kill good, kill wonderful. Kangaroo Country would have been sparsely populated, this instantly reduced life expectancy, many people with poor physical fitness directly to death. Ha, self-inflicted disaster. The rat plague is the most horrible animal disaster, more than simple attacks, economic losses, but also accompanied by plague and disease. This is a series of disasters. The internet was buzzing, people were laughing at the group, and it was even more ridiculed because the Kangaroo Country was alone in one state, and the rat plague and plague spreading did not go to other countries. Even before in kangaroo country friendship with the Western countries in order to prevent the spread of the plague, the first time to block the two countries' routes straight to the kangaroo country people hate allies. Kangaroo country's presidential hotline was knocked out, the nationals have been pursued. At the same time, the reporter reported that from the earth to drill thousands, in billions of big rats. Much more aggressive than the native rats, red-eyed, cat-sized, swarming frantically into farms, nibbling on corn, potatoes, and attacking cows, sheep, and even people. In just 10 minutes, the economic losses have reached $1 billion, and it's mind-numbing. And that's still the beginning. The president of Kangaroo Nation called after the president in an attempt to graft the losses onto and get them to make up for it. Dragon country. This old man showed a sophisticated hand, not long ago the kangaroo country but the loss of more than 20 countries, and in recent times, the other side is a dislike of Chinese pioneers, defected to the rice camp. The old man did not hesitate to refuse. On the TV, Bing Bing holding the microphone unexpectedly said, "I did not think that this hero means so harsh, not hesitate to kill." Master Bei was smiling instead, although it's a pity about the rat plague in the kangaroo kingdom, but in the wild, especially in the dangerous dark world, only this kind of person lives for a long time. Your dragon kingdom has produced a remarkable character, but what I'm most curious about is the race he was reincarnated into. It should be of the summoning lineage. Ha! The bureau chief smiled like a Maitreya Buddha. The information about him should be classified as top secret by now. Master Bei was envious and abnormal, regretting that his homeland did not have such a player. On the side of the short and tight who was punched in the face instead pitted the affected kangaroo country. Called on everyone not to gloat. Network major platforms, such as Twitter, microblogging, #mysterious Su Zheng #related topics in a straight line rushed to the list of one. The second and third on the list were also occupied by him, respectively #what is Su Ping's transmutation race? And #how strong is Su Ping's Queen of Blades? The fourth hotspot was #how terrifying is the rat plague in the kangaroo kingdom? As for the rest of the campsite, they backed away in a hurry, lest they be the next to die, with Eugene and the aberrant rats fleeing in disarray with their tails between their legs. Su was ordering the Queen of Blades to return to the camp with the treasure-seeking rats and the corpse of the compound king, and he didn't expect to have meat and resources delivered to him without going very far. Wonderful awe. Suddenly, the ground on the side bulged, the half of the Compass King's corpse that was being dragged out by the Blade Queen automatically broke off, and a bulging layer of earth appeared on the ground, which was rapidly moving away. What? The Compulsion King is still alive? How is that possible? The audience was shocked. Su Zheng was also surprised. He had clearly received the message, and the Queen of Blades went up to make up for it with ease. Su Zheng suddenly turned his head to look at the rice and island players, and his heart moved. Leave it alive, make a mark, put a long line and catch a big fish. The Queen of Blades changed her attack in time, leaving a piece of the blade on the fleeing body of the Compass King. I didn't expect to be killed and still be able to revive. It's worthy of being a dragon blood creature. I see the same life force as an earthworm. Everyone should be careful that the hidden boss isn't dead, and hurry to escape when encountered in the wild. Other than mysterious Chinese, no one can deal with it alone. The contestants went out to collect resources without any danger, and there were only 3.5 hours until dark. Su Zheng also returned to the camp with many treasures, and then on the way, Ding Lo, the whistling wind wolf, expressed his gratitude, and the undead birds in the air were so fearful of the Queen of Blades that they didn't dare to land. Leng Qingyue proudly spread her wings and left, feeling angry at being robbed of the limelight. Like an arrogant little princess. Open the silver treasure chest first. As soon as he returned to the mother nest, Su Zheng couldn't wait to take out the chest. Chapter 8. Open the treasure chest, all Chinese life expectancy plus 2 years. The mystery of the treasure chest lies in the moment it is opened. In a flash of silver light, Su Zheng couldn't wait to look into the box. System reminder, congratulations on successfully opening the silver treasure chest and obtaining Advanced Genetic Reinforcement Potion X1, Silver Grade Intergalactic Combat Suit X1. The most eye-catching is naturally the armor that is full of technological sense and wraps the whole body as if it is an astronaut suit. Su Zheng was overjoyed as he checked the attributes. His current shortcoming was his own lack of strength. Intergalactic Combat Suit. Silver level, a high-tech battle suit made using nanotechnology, able to withstand attacks below silver level. Silver level attacks weakened by 80%. It wraps around the whole body without any dead angle, and also comes with a flight function. Maximum 20 meters above the ground, speed 200-500 km/h, range 1 hour. Self-contained skill, laser ray. It is a laser line that is sprayed with a nozzle on the palm of the hand, enough to reach silver level damage 3 times a day. A godly outfit. And undoubtedly divine armor. Su Zheng couldn't wait to put it on. It was worthy of being a high-tech battlesuit. It automatically contracted and fit him perfectly. From eyes to ears all surrounded. Does not affect the line of sight in the slightest, but instead provides a 360-degree dead angle observation. Others want to sneak attack is difficult. With this, whether it's going out on an adventure, or the first wave of impact in the dark right away, it's a sure thing. What did Su Zheng, who had just fused the mother nest, lack the most? That was the lack of his own strength. He only had a black iron 3rd rank strength, which was mediocre when placed amongst the players, but cultivating soldiers and exploding them was his own king. Not to mention the others, the Queen of Blades was a newcomer killer when released. Zheng couldn't wait to check out the other treasure, and after doing so, his heart shook. Advanced Genetic Strengthening Potion, a high-tech product that can improve one's physique, make up for genetic defects, and greatly enhance overall attributes. There is an extremely small chance of awakening a natural skill. Wonderful! He didn't hesitate to open the potion and swallow it. How could he develop without strengthening himself? The entrance was cold for a while. After passing his throat it was suddenly fiery. Su Ping's whole body cells were boiling, his physique, strength, and mental strength were all being strengthened. Ding, congratulations on successfully swallowing the Advanced Genetic Strengthening Potion. Attribute points are increasing in. You have successfully broken through the Black Iron 4th Order. Still evolving. You have successfully evolved to Black Iron level 5. Due to your own evolution, your fused bug nest is consuming a genetic enhancement potion. It's analyzing its mysteries. A series of messages came. Su Jingji felt himself refreshed and clear-eyed. Even the surrounding meatballs were writhing and seemed to be strengthened. The mother nest was the foundation of everything, a biological factory. Now was the time to initially show the magic. Su Zheng called up the panel. His attributes strength, agility, and so on all broke through to 50 points, of which his physique and mental strength were even to a terrifying 500. Simply an invincible meat shield. This wasn't all, another world announcement came. World announcement. Congratulations to Dragon Country's player, Su Zheng, for his lucky break, opening an advanced genetic reinforcement potion from the silver treasure chest and successfully swallowing it. He has advanced to the Black Iron 5th Order, and his own physique has risen greatly. The lifespan of everyone in the Dragon Kingdom has been increased by 1 year, and biotechnology progress has been accelerated by 10%. Nice guy! Everyone called out good guys, and the viewers from other countries were envious. How long has it been since we crossed over? It's already strengthened 3 waves of national luck. This time even short big tight all shut up, do not dare to say more, and even more unlucky because before the rice national luck rose greatly, he has secretly defected to the rice country, and now national luck feedback, he did not enjoy the benefits at all. Everyone realizes the arrival of a bit over the river fierce dragon. Captain Yu, the Dragon Kingdom player this time is a bit scary, his race is mysterious, he can also fuse bonfires and summon a queen that reaches the bronze rank. In time, he will be Lord John's strongest opponent. The Me Country player brought the island country's aberrant rats to collect resources together, and when they heard the announcement, their minds trembled, and they all concluded that this player must not be kept. Immediately collect all information on Su Zheng, from birth to crossing over. At the same time, create a personality module to find a soft spot. After the return of the novice period, make contact at the first opportunity. It's best to pull him in. Even if you send a carrier fleet, you must snatch it back. He's worth 10 carrier fleet groups. Rice's blonde president signed the secret document, and the parliament flew through it. In addition to the pulling together program, there was also the program of sniping upon return. At the same time, someone gave Su Zheng's data analysis to the superhero John. The survival game is divided into several batches. John is the earliest batch and the first one today. Evolving his camp into a castle complex, he was able to cultivate a ghoul regiment that was terrifying. And the reason why he was so strong, besides the mysterious and powerful nature of his reincarnated race, was cold-bloodedness. Depriving the little brother country of player resources, and last time sending hordes of ghouls to attack camps, causing country's fortunes to decline. This side of the Dragon Kingdom, without the need for official publicity, the people who received actual benefits turned Su Zheng into a national idol. Live program, Ice small mouth slightly open, straight feel better skin, life expectancy increased by 2 years. 10,000 gold is hard to change. The Bureau also took a few steps on site to experience firsthand the dramatic changes that 2 years younger can bring. On the side of the bay belongs to John Bull, did not enjoy this benefit, immediately envious and admiring, but also directly called Su Zheng as the son of God. Su God, forever God. It's only been less than 2 hours since we crossed over, right? 3 increases in national fortune, oh my god. Unprecedented. What kind of race was he reincarnated in? Legendary bloodline, or mythical bloodline? OMG, who still says Su Zheng is an ordinary human? Get the hell out of the program, shorty, a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. The storm doesn't stop there, as biotech erupts within the dragon study. Chapter 9 The Mother Nest is unleashed and begins to create the dragon blood alien. 2 consecutive waves of biotechnology additions finally allowed the research lab to have a big breakthrough. Oh my god, the cancer cell strangulation research that's been stuck for 20 years has made progress, it's related to immortality. An urgent sampling of the national bloodline has revealed 5 dragon blood warriors. Sampling their blood, it was found that the genes in them carry transcendent power, which is dragon blood. Our genetic modification program has made great progress. A flurry of good news has come in the form of an increase in the fortunes of all nations. A white-clad old professor was even in tears as the code he had been searching for his whole life was unlocked once and for all. If we continue to study it, we can't say that my granddaughter's broken arm can be continued. This old professor's granddaughter was none other than the first batch of Dragon Kingdom players, Yu Binglan. She fought for her country in the early stages, but not long ago, she was sneak attacked and broke her arm by a Mii player, resulting in her future being ruined. Watching the live broadcast of the people, the face like white paper Yu Binglan stared at Su Zheng figure in a daze, his eyes are very deep. Maybe there is still hope for my frost mage. There was no impermeable wall, and soon the discovery of the Dragon Kingdom's Dragonblood warriors and the great leap forward in genetic technology was made known to all nations. The original hegemon, Rice, was first unable to sit still, and began to exert pressure, also pulling together a group of people to discredit. In this global change, the most nervous is naturally the original hegemon. Su Zheng, who didn't know about the storm in the outside world, was still counting his harvest in the mother nest, and the silver treasure chest didn't disappear after it was opened. It can still be decomposed, and Su Zheng decomposed X100 secret silver. With the queen's introduction, the fusion of this metal birthed insect soldiers that were extraordinarily sturdy. In addition to this, the 5,000 compulsion king meat is the best plan either to eat, or as a resource to run the mother nest. The most precious ones were naturally the magic crystals and dragon blood. But there were two of these surprises. Dragon blood compel king cocoon, it is a compel king seed, cultivating it carefully might be able to give birth to a new compel king to manipulate the swarm. Civilization bonfire fire seedling, it is a fire seed coalesced by the dragon blood compassion king devouring dozens of bonfires containing incredible power. Fusing it into one's campsite may have unexpected rewards. It's less than 3 hours until nightfall, and my performance just now has attracted the hostility of a group of people, so it's imperative that we summon a group of bug soldiers to escort us, and I'll gather resources with the Queen of Blades before nightfall. Su Zheng slid his finger, and the monster template he had just hunted appeared in front of him. Dragon Blood Compulsion King Template, Silver Level Bloodline, contains thin dragon blood, originally a humble earthworm on the ground, evolved all the way to Compulsion King. Natural skills, Earth Shaking, Earth Affinity, Drilling, Broken Body Escaping. Friendly reminder, acquiring its combat ability is extremely average, but the drilling skill allows it to have an unexpected function. It can become a qualified earth drilling construction expert and transporter. So there's a broken body escape skill. Su Zheng came to a realization, finally knowing why the half of the body that had lost its head could also survive. The Queen of Blades was in tune with Su Zheng's mind, knowing that he was going to use the mother's nest to gestate soldiers, and helped from the side. Mobilizing the mother nest's authority, the biofactory was activated. A vein protruded, creating a specialized cultivation room. It was good to have an assistant. Su Zheng slid his fingers and summoned the mythic hero editor to start editing the genetic template. The Dragon Blood Compass King cocoon is too slow to hatch, so it might as well be reprocessed for the mother nest. Said the mother nest. Blood and flesh wriggled, devouring the Compassion King cocoon. At the same time, Su Zheng also consumed 2,500 Compassion King flesh, and another 100 drops of dragon blood all to the mother nest, and even the miscellaneous blood magic crystals were consumed together as a power source. Dang, the mother nest has devoured many resources and has begun to cultivate the larvae. Please choose the direction of their evolution. The evolutionary route of a larva appeared in front of Su Zheng. There were worker worms, soldier worms, and logistic worms. Your Majesty, I think the first thing we need to do is to get through the first night. Not only do we need warriors, but we also need to have the worker bugs fortify the walls. Queen of Blades made a timely suggestion, and Su Zheng's heart was clear as he scrutinized the cultivatable troop types. Digging worker worm, evolved from larvae, requires the consumption of Compass King meat X200. Can drill the ground, secrete special mucus, and construct simple walls and buildings. Living unit, requires bioenergy consumption of 5. Dragon Blood Alien, a hideously shaped black iron level creature, requires consumption of Compassionate King meat X300 and Dragon Blood X15. Has great strength. Combat unit, requires consumption of bioenergy 10. Dragon Blood Alien Chieftain, devour the Dragon Blood Compass seed and extract the rare chieftain unit that can be created from the Dragon Blood Compass template. Capable of commanding soldiers and engineers. Requires 20 bioenergy consumption. Biological energy was what could be gained from hunting other monsters, just like the experience of the game. The more you killed, the more soldiers you summoned. And killing the Compass King just now yielded a total of 100 points, which was enough in the early stages. First create 3 worker bugs, the aliens come with 5, and the alien leader also comes with 1. As Su Zheng's command was given, the mother nest was launched. The biofactory seemed to come to life, as a giant egg was birthed within the incubation chamber, and unconsciously, the mother nest began to grow larger. You guys see that Su Zheng's camp is starting to expand again. It should be consuming resources to summon and create exclusive troop types. On Earth's live broadcast, many nations pointed their cameras at the camp, and that strange egg-shaped building began to increase in size by 5 times. In the middle of a survival game, the camp can be upgraded and moved. According to the different races of the transmutation, summoned the soldiers belonging to, people are curious about what Su Ping can summon. Inside, 3 naive-looking worker bugs, 5 tall cold-blooded aliens, and a hideous alien leader appeared respectively. Su Zheng checked the attributes. The worker bugs only have the strength of the second rank of black iron, specializing in construction, born master craftsman. While the opposite sex was a born warrior, with enough strength of the fourth rank of black iron. As for the alien leader, it was terrifying. It was worthy of being the alpha unit that had swallowed the dragon blood cocoon. Chapter 10 Unique Special Troops, Treasure Bugs. Dragon Blood Alien Leader, Black Iron 8th Rank Leader Monster, capable of commanding an army of worms, strength increased by 30% within the confines of the mother nest. All of its blades are weapons, and its vitality is tenacious, and injuries can be repaired automatically in the mother nest. A natural warrior leader. This rank. The average transmogrified player couldn't even beat it, and it would only be a gold ranked, or even above, diamond ranked bloodline that would be able to do so. If engineers are an ordinary troop type, then aliens are an elite troop type. An alien leader is a lord-level monster. I'm much more relieved to have you guys guarding my home. Su Zheng was overjoyed. The 5 xenomorphs, the 3 worker worms, and the xenomorph leader all kneeled down in fear. They were 100% loyal to Su Zheng. Moreover, they were also able to mentally contact each other, manipulating and contacting at any time. It was incredibly convenient. The 3 worker worms used the fence as a boundary to build a city wall in preparation for the monster wave that will come soon. 5 xenomorphs patrol the camp, wary of any outside creatures. The alien leader coordinates everything, keeps the mother lair safe, and tells me at the first sign of anything. Su Zheng smiled and arranged everything, while the other players were still collecting resources and looking for food. He already had 10 of his own men, pulling off a large distance at the start. One step ahead of the other. But just as he was about to take Bug out, the Queen of Blades stopped it. Your Majesty, there is still it undigested. I can sense that the talent in it is extremely rare, and it would be too wasteful to leave it to rot or use it as food. The Queen of Blades raised her hand that had turned into a blade, and on it was sticking a large golden rat. Yeah, how could I forget the treasure-hunting mouse? Su Zheng slapped his head, and without hesitation, he maneuvered the mother nest to devour the treasure-seeking mouse. System reminder, devouring diamond-level bloodline, treasure-hunting mouse. Has successfully acquired the treasure-hunting mouse monster template, has successfully acquired the treasure-hunting mouse bloodline gene. The mother nest popped up an interface, whether or not to digest treasure-seeking rat carcasses, meat pieces x200, bioenergy x10. Breed ultra-rare special unit troop, treasure worm. Su Zheng froze, almost forgetting about the really big head. A special unit, I'm afraid it's even rarer than the alien chief. Digest and cultivate immediately. With a single command, the mother nest factory hummed and vibrated once more as the only remaining bioenergy was depleted. At the same time, there was a colorful radiance blooming in the incubation room, and a smaller egg-shaped creature was hatched, and in the blink of an eye it had broken out of its shell and was born. It was a small fellow with a body like a black gemstone and only the size of a palm. It didn't have the hostility of an alien, nor was it as naive as a sapper. Instead it had the color of petite and cute. Similar to a rat shape, with a small tail, but small and cute, not dirty. Seeing Su Zheng instead wagged his tail happily and came forward. Su Zheng stretched out his hand to catch the treasure bug while checking the attributes. Name, Treasure Worm. Troop type, Special Auxiliary Rare Unit. Uniqueness. Bloodline, Treasure Hunting Rat Gene plus Sensitive Bug Gene. Power, Dragon Kingdom Su Zheng. Rank, Black Iron 9th Order. Attributes, Strength 10, Agility 90, Spirit 200, Physique 50. Innate skill, treasure hunting. Its nose can smell from extremely far away, and it has a special sense for treasure chests. Lucky Beast increases the hidden attribute lucky points, and luck increases where it is located. This was a polarizing troop type that was stronger than a bronze-level warrior for Su Zheng. He lovingly lifted the treasure bug and placed it into his arms. Su Zheng grinned, "Little fellow, with you here, I'm afraid it's no worse than any hint of talent. The darkness is just what you need to show off your skills." He hadn't forgotten that he bound a country's chi, one small step for himself, one giant step for the Dragon Kingdom. With the treasure bug that is better than blue, will he not be able to find treasures and resources? Countdown to darkness, 2 hours and 57 minutes. Su Zheng did not delay any longer and took treasure bug, Queen of Blades, and other henchmen out of the door at a quick pace. The audience had long been waiting with bated breath, and there were contestants peeping from afar, before seeing Su Zheng come out in his battle attire. Straight froze, a piece of equipment covering the whole body, full of science fiction sense. More importantly, following behind him, the 6 hideous monsters were simply pushing the limits of biology. Full of evil, fighting vibes. The other 3 1-meter or so sappers instead looked less threatening, walking along the perimeter of the camp. Gathering stones and mud blocks, they began to build an improvised wall along the fence. It's too fast, too. What race is Su Zheng transmogrifying? Could it be a biofactory? By digesting blood, flesh, wood, etc., you could cultivate soldiers. Those 6 were obviously combat units that weren't bad to mess with, and those 3 were living professions. You guys, look, the liquid they secrete can act like cement and build up all the city walls. There was an uproar, everyone had never seen such rapid development. Usually, on the first night of the crossing, the most people died, and the players hadn't yet adapted to their surroundings, let alone giving feedback on their country's fortunes. That material, this dragon nation, is plainly unimpressive in appearance, and has repeatedly been a major disappointment. The life expectancy of all Chinese people is +2, biotechnology has soared, envying others, and many crooked countrymen have even shouted out the slogan of striving to be Chinese. In a short while, the 3 digging worms that shared the same mind used their talents to pile up a city wall. Spitting mucus to reinforce it, the speed was very fast. And knowing no hard work, it literally brings tears to the capitalist's eyes, not to mention the peeping exotic players are even more jaw-dropping. They were beside themselves scrambling to find food, lest they starve at night, or choose to starve to fortify the fence. That material Zheng has already birdshot for cannon, directly city wall stacked up, ready for the night impact. Go, Queen, gather supplies with me before nightfall. After observing the progress of the engineers for a while, he instructed the alien leader to keep an eye on the house. With a wave of his hand, Zheng took the Queen of Blades and walked quickly into the distance, not fearing a sneak attack in the slightest. Chapter 11 Zheng is an ant? The awestruck audience. The world of darkness was mysterious and bizarre, with all types of monstrosities. When it gets dark, the danger increases tenfold. However, Zheng had the Queen of Blades to protect him, and his body, which was taller than him, was covered in the structure of weapons and covered in metal armor, which filled one with a sense of security. Before long, Zheng followed the guidance of the treasure bug in his arms and headed south. Avoiding the large army of players, he went deep into the secretive deep forest. System alert, you are deep in a dense forest, please be careful of the trees and grass in it, perhaps you should cut wood for your campfire. It will be your only hope in the dark night. And it was only after he disappeared that the other players took a closer look at his camp, the 3 sappers working tirelessly. Stacking rocks, stacking them up, spitting them out, all at once. Raising the walls at a speed visible to the naked eye, they surrounded this camp all the way around, with no dead ends. The mucus they spit out made the walls stay up. Someone secretly attacked it to test the sturdiness, and it was even harder than concrete. Where is this precious living race from? They don't even need to learn skills to transfer, born master builders. Amidst the envious sounds, a white elephant country player wanted to test the waters, but was pulled back by his companions. Look at the 6 monsters patrolling, especially that leader. It's unnerving to watch, the level is definitely above you and me, one bad move and you'll be killed. It's better to focus on gathering resources and getting through the first night. There were no unscrupulous attempts to steal the house, and everyone went out to collect resources. It's getting darker and darker, and dawn is especially short in this world. So Master Bei, have you ever seen a similar animal making a nest in the wild? The lovely Bing Bing smiled sweetly on the TV program and handed the microphone to Master Bei. The hotspot in the world today is survival games, and the hotspot in the hotspot is Zheng. His every move was amplified by people from all countries, and there was no telling how many research labs of scientists built data templates, trying to speculate on his secrets and the feedback effects on the nation's fortunes. And what changes would be made to the global situation. Even quite a few countries were already planning to use the US man trick in an attempt to turn Zheng and tie him back to his home when the player returned. The number of people on the program hosted by Bing Bing exploded, and the ratings exceeded 50%. Over 1 billion people watched it, and everyone was curious about the movements under Zheng. Master Bei curiously observed the actions of the 3 sappers, as well as the patrol movements of the 6 aliens. Speculating, he said, as far as I know, there are quite a few handymen in the animal kingdom who are known as natural architects. We humans still learn many of our building skills from them. For example, otters will build a miniature dam on a river using tree branches and rocks. Earthworms serve as natural master civil engineers, and bees are mesmerized by their labyrinthine skills. Zheng players' racial talent is somewhat similar to that of the ant tribe, with different troop types each specializing in their own roles, specialized worker ants, soldier ants, and I'm afraid the egg-shaped meatballs are. With a snap, short Zheng pretended to retrieve his fan and laughed. Ant Queen? It seems that this little brother is chosen to resemble the ant race. I guess he is not strong in his own strength, but he should be careful of his opponent's direct attack. The bureau frowned and glanced at him, and Shorty raised his eyebrows, knowing that he could not hide his small movements from this master. Even the stranger Bei didn't make the intel so clear, but you're on 1 billion people live streaming the folk. What is the intention of reporting all the information of the hero of the people? Sure enough, someone soon wore the data analyzed by the show across the ocean. Although the research laboratory in the United States also came to a similar conclusion, but in contrast, more detailed Zheng data was handed over to the superhero John. Oh, transmogrifying into an ant-like creature? Wouldn't that be something to deal with? Maybe the henchmen are powerful and hard to deal with when they form a legion, but the early stages are his weakest. That squire should be his only hope. You go tell the old guys in Congress that they better send someone to snipe Sue in the early stages. Creatures like him are harder to handle the later they get. John's tone didn't scare the rice bigwigs in the slightest, and the advisor held back his message as dark tides surged in the shadows. Protect Su Zheng's information, as well as prepare for his return, and of course don't forget our Qinghua schoolgirl, Immortal Bird. An old man from the Dragon Kingdom said so. At the same time, certain few people were warned to keep their claws closed. To move Su Zheng is to declare war on. Worst case scenario doesn't rule out a nuclear bomb warning. Ha, little guy, 3 national feedbacks in just 3 hours. I hope you can give us an even bigger surprise. Quite a few old men from the Dragon Kingdom watched the live broadcast with a smile, turning up the importance of Su Zheng once again, a late-stage player. Ding, congratulations on your successful collection of Centennial Wood X500. Accompanied by a booming down sound, the Queen of Blades put away her blade. The timber that was cut into a section of cylindrical shape was as good and perfect as a work of art. Su Zheng received it with a smile. The heavenly trees that others had worked so hard to cut down, in their own, were no match for the Queen's blade. 5,000 units of 100-year-old wood had been collected in a short period of time, enough to burn for quite some time. The mutated campfire was capable of burning flesh and blood, but it was too wasteful. Thinking of this, he remembered the bonfire fire seedling that he had exploded earlier, and had yet to test if the two could be fused. Go back and study it again, and gather more resources on your trip out. The treasure bug squeaked and waved its 2 small claws, urging Su Ping to rush deeper into the dense forest. Hee hee, the little guy is in such a hurry. Is it dark, or is there some big treasure? Su Zheng laughed and quickly followed. With the interstellar combat suit, there was no need to be afraid of the insects and ants of the dense forest and other little guys sneak attacking in the slightest. Moreover, the fused mother nest aura was even more so that they did not dare to approach. The Queen of Blades silently levitated to follow, and suddenly, a black shadow scurried out of the grass. The sharp-eyed Su Zheng decisively glimpsed a large treasure chest right in the grass. The black shadow was guarding the treasure chest before. Chapter 12 Highly Arrogant Queen of Blades, Vacation like Su Zheng. It was a green and black snake, and before Su Zheng could strike, there was a flash of blade light in front of him. System reminder, Queen of Blades has successfully killed the green and black snake Black Iron 6th Order. Creature Energy plus 10, successfully acquired the green and black snake monster template. Although Su Zheng might not be strong on his own, with the Queen of Blades around, he is simply an invincible bodyguard. Seeing this scene, the viewers spat, always feeling that the others were struggling to survive. In Su Zheng this but was escorted by bodyguards, and traveling in general. This is not the case. It so happens that there is another unlucky person who unfortunately died. System announcement, Hu Jingfu, a player from the Anan Kingdom, was unfortunately killed by poisonous ants, and the lifespan of all the people in the Anan Kingdom has been reduced by 1 year. At the same time, the poisonous insects of the Anan country have started to be released. Please pay attention to mosquito and insect prevention. The hearts of many people who were carefully gathering tightened. There were crises everywhere in the forests and lakes. Su was gathering the green and black snake's corpse with no fear. The system reminded that he had successfully obtained snake gallbladder X1, snake skin X2, snake meat X50, and magic crystals X1. Afterwards, he checked the details of the treasure chest. The Queen of Blades was guarding the surrounding area. With her guarding, no one could sneak in. It was a black iron treasure chest. He couldn't wait to open it. System reminder, congratulations on successfully obtaining primary fence drawing X1, fine black iron machete X1, and edible red apples X5. This was not the first black iron treasure chest that Su Zheng had opened, and it was naturally not comparable to silver. However, it was better than nothing, and the wall drawings in it could be given to the engineers to build. The black iron itself can also be used as iron. Get more supplies before it gets dark, and the little guy seems to have found something new. Su Zheng accelerated his pace as the treasure bug guided him to rush to a certain location. It seemed to be in the deepest part of the dense forest, and there were quite a few dangers along the way, with even elite monsters of the black iron 7th rank appearing. There were even flying monsters, but there was no need for Su Zheng to make a move or waste laser rays. The strong Queen of Blades pushed across everything. Cold, proud, powerful, mysterious. These words enveloped her, able to fly and dance, fight and be cute. No opponent could block one of her moves. I think the real powerhouse is the Queen of Blades. She's the eternal god. I suspect there is silver strength. With her around, 7 days of novice is a vacation for Su Zheng. A spectator could not hide his envy, especially when he turned the camera toward the players of other countries. Even if he was transformed into an ape or a tiger, he could not move an inch in the darkness. Cutting down a tree is afraid of being attacked by monsters and struggling to take a step. That's as easy as Su Zheng. She's too high and cold. She's over 2 meters tall. Her body is wrapped in metal. She can't stand up to it. The most detestable thing is that the Blade Queen's temperament is high and cold, but every time her eyes turn to Su Zheng, they are fiery. It's like a fangirl. Hateful, 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 hateful. The audience was buzzing, and I don't know how many men hated to take their place. To others high cold, ice cold queen, only to their own heart, coupled with the bumpy body, beautiful face, all this makes the crowd crazy. Even quite a few girls were screaming, being bowled over by the cold queen. Moreover, according to the computer analysis, the Queen of Blades was covered in weapons and stood casually, but was ready for any battle. Any wind and grass around cannot escape her eyes, born for the battle, is simply a humanoid weapon. It was even judged by a research laboratory in the United States. Invincible at the same level, in the novice land, no monster can be found that can defeat her. Not to mention the other players. This comment caused the president of Rice to be shaken, and the Congress held an emergency meeting to discuss how to deal with the newly risen Zheng. Ding, congratulations on your successful collection of Iron X5, edible bananas X40, and usable meat X60. As the countdown continued to dwindle, the already dim sky was even more completely dark. More pairs of green eyes appeared in the dense forest. The treasure bug was still chirping and urging, hoping that Zheng would rush to the deepest part. Zheng was a little hesitant. Could there really be some great treasure? But it's getting late, it's too dangerous, the first wave of monster attack is coming soon. What's going on? Sushin isn't home yet. Your family's engineers have built the fence. The spectators saw that the situation was wrong and got anxious. Suddenly a red warning appeared in the ears of all the players. System announcement: the remaining 875 players please return to the camp in time. It will be completely dark in half an hour and the difficulty of survival will increase tenfold. There are enemies approaching in the darkness. The first wave of monster attacks will be reached soon. Please prepare to meet them. In just over 4 hours, more than 100 people had already died. And still, after being transmogrified and possessing extraordinary strength, they had already died before they could blossom their own luster and benefit their homeland, summoning the soldiers they belonged to. Zheng clenched his teeth. Return to the mother nest, even better treasure. It's not too late to come tomorrow. The mother nest is the foundation of everything. After saying that he had taken the treasure worm and set off on his way back, with the Queen of Blades following silently. The road back was a lot safer as the dangers were eradicated. Therefore the speed was accelerated a lot. In order to pursue efficiency, Zheng also let the Queen of Blades hold herself and fly together. As for why he didn't use the flight function of the star combat suit, of course, it was saved for killing the enemy at night. Shameless, the queen is so high and proud, but now she's flying with Zheng like she's holding a child. Hey, the famous flower has a master, the queen with face and strength, who doesn't love it? And being so good at flying and hiding, I suspect that the Queen of Blades has a diamond-level bloodline. Seeing this scene, the audience murmured, and many male homosexuals had sour teeth. The hearts of the researchers of the Rice and Island countries and other researchers were suddenly, although there are speculations, but the actual hammer can fly, and the speed is extremely fast. Reaching speeds of several hundred kilometers an hour was still chilling. It's at least a gold-level bloodline lord creature. A monsterologist concluded, but no one would have expected it. She was a true predator, a legendary hero unit. Chapter 13: Roasted Dragon Blood Meat, Envious Contestants. As Zheng was being carried back by the Queen of Blades, the other contestants had returned to the campsite early and the campfire was brightly lit. Panic began as they checked the fences and built makeshift mud walls. System alert, attention all players, 10 minutes until dark. Please eat your meals, overhaul the fences and guardrails, and prepare to meet the attack. Red warning pop-ups also flashed up on the Skydome's live feed, watching the viewers' hearts tighten. Every time someone died during the night, the camp was breached by monsters. And with the backlash of the country's luck, there were destined to be monsters rushing into the country, causing a great disaster. A city in the Goryeo kingdom that was overrun by zombies not too long ago was a lesson from the past. Where's the food? It's good enough to have sour fruit to eat. One of the players cursed and dragged a large tree, painstakingly chopping it into sections and tossing it to the campfire. In just 3 or 4 hours, many people couldn't find food in time, instead cutting down trees and gathering resources for fuel. Not to mention anything about finding treasure chests and giving feedback on the country's fortunes. Hey look, found a roe deer with a few pounds of meat. I'll have the strength to kill the enemy at night and get a good score. Hopefully the game rewards are bigger. One of the Rice players, Eugene, with his little brother was quite productive. Lifting a half-sized roe deer returned. However, after transforming into a monster, its own food quantity is also large, so a little meat, one person cannot eat enough. What little brother of the island's aberrant rat players can only share a little fur and claws, even if how also grateful. Worthy of being the #1 power on Earth, the country with the strongest player John in it. It seems everyone is educated in survival and knows that unity is most beneficial. You guys see the other 2 me players abandoning their own camps and the 3 of them guarding a camp. It looks like they are trying to get a good score in the novice phase. I think the players have learned from the dedication of others. During the live program, Shorty commented as he waved his fan again. As we all know, the 7-day novice period, there are impacts every night, there will be different rewards due to different achievements, and the best will also be able to feedback the national fortune. What's even better is that at the end of the 7 days, the final game will be judged according to the comprehensive results, and there will be a super reward. At that time, John instantly made the Rice country. Human life expectancy plus 3 years, harvested huge popularity, was hailed as a superhero, and even advanced his bloodline. It can be said that the novice period is what lays the path for future development. However, while the crowd was envying the rice player's swineherd meat, Zheng had already returned with a full load of black iron meat. His camp stood out from the rest. Thanks to the blessing of the 3 worker worms, the fence had been replaced with a city wall, which was exceptionally sturdy and not in the least inferior to those on Earth. Enough more than 2 meters high, compared to others with branches of the fence with their own, the difference is visible to the naked eye. Full of security. Not to mention the 6 aliens patrolling the walls, looking at the audience in fear. Zheng led the Queen of Blades into the camp's gate, which was still made of secret silver and was exceptionally sturdy. The mother nest was not only a biological factory, it could also digest metals, making it easy to build. And the camps are retractable, able to be re-released the next time you travel to a new map. The monsters are coming soon, eat first, only when you're full will you have the strength to work. Surrounding the campfire, Zheng took a fart. Shares sat down. From the space, he took out a fast dragon blood compass king meat, which was a silver bloodline, entrapped with dragon blood treasure. As soon as it was unveiled, it attracted everyone's attention, among which the immortal bird Ling Qingyu's throat shrugged, very hungry. Although his own strength was not bad, but in order to get a good score in the dark, all of them were collecting fuel and looking for treasure chests. Food was forgotten all of a sudden, and now you can only watch others eat. MD, dragon blood meat, the people of the Dragon Kingdom are having too good a time. Many of the players' eyes turned green, and Eugene suddenly felt that the raw deer meat in his mouth didn't smell good anymore. The meat was like wood, with a sour flavor and no nutrition at all. I always felt that the others were hellishly difficult. Sushin has the Queen's Guardian and plays on easy difficulty. Some viewers couldn't help but spit out their words, seeing that Zheng had the decency to insert a tree branch and start roasting meat. Under the bonfire, the oil was bursting, and a wisp of fragrance wafted up, even they were leaving their mouths watering. It seems that this little brother of ours is not only superb in martial arts, his cooking skills are also excellent. Bing Bing playfully said during the program. Even I want to try a bite to see what dragon meat tastes like. Master Bei expressed his deep regret. I've eaten nature's 10,000 kinds of bugs and beasts, full of protein. But never have I tasted what dragon meat tastes like. When will the game draw me in? Maybe it's poisonous, I think it's better to eat apples. Shorty pretends to shake his fan, picks up a red apple on the table and nibbles on it, it's sour. Humph, don't look at him dashing now. There are still minions patrolling and building. These are all mouths to feed. Enough 9 soldiers, how to live in the early stages. Even if he gets the companion king meat, enough for himself is not enough, and if the other soldier types starve, their physical attributes drop, it's just a waste. One of the monkeys from the Anin Kingdom said sourly. It was a fact that soldiers were summoned and consumed resources every day. Let's see what happens when the food he managed to gather is eaten. If a soldier is allowed to starve, his loyalty will drop, as will his attributes, and there is a chance of mutiny. Eugene, Freak Rat, and the others were sneering. The directorate was a little worried. Soldiers need to eat food, and here come 9 soldiers at once, and 3 of them are from the Department of Life. I'm afraid we're going to starve tonight. But the next scene looked silly to everyone. Only to see Su was lifting up the fragrant roasted meat and handing it to the Queen of Blades to eat, and he pulled out a round diameter of 50 centimeters from the system space and handed it to the alien with a good 100-year-old wood. Here, don't be polite. A fine wood full of moisture in pine oil. The 6 aliens foolishly caught the centuries-old wood, a point of ignorance beneath their ferocious appearance. At the end, Zheng added a sentence. There's not enough to go around. Chapter 14. Please close your eyes when it's dark, the first wave of monsters is coming. Listen, is this human language? Some of the audience members had their noses bent out of shape as the 3 worker bugs labored to build the wall, at their leisure. 6 aliens patrolled the camp, only to now lift out a log for their supper. The capitalist looks on in tears, Judas looks on in silence. Zheng and the Queen of Blades were eating the dragon meat beautifully, and the 9 soldiers were holding the wood and gnawing on it. Ice was dumbfounded by the show, and this kind of operation? But the next scene is dismaying. Whether it was the alien leader, the aliens, or the worker bugs all gnawed on the wood in silence, their mouths full of sharp teeth as if they were scythes, and the wood chippings flew about. There was not a trace of dissatisfaction. Reminder, your troop-type alien leader, Digger Worm, is gnawing on centuries-old wood and recovering its stamina. They ate with gusto, and their physical strength seemed to be restored, sweeping away the exhaustion they had felt not long ago. The audience was dumbfounded, and the players peeking out of the camp looked dumbfounded. The breed of soldiers that made oxen and horses so honestly gnawed on wood, and were not displeased at all. On the other side of the master, Su was holding the roasted dripping oil dragon meat, feasting. The contrast was very obvious. My goodness, what kind of divine soldier is this? Full loyalty and unlimited stamina to work. Born construction experts, and so well fed. Wood to chew on, my goodness. This dragon nation is afraid that he has picked up a treasure. Just what kind of divine race was reincarnated? I don't envy him for having an invincible queen guarding him, but now I envy his 9 loyal soldiers. Gosh, so loyal, you guys. Look at a 100-year-old tree being gnawed into toothpicks. They're not enough, they want more. Are wood chippings nutritious? Does it restore strength and fill the stomach? 10,000 people hotly debated. The audience had learned about soldier types before, and even the undead soldier types weren't this well fed. It also had to suck blood and eat meat. The players looked at each other in disbelief, and when they occasionally smelled meat, their mouths were even more salivating. Ka-ching, some players also imitated the bugs gnawing on the trees, barely chipping their teeth off. The immortals couldn't help themselves and carefully flew down from the air. The Queen of Blades, who had just destroyed a large chunk of meat, stood up abruptly and stared into the air. The blade in her hand changed, ready to decapitate Lang Chengyue. Wait, one of your own. I was trying to trade food with you. Lang Chengyue was so frightened that she flew high and no longer dared to be reckless. The moment she was stared at by the Queen of Blades, her feathers stood up like she was being attacked by a natural enemy. Zheng dropped a piece of bone in his hand and said with a smile, "Beauty, there is no free lunch in the world. If you look at my men gnawing on wood, you should also know that meat is precious. And I'm not just any unusual meat, it's energy-rich transcendent food." Lang Chengyue's teeth ached as she glanced down at the alien that was gnawing with gusto, seemingly not feeling that the other party was suffering. "I know it's not free, I was so busy gathering fuel and resources that I forgot to hunt. I've got a level 1 hero altar drawing for sale here. Is 2,000 compassionate king meat okay?" The hero altar is a necessary building that summons the soldiers of their respective affiliation. Zheng didn't open it, just what he needed. But the compound king meat wasn't enough for himself. And with the rare dragon blood having a special bonus, one couldn't afford to part with it. Therefore Zheng took out the large black bear that he had previously hunted in the dense forest. 3,000 units of black bear meat, enough for you to eat for 3 days. Of black iron creatures, it's easy to fill your stomach. Take it or leave it. Could be. The deal was so concluded. The audience in front of the TV also smiled like an ant, and the bureau was satisfied to see this. But there are also brain. Disabled said. Zheng has extra meat anyway, why don't you give free relief to the other 4 contestants? To this kind of audience who advised others to be generous, people were staying away. Afraid to implicate himself when Thunder called him to cross himself, there is a piece of meat in his hand, afraid of the hair and refused to share. Personal reminder, you have successfully consumed the burnt dragon blood compass king meat x200, physique +2, and the thin dragon blood has restored your entire body's chi. After eating the meal was truly refreshed, Zheng touched his rounded stomach and got up. The sky was already completely dark. He quickly took out the drawings of the primary enclosure and asked the alien chief, with 3 engineers, to intensify the construction. He and the Queen of Blades patrolled the camp in preparation for the big battle. Ding, your 3 digger worms have learned the architectural drawings for the primary enclosure and are stepping up their efforts to build it. Materials needed, stone x500, wood x500, iron x50. These basic materials, Zheng had long since gathered. The 3 worker insects gnawed through the wood and hoofed it to reinforce the fence, spitting mucus to speed up. Look, that Dragon Nation soldier is building the fence again. The other players murmured, and it would be a lie to say that they weren't red-eyed. Especially now that it was completely dark, with the vague sounds of ghosts and spirits coming from the outside world, the only campsite that was safe was the one illuminated by the campfire. Each player did not dare to be stingy with the wood, and one by one, they added wood to the campfire. So can we have the bureau tell us about the monsters of the dark? Why is it 10 times harder when it's dark in survival games? During the show, Ice asks the question for the audience. The bureau chief has an official background and knows more than the average person, he sighs. Everything is because after dark, there is a kind of shadow monster. It will sneak up on you and kill you anytime there is no light. As far as I know, there have already been 4 countries' players who died at the hands of such monsters and died in peace. And as a result of this, the kingdom they are from has erupted, the Black Night Plague. The economic losses amounted to $1 billion. Speak of the devil. Under the gaze of billions of viewers, the live feed of the Sky Dome turned black in vain. A huge red warning caption appeared right in the middle. System announcement, red warning. Please be aware that darkness is approaching, wild monsters lurk in the shadows, and something lies in wait in the darkness. All 875 players are asked to be ready to meet them. The first night of monster attacks is upon us. Friendly reminder, please don't let the monsters break through the fences and walls, or it will be fed back to your homeland 10,000 times over. Please keep enough fuel, the light of the bonfire of civilization will be your only hope. Gulp, this moment. The fate of 10 billion human beings around the globe is bound by the 875 players present. Chapter 15 Zombies plus Zombies, Biochemical Crisis Outbreak. In the last survival game, the 7-day novice period. More than 200 players, half of them were killed or injured, and nearly half of the world's countries suffered heavenly punishment. During the program, Ice shows viewers the tragedies through the ages. Many of them had experienced the disaster of feedback coming in their own lives, and were instantly shocked to the point where their eyes turned red. Meteorites fell from the sky, and out of nowhere, 2-meter-sized packs of spectral wolves rushed towards the city, killing people on sight. There was also the biochemical crisis that scared the crowd the most, with waves of corpses coming in. Bringing their own viruses, the terror is unparalleled. It is said that certain small tribal nations in North Africa have suffered so much that they have been reduced to a land of death. The tribal priests thought that the disaster was a divine calamity and had despaired. The self-styled World Police, RICE, has also wound down its global bases, wary of the backlash from the players' failure. Specialized research laboratories in each country have issued the highest orders, and the forces are ready to meet any disaster. Incoming! Amidst the tension, thousands of green, glowing scarlet eyes emerged from the darkness, surrounding the entire camp area. Ding, ding, ding. Attention, monsters are coming. All players try your best to resist it. According to different battle results, there will be different rewards at dawn. The more creature energy you acquire, the more soldiers you can summon the next day. There will be a huge surprise for the highest ranked. The final winner of the 7-day settlement will even have a great general that will affect his or her evolution for the rest of his or her life. The campfire was brightly lit, and a piece of wood burned like no money. Phoenixes and wolves howled, monkeys and tigers roared, and every player waited in tension. The monsters are coming, I see patches and patches of zombies. As a person roared, a zombie with rotting muscles and a foul odor crawled outside the camp, at least hundreds of them. Like lost souls, they crawled towards the camp. Walking in a horrible posture, their arms and legs seem to be broken, giving a horror valley effect. Everyone shares a number of walkers. Civilization bonfires have mega benefits for monsters, to put it simply, very monster attractive and extremely hate-carrying. It really is a newcomer killer zombie. The audience was in a state of shock and was scared of this monster. More than that, the quality of the newcomer's drone this time seems to be very high, the difficulty has increased. The bureau chief suddenly nervously pointed to a point, and the camera hurriedly zoomed in. The guests, bing bing, and the audience simultaneously blanched. Behind the zombie, there was a small mountain of wire zombies slowly approaching. In addition to this, there were hundreds of stiff, arms outstretched, zombies wearing Qing Dynasty official uniforms. East meets West, zombies and zombies are here? Who can top this? There didn't seem to be any zombies in the last Black Knight Impact. And what's their leader? A zombie king? Look at the pop-ups, the difficulty has indeed increased. Another red subtitle warned from the dark vault of the sky. Please note that in light of the racial excellence of this contestant's transmutation, the difficulty of the Trial of Darkness has been changed to a rank. The zombie horde has arrived at the battlefield. They are invulnerable to swords, guns, water and fire. They are stiff but able to jump, extremely scary, and extremely destructive to the camp. Please repel the zombie horde first. The contestants' minds explode and the Rice Trio curse. Before the zombies they were trained to understand the approximate weaknesses. Who would have thought that there would be another oriental zombie? And they are at a fast speed, jumping, a leap of 5 or 6 meters. Surpassing the herd of zombies, attacking the camp. Block! One of the Gallic chicken players transmogrified into an iron-feathered mantis with a silver-level bloodline and stood at the campsite swinging his scythe at the zombies, only to cause a flurry of sparks. He was so shocked that he screamed, "What a hard body, it's like metal." This zombie's face was green and scary as it opened its mouth and bit into the iron feather mantis. The scared opponent hurriedly retreated, and as soon as he retreated, the zombie followed up. The self-imposed fence couldn't hold them back at all, and the stiff zombies stormed into the Gallic chicken camp like tanks. Green-eyed zombies chased down the iron-feathered mantis. That's not all, followed by a much larger number of zombies, breaking through the fence and coming in like a zombie tide. Zombie jumps, hits the head, comes and goes without a trace. Breaking through the fence, the zombie horde then waits for an opportunity to surround. How come monsters know military law too? Only in the Dark Knight, a Qing Dynasty zombie jumped like flying, very fast. Some of them even went through the fence and jumped straight towards the bonfire. The quality of this group of players was actually quite good, the potential of the transmogrified race was extraordinary, and the self-bannering slave troopers were strong. But after all, they were suddenly drawn to cross over, with the sudden arrival of zombies and the oppression of the darkness around them. So that many people screamed in terror, and did not dare to obstruct at all. Don't, I give up. There was a player from the Windmill Nation who had been reincarnated as a silver frost beaver and was not a strong fighter. It was surrounded by 2 zombies and attacked the fence. Just about surrounded. 2 zombies, one male and one female, bared their fangs and pounced on him hideously as the Windmill Nation contestant was parted in screams of anguish. The blood sucked dry and became dry corpses, and another horde of zombies rushed in along the breach, tearing the dry corpses apart again. The 2 zombies pounce on the campfire again, and the zombies are like sheep into wolves, killing the campsite in a big way. The audience watching the live broadcast didn't know how many people screamed and were stunned, and those with bad hearts even died suddenly on the spot. The style of the game has changed from survival to a horror movie. Banned horror movie. Players are divided, camps are breached, campfires are broken, and darkness invades. The live color of the sky dome turns blood red. A world announcement signaled to everyone that it was bad luck. World announcement. Windmill Nation's Angeli has been drained of blood by zombies, and the zombie horde has overrun the camp. The civilization campfire has been extinguished. 20,000 zombies of the 5th rank of black iron and 100,000 biochemical zombies have been randomly placed in the territory of the Windmill Country. Please get ready to meet them. World announcement. The Bull Country Clemens has been divided by the traveling corpses and the camp has been breached. 2 cities will be randomly selected within the bullfighting country to erupt in a zombie attack and biochemical crisis. Please be prepared. There was a scream from the audience in both countries, and Ice was so scared that her face went white as the program team scrambled to make a mosaic. It was horrible. Heart-stopping, especially watching the players surrounded by monsters, unable to escape, desperate to have their blood sucked and arms impaled by zombies. I don't know how many people were scared to tears, it was almost like a shadow. Add to this the fact that the fate of the contestants is tied to the fate of the country, and it becomes even more tense. Chapter 16, The National Fortune Backfires, 10,000 times more zombies and zombies descend on Earth. Many viewers covered their children's eyes and didn't let him look up at the live broadcast, it was too scary. The tragic state of the contestants before they died was too horrifying to look at, and what was even more horrifying was the backlash of the country's fortunes. The president of the bullfighting nation was cursing and urgently mobilized his troops, while ordering the Ministry of Logistics to call out satellites to monitor the details of the territory. 20,000 zombies, 100,000 zombies. I don't know how many deaths and economic losses will be caused. Urgent report, the satellite has detected 20,000 zombies dressed in Oriental official uniforms outside Fort Richland. They are jumping forward and attempting to enter the city to kill. A secretary general rushed into the presidential palace in a hurry, and the ministers and presidents felt their scalps go numb. Zillenberg has a population of 500,000 people and is a major industrial city. Troops mobilized, tanks and fighters out, don't skimp on bullets or money. Stop the zombies from entering the city at all costs. The president ordered at the first opportunity, while contacting the Dragon Kingdom, This kind of monster is from the Eastern legend, it's better to have information to cope with it. The Dragon Kingdom showed its great power by passing on all the information about zombies, which love to suck blood, are afraid of sunlight, have strong jumping power, and carry necrotic poison, to the bullfighting kingdom, and wished the other side good luck in resisting the natural disaster. Rumble. The fighters reach the outskirts of Fort Richland and begin strafing the zombies with their machine guns. But they are so tough and vital that they continue to live after being hit. And action is very agile, a jump is a few meters high. The best can leap 10 meters. One pilot had a momentary lapse of judgment, and the helicopter flew too low, and was caught by a zombie that jumped into it with a loud boom. The big kill was made and crashed tragically. Bulldog country's military. The first time the military experts analyzed, compared to machine guns, submachine guns and other bullets, high-explosive bombs, grenades, anti-tank bombs are the most effective. So again, heavy weapons were urgently pulled from the rear to the front line. A heavy firepower defense line was formed on the outskirts of Fort Richland, and hundreds of thousands of residents in the city were so frightened that they hid in the basement and hugged each other, crying and praying to God. More than one country is broadcasting the tragedy in Pit Bull Country live. For a while, thousands of viewers prayed to Jirenberg through the internet. With mixed emotions, they hoped that their own country's players would be able to hold their own. But woe betide them, and soon another satellite captured footage of a wave of 100,000 corpses circling towards the famous metropolis of the bullfighting country. Through the satellite footage, the crazed zombies rotted their way forward. Along the way, birds and beasts died, and it made people's scalp numb. Bullfighting country is located in the west, belonging to Europe. The president asked for help from Gallic chicken, John Bull, and even rice, and that material was rejected without hesitation. Not a single soldier was sent for support and even stationed at the border. Soldiers, on guard against monsters rushing the borderline, hated the president of the Pitbull Nation so much that he gritted his teeth and called out in front of the camera. Neighboring countries are not as good as ancient Eastern countries thousands of miles away. The Windmill Country, which is even weaker, is even more unlucky because of the perennial peace, and zombies are even dropped in one city. The windmill towers and farms along the way were all flattened. The cows and other things that the Windmill Country was proud of died by the thousands and were sucked into dry corpses, buying precious time for the people in the rear to retreat. But the economic losses were so great that they exceeded tens of billions of dollars. It is said that the person from the Ministry of Finance of the Windmill Country received the data report, passed out on the spot and pulled to the emergency room. And that is just the beginning. There was a scream in the live broadcast room, blood splattered everywhere, and Ice didn't even dare to look straight at it. Shorty almost spit out the apple he had just chewed, and Bay was okay, his face was a little white. The bureau is full of worry. Among the 5 camps in the Dragon Kingdom, the whistling wolf Ding used speed to fend off the zombies to break the fence, and the key to this battle was not to let the zombies break through the defenses. Otherwise the tide of zombies came in and couldn't even be blocked. It's hard to beat 4 legs with 2 fists, who else but Su Zheng, who had a soldier on the first night. The undead bird Lang Qingyue is the easiest, and the crimson flames restrain the zombies. The 3 zombies that burned and surrounded her were set ablaze and panicked as they jumped and fled. Flame Ray. Lang Qingyue also used a skill that formed a wall of fire. The zombies were afraid of heat and light, avoiding this difficult bone and besieging towards the other camps. On the contrary, the other female player of the Dragon Kingdom, who had been transformed into a smoky luo deer, was in a precarious position, surrounded by 2 zombies and unable to utilize her agility advantage. The zombies were advancing at a fast pace, and the 5 zombies were destroying the fence and kept pressing in. The fence is a self-contained defense construction, containing weak defenses, and is about to be broken. The audience of the Dragon Country was tense. The tragic situation of the satellites of the bullfighting country and windmill country was still fresh in their minds. Troops have been mobilized and satellites are ready at any time. The president and ministers of the Dragon Kingdom are also watching nervously from the presidential palace. Damn zombies, as difficult as the Dragon Kingdom people in general. The trio of MiGs were gathered in one place, so the number of monsters was doubled. 5 or 6 zombies popped up, and the ghost gorillas that Eugene had transmogrified were fast. And earlier, he was treasure hunting and found a treasure chest that opened a black iron First Order iron sword. Wielding it can also break the defense zombies, plus the companion half-Hawkman, pitch Black Panther's auxiliary, but also barely able to hold on. It's the occasional zombie that's waiting for an opportunity to attack, and whenever that happens, the Rice audience gets especially nervous. Squeezing their fists together, many of them grip their long guns, very insecure. Which Dragon Nation man? Are his men dead? The enemies in this attack had zombies of Black Iron 3rd and 2nd rank, as well as zombies of Black Iron 5th and 6th rank. It was worthy of the A rank difficulty, making the players' scalps numb. But some took the time to glance down at the Dragon Kingdom camp and sucked in a breath of cold air. Quickly turned the camera to Su Zheng. Zoom in. The program. The bureau chief suddenly rose to his feet in excitement, his eyes burning. Chapter 17 Bugs vs. Zombies, Survival completes the no double mowing. Unlike others, Su Zheng's defenses were upgraded twice. Strengthened by the worker worm slime and augmented by drawings, the defense was 10 times that of the fence. Standing on the 2-meter-high wall, Su Zheng stood tall and commanded with a black iron machete in his hand, and all 6 aliens moved. The monsters seemed to attack only according to their strength and campfire level. 6 zombies came beside him, followed by dozens of zombies closing in. Kill. Without the need for Su Zheng to give an order, the alien leader took the lead. He was a natural warrior, covered in weapons, equivalent to a weakened-like Queen of Blades, and also came with corrosive slime. Arms change into blades that are harder than steel. With the wind at his feet, he swung his blade to slash at the zombies. In a flash of light, he directly lords over a low-level wandering corpse zombie. The corpse rumbled and fell. The other 5 aliens were not so fierce, swinging their arms to slash. With the players attacking in general, causing fire and light to splash around, as if the zombies' defense was strong as the swords struck each other. But agility is not enough, attack speed, intelligence is also quite weak than the alien. They come with just the right amount of corrosive liquid to slowly wear down zombie defenses. For a time the 6 zombies that others despaired of, died and were injured. And Su Zheng and the Queen of Blades hadn't made a move yet. System alert, congratulations to your subordinate Dragon Blood alien leader for successfully killing 1 zombie swimming corpse and gaining plus 15 bioenergy. The dragon-blooded alien is in the middle of a fierce battle against the zombies. Congratulations to your subordinate for successfully killing Zombie X2, bioenergy plus 30. In a flash. Half of the 6 zombies were dead, and to the battle-hardened bug soldiers, the stiff zombies were targets. One of the smarter ones tried to escape with a leap. Unexpectedly, just as it jumped up, it was already cut in 2 by the Queen of Blades, and blood mist flew across the air. The zombie horde behind them also surrounded, but first the city wall caused an obstruction. Su Zheng stood tall and wielded his black iron machete to slash. He specifically summoned 2 aliens to be meat shields and bodyguards for himself, chopping zombies like cutting vegetables, and his speed was very fast. Ding, congratulations, your Queen of Blades has successfully killed Zombie X2, bioenergy plus 30. You have successfully killed Black Iron 3rd Order Zombie X3, bioenergy plus 10. In the darkness of the night, a series of arcane bioenergy burst out from the zombies and zombies, pouring into Su Zheng and the Mother Nest-like experience. He was as energized as if he had taken a tonic pill. Again. Shaking off the crushed meat on his knife, Su Zheng said in high spirits. He still had 3 more worker insects that he hadn't even invoked, and he already had such a battle record. 6 zombies and dozens of zombies were a dish. It wasn't enough for Su Zheng to have a small drink. At this moment, he very much wanted to say a word. You fell before I could exert myself. The Queen of Blades didn't even have to make a move to monitor the surroundings. The alien leader had already swept across the battlefield and even got addicted to killing, charging into the zombie group waving her twin blades, sweeping across the battlefield like a meat grinder. Accompanied by the ding 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 reminder sound, fascinating colorful bioenergy burst out from the corpses, surging into Su Zheng's body, bright and dazzling. How come it's quiet? Su Zheng raised his head and found that one of the camp lords in the distance were looking at themselves with complex expressions. Many of these fences had been breached, and there were zombies that had attacked inside the camp, causing great destruction. The more unlucky players, unable to resist the zombies head-on, were rounded up and sucked into dry corpses, dying of despair. A zombie swarmed into the camp and extinguished the campfire, causing the homeland to be turned against them. As for Su Zheng, which has the highest number of monsters, not to mention being attacked by the zombies, he can't even reach the bottom of the city wall. Make everyone desperate. Zombies were stomped off one by one. If other people are playing a survival game, then Su Zheng is playing a matchless game. Seeing him is truly despairing. He doesn't seem to have made a move himself, does he? Sending out 6 ugly escorts just mowed down the zombie, at least black iron 5th rank strength. The chief is even more unfathomable. The gap is too big. Fortunately just now did not brain. The handicapped went over to try to explore, or else there would be no place to put reason to be killed. I smell dragon power from above them. It can't be a dragon blood creature. Many of the players' minds exploded. They were here in a bloodbath, fighting with the zombies. Tightly rushing and surrounding the zombies, lest the fence be breached. On the other hand, the other side is protected by the soldiers, carrying a sword and easily fighting monsters and upgrading, cozy as can be. It's like playing a lawn mowing game with no sense of crisis at all. The 6 aliens under Little Brother seem to be very powerful, especially that leader. I saw that the zombies that the other players couldn't break their defenses were directly lorded over in its hands. Ice opened her mouth wide in disbelief. What kind of divine soldier was this, able to plant land, build walls, and with such a strong combat power? It's easy to feed, and wood will do. It's just that the color is really. The gap between him and the rest of the field is obvious, but this is the first wave and the night is still young. Master Bay's expression didn't loosen. Sure enough, a red caption warning appeared on the sky dome. System announcement. Please note that the first wave of the zombie and zombie crisis has ended. 3 of the players unfortunately died in battle, and the top 3 ranked in bioenergy are: Number 3, Leng Qingyu Dragon Kingdom 35 points. Number 2, Eugene Rice Country 46 points. Number 1, Su Zheng Dragon Nation 110 points. A second wave of stronger monsters with greater numbers and strength is approaching. Please pay attention. There was a clamor from the audience. It was unexpected that the top 3 were occupied by 2 of. And Eugene still had 2 companions to help him. Technically speaking, it was 3 players helping out. Even so, there was still double the gap with Su Zheng. What's more, the other party had a relaxed stance and hadn't exerted any force yet. Chapter 18, Terrorizing the Black Knight Scourge. 3 countries were revolted in the first wave. What about the second wave? I'm afraid double-digit numbers of countries are going to be out of luck. The audience watched in horror, as if they were watching a horror movie. What's even more frightening is that the protagonists in it are tied to their own destinies. A bad one, 10,000 times zombies descend on their heads. Many leaders' hearts snapped and ordered the Corps to get ready, with satellites keeping an eye on them 24 hours a day. It was also dark, and the billions of viewers couldn't be bothered to eat dinner and watch the program with burning eyes. On the TV, Ice nervously explains to everyone, and some viewers are more direct, running to the street to cool off, directly looking up to see the live broadcast. Under the big tree in the village, people gathered in 2s and 3s. Both worried and proud of the Dragon Kingdom. Rice has always prided itself on being the number 1 on Earth. I can't imagine that there's such a big gap between the 3 united. 2 of the top 3 are our people. I don't know what we can reward after dawn. It's best to help my old man rise another year. Ha ha ha. The Dragon Country audience was filled with pride, happy for Leng Qingyu and proud of Su Zheng. The national fortune binding is both a blessing and a curse. It completely depends on the contestants' own struggle. Maybe it's the civilization of becoming a god, or maybe it's the destruction of all the clan states. Island netizens, John Bull, and other Western viewers were worried and gun-shy. Lest the contestants unfortunately die in battle and natural disasters befall their side. And wait to die. The players hadn't even relaxed for a moment when darkness came in the back like a tidal wave, doubling the number of walkers coming. An even more terrifying advanced version of the zombie opened the way, surprisingly a green stiff. Stretching out its arms and jumping around, its green eyes were scary as hell in the darkness of the night. And someone heard the sound of chains as 4 wire zombies came slowly, yet lumberingly, from the southeast and northwest. It happened to encircle all the campsites with a great sense of oppression. Many of the players were scared to death, and their hearts were scared. Being surrounded by monsters to share their food was just too terrifying. I don't want to be sucked dry by zombies like Angeli, it's too scary. I'm just an ordinary person. The fate of Windmill Country has nothing to do with me. There was a purple squirrel scrambling away, another player from Windmill Kingdom. Seeing the tragic death of his companion, his mind collapsed. It couldn't hold on any longer. Instead of ignoring the campfire, they fled to the perimeter of the fence. Many of the players in the field changed color and tried to follow suit. It might be dangerous in the dark, but it was safer than at a campfire, right? A single zombie like a firefly rushes the firelight, and the wave of corpses is too oppressive. Damn! The country has erupted into a biochemical crisis, a zombie attack. How dare he run for his life, disregarding the life and death of a country? Seeing this scene, the Windmill Nation's spectators cursed and a few were silent. If he himself was drawn, would he make the same choice he did? A group of leaders in Windmill Nation who commanded the team to fight the zombies cursed even more. There were still tens of thousands of zombies here that hadn't been solved. If they let in a few more, there will be tens of thousands more. Stupid guys, after several experiments it has been proven that night is the most dangerous. The president of the Windmill Nation exploded, regretting the stupidity of the players. It's a shame it's still in the novice trial period. A second crossing would have given us the opportunity to pass on information to the players and provide what we could. A secretary said regretfully. The transmogrified squirrel player escaped. Dragon Kingdom. Ice looked nervous and rushed to ask the bureau chief what would happen if he abandoned the camp to escape. Bureau chief's face looked bad and it's about to be revealed, poor boy, mixed up in his head with fear. Fruity. With millions of people watching, the squirrel that jumped into the darkness was gone in a flash. Before those who came after could follow suit, a scream suddenly came from the darkness. It hurts, damn it, who sneaked up on me? Die, die, die. Think I don't have the power to attack? What's going on? You can't attack the enemy, you don't have a body? $#@ This Windmill Nation player's mind exploded with. Everyone could sense his fear from the increasingly violent and fearful shouts. Listening to the voice alone, a group of spectators were scared less. Darkness is always the most frightening environment. Reaching out and not being able to see the enemy is the most terrifying. Someone noticed that the hosts on the TV were frightened, their little hands holding the microphone clenched, their icy faces white. I want to go home, don't arrest me. Blood, all blood. The body hurts, it hurts, mommy. The miserable voice was getting weaker and weaker, which also meant that this player was getting more and more injured. In desperation, even his long-dead mother cried out, which was fear from the soul. Suddenly, accompanied by an abrupt and exorbitant scream, no more sound came out of the darkness. A red warning appeared along with 3 huge exclamation points. World announcement. Windmill Nation's player, Charlie Carey, has forsaken the camp and the light out of fear, and thrown himself into the darkness. Killed by an unseen enemy, he died in endless fear. Soul wanders forever in the darkness. The Windmill Kingdom has randomly selected a city where a plague of darkness will break out, so please be prepared to meet it. Friendly reminder, darkness is everywhere, with unseen enemies lurking. It is the light that is your patron saint. Please do not leave the camp lightly. The remaining players were now scared out of their wits. The Cockney players all swallowed their saliva, their hearts thumping, unable to hide their horror. What the hell is that? A demon? He fought back, but couldn't attack the enemy and didn't seem to have an entity. Definitely a hidden monster from the novice stage. It's too scary. I'd rather face solid zombies and zombies than fight unseen enemies. It's too desperate. The crowd was literally scared less, not daring to take half a step away from the camp. Some of them finally realized why the system had reminded them many times to protect the campfire, which was the truth. Zheng carried his greatsword with a serious expression. Can't ignore every detail of the system. Darkness is 10 times more dangerous and challenging. He had a keen interest in unknown enemies and jumped at the chance. The law of the world was that the greater the danger, the greater the reward. And the Queen of Blades was as cold as ever, fearless of all. But the earth has exploded, and the Windmill Land audience is dropping glasses. Meanwhile, the mysterious plague of darkness has descended upon the land of windmills. Chapter 19. 300,000 zombies are dropped on Earth. RNM, refund. Just now came a siege of tens of thousands of zombies and an outbreak of zombie attacks. But shares haven't even warmed up yet, and another natural disaster has struck. The Windmill Nation's audience couldn't sit still. Many smashed their televisions on the spot, while others sprayed saliva in the air. Before the disaster, this country was a developed country. It was famous for its windmills and tulips. But now it is subject to frequent natural and man-made disasters. Zombies and zombies are coming at the same time, with their own corpse poison. There are already people infected, growing larger like a snowball. Making foreigners' heads spin, the president urgently called for help from neighboring countries to cope with the blackout. You guys look at the satellite. The Dragon Nation program featured a live satellite feed of the mutation in the Windmill Nation. Only to see a large black dot appear without warning in a sea of white clouds. It was only after being zoomed in infinitely by the satellite camera that a famous city was found to be dark in an instant. What's even more terrifying is that the lights are on inside, but no light shines out. There had been such disasters before, and the horror was immense. Soon there were huge searchlights beckoning in from the outside world, and the city was like a black hole, devouring all sources of light. Only the sound of screams came from inside. There seemed to be monsters that resembled unseen enemies. We call this kind of monster the shadow monster. It means that it only appears in the darkness, like a shadow. The audience watched in horror as the horror movie they watched not too long ago came down to reality. Use sun lamps. High-powered ones to increase the UV rays. Fortunately, after the initial trial and error, humans quickly worked out a countermeasure. A batch of high-powered ultraviolet headlamps were urgently brought in to illuminate the Black City. Through the lens, puddles of black water could be seen on the ground like shadows receding rapidly and mysteriously. I still like fighting walkers. The second wave of the onslaught came, seeing the misery of their companions. The other players put up a fight. Rather than being scared to death in the dark, they preferred to fight visible enemies. There were players from the Dull Prophet Kingdom who had been transformed into spotted tigers with silver bloodlines that had great killing power. Zombies can also break defense, one zombie per claw. But the second wave of monsters, both zombies and zombies, were strengthened and doubled in number. A set of horrible zombies jumped forward, and the camp fences were torn down. The players are mending like sheep, and they are lucky to be alive. A red subtitle flashed on the blood-red livestream. The Dully Nation camp has been successfully invaded by 2 zombies. Please expel the Dully Nation contestants within 3 minutes. Otherwise, 10,000 times the number of zombies will appear. 3 zombies have successfully invaded the Camel Kingdom camp. 30,000 zombies have been randomly dropped into the Great Camel Desert. Please get ready. System announcement. Husky Nation contestant Daniel Abner was unfortunately bitten by a zombie, and the nation's luck backfired. There will be 30,000 zombies and 60,000 zombies descending on the country, along with a necrotic poison that permeates the life expectancy of the entire Husky Nation will be reduced by 1 year. Red warning. The players of Persia, Will, and Viet Cong have been killed in battle, respectively. The life expectancy of all personnel in the 3 countries is reduced by 1 year, while a zombie and zombie storm, randomly selected typhoons, earthquakes, floods and other disasters befall the country. The earth wails, from the deserts down to the tundra. Thousands of zombies have inexplicably appeared in every corner, terrorizing the world. Within a short period of time, there were unfortunate elderly and sick people who died suddenly, including many high-powered and top tycoons. Isn't the loss of 1 year of life expectancy killing them? According to the Aftermath data report, 30 countries were affected in the second wave alone. A total of more than 300,000 zombies were dropped worldwide, and all types of big killers were used. This was accompanied by random natural disasters that made humans around the world tremble. Knowing that upgrading to a god-level civilization is not so easy, it is accompanied by the extermination of one's family and death. Something's not right. The difficulty this time is too high. The death rate exceeds that of previous generations. Is there an off-site factor? An expert analyzed it, and soon the crowd was on target. There was no way he was too conspicuous. Make yourself at home, and don't even let them near under the walls. The 3 sappers are also in action. Drag the killed walkers and zombies back to the mother nest. If there was still a dam standing in the tide of corpses, the only one was Zheng. He wielded his large sword and went on a killing spree, escorted by the aliens. A flurry of bioenergy was extracted as blood frothed. It dinged and dinged, not showing true strength on easy difficulty. The harder it was, the more it showed skill. The 5 aliens transformed into killing machines, guarding the city walls, sides passed. Dismembered limbs and skulls flew about, a feast for the eyes. And the dragon blood alien leader went crazy. Taking the initiative, he jumped off the walls and killed the enemy like a Gundam along the perimeter of the camp. Turned into a blade creature, hands and feet, head and mouth, all are sharp weapons, only to see the blade gas dazzling. Zombies were killed horrified. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed X2 zombies, X20 zombies, and gained plus 50 bioenergy. You have begun to evolve. Ding! Your henchman, the dragon blood alien leader, is killing mad. The dragon blood contained within his body has begun to fuse with the insect genes. It's in the process of mutating and evolving. Ding! Congratulations to your men for successfully killing zombies X120 and zombies X35. Gained bioenergy plus 350. If other people's drawings were horror movies, then Zheng's here was a stress-relieving lawn-mowing game. The viewers were soothed. The previous fear was swept away. The live program that was covered in mosaics, Ice Marvel. Because of him, we realized that zombies and zombies are not invincible monsters. Instead, they are also flesh and blood. They can be cut by knives, killed by heat, and are still afraid of ultraviolet light. If any viewer is unfortunate enough to meet a wild zombie in the wild, please stay calm and call Demon Spirit in time. A special authority will arrive in the fastest possible time. The nationalist is unrivaled because of his presence. While other nations are suffering from the scourge, we are safe and even have 3 years added to our lifespan. I don't know how many people's lives were extended. Put in ancient times, Zheng could have lived to be crowned a god. The bureau didn't hide his love for Zheng, and the viewers were also watching the tragic situation that happened in many neighboring countries before a burst of celebration. Happiness is all about contrast. Suddenly someone with a sharp eye has spotted the blind spot. What are those three naive little guys doing? Chapter 20 Acquiring Zombie Bloodline, Zombie Virus. The alien performed very brightly during the intense killings. But in the corner, three living units moved like heads pushing a ball of feces, pulling one of the walkers and zombies under the walls back inside the camp and into the egg-shaped meatballs. Through the live broadcast, the crowd could notice that the meatballs seemed to come to life, like a giant stomach writhing, devouring a rotting zombie or zombie into it. The mother nest was expanding its range at a speed visible to the naked eye, and accordingly provided higher defense. Ding, your mother nest is devouring zombies and zombies, acquiring relative genes, acquiring monster templates. The mother nest has successfully extracted the wandering zombie template and has successfully extracted the zombie poison in zombie virus. The news of the mother nest is encouraging. It's just good to feed. Eats everything. You hold your ground while the alien leader guards the lower part of the city. Don't let a mosquito in. Queen of Blades guard the center. Watch out for the movements of the four-wire zombies. I'm going back to the mother nest to take a look. Zheng raised his sword and jumped off the city wall, quickly returning to the mother nest. What kind of treasure is Zheng's big egg? Even zombies can digest it. The soldiers produced can live by gnawing on wood, and I doubt it's okay to eat dirt. Drunk, his race is supposed to be a late development type. It's so powerful in the early stages. I don't know if he'll grow corpse poison after devouring so many zombies. Don't tell me that this giant egg can still hatch zombies. The audience was in a frenzy of enthusiasm and couldn't even be bothered to care about the other contestants' bloodbath. Instead, their gazes burned as they stared at the mother nest, and everyone had a premonition that something was going to happen. Zheng enters the mother nest and tunes in to get the genes. Low-grade zombie bloodline, can greatly strengthen physique, comes with bouncing skills. Infectious. Undead ability. However, side effects are stiffness, reduced agility, reduced intelligence, fear of light, heat, and fire. Comprehensive evaluation, black iron middle rank bloodline. Can create zombie bugs made of larvae plus zombie bloodline that requires consumption of any meat X500 and bioenergy X30. That is, it was equivalent to a bloodline between the Black Iron 4Th7Th order and Zheng had personally engaged it before. Knowing that zombies are difficult to deal with and also not afraid of pain, strong defensive AB. The killing power is no worse than a tank. As for the zombies, they look quite a bit lower level. Low-level zombie virus, sci-fi biochemical system, self-infectious. Small increase in whole body attributes, but reduces sanity. Also has slow mobility and is best commanded by a commander, otherwise it's a mess. Overall evaluation, Black Iron Beginner's Bloodline. First Order Third Order. Can create zombie bugs made of larvae plus zombie virus, requires consumption of any meat X100 and bioenergy X10. Zombies are the best cannon fodder, and zombies are the best meat shield, and come with a jumping surprise attack function. Under my command, it's always better than the enemy army, right? Zheng's eyes were on fire, the mother nest was showing its first signs. The zombie meat that he had devoured earlier could be instantly transformed into combat power. He called up the panel, choose to consume resources, bioenergy, and hatch out the larvae. With a thought, the incubation chamber shivered, and a small mass of flesh was hatched out. In a twinkling of an eye, a good maggot-like larva was drilled out. Larvae are the basic unit, each consuming 100 meat. Luckily, with a constant supply of zombies, Zheng was no longer heartbroken. He called up the panel, which had evolutionary routes for larvae, fusing different genes and evolving into different monsters. The dragon's blood was finished being extracted, otherwise the aliens would be even more invincible with a few more. After he finalized his instructions, the mother nest extended a tentacle and injected different viruses into them. The larval bodies rolled over in agony, growing larger and longer at a rate visible to the naked eye, sprouting sharp claws, heads, and feet. Some turned a zombie-like greenish-purple color, while others rotted on the surface of their bodies. Ding, your larvae have begun to mutate. Successfully cultivated zombie bugs X10 and zombie bugs X35. What appeared in front of Zheng's eyes were dozens of mutated bug soldiers that had lost their sanity. The shapes were similar to stereo bugs, but the skin was frightening. Let's go out and show them the power of the bugs. Zheng was able to connect directly to the spirit through the mother nest, and could feel the newly created mutant bugs, and his head was in a muddle. It was not as smart as the alien or worker bugs. But the intelligence sacrificed in exchange for power is quite a bit stronger than a Black Iron class bloodline of the same level. Why is Zheng taking so long to go in? The zombies have already advanced into the camp. What the hell is he up to? Is he trying to hide inside? Let the aliens kill the enemy, but he's safe. The viewers watching the live broadcast were anxious for a while, wondering what the hell Zheng was up to. Shorty was measuring the heart of a gentleman with a small man's heart. If I were him, I'd choose to hide in a safe camp as well. Let the men fend them off. In the meantime, 2 more announcements came in of the unfortunate suffering of 2 nations. What's even more terrifying is that the 4 great iron zombies have approached. According to expert analysis, enough strength of the 8th order of black iron, in conjunction with the zombie skin, the defense is estimated to be dominant in black iron. Surrounded from all sides, a wire zombie fiercely flings the wire in its hand and only to hear clanging sounds one after another. Even the companion was swept in 2, blood fog in the sky. Help! My camp is in front, how can I possibly block it? There was a lizardman player who panicked for help, unlucky enough to be just in the wire zombie's path of advance. Only to hear a hiss, the iron cable swept across the room, and with a bang, it directly smashed the fence and defense facilities all over. Stepping into this camp like a small mountain, it scared the lizardmen pale. System announcement. The Malay Kingdom camp is swept away by the Iron Rope Zombie King. The life expectancy of all Malaysians has been reduced by half a year, and food production has been reduced by 5% a year. Without waiting for the Malays to cry and scream, a huge red warning appeared in the middle of the broadcast. It was accompanied by a sharp warning horn. Tick-tock. Please pay attention. It has reached 0 hour, the yin and cold energies are at their strongest, and all monster attributes have increased by 30%. The 4 iron rope zombies have approached, and the 3rd wave of impact is coming. The zombies begin to advance frantically. The zombie horde begins to fly and jump. Please prepare to meet them. At this moment, as the moon reaches the middle of the sky, the tide of corpses rumbles and shudders. A blood-colored fluctuation spread, and each of them hissed as if they had taken a large tonic pill. There was a burst of despair among the exhausted players. Many of the fences had been destroyed, and they could only face the wave of corpses straight on. Chapter 21 Zombie Bloodline of the Bugs, Zheng overwhelmed. After fighting for so long, everyone else was exhausted, plus the entirety of the monsters were increased by 30%. There was also a steady stream of them coming from the back, so who could stand up to this? But in desperation one must persevere, among the players of the nations. Windmill countries all eliminated, bad luck is bad luck, but this crisis is also over. The other contestants are still in the middle of the struggle, and the zombies are as oppressive as the moon flying under the sky, crossing into the camp with a hop and a skip. Fight to the death. There was a wolf's howl coming from all the players as they cast their crushing skills. The undead birds spewed out flaming bombs, and the trio of MiGs were resisting each other. Many of the small country players transmogrified bloodlines in general and were surrounded by zombies, draining their blood and dying. A wave of zombies pushed. Live feeds came in a succession of red warnings signaling the coming of a plague in one of the countries to which the bit belonged. A camp in the Dragon Kingdom can barely hold it back. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, and ice directly zoomed in on a camp. That was one of the Dragon Kingdom's 5, transmogrified into a dream taper, with little frontal combat power. Surrounded by 5 zombies, he began to suck blood. Please be aware that the Dragon Kingdom camp has been invaded by 5 zombies and the zombie horde is attacking, so please pay attention to the defense. Expel them as soon as possible, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Not everyone is as powerful as Su Shun. The audience was in a hurry. Ling Qingyu that side was still on top, just enough to restrain the zombies. Tsunami Wolf can barely hold up, but the other 2 are in danger. This one is not in danger? Hurry up and order the team to get ready to meet the attack. Satellite surveillance, don't let go of a corner. The leader's heart sank, preparing for the worst. Where's Su Shun? A spectator searched for his figure, quickly realized it, and froze. You guys, look at Su Shun's camp. What's following behind him? It seems to be the zombie version of Bugs, so big and strong. How did he summon it? It can summon a corresponding soldier by devouring an enemy. What's wrong with that? Isn't it snowballing? The audience got hyper. Next, only to see Su Zheng waving his sword and commanding. 10 zombie bugs were more than a meter tall, jumping and jumping. Like a zombie, like a jumping insect jumped up high, surprisingly 10 meters high, the attributes of the strong, even more than the native. This is the talent of the fusion of the jumping insect gene and the zombie. Zombie bugs go to the front line to advance, the aliens split into 2 sides to be the wings, the leader of the dragon-blooded aliens will be the arrowhead leader, and the zombie bugs will follow the rear to advance. A big messy battle started. Su Zheng was so bold that he used the flight function of his battlesuit and directly leaped off the city wall. The secret silver gate opened wide, more than 30 zombie bugs whistled long and hard to push back the tide of corpses. The zombie bugs bounced and jumped like steel against the advancing zombies. The dragon blood alien was flanked by hands that transformed into death sides, constantly swinging and slashing as one good-sized head was tossed away. A bloody path was killed. Not to mention that the dragon blood chief, who was in the lead, was bursting through like a drill and was unrivaled. Ding! Dragon Kingdom's player Su Zheng has made a huge kill. The system is applauding him, with a series of players dying in battle and the sound of the country's luck backfiring. The news of Su Zheng's great victory was especially inspiring. Many of the foreigners who had suffered were revitalized and felt that zombies were nothing to fear. Ding! Su Zheng's camp has performed too well and is storming out. Ding! Su Zheng has pushed back against the corpse tide. Bioenergy special plus 200. Ding! Dozens of zombies have been devoured by the Dragon Kingdom's Su Zheng camp, and he's gone over the top. Hundreds of zombies and zombies surrounded from all directions. The monsters gathered their forces to surround Su Zheng. His performance here was too bright. Indirectly, it caused the pressure on the others to slacken. Just now, I couldn't see the gap, but now the difficulty has increased. Only then did I realize the magnitude of the gap between you and me. There was a player from the Maple Leaf Country who was ashamed of himself. There are still walkers circling us, don't relax. Where did Su summon those soldiers from again? There's like 50 of them, right? And there's zombie bloodline and zombie virus. Everyone else is alone, except Su Zheng, who already has a corps under his command. He himself carried a machete and wore a combat suit, levitating in the air and killing just the same. Unconsciously, he had already broken through to the 6th order of black iron, and the bioenergy was still pouring in, still evolving. And the finale Queen of Blades levitated even higher and had set her sights on the wire zombie. I can't stop it. Suddenly a miserable scream was emitted, a miserable scream from the Dragon Kingdom player. That dream taper was struggling to fend off the attack, who was unexpectedly targeted by an iron rope zombie that. It was torn into two halves hard, and the blood mist exploded. All the audience looked frozen, and Bing Bing's face turned white. The red warning reappeared. System announcement. Clearly note that Dragon Nation's player, Dream Taper, has been killed in action. 5 zombies have invaded the camp. A number of zombies are pouring in. Wire zombies have invaded the camp and are making a killing. The nation's luck has reversed. The life expectancy of the Dragon Kingdom has been reduced by 1 year. 50,000 zombies and 80,000 zombies have been randomly released. And 100 iron rope zombies will randomly descend. The red warning caused the energized audience to look momentarily dumbfounded. Many were made to cry on the spot, so serious was the calamity that befell them. The program was dead silent. Bing Bing, bureau chief and others were embarrassed. Shorty wanted to shake the fan again, but at the end of the day, he didn't dare to move. Didn't you say that your Su Zheng is very powerful? Can he protect all by himself? You guys have a total of 5 people drawn, and one of you died in battle and landed a punishment that is several times that of ours. Even the iron rope zombies were extracted. I was suffering from a biochemical crisis on my side, but seeing that the Dragon Kingdom is also so unfortunate, I'm suddenly in a better mood. A group of foreigners actually began to gloat, and host Bing Bing barely managed to cast a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. We still have 2 more years of life even if we reduce it by 1 year. As for casting monsters, I'm sure the country has long been prepared. Wouldn't you say so, Bureau Chief? Bureau Chief nodded solemnly. The satellites should have monitored the location of the zombie outbreak, and a corps has already gone over. Dead? The undead bird spewed down flames in the air with the feeling of a rabbit dying. The other weaker whistling whined wolf. 2 people's faces were pale, their chi unconsciously weakened by a few points. Damn it! Queen of Blades, come out to me and snipe the wire zombie. Remember to kill all 4. Su Zheng was enraged, suddenly dropping his chipped machete and stretching out his palm to the seemingly endless enemies in front of him. But at this moment, the crowd saw the light. Chapter 22 Turning the Tide, Su Xin redeems the nation's luck? 2 blazing beams of light erupted from Su Zheng's palms in the darkness of the night, and the zombies that passed along the way were swept in 2. Explosions like fireworks rang out one after another, blood frothed severed limbs, and monsters hissed. A channel of biological energy burst out from it, surging into Su Zheng's body. It wasn't 1 or 2, but dozens, hundreds of zombies died in pieces. The scene was very spectacular, turning the situation around in one fell swoop, and the players who had despaired in their hearts looked at this scene with dismay. Even the zombies in the distance froze. Su Zheng moved his arm, and the 100-meter-long laser followed. The 2 lasers swept across the battlefield, a series of numerical damage stormed up, and bioenergy rushed into him. Everyone looked dumbfounded. What kind of laser is this? Su's natural skill? No, it's a sci-fi skill. It should be the equipment that comes with it. That equipment of his was exploded from opening a silver chest. A ranged technique, and it happens to restrain zombies in zombies. So strong, this wave of Su Zheng is the MVP. I wonder what big rewards I can get at dawn. The others had their eyes reddened. Many were relieved that the situation had eased. The waves of corpses before were desperate. Now with Su Zheng as the center, the field was empty and vain, with only a large pile of mutilated corpses that had been split into 2. The surrounding area smelled of blood. The 2 major dead bodies were both strong in life force, and the remaining upper half of their bodies were still crawling towards the camp, but naturally they did not pose a threat. The smell of burnt flesh permeated the grounds, and it made many people gag. It was only then that a series of voices rang out in Su Zheng's mind. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully used the laser ray to sweep the battlefield, killing a total of X168 zombies and X452 zombies. A total of plus 800 bioenergy has been gained. System announcement. Dragon Kingdom's player Zheng has performed outstandingly on the battlefield and has played superbly. The number of 50,000 zombies and 80,000 zombies released under the backlash of the Dragon Kingdom's national fortune has been halved. The announcement at the back shook the players. There's still this kind of operation? The system would even reduce the difficulty of the natural disaster if the performance was too superior? The Dragon Kingdom's satellites have already captured the zombie hordes that have appeared in the western and southern regions, and the troops have already been deployed and passed through, and the Air Force has already fought with the zombie hordes. It's like the movie Zombie World War, a spectacular scene. Machine guns and Gatling guns were fired, and bullets were blasting into the zombie tide like no money. The series of financial reports made the logistician's eyebrows jump as he watched. One by one, white phosphorus bombs and cloudburst bombs were thrown into the midst of the zombies. Zombies have strong jumps, horrible defenses, and their overall strength is one level stronger than zombies. Judged by the countries as a great danger, a sea of fire erupted in a series of attacks. Some helicopters that couldn't retreat in time were crashed by the zombie sneak attack. The war scenes broadcast live on the program were watched in silence by Bing Bing, Baymax, and others. Bureau chief empathizes, the corners of his eyes are moist and he is wiping his tears. Behind every young soldier killed in battle is a family broken. But the appearance of the red credits froze the guests and the hosts in their tracks. Dragon Country viewers even thought they had misheard. As the announcement rang out, the soldiers on the front line who were fighting the zombies were stunned to realize that the half of the enemies disappeared into a streak of light, and the pressure was greatly reduced. Su God, God forever. Oh my god, the system even evaluated him as a super god. It's awesome. Never seen a falling disaster halved before. With him around, I'm free. The internet exploded. A group of previously mocked, suffered from the biochemical crisis of the gringo cha-cha with lemon is not the taste. Especially the residents of the town adjacent to the corpse tide, but also moved to cry. This fear of being approached by monsters to be eaten was too frightening. I declare that from this night onwards, a tablet of immortality will be erected for Su Shen. Without further ado, I'll go and create the golden statue that worship the Su God daily and hope that he will help me pass the exam. The popularity gained by this wave of Su Zheng was terrifying. From the official to the private sector, they all praised him. This feat alone would have sheltered Su Zheng's return and a lifetime of food and clothing. What's funny is that afterward, many people bought statues and figures of Su Zheng's face. They went off the market for a while. I'm very grateful for all that my little brother has done, and I sincerely wish that the frontline soldier brother will soon take care of the remaining monsters. Bing Bing's beautiful eyes blossomed, her heart fluttering towards her little brother in the live broadcast. It's not enough. Su Zheng killed on the temper, a bunch of bioenergy surged into his body, and straight away, he felt his blood boiling. Personal reminder, congratulations on your killing spree, you have successfully comprehended the mysteries of life and death, and have broken through to a Black Iron 6th order creature. Attributes have increased dramatically. Please continue forward. Breaking through to Black Iron 9, and successfully entering Bronze, there will be a transformative change that blessing for all beings. Self-strength is the foundation of everything. Su Zheng commanded the 3 engineers to drag all the zombies they had just hunted and killed back to the mother nest to be digested. Even if they didn't die cleanly, they are not afraid. The mother nest comes with a corrosive function. This wave harvested so many meat block resources, I don't know how many more soldiers can be cultivated. Su Zheng's heart was surging like a snowball. He himself was destined to push across the world. The laser rays had one more chance, and Su was not wasting it, escorted by the 6 aliens of the deep outside the camp, killing the other 3 zombies around the camp in one go. Thanks. The whistling wind wolf and the other player, the 9-pearl monkey, expressed their thanks in a panic. Their peripheral facilities had already been broken, any further delay would be dangerous. The lad has the big picture. The Bureau couldn't help but admire him, the more he looked at him, the better. Simply the pillars of the country, the future hope of the Dragon Kingdom. Suddenly, on Earth, there was a sudden change on the western battlefield of the Dragon Kingdom, and the number of iron rope zombies didn't decrease. This kind of monster is too scary. Throwing out iron ropes, they hit the helicopter with the precision of a missile. The frontline soldiers were horrified and flew high. Forward. Don't skimp on the bullets. Some infantrymen arrived just in time, and with automatic rifles and Gatling frantically firing. The metal storm rumbled down, but the strikes on the wire zombies were a series of sparks. The iron ropes on their bodies provided excellent defense. Knives and guns can't get through, bullets can't break them. For wire zombies over 3 meters tall let out a roar and rushed towards the warriors like a chariot. Chapter 23. The first night ended and the world announcement came. Boom! Lord-level monsters, the wire zombies are too scary. The attack, defense, and also the attack range were all superb in Black Iron. Charging into the regiment, flinging chains with both hands, it was almost like a meat grinder, very terrifying. Retreat quickly. Use the tanks to fend it off. "Sir, we can't retreat, there's a city right behind us. If they get into the city, the consequences will be unimaginable." The cruelty of the great battle on the front line was silencing. It was a natural and man-made disaster. Through the live satellite feed, many viewers sobbed and Ice's eyes were red and her nose was twitching. "It is precisely because they are there that they have protected our rear security." The bureau chief's eyes reddened. "I believe that the other countries in the world that have had biochemical crisis outbreaks have the same troops." The harshness of reality is all the more reason for viewers to watch the live broadcasts with fear, and they have a stake in it. Many people's hearts clenched, worried about the player's every move. "Queen, lord the wire zombie. Don't spare any of them, throw them to the mother nest for digestion." Zheng flew up in his battlesuit, and the artist was bold and courageous. He jumped into the center of the most zombies with a loud bang. Looking at the steady stream of monsters pouncing at him, he smiled coldly at the corner of his mouth and used his last laser. "5 Dragon Blood alien, follow me to kill the enemy. Dragon Blood leader, deal with 1 wire zombie." Put. Blazing lasers swept in, the smell of burning wafting up, and Zheng rotated his body, and a series of bludgeoning damage numbers emerged from the zombies and zombies. They screamed miserably as they were pierced by the laser and swept off their bodies. A comparable amount of bioenergy surged from them to Zheng, breaking through again. While some of the zombies were dying, trying to touch close to attack Zheng, the alien guarding his side did not hesitate to slash its side. Even the master dared to offend? But the crowd's eyes did not gaze on him, compared to Zheng's personal force. Whether it was the billions of viewers on Earth or the contestants present, they all focused more on the invincible queen under him. Among them was the Dragon Blood leader, who heard the command to. His body shook, his dragon blood boiled, and he brought with him a dragon's might to suppress the enemy. It had killed the most enemies in this battle. Blood, stumps of fast, and fur remain on its powerful limbs. The Queen of Blades didn't put up much of a fight, and it was gut-wrenching. Having broken its genetic limitations and begun to blossom into its potential, Dragon Blood Chief Red Eyes killed a wire zombie. Along the way, a zombie blocks the path and sweeps his foot. The side-like leg blade cut off the heads of 3 zombies. As for the zombies, the same one hit kills them. That iron rope zombie paid attention to the incoming enemy. Both sides were the best in the black iron field. The iron rope zombie roared in anger, and under its pale skin, its veins rippled and suddenly, he raised his hand and flung the iron rope. Clanking, airbursts appeared, and the crowd screams, and on the battlefield of Earth. He used this battle move just now to smash and flatten a heavy tank. But shockingly, the Dragon Blood Chief seemed to have predicted his attack in advance, and the 1-meter-tall body leapt up and began a series of transformations in the air, lightly dodging the iron cable attack and in turn, pulling in the distance between the two. After closing in, the iron rope zombie's advantage couldn't be utilized. Instead, the bulky iron rope on its body was like plate armor, restricting its movements. The iron cord zombie's agility value was only 65 points. This was the level of the 6th order of black iron. And the Dragon Blood Chief was at 99 points. It's almost to the bronze level. This was a dragon blood creature, with fully balanced attributes and invincible at the same level. Kill. The Dragon Blood Chief used the wire zombie as a target, swinging his scythe wildly and specializes in cutting the joints, in a split second. Iron rope zombie's eyes were blinded, and after that, it began to slash indiscriminately without any suspense. A series of perfect attacks that completely suppressed the boss. The players who watched were in awe. They say the queen is invincible, but I didn't realize that this big soldier under her is also so strong. This is a boss. Just now, we attacked and destroyed more than 10 camps. Even the gold bloodline players were killed. In its hands, yet it was completely suppressed, not causing a single bit of damage. Did you guys notice the movements of this leader-class soldier? It's seamless. It's from a genetically engraved sense of combat. God, it's so strong. And not just one, but 5 other minions who are natural warriors, too. I reckon we'll have a hard time even dealing with Sue's minions. Ghost Gorilla Eugene and Deformed Mouse had their colors changed, sensing the huge gap between each other. If they were under the same realm, they wouldn't even be able to beat the other party's little brother, and would die miserably instead. It's truly terrifying. The race he reincarnated into should be related to reproducing races such as the ant race and the insect race. To be able to devour resources and waste materials and produce super warriors, the potential is too strong. Eugene's eyes were full of shock and scorn. Could one cope with such an opponent in the same batch? I'm afraid that even the superhero John will have to be taken later. The Dragon Blood leader spends hundreds of knives, 10 seconds. Successfully chopped off the head of the wire zombie, causing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. System announcement. Congratulations to the Dragon Blood alien leader under Dragon Kingdom Zheng for successfully killing the Lord-level monster Iron Rope Zombie X1. Gained bioenergy plus 200, and at the same time started to advance himself. What still needs to be upgraded? Still letting us live? Upon hearing the announcement, there was a clamor in the arena, no longer calm. A bunch of green energy rushed into the Dragon Blood chief's body, and Zheng also enjoyed the dividends from his men. He himself was the Mother Nest Master, and when his men killed the enemy, of course he had a share of the dividends. And his own reward for sweeping with the laser came. Personal reminder, congratulations on your successful use of the ray, shooting zombies x74, walkers x165. Bioenergy plus 400. In the process of breaking through the level. Feeling inexhaustible strength in his body, Zheng comfortably roared out. Bioenergy is really good stuff, and the game experience value in general. Individual evolution, summoning soldiers, and fusing genes all use it. You see, in one night's time, Zheng upgraded in succession. Sometimes evolution is that simple. If any of the other contestants heard that, they'd be spitting blood, I'm afraid. They acquired bioenergy and gambled with their lives every time. There's also the burden of a nation to shoulder, like a thin ice. That like Zheng like open, and bodyguards to protect each other. That's not all. Zheng's freshly bred core of zombie bugs and zombie bugs began to surround and devour the rest of the enemies. Chapter 24 Final Evaluation, SSS, Rice is the biggest winner? The zombie bugs and zombie bugs that had been commanded were obviously more powerful than the originals, and would formations, encircle, and lure. The zombies will be in the art of war, and the gods can't stop them. Therefore they have quite a lot of battle results. Ding, congratulations, your subordinates zombie bugs and zombie bugs have successfully rounded up zombies x125 and zombies x35. Your own losses are zombie bugs x7 and zombie bugs x14. Gains plus 535 bioenergy. Your troopers are moving enemy corpses back into the mother lair. The mother nest is digesting zombies and converging viruses and bloodlines. Your mother nest acquires many bloodlines. Try to fuse and upgrade your bloodline. Zheng also had losses, but it was nothing compared to the gains. The zombie bugs with broken claws followed the instructions and pulled one zombie and zombie back to the camp. The mother nest, like a gourmand, opened its mouth and kept devouring them. Some even noticed how the egg-shaped fleshy structure had expanded twice as much. The mother nest is also upgrading its bloodline? Zheng's eyes lit up, but he knew that the mother nest was upgrading its bloodline. However, because the power was too strong, it was particularly difficult to upgrade it. It was only the weakest Black Iron level bloodline at the moment, and even his own initial level was only Black Iron 3rd rank. The only way to upgrade was to devour many bloodline genes, and now there was clearly hope. Dragon Blood Alien, throw the wire zombie into the mother nest as well. From now on, killing any monsters should not be wasted, waste and utilize. Zheng gave his orders with gusto. The aliens and zombie bugs were transformed into porters and cleaned up the battlefield, throwing hundreds of zombies into the mother nest. Some people also want to intercept them to see if they can gain benefits, such as getting the biochemical virus. Instead, they got into trouble, and were reminded, instead. You have been planted with necrotic poison. Within 24 hours, your entire attributes will be reduced by 30%. The people watching cursed, how come Zheng's mother nest eats everything? It's not afraid of being poisoned either. I'm afraid that it's not the mythical bloodline Taotai of the Transmutation City, right? Ding, congratulations to your henchman, the Dragon Blood Alien Leader, for activating his potential in battle, Dragon Blood Boiling. It has been promoted to a Black Iron 9th rank dragon creature, increasing its dragon might and dragonization skills. Another surprise, the Dragon Blood Leader could be seen roaring in pain. The body resounded with crackling sounds as it began a series of changes. A block of joints and bones began to shift, and the body became more refined, a muscle as perfect as a work of art. And with wisps of dragon power trapped in it, the head became more and more like a dragon's head, the strength increased drastically. This Dragon Blood Chief has been upgraded again, it should be invincible at the Black Iron level. A Dragon Blood creature, presumably related to the initial hidden boss. I'm more worried about that big meatball, how does it produce what it eats? It's like a biofactory, it's horrible. The contestants looked at each other, starting to fear from the bottom of their hearts. The battle isn't over yet. There are still 3 more wire zombies. The viewers stayed up all night to watch the live broadcast, it's not over. But it's over in everyone's mind. A wire zombie that could be killed in seconds by a big-headed soldier would be too much for the reputedly invincible queen to handle? Tonight's Queen of Blades was silent, standing at a high point looking down on the whole situation. Putting her focus on protecting Zheng. Only after hearing the command did he quickly fly off to deal with the 3 wire zombies. The 3 bosses have breached the camps of the Big Hairy Nation, the Soccer Nation, and the Watch Nation. One of the players gave up resistance, abandoned the camp and started to run away. $@ You fight instead. The audience of the 3 kingdoms were furious, 10,000 times the monsters descended on the country, who could stand up to them? They weren't in danger, so they naturally let the players fight for their lives. If they themselves are drawn, they will only flee faster. Tiana, I'm afraid 80,000 zombies will break out, let the legions get ready. The Great Hairy Kingdom, the Watch Kingdom, and the others were ready, but they didn't expect the Queen of Blades to strike. Her appearance caused many of her female compatriots to scream, valiant and invincibly cold, As always, she varied her hand blades and didn't even use stances. No matter how much the boss tangled the iron rope in an attempt to resist, it ended up being cut in two. The rope broke and the man died. Personal reminder, ding, congratulations, your Queen of Blades has successfully killed Iron Rope Zombie X3, bioenergy plus 600. Zheng rightfully nodded his head, naturally as it was, this was his own queen. Who? Everyone else breathed a sigh of relief that the long first night was finally over. At this moment, tens of billions of viewers breathed a sigh of relief, and the people of many countries that hadn't been revolted were celebrating, singing and dancing. There were even celebrations, from top to bottom, with presidents cracking up. The unlucky countries that were reeling were struggling to hold back, and the frontline fighters were looking up to see the first night come to an end. Also from the heart of relief, also not afraid of the back of a steady stream of enemies, strength are 3 times greater. It's a pity that one of our country's men died in battle, otherwise it would have been the perfect opening. A guest on the program lamented, but the bureau chief laughed. Either way, that contestant did his best and didn't run away at the last minute. The state will take care of his family. World announcement. Congratulations to all players for successfully surviving the 3 waves of attacks on the first night. Current remaining number of players, 765. A total of 110 National Games players have been killed in action. Final scores are being settled and rewards are being distributed. A long-awaited end announcement caused many people to paralyze on the ground, not wanting to move at all. Look, it's settled. Sushin performed so superiorly, there must be a huge reward. I hope another year of longevity is added to my life. I do worry about the soldiers still fighting on the front lines, there are still tens of thousands of zombies in the west and south. In the midst of the heated discussion, some of the rice people laughed out loud. Although there is a Su amongst you Dragon Kingdom that has some potential. However, the population is so large that the same people have died, causing disaster to strike. Look at my players from the United States. 2 of them abandoned their camps, and 3 of them stood together to guard a camp. No one dies. The country is safe. That's the biggest winner. Many people in the Dragon Kingdom were silent and tonight, the outbreak of the biochemical crisis was a stain. Soon, the announcement that followed came, and the screen of the Sky Dome live broadcast resounded with a blessing salute, and the system was very much in tune with the situation. World announcement. The first night's battle results have been settled. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom's Zheng for reaching first place by an overwhelming margin. The camp he was in, no monsters entered, and there was not a single damage to the camp. A total of Zombies X823, Zombies X362, and Wire Zombies X4 were killed. Gained a total of over 1,500 bioenergy. Final evaluation, SSS. Because of the boss, 4 zombies with iron ropes were killed by him. The performance was too superior, and began to feedback the national luck. Chapter 25 Disappearing Natural Disasters, rewarding all seed plant yields. Under the nervous gaze of the crowd, the final judgment came. Because player Zheng reached the SSS evaluation and completely annihilated the enemy army, 1 person killed all the bosses and recovered all the losses. All of the national transportation tools that were backfired by the Dragon Kingdom before were restored. The zombies that descended on the Dragon Kingdom's territory all disappeared, and the loss of 1 year's life expectancy was restored. At the same time, the positive national luck feedback began. Zheng has performed too well, evolving in succession, rewarding everyone within the Dragon Kingdom with plus 2 years of life expectancy. Land fertility increased by 1 point. Allows plus 1% yield for all species of plants within. Reward Zheng himself with a biological treasure chest X1, a silver grade lightsaber, and an excellence grade building drawing or refinery X1. Building grade, normal, fine, rare, excellent, epic, legendary, mythic. Congratulations to Zheng, congratulations to Dragon Kingdom, all players enthusiastically move forward to learn from him. Note, because the others performed so poorly, there were no rewards given out or penalties, except for Zheng. Wow! The announcement came out and the crowd exploded. Among them were the rice players, who were crossing their fingers, thinking that the first place would definitely not be reached. But even worse, there is a top 3, maybe a reward of a mouthful of fresh water is also good. The gap in that material was too great, and there was no more reward except for Zheng alone. No? The undead bird in the air was dumbfounded, when had Lang Qingyue been so aggrieved as Qinghua's school flower. The crowd sighed for a while. The pressure of sharing the company of a strong person was too great. I even suspect that it's because of Zheng alone that the difficulty has been cranked up alive. Once it comes in, it's a 3S rating, who can top that? Miserable, but to put it another way. If it wasn't for him destroying many zombies and the 4 bosses, I don't know how many more people would have died. The players burst into emotion, some of them hated and gritted their teeth, such as the trio of rice, their dogged island players. Some were glad to have escaped with their lives and thanked Zheng instead. Everyone was cleaning up the battlefield and began to collect the treasures on the battlefield. The result is cursed. The zombies are poor as hell. All they collect is rotting human flesh and virus-ridden bones. Very much not recommended for consumption, poisonous. Gnawing on wood is more nutritious than eating zombie flesh. The unlucky ones even got poisoned while collecting it, and their attributes dropped. Exasperated, many people stopped gathering and went back to mend the fence, preparing to form a simple earth wall. Without drawings, the buildings they built had no special effects, but they were better than nothing. This battle made everyone realize the importance of buildings. Zheng, who had a primary enclosure, didn't even let an ant in. Some people also collected zombies, but harvested some Qing dynasty rags, can be worn. Zombie teeth, poisonous, can be used as small arms, or mounted on arrows. Some people have even collected silver nuggets in a stroke of luck, though they can't be eaten. It's not like Zheng didn't lose anything. You guys look at the zombie bugs and zombie bugs he summoned. Quite a few of them are dead, and the others are seriously injured and missing arms and legs. Also, even the aliens are quite badly injured. One of the players said sourly, seeing that the zombie bugs were still going out of their way to carry the bodies back to the mother lair. When Zheng heard it, he almost didn't laugh out loud. You guys are afraid that you don't know the horror of the insect race, right? They can live even if they eat dirt and sand, and missing a leg or an eye is no big deal at all. Go back to your mother's nest and sleep for a night, consume the meat and it will automatically repair it for you. How else do you say a born warrior? While they were cleaning up the battlefield, the planet had exploded. People from many countries muttered about Zheng affecting their country's rewards, while the audience was abuzz with the fact that it was destined to be a sleepless night. On the battlefields in the west and south, warriors armed with hot weapons and flying tanks and airplanes began to duel with the tide of corpses. There was also missile support from the rear. Sparks can be seen flying and explosions can be heard during the live program. Many warriors were infected by corpse poison and died heroically. I'll fight you all. A young soldier was bitten next door by a zombie, and when his rifle ran out of bullets, he pulled out his dagger with red eyes to fight the zombie. The first wave of impact can't be stopped. Zombies aren't afraid of death, and they're not afraid of bullets. Hundreds of zombies jumped in with their hands vertically, breaking through the fire defenses and, combined with the purple skin, pale cheeks to give people a sense of despair, natural disaster. Behind us is our hometown, our relatives, can we retreat? Vanguard troops give me a military shield to top it off. One of the officers yelled, personally lifting his bulletproof shield and starting to rush forward to buy time to erect a second wave of defense. Fight you! The soldiers hissed, rising from the trenches and carrying their machine guns to fight for their lives. Suddenly, the tide of stiffly rushing corpses clamored and faded like wind in sand. In an instant, they disappeared without a trace. A wire zombie whose chains were on the verge of hitting the helicopter went up in smoke in mid-air. What's going on? The fighters froze, and suddenly someone yelled. Look at the live broadcast above. It's Zheng's credit. The fighters looked up one after another, and after seeing the striking red characters, they burst into ecstasy. Combined, we've added 5 years a day to our lifespan. My great-grandfather is in his 90s and will live 5 more years. That's something no amount of money can replace. When the youth is strong, the country is strong. 5 more years of life. We can make waves again. I feel full of strength that I can't use up. So Bureau Chief, can I ask on behalf of the viewers that the 5 years of national luck feedback has really had an immediate effect on can make us physically stronger and faster? Ice smiled very sweetly and handed the microphone to the Bureau Chief. Bureau Chief excitedly drew out a towel and wiped away his tears, happy for the fighters. According to our research, the benefits of the contestants winning feedback are above the genes, involving extraordinary. It is true that it extends life expectancy, but there is no significant change for a short period of time. I think it's a psychological illusion that many people think their strength has increased. He explained cheerfully and excitedly. The big guys are missing the point. In addition to the extra 2 years, what's more important is the addition of 1 point to the nation's soil fertility. The combined yield of all species of plants throughout the year can be 1% more. Chapter 26 Yield Bonanza, Silent Rice. Speaking of this, the Bureau Chief could not hide his excitement. As is generally known, the Earth is now short of resources, with a total population of nearly 20 billion. As the most populous country in the world, the Dragon Kingdom's population has already exceeded 2 billion. The land is overworked, and the amount of fertilizer used increases every year. This is not bad, but the neighboring country of white elephants suffers from famine every year. The neighboring country of the white elephant is suffering from famine every year, and the friendly country of the Baba sheep, which has a population of 500 million people, has a president who comes to ask for food every year. But even the landlord's family has no food left. This increase in fertile land is a solution to the great problem of the Dragon Kingdom. Don't look at the congregational yield of 1% seems to seem small. That's a national, any kind of plant production. Rice, corn, wheat for immediate needs, watermelons, cherries and other fruits for improvement. All plus production. Listening to the bureau chief's analysis, the crowd then understood the big contribution Su Zheng had made this time. In that case, right now next year, we'll be rice-free, with endless carrion and watermelon? My grandfather was always afraid of a recurrence of the famine of his childhood and would only eat one bowl of rice per meal. Now it looks like supplies are going to grow in waves. Perhaps the increase in longevity cannot be seen immediately, but the agricultural products, food, etc., which are so closely related to life, the effect can be seen immediately. Soon there will be geologists and agronomists from the Dragon Kingdom going around to extract soil components for analysis. Among them, the black soil of the northeast was the key object of inspection, analyzed through a microscope. Experts were shocked to find that the side effects of years of chemical fertilizer use had been drastically weakened. After field experiments, a seedling planted in, the rice yield really increased by 1 point. The merit is in the present time, the benefit is in the 1,000 years. This is a great merit that benefits billions of people. An old professor was in tears. He had come from the era of famine and knew best the importance of grain and food. Food is the most important thing for the people. More than 50 countries are still suffering from famine. Many children and elderly people are starved to death. The 2 previous biotech feeds have given hope of breaking the ice for a number of research projects that have been troubled for a long time. Among them, a new hybrid rice seedling will soon be released, with double the yield of the previous one. The professor said excitedly, coupled with the increase in soil fertility, this time Su Zheng has really done something great for the benefit of all. A pillar of the nation. The unrivaled scholar of the nation. Yes, in ancient times, one could already be canonized in front of people. Seeing netizens fall into ecstasy, frantically sharing the results of the feedback on muscles, soil, etc. in the network. Many foreigners are looking sour. It's good that their own country hasn't been overrun by zombies. Anyone who can have a bite to eat has to kneel down and thank God. The Dragon Kingdom, however, has begun to increase in waves and is on the verge of catching up with the number 1 power. The kangaroo nation was surrounded by billions of crazy rats, and everything on the farms was eaten. Native animals are being nibbled on by the rats. Windmill country is even more unlucky. Biochemical crisis plus zombie siege. People are anxious to fight back with their own guns. I thought that there is a dragon country with their own general bad luck, who expected the situation has changed in the blink of an eye. The clown is actually myself? One of the things that rice can't stand. They consider themselves the world's policemen and are a superpower both before and after the mutation. There is the power to stand proud of all nations, and the previously advertised superhero John is also the pride of rice. But this time, the player who came, Su, in just 1 day. No, within half a day, he saved the day and made the comprehensive national power of the Dragon Kingdom rise. And in a straight line. How can it go on accumulating like this? After the supercomputer analysis, the race of Dragon Kingdom Su should be the mother nest, which is extremely threatening. The ability to explode soldiers and create elite soldiers is particularly strong. Any resource can be devoured. It can also absorb enemy genes and create corresponding bloodline soldiers. What's even more terrifying is that this is a late developing race, and now it's the early stages that have all this strength. When we wait for the later stages, wouldn't that be heaven-defying? No one is a cutie. Inside the presidential palace, worried rice professors, analyzing the approximation through computers, nervously report to the president and other bigwigs. Su Zheng's character model was built up to the 18 generations of ancestors, down to the life hobbies, XP, love to watch certain Fandango are all collected. In addition to this, the transmutation's racial model was also approximated. The professors hypothesized that Su was having a parasitic-like relationship with the egg-shaped structure, and that the two were one and the same. If the egg could be destroyed, he would be much less of a threat. But, the best period to destroy it is the preliminary period. Is it even a pre-period now? 6 aliens and 3 worker worms were summoned just before. After this night's accumulation, I don't know how many hundreds of zombies have been devoured. Who knows how many more soldier bugs and worker bugs he can give birth to the next day. The vice president was worried, and the other ministers were reticent. President Rice asked his secretary, "What does John say about this newcomer?" John suggested that the sooner we get rid of it, the better. It's a late developing race. By the time the bugs form a core later on, his undead legions won't be able to stand up to them. A hush fell over the room, and the ministers were horribly silent. For a long time, the president stood up, turned his back to the crowd, and looked out at the skyscrapers outside the presidential palace. Have an assassination plan in place, level of secrecy, highest level. The period to strike is the day Su Zheng returns to the Dragon Kingdom after finishing his 7 days as a novice. Snipe him at all costs and ensure death. Make sure he can't participate in the survival game a second time. At these words, many ministers' hearts tightened, based on online feedback. Su Zheng already has a huge reputation among the people and the officials. He was even called a saint and a scholar of the country, and he didn't know how many fans and followers he had. It is the hope of the community that binds a country's destiny. I'm afraid the internet will explode if this dies. President, are you really going to order the layout of the plan? Once it is implemented, the consequences are unimaginable. The situation is already tense. In the worst-case scenario, a world war cannot be ruled out, and today the global situation is like a barrel of oil under the scorching sun. All that is needed is a fuse. A president of the House of Representatives said cautiously, everyone knew the consequences of this. If something went wrong, a world war was all too likely to happen. The golden-haired president slowly closed his eyes. The earth is big, yet only one first exists. Since Rice has a superhero in place, the other kingdoms can just be good little brothers. This is the only big change in 10,000 years, there can't be a single mistake. There was a moment of silence from the ministers. At the end, the president of Rice added, there will also be only one victor in the game of survival, and he will be the one and only God. His kingdom and community will be the only godly civilization. Understood. A group of people saluted him and exited the presidential palace with embarrassed faces. Chapter 27 Collecting the Boss, Zombie Inner Elixir? Regarding Su Zheng's relatives, classmates, friends and all other relationships around him should be properly arranged. It was no coincidence that the president of the Dragon Kingdom, despite having held Su Zheng in high regard before. Who would have expected such a big surprise on the first night? The degree of importance is constantly cranked up. Nowadays all of them are as important as the first person Yu Binglan. Especially during the frontline battle, the zombies that suddenly disappeared in the heat of battle made the warriors go wild. Many of the older generation were full of praise for Su Zheng. The youngster has a future. There's hope for Binglan's injury. In the future, when the two join forces, the survival game can complete the vacation game. Before always watch Oceanic brag about superheroes or something. John. My dragon country is not bad, there is Su Zheng, for increases in half a day. Who knows how many more miracles we can perform. He transmogrified the mother nest, and it's only late in the game that he's firing. When the 7-day novice period is over and we return, we'll be treated well. In addition to the super rewards fed back to the national transportation, the private rewards aren't bad either. In the program, Bing Bing smiled sweetly and explained Su Zheng's rewards to the audience. One of the creature treasure chests belonged to a special type of treasure chest that all depended on luck. You may be able to open a diamond treasure chest level treasure, or you may be unlucky enough to open a black iron block. As for the silver grade lightsaber, it was even more admired by the guests, who concluded that they could go through at least 4 copies of the survival challenge. As for in the novice stage, it was considered a divine weapon. Even better, the lightsaber is very powerful in breaking defense, dazzling and colorful, very bright. Face value and practicality coexist. As for the excellent drawings or refineries are just needed. By this time, the other players were still picking up the pieces and Su Zheng, however, had already begun to move to build a building, and that was how the gap opened up. There are people, no, there are bugs in everything. Su Zheng joyfully watched his men transport the corpses back to the mother nest. He let the aliens collect the zombies and zombies separately, and also got many resources that were better than nothing. Ding, congratulations to your men for successfully collecting tattered Qing Dynasty official uniforms X350, zombie cerebral medulla fluid X456, and decayed bones X863. The tattered official clothes can barely be used as fabric for clothes, or as simple cloth bags, or even quilts, and so on. As for the medullary fluid and carrion from the zombies, they're all pretty much garbage. It's the only thing that can supply the mother nest to hatch soldiers. As for rotten bones? Oh, use it as lumber. Su Yang needs it for his bonfire. Blade, what are you looking at? Su was walking towards the Queen of Blades. There were 3 corpses of wire zombies at her feet, but the boss was going to collect them himself. It was a bit of an anomaly that the Queen was sitting in the middle of the whole thing in this battle. Often looking away into the darkness, putting more spirit into defending the darkness. The Queen of Blades had a high and cold temperament. Standing on the pile of corpses was unnerving, and only when she saw Su Zheng did she show her face and smile. Ever since that man was killed deep into the darkness, I've been watching for unseen enemies. Su Zheng froze for a moment, carefully recalling what seemed to be the sudden death of one of the Windmill Nation's players in fear, leaving a deep impression on him. So, what did you find out? Su Zheng asked nervously. He was more afraid of the darkness compared to the zombies. No one wanted to be killed without a fight. The unknown is what is most feared. The Queen of Blades nodded. It's a bizarre foe, able to merge into the darkness, the shadows, come without a shadow, go without a trace, and get a 10-fold increase in strength. And because the Juggernaut's performance on the battlefield shone brightly, it was targeted by them, When I went deep into the corpse tied to fire the laser before, I had been momentarily plunged into darkness, and they tried to sneak attack, but I stunned them back. After the Queen of Blades finished speaking, Su Zheng was horrified in his heart. His own life had been on the line? Almost being sneak attacked? He didn't know that this kind of monster was known as the Shadow Monster by the Earthlings, but his mind was already very wary. Unconsciously, he moved closer to the brightness of the campfire. 10 times harder, a gentleman is not a gentleman. The son of a dares to sneak up on me. When the 7th night comes, and I've gathered enough resources, bug soldiers, and fuel, I'm going to have a firefight. Su Zheng cursed angrily and started gathering bosses. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully obtained Fine Iron Cord X3000, Banging Zombie Flesh X6000, Iron Cord Zombie Teeth X500, and Primary Zombie Endosperm X3. So poor. Su was lamenting as he asked the worker bugs to drag away the body for recycling. The Dragon Blood Chief also collects the other wire zombie and gets +1 to the inner elixir. This thing was similar to a magic crystal, it provided power and was needed for both equipment, and hatching elite soldiers was considered better than nothing. Primary Zombie Inner Dan, it is the cohesion of the Iron Rope Zombie that absorbed the power of the moon for 50 years, and contains the pure power of the Yin attribute. It has many wonderful uses. It is said that there is also a 100-year-old zombie inner elixir in the zombie general's body. The monsters will still be upgraded in the later nights? Su Zheng sked and returned to the camp. The 3 worker insects were diligently repairing the fence and automatically collecting sand and soil. They were busy. We need to cultivate a few more living worker insects after tonight. There are still a few drawings left to build. Su Zheng took out the primary hero altar drawing, as well as the ore refinery drawing. Among them, the heroic altar was a good knock. It only requires 1,000 for stone, 2,000 for wood, 1 magic crystal endosperm, and 500 for iron. He had all the materials and could start work tonight, but the other piece was a headache. Or refinery drawing, excellent grade building, essential factory for the territory. Very important. Capable of refining all types of ores, it has a huge effect on industrial development. Required materials, iron ore X1000, copper ore X1000, gold ore X1000. Bronze level power source magic crystal Enden born crystal, thunder attribute crystal X1. Just looking at these materials alone gave Su Zheng a headache. Is this a TM building that can be knocked down in the early stages? But on the contrary, the increase is large, and it can also make up for the shortcomings of the mother nest not being able to refine ores, so it must be knocked. Forget it, let's just work on my treasure chest and lightsaber. Su Zheng depressively led the Blade Queen into the mother nest. It was only now that he realized that the mother nest had already switched from birdshot to cannon. Nice guy, unknowingly becoming a 3-story tall big guy. Chapter 28 Bloodline Upgrade, Secondary Mother Nest Factory. Still flesh. Flesh-colored outer walls, pulsating like skin, the mother nest is alive like a living organism. Su checked the details. Bug Mother Nest Biofactory has fused with the bonfire of civilizations and is in the process of advancing. More energy, flesh and blood, and genes are still needed. Bloodline advancement is still a little short. Su Zheng entered the mother nest, and the internal space expanded many times. In particular, the cultivation room was 200 square meters, and in addition to this, there was also a special division for a digestion room. Engineers and zombie bugs are pushing corpses inside, zombies and zombies with severed limbs are being pushed in, and the digestive room is like a big mouth constantly wriggling and devouring. It looked as horrible as the devil's nest. Chief Dragonblood, you take the aliens, the injured soldiers, and devour the zombie flesh. Queen of Blades, you maneuver the mother nest to reorganize and divide a healing room to specialize in mending the wounded. The order was given, the various troop types went about their business, and the factory was unleashed. You can't just abandon them if you're injured. As long as there's flesh and blood and bioenergy, the mother lair can repair you. That said, people are just carbs, not much of a mystery. After arranging the others, Su Zheng saw that the mother nest that was still upgrading was still short of a breath. Thinking of the fire seedling that the Compass King had burst out earlier, it was a collection of dozens of bonfires. As soon as he took it out from the system space, he threw it at the biological bonfire in the field. The biological bonfire burned with rotten bones and blood-red flames, like an engine that energized the mother nest. With this pile of fire thrown in, it was like a fiery cooking fire for a split second. With a boom, the flames skyrocketed. Congratulations on adding kindling to the campfire, which is growing. Your campsite territory is expanding, and the light is shining in more places. Suffering from internal changes, the mother nest begins to fuse the resulting dragon blood, zombie viruses, and zombie bloodlines, and begins to advance its bloodlines. It was like a heart at the bonfire, thumping. The heart rhythm was actually consistent with Su Zheng. The outer territories were also expanding, and the worker insects were engineering even more. As he waited nervously, the voice sounded again. Congratulations to your mother nest for successfully advancing to the Black Iron middle rank bloodline. Nurturing function strengthened. Digestive ability strengthened. Su Zheng's body shook as his bloodline, which had fused with the mother nest, began to advance as well. Spiritual power increased and physical activity exploded. Ding, affected by the evolution of the mother nest, your bloodline has been upgraded, and you have successfully advanced to a Black Iron 7th ranked creature. Yes. That's all Su Zheng wanted to say. This realm was already a high-level Black Iron creature. Quite a few gold-level bloodlines that had just transmigrated were also about this realm, or even worse. Level 2 matriarchal biofactory, advanced, stronger digestion and refining capabilities. It can also extract all types of genes, consume bioenergy, and create corresponding potions. By consuming zombie brain marrow fluid, zombie virus potions, or zombie antidote potions, biological recovery potions, primary strengthening potions, etc. can be created. Friendly reminder, if the master needs a drink, he can also make the brain marrow fluid into happy water, Sprite, etc. The mother nest that had just been upgraded gave Su Zheng a big surprise. Turning waste into treasure, a small medulla oblongata can be of such great use. Su Zheng was overjoyed. After careful research, he also found that after purifying the brain marrow liquid, he could create higher-order zombies. Is this a biofactory? Love it, love it. He couldn't wait to fantasize about how strong a mother nest that advanced to bronze bloodline would be. Many countries have suffered from necrotic and biochemical crises under the backlash of the national fortune. If I create antidote serums, primary strengthening potions, etc., and return to Earth to sell them, won't I become the #1 richest man on Earth? Su Zheng pondered carefully and thumped his heart. A product of the mother's nest must be of high quality. Think about it, at least hundreds of thousands of people were poisoned, and their own antidote serum was a lifesaver for them. What kind of high price will it fetch? How would it affect the international situation? Even at the national level, this is a strategic treasure. Forget it, it's better to wait for these to pass through the 7 days and return. Shaking off his head, Su Zheng moved out the reward treasure chest, which was of a special type. Creature treasure chest, a treasure chest of specialness, capable of opening a corresponding treasure. Depends on one's luck, the higher the luck, the better the treasure opened. Luck was a hidden attribute, and it was usually higher for the Fury and Light races. Su Zheng thought of himself as a Euro Emperor and couldn't wait to open the treasure chest, only to see a burst of light. Congratulations on successfully obtaining Bronze Level Zombie Crystal Core X1, Mutant Zombie Virus Potion X1, Steel Bone Skill Book X1. I suspect that the race I've transmigrated to is Ouyang. These 3 treasures were all what Su Zheng needed. In terms of value, this treasure chest compares to the silver treasure chest. It's simply an explosion of luck. Zombie Crystal Core, Bronze Grade, Magic Crystal, and Crystal Light Treasure can be used as a power source and battery. It has many wonderful uses, and you can swallow it without fear of death. High chance of exploding your body, tiny chance of advancing to a high-level zombie. Taking it directly is a savage style. Su Zheng has a mother nest. It was possible for the mother nest to use the crystal core as the core to create blood and flesh and so on, cultivating a zombie king. Mutant Zombie Virus Potion. If the low-stage zombie virus is the X virus, the infected person only has the strength of a beginner black iron. Then the mutated one is the Z virus. The infection guarantees the bottom black iron middle order strength, and according to the original potential, it can be upgraded again. Iron Steel Iron Bone, B rank skill book, skill extracted from zombie. If you learn it, you can increase the defense of your skin significantly. And weaknesses such as collapse in ears will disappear. Skills from bottom to top, E, D, C, B, A, S. The mutant zombie virus was thrown to the mother nest for parsing, and Su Zheng was learning the skill book himself as the pleasant voice echoed in his head. Ding, congratulations on successfully learning Steel Bones. Physique plus 200, defense plus 100. Su Zheng urged the skill, and his surface skin quickly changed to a metallic luster, giving the illusion of adamantine. He casually picked up the black iron machete from before and slashed towards his arm. Clang! The black iron machete broke in half with a clang. Chapter 29 Beautiful Lightsaber, Happiness is all about contrast. So fierce? Su Zheng's expression was stunned as he examined the black iron machete covered in gaps, not realizing that he was already this strong. He pulled out his previously rewarded lightsaber again. It was easy to carry and there was only a white silver hilt with a white diamond-shaped magic crystal set in the center. There was no blade. After Su Zheng grasped it, with a thought, a poof sounded. The hall of the mother nest brightened up, and a 1-meter-long lightsaber emerged. It couldn't be said to be exactly the same as the Star Wars lightsaber, it could only be said to be exactly the same. Not bad, not bad. Su Zheng waved excitedly, with his own special effects, very beautiful. And breaking defense is very good. Face value and practicality coexist, very light, not heavy at all. It doesn't take much effort to swing it 10,000 times. White silver lightsaber, a weapon used by the captain of a planetary empire, very popular with military. The officer is very popular. Attack power plus 200, comes with special effects such as breaking defense, exorcism, glowing, and pretending. It can also automatically expand and contract its length, with a limit of 3 meters long. However, it needs to consume crystal cores regularly to recharge. Basically, 1 black iron crystal core is required for 1 day's use. Su Zheng's teeth ached. The sword was really good, it just consumed energy. The inner Dan crystal cores in one's hand were not much, and they all still had to be used to cultivate soldiers. Holding his lightsaber, Su Zheng looked at his thin arms and legs and still, he stopped with a bold idea. He opened his personal panel. Person, Su Zheng. Country, Dragon Country. Race, human. Already fused with the bug mother nest growing race, need to devour different genes and bloodlines, currently Black Iron Middle Order bloodline. Occupation, bug race juggernaut. Males are called juggernauts, females are called mother emperors. Rank, Black Iron, 7th level. Higher Black Iron. Attributes, Strength 75, Agility 76, Mental Power 700, Physique 900. Talent skills, Insect Mother Emperor, Mother Nest Reproduction, Plundering Genes, Hardening Potion, Steel Bones Elementary. The panel is mediocre, only the mental strength and physique are much perverted. This was the powerful life force obtained from fusing with the mother nest, combined with the newly learned steel bone skill. A comprehensive evaluation, very go. Like a mini boss blood bar. Zheng was very satisfied with his blood bull template. I just need to survive, and for attacks and the like, I'll have my own heroes and bugs to surround me. At this time, it was already late at night, continuous violent mental fluctuations, physical exertion, Zheng was slightly fatigued. At the center of the mother nest was the bonfire hall, with flames blazing, providing energy to all parts. Various paths in the hall lead to different rooms. Zheng has a special command room for the master, which comes with a resting function. It could also add secretion of gases that restored physical strength value and soothed the spirit. Scrub up and go to bed, Manhwa, come on. You and I will sleep in the same room. Safety first, Su was arranging himself and the queen together. Before going to sleep, he also instructed the worker bugs to reinforce the fence and build the primary hero altar. The dragon blood leader arranged for the zombie bugs and aliens to work and clean up the battlefield. It's cool to have henchmen. Although it was only half a day, Zheng was already a qualified bug master and was very good at oppressing his men. Zheng slept on a wooden bed, covered by a brightly colored quilt that was made of Qing dynasty official clothes. All of these were made by the worker bugs in the midst of their busy lives, and they were very thoughtful. Zheng felt especially warm. As for Manhwa, she felt that there was a difference between inferiority and superiority, and silently leaned against the wall to guard it. But it feels like the soldiers in hand are all main battle shape types. Living soldiers need to be manufactured more, collect more drawings and resources to build buildings. In addition to that, there needs to be a few more center leader guide units to control. Su was falling asleep in a daze, and what he didn't realize was that the room was secreting a hypnotic and tranquilizing gas. Seems like I've seen templates with brainworms that require quite a bit of energy and resources, so I can try it out tomorrow. Unconsciously Zheng fell asleep, easily entering deep slumber. Not a moment later, the quilt collapsed. The light and darkness of the control room was modulated pitch black, and Manhwa, who was on the side, silently stepped forward and carefully helped Zheng cover the quilt. Lips slightly moving, if at this time someone understands lip language, can know as she said that the "Good night, Juggernaut." Going into hibernation, the Juggernaut control room is secreting tranquilizing and hypnotic gases, consuming zombie brain medullary fluid X100, and creating recovery gases again. Zheng was sleeping very soundly. Manhwa controlled the mother nest to secrete a lot of good stuff in the control room. Meanwhile, the other rooms of the mother nest were on 24 hours a day. The worker worms were outside the camp carrying bricks, mixing sand and gravel, building camp fences and expanding their territories by the light of campfires. They went back to carrying stones to build the hero's altar, and were busy. There was also a rumbling and devouring sound coming from inside, as a zombie were recovered and stocked with its supplies and energy. 5 other aliens burrowed out of the healing room, limbs intact and recovering from their injuries, patrolling the camp. The sight of the construction in full swing was a complicated one for the other players. Like Lang Qingyue, someone with an overwhelming bloodline, and a safe place to live. But it's also the sky as a quilt and the earth as a bed. In the cold, around the campfire in a light sleep. But if the wind blows, wake up immediately. Not to mention having to wake up every now and then to add wood to the campfire, lest it go out. You can't get a good night's rest. To add to the bad luck, the initial fence defense was breached, and a cold wind blew, chilling the. There was a faint whistling sound in the darkness, like a demon on the prowl, and the campfire was consumed by the wind, which made wood consumption particularly high. The group of players had been furiously adding wood all night, with a startling. It's getting to be a nervous breakdown, with no rest at all. It's good to have men, 007 work. Help you build your house, make your bed, fix your walls. One of the soccer state players saw the tall, egg-shaped building with envy in his eyes. The people were more angry than the people. So the next day dawned. Zheng woke up from a beautiful dream, refreshed. Saying hello to Manhwa, he stretched out of the mother's nest. To his dismay, he realized that a large group of the other players were mentally drained, and their stamina levels hadn't returned at all. On the contrary, the spirit value had also weakened. Chapter 30 Day 2, a new mother's nest with a new look. What's the matter with them? Not taking advantage of the second half of the night to get some rest. What's with the liver? Looking at a group of players with their own dark circles under their eyes, Zheng was surprised, and those who didn't know thought that they were planning to switch to pandas. A bird song came from the air, and undead birds flew over the mother nest. You slept well, and had your men build walls and altars all night long. I don't realize how miserable the others were last night, with no food or drink, the cold winds hitting them, and the need to add wood. Lang Qingyue replied in the air without a good mood. Su Zhang glanced up. Being able to fly is amazing? Getting up so early, looking for bugs to eat? Isn't it just a flying race? In the future, I'll build my own Air Force unit and see if you dare to encroach on my domain at will. Seemingly sensing the juggernaut's displeased will, the Queen of Blades swept down on the immortal bird. Lang Qingyue was scared and clapped her tail, panicked and flew to the dense forest, looking for worms. Breakfast to eat. But her appearance has also given me a wake-up call. Our air control can't be taken away. Su Zheng unintentionally glanced at the half-hawk in the trio of me. There were quite a few players who had transmogrified into flying races, which was indeed a great advantage in the early stages. And the safety of one's mother nest is a top priority. What if the Air Force drops bombs? There were no archery towers, artillery towers or other military buildings, and only the Queen of Blades and herself could fly, and even the Dragon Blood Leader could only glide for a short period of time. Su Zheng silently made a mental note to build an Air Force at an early date. Afterward, he returned to the mother nest to prepare for breakfast. Hello, good morning everyone. A new day is here and the newbies involved in the survival game have only 6 days left to return. Let's start with a look at the breakfast for the Day 2 contestants. On Earth, more than 700 contestants have just woken up and have been broadcast live around the world. Many viewers have gotten into the habit of waking up and looking up to see how their own players are doing. No way, it's too convenient. Look up and the Sky Dome is live. An old man in the country can see it all. Current number of people remaining, 765. This is the number that exists in the Vault of Heaven. A total of 1,000 players have been drawn to represent a country to fight for. In just one day, more than 300 had died. Dozens of countries have suffered from natural and man-made disasters such as biochemical crises, zombies, rodent plagues and typhoons. What is even more frightening is the aftermath of the disasters, and it is said that more than 1 million people have been infected with the zombie virus. Not to mention the people who turned half-stiff and were poisoned by the zombie virus and could only rely on glutinous rice to resist. Many countries are scrambling to build specialized hospitals to hold them, and as for antidote serums and healing agents? A well-known professor in the United States said bluntly, the virus carried by the transcendent power cannot be speculated by common sense. It is not a virus that can be breached by our current level of technology. Being infected and incarcerated is the safest way to go. Good morning everyone, did you get a good night's rest last night? In the morning TV station, ICE was live in 2 shifts with another host. Today came another popular anchor, dressed in a women's black suit with a white shirt underneath, with slightly curled shoulder-length black hair, with a white swan face smeared with a wisp of slightly red lipstick. This Li Hong host looks particularly attractive. Holding the microphone, she introduced today's new guest to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome today's special guests, Warwolf and Maple Leaf Nation Electric Eel. The audience was abuzz. One was a $10 billion box office national actor, and the other was a recently hit Flow Boy. What fun will be added when the two are involved together? At the guest table, a dark-skinned, slim but spry man, a young idol with fair skin and 2 earrings greeted everyone. The older guests, Bureau, Shorty, and Bay applauded in welcome. Rest at night is very important and affects the next day's operations. In turn, a good breakfast determines your energy for the rest of the day and whether you will have better stamina to survive and capture resources for the benefit of your homeland. Let's just observe each contestant's breakfast. Just after the opening, Master Bay expressed his opinion. Battle Wolf, Shorty and the other guests nodded their heads in agreement at the same time. The camera then turned to each of the contestants, large and small, and under careful zoom, the crowd was dismayed. Why does each one look as listless as a raven in a soup? Warwolf wondered, could it be that last night's battle was too intense? I think it might be because the future is uncertain and the pressure is too much. The Electric Eel was intent on showing presence. This was a national level, officially supported program that would surely make his stature rise to another level. What about Su Zheng? How's he doing? What's eating? Li Hong hurriedly adjusted the lens and aimed it at the refreshed campsite. At first glance, the crowd was shocked. It had been but one night, nay, but only half a night's time. How is it that camp has tripled in size? It's already starting to crowd out others' living space, heading further out. Even more intimidating was the behemoth in the middle of the camp, 5 stories tall, with a fleshy skin-like exterior structure that it evolved from an egg shape to an oval shape, just like a big monster lying on the ground with its heart beating. From inside, a bug with complete limbs and different types of soldiers emerged. Like bees, busily carrying stones, wood, zombies, etc. The creature building also had vents, and a wisp of cooking smoke was coming out. Having a hot pot? Zooming the camera in and through the window, Rainbow Lee opened her slightly reddened lips wide for a long time, shaken. The other guests' bodies shook, stunned by the sudden change. As for the audience? It was more of a frantic discussion of the next day's developments in various parts of the internet. Chapter 31. One person is poisoned, the whole country suffers. Come on, manhwa, make yourself at home. Mother's nest, you create me some bottles and jars of stimulating spices. Make it spicy and potent. Having just entered the mother lair for breakfast, the alien carefully offered a plate of the finest raw zombie meat, which Sue was refusing. Later, the Dragon Blood Chief carefully offered a piece of the wire zombie meat, which he had specially selected last night and left behind. It was a piece of meat from the thigh, very chewy and rich in bioenergy. Looking at the chief's hopeful, careful eyes, Zheng was really not in a good position to refuse. But letting him gnaw on decades of zombie meat, he was definitely unwilling. It just so happened that there was still leftover compote meat from last night, so Zheng simply took it out for breakfast. It wasn't good to always barbecue and nibble on jerky. He simply made a hot pot, and anyway, the secondary mother's nest could quench different liquids, and the spices were there. Ding, master, glasses needed to make bottles and jars, limestone, soda ash and quartz are needed to make glass, the technology level is not enough for now. The information fed back from the mother nest made Zheng smile, too honest. As for the liquid similar to chili peppers, soy sauce, and cooking oil, it was boiled down for more than 10 points of bioenergy and extracted. Nothing technological. Now that Zheng's bioenergy has reached 2130, he is rich and doesn't care at all. He didn't have a knife and couldn't cut the dragon's blood meat well, so he let the alien moonlight as a chef, with one claw grabbing the meat and one turning into a blade. Cut off a slice of meat roll, worthy of being an elite soldier, knife work is excellent. No less than a Lanzhou master, thin as a cicada. Into the hot pot can be fished up and eaten, plus, the special condiments that slurp, beautiful and fragrant. Manhwa was actually being supplied with bioenergy by the mother nest on the line, but it was rare to eat hot pot, savoring it, her icy pretty face spreading a smile. How is it, delicious? Zheng picked up a slice of meat and handed it to Manhwa. She smiled and nodded, yummy. Manhwa didn't tell Zheng that in fact, her 5 senses could be freely deployed, and the meat flavor felt average. But what was more pleasing was the fact that the master valued and was considerate of herself. Here, you sit and eat too, from now on you'll be the number 3 leader of the mother nest. Manhwa and I are no longer, it's you who keep house. Zheng entertained the Dragon Blood Chief with another hot pot, and the other party was flattered. Shaking his head in fear, he didn't dare to eat at the same table as the Lord and Queen. The upper and lower classes of the insect race were very strict, and Zheng didn't force himself. Let the other side gnaw on zombie meat to go. Last night a wave of impact, fat Zheng, he is the biggest winner. Fondue cooking smoke was dispensed from the mother nest, and a wisp of fragrance filled the surroundings, causing the foreign players, who had been hungry for a day and a night, to turn green in the eyes. What's going on? That dragon nation is still eating gourmet food at the campground? It smells so good, where did he get the spices? I don't even have a single piece of meat, no, cabbage, I can only dig up roots to eat as starch, and he's using all the spices? God, if I have sinned, you banished me from the survival game. But why did you arrange for me to be with the dragon nation? It's fondue. I smell the pot breath of hot pot. Tsunami Windwave, who had a good nose and had eaten hot pot before, let out a yell. Eugene, Freakmouse, and the polar bears at Big Hair's house sighed. He's eating too well, I think half the contestants are starving. The other half are starving like crazy, gnawing on trees when they see them, not even the roots. It's heartbreaking to watch. Li Hong lost her smile in surprise, and the other guests slapped their knees. It seems Brother Sue is also a good eater. I usually like to eat hot pot as well. This was Battle Wolf's statement. Hot pot hurts the body, destroys the skin, and eating hot pot first thing in the morning is bad for the stomach. This was the Maple Leaf Nation electric eel of the air nymphets. If you eat so well and have extra meat, why don't you share it with the other contestants? This is the dog's mouth short and tight. The heavy cooking method of hot pot originally originated from fishermen, getting rid of extremely fishy internal organs and stewing them in one pot. I think Zheng's choice may have a bitterness that we haven't thought of. After harvesting so much zombie meat last night, the flavor is extremely heavy, he might have taken this method of entrance. This is from survival expert Baymax, and also states that he's in the wild. When you find fishy, spoiled food, you cook it in a similar way to make it easier to eat. The room was silent as soon as Bay spoke. Many of the audience members of the show were eating breakfast and suddenly wanted to vomit. Li Hong's face revealed an embarrassed yet unassuming smile, her pretty face turned white as she forced a smile to explain. Being in a harsh environment, as long as there is food, it is already happiness. We should understand, as long as we don't get poisoned. A red announcement went off at just the right moment. Irma's player, Desi Sky, has unfortunately consumed poisonous berries, and his entire body's attributes have dropped by 80% in one day. He was paralyzed and vomited blood, and was frozen in place for an hour. All Irma Nation people experience debuffs such as palpitations, weakness, and lack of appetite for a day's time. Program crowd. Oh, by awkward. What's going on here? I was just about to have a Pomeroy steak for breakfast and I got a stomachache and wanted to throw up. On the internet, the players of the Irmak Nation cursed and just ate breakfast but had a bout of nausea like seeing a Yanita Kami. My heart is pounding and my forehead seems to be feverish. The hearty breakfast I just ate is throwing up again. I was even more unlucky when the family managed to come up with a baguette to fill me up, only to lose it in disgust. The people of the Irmo country are cursing. When one person is poisoned, the whole country suffers. Netizens in other countries laughed and laughed, but cried. What if the next one is yourself? Sushin won't be poisoned, right? After a long time, a Dragon Nation viewer asked worriedly. In front of the camera, Su Zheng was eating happily, and it looked like it was about to end. In a happy mood, Su Zheng asked Manhwa in passing. By the way, what ingredients are used to configure these red oils? Queen of Blades answered honestly, it's corpse. Chapter 32 Evolution, starting to build brainworms. Stop, don't say go on. Su Zheng stopped the queen in time. How could he ask such a stupid thing? The wool comes out of the sheep. After breakfast, Su Zheng was in time to review last night's harvest, and the other players outside the camp had already mobilized. I'm going to fight for my country. How can I resist the second night if I don't take advantage of the day to search for more supplies and food? There's not enough fuel to cut down trees again. Sleepy and tired, but still holding on. Sharpening the knife. Su Zheng opened the Mother Nest template, to which the mutated zombie Z virus was added. As well as the bloodline of the wire zombie, there were many more evolutionary routes. In total, the blood and flesh was counted in tens of thousands, and with 2,000 bioenergy, the Mother Nest was able to start them all. Key. While Su was planning to cultivate some kind of soldier, a little guy jumped out from a corner. Zheng, your subordinate treasure bug is urging you to go out of the camp and finish yesterday's unfinished treasure hunt as soon as possible. Is there really something good? Take it easy. Su Zheng calmed the little guy down and grabbed it where the Queen of Blades was. Tell her to protect the baby, it's the only soldier. Afterward, he looked carefully at the Mother Nest's cultivation panel, which showed an evolutionary spur of the larva laced with mutant bloodline. The primary hero altar also played a certain effect, saving a quarter of bioenergy and resources, and was considered a necessary building. Elite Zombie Bug, Black Iron 5th Order Zombie Bug, Combat Unit, made from mutated zombie virus plus soldier bug gene. Requires consumption of arbitrary meat x200, bioenergy x30. Iron Zombie Bug, Black Iron 6th Rank Zombie Bug, Combat Unit. Made from Iron Zombie Bloodline plus Soldier Bug Gene, requires consumption of Iron Zombie Flesh x400, Bioenergy x30. These two alone allowed Su Zheng's strength to soar, and the 4 major zombie Inner Dawn harvested yesterday and the bronze-level zombie crystals that were opened could all continue to be utilized. The stronger is stronger. The 4 Dragon Blood aliens swallowed the zombie Inner Dan, and the Dragon Blood alien leader swallowed the zombie crystal core. There is also an alien injected with the original mutant virus. Su Zheng arranged the arrangements in a well-organized manner, and controlled the aliens and soldier bugs to go to the cultivation room to transform eggs and evolve. In this way, when the genes collapsed, the Mother Nest could also recycle and provide healing energy. Soon the incubation chamber was like coming to life, pulsing madly, and between the entanglement of blood and flesh. An insect egg was hatched, and the system dinged and dinged, prompting Su Zheng how many pieces of meat he had consumed and how many larvae he had cultivated. Any soldier type evolved from larvae, and the larvae were rapidly hatching inside the eggshell. Later the larvae in turn received different genes and bloodlines in the eggshell, heading towards different evolutionary routes. Each larva requires arbitrary meat x100, which can't be helped by the consumption. Manhwa, keep an eye on the evolution of the aliens, don't let them genetically collapse and self-destruct. Don't spare the bioenergy, elite soldiers are hard to train. Su Zheng asked the queen to watch for herself as he pulled up the panel again, and the evolutionary level 2 Mother Nest had more options. Among them, the engineers and others had different advancements, and the resources and energy consumed were doubled. But Su Zheng, who had seen how powerful they were, waved his hand. He let the Mother Nest reproduce another 20 elite worker insects. After that came the highlight of the day. Brain Bug, Leadership Unit, Control Center, very important soldier. Requires consumption of meat x1000, iron x10, silver x10, energy core x1. Note that without a brainworm to command, the insect race is just a puddle of scattered sand, only under its mental control can they cooperate with each other. Forge subtle buildings. Forming stronger military formations. A single primary brainworm can control 500 bugs, increasing the efficiency of the whole. The resources required by brainworms caused Su Zheng's teeth to ache, especially the energy cores. This thing could be used as a battery, and it could also hatch stronger soldiers. How could it not be enough? It seems that nature has an innate source of energy in the form of crystals of all types. The ore refinery wants crystals with lightning attributes. I don't know when I'll be able to excavate one, that would be a fortune. It's estimated that even the entire Dragon Kingdom will have a skyrocketing increase. Su Zheng regretted, but the crystal mine was not destined to be a treasure that should appear in a novice land. He could only press his mind and rummage through the corners, and managed to find a remaining zombie crystal core that. It was still unintentionally coalesced from too many dead zombies. One is one if you can breed one. Su Zheng called up the panel and controlled the mother nest to hatch new larvae, and selected to add materials to it, going the brainworm route. Please note, brainworms are extremely weak, their strength and agility are garbage of the same order, and they are polarized soldiers. It's a polarized soldier, but it's especially strong in the mental department. Perhaps it should be combined with other mental genes for a greater boost. I have to have one too. I heard that one-eyed monsters have a big spiritual increase, and it's not like I found one. Su Zheng listened to the reminder in the spit. He himself did not think about the combat power of the brainworm. Juggernaut, this mutated virus, it has a slight effect on the soul aspect of the. Your extraction into the brainworm eggs might be a bit effective. The Queen of Blades, who presided over the incubation room, kindly reminded. There's more to this? Su Zheng thought back to a certain biochemical movie in which the female lead was infected with a virus that, compared to the physical increase, it was instead the spiritual awakening of the superpower that was more terrifying. He decisively consumed 500 brain marrow fluid, extracting the mutated virus with the highest purity. And at this moment, the larvae inside the eggshells in the cultivation room began to evolve, based on different bloodlines and resources. The initial worker bugs and zombie bugs broke out of their shells. Ding, congratulations, your mother nest has successfully bred elite zombie bugs X70, steel zombie bugs X30, and elite worker bugs X20. Combined with the remaining zombie bugs and zombie worms from last night, you have nearly 200 total troops. As a friendly reminder, the more soldiers you have, the more resources you need to consume. If you don't eat for a long time, you will experience a drop in attributes, weakened morale, and even starvation. It's not the case that the more explosive the soldiers are, the more powerful they are, so pay attention to resource rationing. You can take the stream of elite soldiers and the stream of exploding soldiers. More than 100 bugs crawled out of the incubation room, spilling slime everywhere in a flash. The space became narrow. Su Zheng was not worried about the food of the insects, the big deal was to put it in the woods to gnaw on the wood. You can't just eat all the nearby trees and food in 7 days, right? But it was too late to take a closer look at the soldier bugs. Su was focusing on the larger 6 eggs inside, which were none other than the aliens. Chapter 33 Fusion Dragon Blood plus Zombie Virus, Bug Tyrant out. For safety's sake, the 6 alien evolutions revert back to their eggs. The mother's nest extends its tentacles deep inside, like a vein, providing them with a constant supply of energy to supply gene repair, replication, etc. Su Zheng invoked the authority and obviously found that the alien in the egg had collapsed several times and was salvaged by the mother nest. And what was consumed was the dwindling bioenergy. The mutated zombie virus is too furious, and the other 4 aliens have swallowed zombie endosperms that exceed their own equilibrium. If this goes on, it will end up genetically collapsing. The Queen of Blades was a bit worried. Any ideas? I still have so much bioenergy, to quench more viruses out, no? Su Zheng asked, and the Queen of Blades remembered the monster she had initially beheaded. My lord, the mother nest should have stored the genetic template of the meager dragon blood, refining it at great cost. Let the dragon system form a stalemate with the zombies and it will be stabilized. Su Zheng's eyes lit up. Yes, how could I forget about the dragon blood? Although it was very thin, it was of extremely high quality. The evolved mother nest extracting dragon blood is also strong. However, after checking the amount of bioenergy that needed to be consumed, Su Zheng was a bit of a pain. Does it consume bioenergy X100 to extract a thin portion of dragon's blood? Extract. As the command was given, 5 more tentacles extended from the incubation chamber to infuse the alien egg with dragon's blood. The two produced a marvelous chemical reaction and began to gradually maintain their form. And the strongest dragon blood chief was the most violent, as the bug eggs kept jumping in. The bronze-level zombie energy in them began to merge with the activated dragon's blood, and the genetic fragments collapsed and were healed and reorganized by the mother nest. Collapsed again and healed again, growing stronger in the process. Will it break through into a bronze-level soldier? Su Zheng continued to infuse the dragon's blood, heartbreaking the bioenergy while hoping. In the process, he was surprised to find that the Queen of Blades was powerful as the mother nest was powerful. All the genes, bloodlines, and skills possessed by the bug soldiers she could all simulate and use them. There were no side effects. Her aura was getting stronger and stronger, and she seemed to be on the verge of breaking through the boundary of the bronze level. Su Zheng agreed in his heart, it was worthy of being a self-contained legendary hero unit, his right-hand man, just trustworthy. Black iron to bronze, bronze to silver. The great passes of each evolution are very difficult to break through. It has some potential, but it's not that easy. The Blade Queen shook her head, and Su Zheng had a slight regret in his heart. Suddenly, only a few clicks were heard, and the alien eggs were shattered, and a disembodied alien with mucus drilled out. The appearance was more anthropomorphic compared to its previous ugliness, resembling a dragon humanoid monster that. The articulated limbs continue to remain capable of shapeshifting, and the breath is several times stronger than before. Roar! Suddenly the largest egg broke, and a 2-meter-sized super heterosexual popped out of it. His body was hideous, with bone spikes, knuckles, sides and claws. His breath was violent and bloody. He was a natural battlefield god of death, but now he respectfully knelt down towards Zheng. Congratulations to your elite troop types. The Dragon Blood alien has evolved into the Steel Alien X4 respectively. Black Iron 7th Order Strength can evolve again. Zombie Beast X1. Black Iron 8th rank. The leader of the Dragon Blood alien has swallowed many diluted Dragon Blood and Bronze level zombie crystal cores. Evolved into a brand new troop type Bug Tyrant. Good lord, so majestic, there really is a corresponding title for that. Zheng couldn't wait to see the brand new great general. Name, Bug Tyrant. Race, mutant bugs fusion of dragon blood, necrotic, and bug genes. A species of lord soldier born by chance, with non-replicability. Allegiance to master, Bug Lord Zheng. Loyalty 100. Level, Peak Black Iron. Exceeds 9th rank, forcibly determined to be 10th rank of Black Iron, already has half bronze creature strength. Attributes, Strength 120, Agility 135, Wisdom 150, Physique 200. Innate skills, Bug Leader, Born to Kill, Berserk Dragonization. Genetic fusion explosive skill, instantly exploding the zombie virus and dragon blood gene in the body. It increases strength by 100% for a short period of time, but will weaken for 12 hours afterward. When cast, it can rival bronze first rank monsters. Attention, due to the fusion virus, the Bug Tyrant comes with its own venom, corrosive. Strong. Very strong. Another newbie village bully. The other Steel Alien was varied, with a brightly enhanced defense that could only be broken by at least the 9th rank of Black Iron. The increased potential wasn't bad either. One of the aliens that devoured the primordial potion opened from the treasure chest even evolved directly into a zombie beast. Iron Alien, a brand new type of soldier formed by the fusion of Iron Zombie bloodline and Alien, with extremely strong comprehensive attributes. Whether it's defense or attack, it's the leader of its class. Zombie Beast, a fusion of the Z virus and aliens, not weak in intelligence. Their intelligence is not weak, and their mental strength is especially strong. All-purpose trooper. Can be upgraded again. Among them, the Steel Alien could be a vanguard, and the Zombie Beast was an all-purpose warrior, greatly supplementing Zheng's shortcomings. The other ordinary soldiers were also good compared to the others. At this time hundreds of elite zombie bugs and zombie bugs were bumping around like headless flies, just waiting for the master to give him orders. Unknowingly there are so many people, no, so many bugs. Zheng marveled, but Tyrant and Alien are violent people. It's good that they haven't lost their minds, the real wise guys haven't hatched yet. At that exact moment, an egg-crushing sound rang out, and the brainworm was born. Chapter 34 Polarized Brain Bug, Bug Race CPU? With the sound of breaking eggs, a strangely shaped end. As if a big-headed doll, with a bloated torso like a fat man and short, pathetic limbs came out. See everyone watching, the brainworm waving poor hands and feet want to stand up, but cannot stand up, can only crawling. This look, it's too much of a waste. Seeing the brainworm look, Zheng froze and, if this is not protected by his men, I am afraid that he will be pulled out alive and killed. In the eyes of other creatures, it's just a mass of moving protein. Ding, your new soldier species brainworm has been born and is pampering you, please check the panel for its specific attributes. Zheng was surprised when he opened the brain bug, feeling that it was a polarized creature. Name, Brainworm. Race, Mutant Zombie Gene plus Brainworm Gene, Mental Mutant. Rank, High-ranking Black Iron 8th Order. Attributes, Strength 12, Agility 10, Spirit 200, Physique 200. Innate skill, Bug Hub. Brain bugs can automatically contact the troopers they belong to, mentally forming a network. They can command their soldiers to perform a variety of delicate maneuvers, formations, etc. Bug Core. Brainworms are one of the most important troop types, despite their extremely weak combat power. It can serve as the mother CPU to process all kinds of data, such as extracting genes and seizing templates. Manufacturing insectoid arthropods, researching reinforced parts, etc. Mental mutation. Absorbed the Z virus, housed zombie crystals, and had his mental powers strengthened. Mental power comparable to high-grade bronze enables it to automatically scan for safety around the mother nest. And has a special sensitivity to various types of resources, such as water, trees, iron ore, crystals, and so on. The only self-preservation skill is also to shock monsters with mental power. Please note, brain bugs are collar. Sleeve unit soldier type, extremely weak in their own combat, with an obvious shortcoming. It is best to send guards to guard them. I was wrong about you. After reading the introduction, Zheng no longer felt that the brainworm was ugly and wasteful. It was clearly a treasure. The core soldier of the mother nest, equivalent to a CPU, one's great deputy. It also scans the surrounding field. Like radar. All the fine work can only be accomplished with it. The elite worker bugs can build simple structures, walls, houses. It's obviously not possible to build any excellent level factories or archery towers, you need to have an engineer brainworm to command them. However, the combined attribute of the 8th rank of Black Iron was 80 points, and its strength and agility were really touching. At this time, the treasure bug on the Queen of Blades began to urge again, as if it was afraid that someone else would get there first. Zheng quickly arranged matters. First of all, the brainworm was undoubtedly sitting in the mother nest, and the 23 worker worms were all at its disposal. He also had to leave behind a zombie beast, a steel alien, and 20 elite zombie bugs. The remaining 20 or so ordinary zombie bugs and zombie bugs from yesterday were given to it to stay and guard the house. By the way, it remodeled the environment of the mother nest camp and reinforced the walls. Zheng named the first brain bug number 1, and gave it great authority. It could also cut down trees and carry gravel near the mother nest. As for the bug tyrants, there were 3 steel aliens, more than 50 elite zombie bugs, steel zombie bugs that. Naturally, these elite soldiers can't be wasted. Give them all to me to go out and find resources. We worms are to sweep the earth, seeing all available resources, including water, ores, ancient trees, and everything else, move it all back to me. The soldiers split into 3 directions. Zheng was in a state of great pride. Brainworms guarded their homes, and the insect tyrant led a large troop to explore faraway places, quickly gathering resources and searching for treasures. As for Zheng himself and the Queen of Blades, they were lightly armed, taking the treasure bugs to the farthest point to find treasures, familiarize themselves with the map, and look for hidden dangers. More than 100 bugs sensed the will of the master and waved their knuckles in exhilaration. The brain bugs were even more excited, twisting their bloated bodies, their big heads spinning around and around. It began to build its own specialized control room. It's also a bug with status, not unlike the mud-blooded soldier bugs and worker bugs. While Zheng was gearing up, outside the camp, the other contestants had already performed their crafts and they began to frantically collect resources, from rocks and iron blocks down to berries and radishes. After last night's night of life and death experience, those who survived had obviously grown a lot. The contestants' reincarnated races all contain extraordinary power. I was just in too much of a hurry to cross over yesterday to be in such a sorry state that I didn't have a bite to eat. Familiarize yourself with your surroundings, and start breaking out after familiarizing yourself with your powers. Ha, I found a bunch of bananas. It's even better than Earth's. I'm starving. You can pick up a piece of silver on the road. The roots of this big tree can be ground into starch, a great tonic. No need to go hungry at night. Ha, this is nothing. I even found the Black Iron treasure chest. The audience was amazed to realize that in just one night, more than 700 contestants were transformed and, like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, they all showed their skills and began to collect resources in the dense forests and swamps in the wilderness, and during a period of busyness, the harvest was really quite a lot. The environment is most likely to refine a person. Li Hong cheers on the contestants, and Battle Wolf laments. After all, it is under the pressure of life and death. Those who did not grow died in last night. Not to mention that there are still 6 more nights to go, so it's natural for them to grow as quickly as possible. Not progressing is elimination. Why haven't I seen Zheng? It couldn't be that he's indulging in beauty country, right? Short Big Tight laughed after shaking his fan. The Queen of Blades became a big internet celebrity with countless fans. The cold face value composed of perfect genes, together with the honorable and alpine temperament, is sought after by millions of people. But what made the group even more jealous was her fiery attitude towards Zheng alone. I believe that little brother is preparing before he leaves. After all, last night's harvest was not small, so he might want to organize it. Li Hong explained with a smile, and was actually a bit anxious in her heart. Every minute is precious. It was especially anxious to see the players from other countries constantly carrying fruits and iron back to their camps. What to do when the surrounding area is empty? Hey guys, look at the rice players, they found something, deep into a big swamp. Suddenly, an audience member excitedly stood up and pointed at the live stream of the rice players. Before Li Hong could turn the camera around, a world announcement came. Chapter 35 World Announcement, Tainted Bone Silt Pool. World Announcement. Congratulations to Eugene, the player from Rice, for discovering the special resource point in the Great Swamp, the Tainted Bone Silt Pool. This mud puddle is rich in nutrient materials and can increase the nation's soil nutrients. Eugene is in the process of collecting it. Red credits appear on Skydome Live, with introductions below. Tainted Bone Silt Pool, a very rare Tier 1 resource site that can be found by players and collected back at their home camps. It is an accumulation of the corpses of monsters that have died in the swamp over the years, and is rich in all types of elements, transcendent powers, and is very nutritious. It will have a great effect on the development of one's camp and the increase of one's national fortune. Note, various types of resource points are equivalent to nature's heavenly treasures, 1st order, 9th order. Among them, the top resource points are all kinds of natural wonders, which can be encountered but not sought. They are usually guarded by monsters and can only be captured by defeating them. Surprisingly, it's a resource point. There was a buzz from the audience. This could be more than just a big help to the player's own development, being able to move back to camp and provide a constant stream of increases. How can you not be excited when you can also benefit the whole country? Li Hong's pretty face is a bit tense as the camera pans over to one of the rice contestants. Danger abounds within the Great Swamp, and the trio of me, Ghost Gorilla, Half Hawkman, and Paintbrush Panther are carefully making their way deeper into it. The captain, Ghost Gorilla, stood excitedly on the woodline swamp, his body crouching down lightly and palms pressed into a black mud puddle in front of him. There was light brewing between his palms, straining to collect it. One could see that the mud pool was fertile, with bubbles exploding from time to time. There are a number of rotting bones and dry corpses vaguely suspended. Countdown to collection, 1 minute. Last time, our Miss Ice Orchid risked her life and froze the boss. The collection of the secondary resource point, small iron ore, was the cause of a 20% increase in our steel production across the board. It is said that with the rise in national fortune, the industrial capacity of the Dragon Kingdom has risen by a large step, enabling it to manufacture more steel, build ships and tanks. Yeah, and for herself. Small iron ore gathering back at the camp also allows her men to have no shortage of iron to use, or armor per capita, and build all sorts of farming tools. The speed of development has greatly increased. The audience could not hide their excitement. This was a heavenly treasure. On the internet, the rice viewers were overjoyed. This was a true wonder. Ha, as strong as Dragon Country Zheng is, it's still not as deep as my rice country's heritage. This must be the method John passed on to them to find resource points. Having a superhero around is just marvelous. Not bad for a game first. The foreigner's character was never modest and bragged about his players' awesomeness. Especially in this batch of players, being suppressed by the Dragon Kingdom all the time. From the beginning of the crossing, they attracted the boss to kill indiscriminately, suffocating. Now it was finally cathartic. You're so arrogant before you even get a resource point? It's not allowed to be killed by the boss indiscriminately. The Dragon Kingdom netizens were sour, and it would be a lie to say that they weren't envious. The other players were also tightened in their hearts when they heard this announcement. Some of them began to head towards the Great Swamp, hoping to get a piece of the action. Worthy of being the #1 country, even if you fall behind for a moment, you will catch up right away. The depth of the foundation is deep. On the live broadcast, the countdown continued to wane, and Eugene's trio grew increasingly nervous. In John's experience, the more dangerous, treacherous, and tricky the greater the chance of resource points appearing. Ghost Ape crouched down anxiously, watching the countdown diminish as there was no room for slacking off in this process, or else the previous effort would be lost. It is said that this is still a level 1 resource point that only takes a minute, and the higher you go the longer it takes. Suddenly an angry scream came from inside the swamp, and the trio's faces suddenly changed, watching with their own eyes as the swamp bubbled and rumbled. The guardian boss was here. Eugene clenched his teeth and moved unchanged. Proceeding as planned, with Celine assisting in the air to hold back the monsters, and Paintbrush Panther luring them away with his high agility. I just need to hold on for 45 seconds and I'll make it. Once we make it back, we'll be heroes of the nation and the president will personally summon us. The two teammates, Paint Black Panther and Half Hawkman, blushed and started to move. The audience held their breath, not daring to blink as the great battle affecting a country's destiny began. Only to see a large black shadow rushing out from the swamp with a poof. It was a rat king that was the size of an earth dog, with black hair as hard as steel needles. A pair of bloodthirsty and oozing eyes stared angrily at the 3 enemies that had invaded the territory. Warning! Attention, the bloodthirsty Vole King, the guardian boss of the Tier 1 resource point Tainted Bone Silt Pool, has appeared. Please ask the rice players to hold on for at least a minute without fleeing. A red exclamation mark appears in the sky dome, a huge red warning that causes the hearts of the spectators to instantly lift. Especially the rice players were gripped by their hearts. Must hold on and resist. You guys are the next superheroes. The presidential palace of Rice, in the lobby of The atmosphere was serious, and the seated president, along with the speakers of parliament and ministers, were staring at the television program without blinking their eyes. Here stood leaders of the rank of Secretary General. The system gives the basic data of the Rat King. Bloodthirsty Vole King, Black Iron 9th rank, a bully of the novice village that lurks in the Great Swamp all year round. A lord-level monster with more blood and bonuses compared to unusual monsters. There are home field advantages in natural skills, and even second-stage transformations, and secret helpers. Level of danger, A. Be careful. The Ghost Gorilla has a Black Iron 8th rank, and the Half Hawkman is a Black Iron 7th rank but can fly, which in itself is the biggest advantage. The Blackened Panther has an extremely high agility value, and an acceleration skill that. It's not like they're trying to forcefully kill the boss, as long as they can hold out for a minute it's our win. A speaker said nervously, and the atmosphere in the hall was a bit tense. Not only were the dignitaries of one country watching, but other countries were also broadcasting live. This is a major event that has implications for the global situation. Look anxious to die. The rice players are desperately searching for treasure. Where is our Zheng? It won't really be indulging in beauty country, right? The Dragon Country viewers couldn't sit still and were nervous as hell. The two countries were tense and viewed each other as their greatest rivals. Pretty Li Hong forces a smile and adjusts the camera back to Camp Su Zheng. Chapter 36 Failure. The uproar of the rice audience. Pretty lucky. Hearing the announcement, Su Zheng was a bit surprised. It seemed that the others weren't losers either. Go depart. He led the large group slowly out of the mother lair, and at that moment the program adjusted the camera. The viewers held their breath in their hearts, wondering what Su Zheng was up to by staying in the house for so long so early in the morning. Morning exercise? However, when he saw a soldier bug with a reflective metallic luster and ferocious aura drilling out from the mother nest, his heart suddenly snapped. Looks like we misunderstood Su Shin. He's summoning soldiers. With so many henchmen, even if they are of average strength, they are a rare labor force that. The collection effect is several times that of others, no, dozens of times. Look guys, aren't those zombie bugs and zombie bugs' muscles and bodies quite a bit stronger than last night? Could it be that they have advanced? Just how many soldier bugs are going to come out? The crowd counted the monsters coming out of the mother nest, only to see that the streak was like a long snake, breaking through 50 in the blink of an eye. There were also other players from other countries who noticed this place. Immediately, they sucked in a breath of cool air. Summoning so many soldiers in one morning? Especially since each one of them had a ferocious aura, and the elite units weren't even worse than the weaker players. And when the steel aliens, zombie beasts came out, more than a meter-high body, such as steel-poured armor, moderation extremely oppressive, people's hearts are afraid. As for the 2-meter-high bug tyrant, icy cold debut. It was even more frightening that many children cried, with a pair of icy cold eyes that. Hideous, clawed, fangs spitting out of their mouths, sharp heads, a sense of oppression originating from a higher level of life, caused a large number of spectators to turn white with fear. Holy, where did this big boss come from? And it's not just any boss, it's the monster that suppresses the final level of the game. Is this whichever alien leader from yesterday? It's changed so much? The sense of oppression is too strong. It's even stronger than yesterday's Dragon Blood Compass King. I doubt he can slice a wire zombie in one slash. Is Su Shin busy with it early in the morning? The incipient bug core is awe-inspiring, and the Dragon Nation audience lines up again too. They have been strutting their stuff on the internet and suppressing the arrogance of rice. Look at this, more than 100 soldiers, one person alone can drown a person with a mouthful of spit. They're all laborers and can harvest resources. What are you Dragon Kingdom people arrogant about? Can't you see that my great Miriam is about to have another national increase? The netizens of the two countries began to spit at each other, canvassing for their own contestants. On the great swamp, the sound of a panther's roar is heard, An athletic black shadow quickly weaved in and out, attempting to lure away the Vole King. The sky half-eagle man anxiously cast a stone to hold it at bay, not daring to fly down closer. As for the ghost gorillas, they crouched down on the sidelines, nervously collecting resource points that. His body's black hair stood up, his eyes constantly staring at the battlefield, ready to storm back at any time. I can't hold on much longer. The pressure is too much. The strong wind is sweeping me to pain. With the aid of agility, physical mastery, and 4 feet on the swamp, the Black Panther, leaping at the touch of a button without stopping. The king bull, the size of a large dog, was fierce, fast, and only the steering wasn't as agile as the paint Black Panther. The strong wind from his claws left wounds on the paint Black Panther's body, and as long as he stayed for a breath, there was one mistake, it would be cut off at the waist. Hundreds of millions of rice viewers watched nervously in front of their televisions, always on edge every time the paint Black Panther had an adventure. And every time, the half-hawk always dropped the stone in time to help. The two worked together in a perilous manner, and time passed by. The bloodthirsty Mouse King was clearly enraged as it let out a violent cry and it no longer chased after the pitch Black Panther and instead rushed towards the ghost gorilla. At the same time, it swung its 2 claws, and 2 blood-colored claw shadows broke through the air to attack Eugene, which was its skill. Eugene's face changed dramatically. Unexpectedly, paint Black Panther gritted his teeth and moved forward to actively provoke the Mouse King. Eugene moved his body strangely in the nick of time and hand movements unchanged, narrowly brushing against the claw shadow, A few strands of fur fell, and 3 claw marks showed on his body. 25 seconds to go. Hold on. At this moment, all the people of Rice clenched their fists, excitedly looking at the countdown and shouting for the 3. The 3 players were as if they had been inspired by the underworld, and the half-hawkman and pitch Black Panther gritted their teeth and tried desperately to hold the Rat King. But the boss has been angry, blood claws, roar and other skills were used. The 2 players began to suffer serious injuries and had several close calls. One was on the verge of being gutted if not for the half-hawk's agitation in grabbing the pitch Black Panther into the air. 20, 19, 18. 0.15, 14. The countdown kept disappearing, and Jewel was sweating profusely, getting more and more nervous and excited, and meanwhile other runners began to appear around the large swamp. Many players came over to look for resource points, among them strong players such as Immortal Bird and Polar Bear from the Big Hairy Country. Eugene was nervous, and all of Rice was nervous. And just as the countdown reaches 10 seconds, the Rat King finally couldn't help himself, and with a weird roar that, in an instant of effort, the swamp bulged and the silt exploded. Warning! Please note that the bloodthirsty Vole King has become furious. Commence second stage transformation and begin summoning rat soldiers. As a Lord Boss, how can you not have minions? Oh no! For Feet had just stepped onto a swamp when the paint black panther suddenly changed its face drastically and, only to see 3 field mice as big as cats drilling out from below, biting at his feet with a poof. At the same time, they began to hold on desperately, attempting to pull themselves down into the swamp. All the spectators gasp out in horror as Half Hawkman urgently calls for help in the air. This falls into the swamp and dies. At this time, the Rat King's body soared into the size of a tiger and a leopard, and his aura rose greatly to kill Eugene. A half-eagle man flew down in a panic, pulling the Black Panther to escape. A steady stream of voles jumped out from below, and a red warning appeared, numbing the scalp of the constantly jumping up on the 2 contestants and tearing them apart. A plague of rats descended in the blink of an eye. Screams were constantly emitted. At the same time, the ghost gorilla roared in pain, and was bitten off a large chunk of flesh by the furious Rat King. Warning! You have been poisoned by the Rat King, and your attributes will continue to drop next. The series of warnings caused Eugene to hatefully give up with only 8 seconds left in the countdown. Retreat! Abandon the resource point. With a crash, the ghost gorilla plummeted to its feet and abandoned the collection. Avoiding the Rat King, it cast a skill that transformed into a shadow and split to confuse the boss. He fled with agility, and on the other side, the Half-Hawkman grabbed the lacquered panther, with the cat-like rat hanging from his body, and fled in a labyrinthine flight. System announcement. The 3 players from Rice failed to collect the tainted bone sludge pool. The Vole King's alarm bells are ringing. The difficulty of collecting resource points here has increased. Whoa! The whole network shook, the room was full of clamor, and the players near the swamp looked at each other in disbelief. Chapter 37 Shocking Bug Civilization. Pity! It's just a little bit short of the last point. They'd done their best. Almost died. Failure is failure, cowards. I thought that this time the entire soil of our great rice country could be fertilized and the yield of the plants planted would rise greatly. I didn't expect to hope in vain. It's only a one-time failure, come back after the next evolution. The Rice Online community was abuzz with many expressing deep regret, and some explosive rednecks began to spray the 3 contestants for not putting up enough of a fight. Wouldn't that pitch black panther use his body to block the Rat King and buy time? Each one of you stand and talk. If you guys go on by yourselves, I'm afraid you won't be able to get through the first night. There were other netizens who couldn't look away, but many of his country's netizens were glad in their hearts. Although it was rather gloomy, seeing the competitors fail, then there was still hope for themselves. Who dares to cross the line? Only I, Su Shin. A Dragon Nation netizen was triumphant. Maybe you guys watched the Rice livestream again and overlooked who the most outstanding player was. Our country's Su Shin has fierce warriors under his command and piles of aliens. The soldiers have broken through 100 and have begun to march. This is a good resource point, or an increase in land nutrients, which has a great impact. In the end, it's still up to my great dragon kingdom. At the mention of this, the netizens of the country tensed up and looked at Camp Su Zheng. One look and it's a good one. The densely packed insect race began to mobilize, a group of elite soldier insects, going out through the Silver Gate to gather resources. The occasional player who stayed behind in the camp froze at the sight of the disciplined insectoid ranks. A handful of other combat units patrolled the perimeter walls, monitoring the surrounding area. More than 2 dozen, shaped differently from the soldier bugs, with a more work-friendly body structure and carapace began to work like builders. Returning to the camp from a short distance away, hammering rocks and shoveling sand. This general resource, which is found all around, is used in such large quantities that the other runners have to do the hard work themselves. The worker worms worked tirelessly, collecting them, repairing the walls, expanding the mother nests and camps. The well-organized work pattern drove the group silly. How do you see them moving in a well-organized and very taciturn manner? Didn't they say that the summoned soldiers are not cerebral and have to be conditioned by the players? It wasn't even this efficient yesterday, what the hell is today? After evolution, your brain has become smart? The crowd was deeply shocked. What human beings had over other races was intelligence, gathering power to work. One biological expert asserted. There must be a unified command unit behind these worker and soldier bugs. Otherwise by themselves, they wouldn't be so orderly. This bug race has too much potential to be a full-fledged civilization. It gives me the creeps. No, it can't be that we, the Rice Country, are really doing the Dragon Country's bidding, right? The rednecks of the Rice Nation cried out that something bad had happened. The tainted bone silt pool was discovered by our Rice players in a desperate attempt to find it. You can't loot it or you'll be declaring war on us. With the fate of the country at stake, the Me Country people were not calm, and each of them swore sovereignty. Even the official spokesman has come out to say so. There is an ancient Oriental saying that a gentleman takes what he wants. I believe that the ancient East will not rob others of their treasures. In response, the spokesperson of the Dragon Kingdom disliked it back. There is another saying in my country, the destiny of heaven is impermanent, but only the virtuous will live in it. Since you have failed, you can't hog the opportunity. Moreover, before, a certain country's players snatched our Ms. Bingland's resource points, not the current face. Not only is the earth saber rattling, but on the Great Swamp, look at the failure of the Mizuno. Resource points become unclaimed and available for harvesting again. The other players were intent on doing so. Eugene, who had failed in his endeavor, was furious, and took 2 of his companions to swear that this is what we risked our lives to discover and desperately tried to find out the Rat King's attributes and skills. It is the national fortune that belongs to my country, Rice. Anyone who dares to step forward to plunder it is declaring war on my country. He swept a vicious glance at his stupid little brother country, the island players, the deformed rats and the radiant trilobites. The 2 players backed away in fear. There was a commotion among the contestants, who felt that Eugene was being overbearing. You can't just hog the resource points if you can't attack them. This is a treasure that affects the country's fortune. Others are afraid of you, Rice, but I, the great Mao country, am not. There was a wild whistle, and his body was as tall as a man with gnarled muscles. Polar Bear covered in thick fat and white fur stepped forward. He walked fearlessly into the swamp, wanting to try to see if he could gather. The 3 people from the Rice country were embarrassed, and they were going to use their national prestige to suppress But the Great Mao state obviously didn't eat this. And with the 3 now suffering from different injuries, it was rather a bluff. As a result, before the polar bears could penetrate deeper into the swamp, they met with difficulties. A trio of Rice, all with high agility values. Walking on the swamp was not much of a problem. Polar bears are high-ranked gold bloodline, with single-round strength comparable to a beginner's diamond. However, its weight was too great, and before it could go deeper, it was already mostly sunk. In the process, the vigilant Vole King called out to his flock to surround the invaders. A whole bunch of big rats climb on top of the polar bear and nibble, even though the skin is thick. The polar bear roars, and it's all carrying a virus. The gnawing wounds hissed, and their attributes continue to drop. Frightened, the polar bear fled back in a panic, with a number of large rats sprawled on its body and dirt on its feet. It drew a laugh from the audience. The original snow-white fur became dirty, matching his naive, angry expression, very comical. Even the audience laughed at it. Can't you tell the big guy is still a harmonizer? Maybe you shouldn't go to the survival game, the circus would suit you better. A burst of laughter from the audience filled the program with delight. Only the netizens of the great hairy country covered their old faces in shame for him. The POTUS of the great Maoist state all lost his smile and shook his head. It is also considered to be serving the country and contributing one's own strength. I'll do it. Suddenly, a fiery red figure appeared in the sky above the great swamp and the phoenix cry came from the epic bloodline that had made an excellent appearance. The immortal bird had come. The 3 people from the Rice country's faces changed drastically, and the other players' smiles stuck. Chapter 38, Pretty Ling Qingyu, Shameless Me Countryman. According to common sense, if Su Zheng didn't come this time, Ling Qingyu would be the most eye-catching new star as she soared through the air, ignoring the terrain. In the face of the chattering and squawking bulls, she flaps her wings and spews out a trail of flame. For a moment the entire swamp seemed to become a sea of fire, and what's worse, the swamp gas itself could burn and explode, too. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, this piece of map became hotter than hot all of a sudden. Ding, player Ling Qingyu casts her talent, Phoenix Dance in the 9 heavens, burning the great swamp. In the process of killing the swamp vole, the bloodthirsty Vole King has been enraged and has begun his 2-stage transformation. Please be careful. We've focused on Su Xin, and we've all neglected Ling Qingyu, who can fly and exorcise demons. Both group attacks and single attacks are extremely strong. And with extraordinary potential, she may not fail to evolve into a mythic-level Phoenix bloodline in the future, a well-rounded race. The Dragon Kingdom audience felt neglected, and the great beauty Li Hong also lamented. A woman is not a woman. The Maple Leaf Nation electric eel sprung to life, surreptitiously pulling out his cell phone and flying through the interface. Found a photo of Ling Qingyu before she crossed the border, worthy of being a goddess of Qinghua, growing up in the capital, born fair and watery. 1.68 sun, with beautiful black hair, wearing an ordinary blue and white school uniform, but more sweet, In addition to the identity after crossing over nowadays, whether it is the body, temperament, potential is the best choice. Electric Eel's heart was moved by I've met so many young girls, and none of them can match that. When she returns, I can steal the show's interviews and with my handsome face and idol boy status, what teenage girl wouldn't have a crush on me? If you pick her up, you'll be more than a national idol, you'll be a global, national idol. The more the electric eel thought about it, the more he was tempted to think about the future. The more he looked at the immortal bird on the screen, the more he liked it. Either that or there's only the wrong name, not the wrong nickname. Under the nervous gazes of the contestants, Ling Qingyu lowered her height and Gathering resource points was still a matter of personal contact, and it was also the most dangerous minute. The Vole King, whose body was as huge as a northeastern tiger, was obviously furious, and seeing that his men were constantly being burned by the fire, he hissed and stepped forward and it swung its claws and shadows repeatedly. Scarlet-colored claw shadows filled the sky. Leng Qingyu did not dare to be careless. Flapping her wings to dodge, her speed was still above the Rat King. But self-preservation was more than enough, not enough to attack. If I capture this place, I'm sure I'll be able to suppress that cocky and good, horny guy. It's very much needed for both my personal development and the entire Dragon Kingdom. Leng Qingyue's mind recalled the guy who had extorted a fortune from her last night and began to aggressively snatch it. Unexpectedly, just as he chose to collect the resource point, the furious Rat King cast the surefire technique, Deathclaw. A huge, blood-colored rat claw stabbed straight at her body. At the same time, the Rat King let out a roar, and more and bigger mutant rats burrowed out from the swamp. Their eyes were scarlet and full of violence. Leng Qingyue panicked and flapped her wings to escape, and the other players breathed a sigh of relief. It was still close. Eugene's eyes flickered, unable to see that this dragon country girl was so strong, as well. All that was missing was a helper. I don't know if I can pull it off and help my camp capture the treasure. I've heard that a lot of women in the Dragon Kingdom are stupid bees and agree to any request when they see a foreigner. There was a pang of regret in the hearts of the audience. Seeing Leng Qingyue land on the ground, Eugene smiled and waved his hand as he walked up and asked, "Hello, beautiful. Looks like you're short on help?" Leng Qingyue looked warily at the three gringos approaching. "What's the matter?" Ghost Ape asked with a small smile on his face. "We are all from the Earth Village, and this place was discovered by us first. It's just one last step away from success. May I ask if you can team up with us to conquer this map together?" With a twist of words, he added, "Of course, we won't let you help for nothing. In addition to reaping the benefits of the friendship of the three of us, and indeed all of Rice. For the next 6 nights of guarding the camp, you will have the unfailing help of the three of us, and you will share any delicacies together. This Guilo is too shameless. Is it planning to cheat little girls?" Seeing this scene, the audience was restless and indignant. Warwolf even slammed the table and pointed straight at Ghost Gorilla, cursing. "I'm afraid he didn't cheat the girls too much. Making a bunch of vain promises, just to get people to put their lives on the line to help you. On what grounds? Because you're hairy? What kind of treasure is this? A treasure that can influence the fate of a nation. You're afraid you're thinking of farts to eat." Patriotic Warwolf had seen many clueless girls being deceived by Guilo, and now he was extremely afraid that Leng Qingyue would be confused for a moment and be mesmerized by flowery words. I think girls still need to keep thinking for themselves, and not to be fooled by people. Especially when it comes to their own safety and the future of the country. Li Hong expresses her opinion very clearly, as, "The stock is very square. Let the girls protect themselves." As for the bureau chief, naturally, he chided, "Bei is not good at talking." Even the electric eel's embarrassed face bluntly said that the ghosts are shameless. Blindly forgetting that his nationality has also changed to Maple Leaf Country. "You dare to miss the girl I have my eye on?" No matter what kind of program or variety show, for the sake of the program's effect, it is necessary to have a scandalous character as a good way to provoke conflicts. Shorty smirked and looked around, not realizing the character. Compared to the righteous indignation of the guests, Shorty, who had already committed himself to the citizenship of the Great Millennium, preferred the victory of Rice. That way, he can get some feedback. Changing halfway through the game has mixed results in terms of positive feedback, but negative feedback is just the same. He said, pretending to be Rizhonka. Everyone calm down, in the face of 1,000 years only the great change. In fact, the Rice players are right, are the global village. Boss is difficult to raid. Naturally, to join forces. After success, the distribution of benefits can be recalculated. This is, after all, discovered by someone else's country, Rice, first, and deserves to have the right to choose first. I'm cool with you at $$. Battle Wolf had been looking at him for a long time, and with a short temper, he was about to punch him, as he flipped over the table. "Are you still a Dragon Nation person? Other people 3 against you 1, afterward how to say is he reasonable? I think you're either stupid or bad. Calm down, calm down." It's still nationally broadcast. Facing the sudden change, Bureau Chief, Electric Eel, and the others panicked and hugged Battle Wolf to stop it. The scene of the program was in chaos and froze hundreds of millions of viewers. "I wouldn't be from the Dragon Kingdom," Dwarf Dashin mumbled in his mind, shaking his fan in a pretense of calmness, and pulling away from the Warwolf. Chapter 39. The moment Su Zheng moved, the global situation suddenly changed. The program's pandemonium made the audience boil. You think they want to see commentary? Actually, they wanted to watch the ripping. And because of the different disagreements, the audience also launched into a flurry of heated debates and disliked each other. In time, the already popular program broke through 50% ratings, topping out at 75%. Warwolf wants to beat up Shorty. Many viewers on the internet resent him, moving out of the previous black history of Shorty. Some concluded that he must have changed his nationality. The unexpected situation left Li Hong Beauty a bit overwhelmed and could only harden her heart to keep everyone's attention on the camera. Don't ever be so stupid. Missy, don't be a nymphomaniac. On the large swamp, Lang Qingyue coldly snorted and fluttered and flew up into the sky, and in passing, she even sent 3 clusters of flames to throw at them, as if spitting in disgust. Eugene's 3 dodged awkwardly. The move was not very damaging and extremely insulting. If it's not my kind, their hearts will be different. I don't know what you're up to. Even assisting old Sue won't help you. The audience cheered, glad that Missy was sensible. Only a very few brainwashed fans were brainwashed and cursed Lang Qingyue for not knowing what to do. It couldn't be helped, more than 2 billion people. According to the science of odds, there are all kinds of people. In the program, the werewolves come out of their cages. Bureau, Bay and others can't stop it, and it's noticed that Bureau seems to be intentionally giving up his spot. Before Shorty could dodge, he was hit with an iron fist by Warwolf, which shattered his glasses. An obvious black eye came out. He could no longer maintain his publicist demeanor and threw his fan in anger. How dare you hit me? You dare to hit me in front of the whole country? You dare to hit me in front of more than 1 billion people? I'll let you know how much this punch costs. It wasn't enough for Warwolf to throw a punch, but he's going to come forward again But he was literally stopped by the Bureau. Too much was not enough, just give him a lesson. Short Big urgently called the security guards, trying to get them to expel the werewolf, and also called the police on the spot. That expected the security guard smacked. The alarm operator heard his report, said he had already received the news. The operator miss also watching the live broadcast, also think the werewolf hit lightly. Waited for a while, no one came to deal with it. The HD camera focused on his black eye in a series of close-ups. Shorty lost his old face, couldn't stay, and retreated in distress. Why even keep people like him on the program? Isn't this spreading garbage to everyone? Behind the scenes, someone asked the TV station's leader so, and the leader smiled inscrutably. There is one target in place so that the other Vipers can get together. Don't kick him off the program, keep him on. How boring it should be to have only one voice. It's not like the ratings are at an all-time high. Players from various countries on the swamp laughed and made fun of the rices and sushiants. Before the man arrives, the name arrives first. Who is calling my name? Suddenly a neutral male voice came from not far away. There was a commotion in the arena. Some of the players cried out in sharp-eyed horror. What's the core behind Su Zheng? We're still alone and he's formed a team? The ferocious insect tyrant opened the way, and the mighty pressure originating from a higher level of life forced the crowd to keep retreating. The other steel aliens, zombie bugs, and zombie bugs advanced in an orderly fashion, and the birds of prey were frightened. Like an emperor coming, the ghosts and monsters retreated. Su Zheng and the Queen of Blades were embraced in the center. When he learned the beginning and end from the others, he lost his smile. You guys are afraid you're thinking of farts to eat? Sue, this is the treasure we found. Eugene said darkly, colorfully repelling. And said that they were not 3 men with the first power behind them. 1 person behind me? Su Zhang waved his hand, and densely packed bug soldiers quickly jumped and surrounded the 3 people from the meter country. Among them, the bug tyrant was extremely murderous and raised his scythe, a cold light flashing and the players did not doubt the will of this big boss for a second. The other steel alien confronted them head-on on the front lines, grinding his teeth at them. Su Zhang actually wanted to say that there was more than just the Dragon Kingdom behind him, there was also the bug civilization, and endless hero soldiers. The situation was tense. Su Zhang had overwhelming power, and he was going to kill the 3 people from the Me Kingdom at the drop of a hat. Once the 3 are killed in action, conservative is the loss of 3 years of life expectancy of all the people of the Rice Nation, more unpredictable natural disasters, food production reduction and other disasters. Eugene cold sweat, black hairs stand up all over his body, no longer dare to move lightly. The pitch-black panther was stared at by the tyrant, its 4 legs trembling, and the half-eagle man blew up. Captain, this is by no means a monster we can deal with. We don't need that big guy to do anything, 3 metal aliens alone can kill us. He's not really going to do it, is he? That's 3 contestants. The treasures that Rice's chi is clocked by. The millions of Rice viewers watching the live stream were shocked and embarrassed. They finally paid the price for their arrogance. The ministers in the presidential palace couldn't sit still. Especially when they remembered that not too long ago, their own John, sneak attacked and wasted the Ice Orchid player from the Dragon Kingdom. It was even more fearful of him retaliating. Relax, we can't reach them now either. If the 3 are really killed, then it's just as well to have an external enemy to attract hatred. People should be more united. The president spoke in a lofty manner. The leaders of the Dragon Kingdom mobilized urgently, and experts panicked and began to speculate on how the killing of the 3 would affect the Rice Kingdom, and what changes it would have on the tense situation. Even the border forces stepped up their patrols and surveillance, with dark tides surging behind them. Because of an unintentional action by Su Zheng, the global situation has suddenly changed. Ha! Seeing the three people who were trembling in fear, Su Zheng sneered. Heavenly materials and treasures, those with virtue reside there. Since we can't attack it, let's back off. After saying that, he waved his big hand, opened the door, and released the tyrant. Without even having to do it himself, his men solved the boss and offered the treasure. That's what a juggernaut is. Chapter 40 Tyrant's Might. The entire arena is shaken. The insect core dispersed, and the three Eugene's faces turned pale with relief. No longer daring to say more. Backing up to the corner with their tails between their legs. The other players look at each other, some snickering. They were naturally happy that the brutal and overbearing Ming nationals, who had always prided themselves on being the world's policemen, had suffered a loss. We have a Gaijin king in our batch, I don't know if it's lucky or unlucky. The polar bear said in his heart, admonishing himself not to start a conflict with Su Zheng, or else losing face like Eugene was a small matter. In case of being killed like the treasure-seeking rat, it would be a grievance. Su Zheng, be careful. This is the Rat King's home turf. I don't know how many voles are under the swamp. Just now I was pounced on by a rat and was so disgusted that I almost didn't come back. Seeing Su Zheng making a move, Lang Qingyue immediately flew down with a warning. After all, a place. Ass. Shares sitting together. Seeing this, the other two fellow dragons had darkened their hearts and, when they arrived, Lang Qingyu just nodded her head in greeting in a high and cold manner. Good intentions are appreciated, but the district mouse king, none of them need to dirty my family's Manina's hands. Su Zheng snorted and began to deploy the zombie bugs as the vanguard, with the zombie bugs following closely behind, encircling the swamp. The other three steel aliens performed decapitation under the tyrant's leadership. The army kicked off with an aura that just wasn't the same as the other skirmishes. Lang Qingyue froze, feeling that she had spoken too much. So under the envy of the crowd, the insects advanced and Su Zheng activated the flight function of his battlesuit and went deep into the hinterland with manhwa. Deng, please note that you have discovered a new map, the Great Swamp of Death, where many monsters are buried. The danger is great, please proceed with caution. The more dangerous and demanding the environment, the more treasures there are. Su Zheng had already seen that black mud pool, and the raging Mouse King turned from black to red in anger when he saw another enemy invading his territory. With a wild cry, the swamp exploded and a huge vole burrowed out of the muck, a pair of scarlet eyes staring at the invading enemy. But this time it was clearly different. The contestants watched nervously, very much hoping that Su Zheng would fail. Lang Qingyu, Whistling Wind Wolf, and another dragon player, Porcupine Beast Old Zhu, on the other hand, had more complicated feelings. They both hoped that he would win and benefit the Dragon Kingdom, but they also hoped that the winner would be themselves. The tyrant was the first to go, and his body nimbly leapt, directly spanning tens of meters. The special limb structure made him have a similar gliding and lagging function, and as soon as he came, he slashed at the bloodthirsty Rat King. The scythe was ferocious, and the Rat King realized that something was wrong and didn't dare to fight hard. Instead, with the advantage of the home field, he bared his teeth and fell into the silt like a recluse. It also commanded the elite rats to block it. Don't spare one. Su Zheng had already reached the tainted bone sludge pool with the queen, and the system then issued a reminder. He mobilized 3 steel aliens to guard the side, with the Queen of Blades on guard at his side. Calmly, he reached out and pressed his hand on top of the resource point. Collect. Ding, attention please. You have begun collecting the Tier 1 resource point, Tainted Bone Silt Pool. The time required is 60 seconds, and you may not abandon or move during this process. Otherwise the collection will fail. A 1-minute countdown appeared on the Sky Dome Live. It was as bright red as a bomb. Su Zheng's face was calm, even feeling a little bored. But the entire dragon nation had gotten excited. Li Hong couldn't hide her excitement, her pretty face flushed and, everyone, look at the big screen. Su Zheng, our country's most outstanding player in this batch, has already started collecting resource points. All that's needed is for his men to hold off the monsters for a minute and he'll be successful. I believe this resource point can have a huge impact on the fertility of our country. Hang in there, for sure. Even if the minions are killed, you have to hold them off. Right. Soldiers can be summoned again, there's no chance if the treasure is lost. I've heard that resource points have spirits and will disappear on their own after a while. Netizens from other countries look sour as someone tweeted. Seeing him pick up treasure makes me sadder than if I lost my own money. Human joy and grief don't mix. I even want to curse him for failing. I hope the collection fails, and Su Zheng's men die and are injured. But the next scene was dismaying, only to see the insect race team with the steel zombie bugs as the vanguard advancing rapidly with the momentum of bulldozing. Chattering mutant voles jumped up to nibble on them, only to make a crumbling sound that a rat's teeth shattered as if gnawing on diamond, and the mutant vole was dumbfounded. Ding, your steel zombie bug is attacked by a mutant vole and cannot break defense. Opponent deals 0 damage. The reminder is extraordinarily striking. The Afterward, the zombie bugs followed, swinging their swords quickly, like chopping grass. The killed one big rat, and for a while the screams continued, and the whole swamp became red. The unrivaled swamp overlords were pushed across the board, even as the insects began to encircle and attempt a total annihilation. As for the bloodthirsty Mouse King, he had gone berserk when the silt pool was charged, and went madly forward as if he had lost his mind. A blood-colored deathclaw slashed out at Zheng. As the players screamed and the audience nervously covered their eyes, not daring to look, Zheng didn't even turn his head and continued to collect. At the same time, a dragon-shaped residual shadow flashed in mid-air, and a dragon-like roar came out. Shocking the swamp, the bloodline suppression from the thin dragon blood caused the Rat King to freeze for a second. It was this second that a lightning-like whip shadow flashed from the Rat King's body. When it reappeared, it was already a large knuckle scythe with drops of blood. The insect tyrant appeared behind the Rat King, which was split in half, with blood splattering and guts spilling out all over the place. Killed in seconds. Everyone froze. The billions of world netizens watching the battle at this moment couldn't believe their eyes. The people who had the hardest time accepting it were naturally the three people from the United States. Impossible. Eugene's mind exploded and he roared like an ape, having a hard time accepting this fact. Zheng wasn't surprised in the slightest, watching the countdown dwindle. At this moment, under the incredulous expressions of the crowd, the world announcement arrived late. Chapter 41 World Announcement, All Dragon Kingdom Production Double. World Announcement. Congratulations to the tyrant under player Zheng for successfully killing the bloodthirsty Vol King in seconds. Tier 1 resource points change ownership. The crowd is agitated, the players are incredulous, the boss that made them work so hard to. Surprisingly, it was killed in seconds and attacked so easily. How strong is that tyrant trooper? Especially since it was guarding Zheng's side, staring hostilely at the players, but if there was any movement, it would decisively strike. Is my big rice country really a dowry for others? The mind is unbalanced, and now Su is collecting and waiting for the timepiece to pass on the line. And you guys look at the other minions, being pushed across the board. This map is about to be looted by him. After the death of the Mouse King, the mutant voles began to go berserk, in droves. However, they couldn't even break through the zombie bug's defense and were surrounded and cleared out. The Dragon Nation audience perked up, and many of them counted down in unison that Li Hong excitedly made the camera close up and realized that Zheng was very calm. The camera occasionally sweeps to the other contestants. Many of them showed regret and remorse, and Lang Qingyu flew away in arrogance. The trio of Migui were as hard as if they had eaten a dead rat. OMG, this is ours. The most belonging to the displeasure was naturally the me netizens, speaking frantically on Twitter and attacking the Dragon Nation. However, an announcement came immediately afterward, completely deflating them. World Announcement. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom Zheng for successfully collecting the Tier 1 resource point Tainted Bone Silt Pool. Self-camp land fertility plus 10%. Unlock the planting and cultivation functions. Can search for seeds and open up farmland. The country's luck is starting to feed back. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for doubling all seeds for a week. The aftereffects from the alkaline land and excessive use of fertilizers in the territory have completely disappeared. This announcement came, and everyone couldn't sit still. They all stood up and roared. Li Hong opened her mouth wide in disbelief. Double all species of plants in 1 week? Wouldn't that be a way to get hyped up? Our production is going to explode. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at the confidently rising Zheng. Her heart trembled. No matter how she looked at it, she was still handsome. Secretly decided that when the contestants return, he must grab the interview rights with Bing Bing. Doubling is just a momentary thing. What really matters is that the land fertilizer aftermath is gone. The problem facing the world today is the overuse of fertilizers, which destroys the composition of the land. As a result, the use of fertilizers is doubling year after year, and it can't be stopped for the sake of production, resulting in a vicious cycle. The bureau chief laughed out loud and said, it would have taken decades, even 100 years of precipitation for the land to get better. Now it can be restored as good as new overnight. The little one has given us too great a surprise. The most exhilarated naturally had to be the geologists, as specialists from different regions extracted the fertilized land and began to test the contents. The results were staggering. Miracle, this is a miracle. The aftereffects are gone and it's completely native land. Higher utilization of fertilizers. At least 10 times our production this year. Add ripened fruits and harvested rice. The Dragon Kingdom had a newly established department specializing in buttressing survival games, named the Survival Strategy Department, and at this moment, the minister was excitedly arranging his men. Northwest of the mountain forest, there is an old couple chartered a large area of mountain forest planting oranges. It's getting harder and harder to grow the ticker. The pests are resistant to the oranges are getting smaller and smaller, and they're also prone to spoilage. The old man was fretting over a dry cigarette and occasionally looked up to watch a live television broadcast of the. But he can't read much and doesn't realize the impact of the broadcast on his life. Suddenly, in the midst of the old man's sighs of regret, mountain forest, the yellow oranges on the orange trees began to double in size, in a flash, spreading all over the mountains, as bright as gold. It crushed the branches of the trees and looked straight at the silly old man. Old partner, come out and see the gods. This scene appeared all over the country. The fruits and other fruits planted by retailers have doubled in ripeness, delighting a group of laborers with smiles. Labor is the most glorious. It deserves to be rewarded. And staples such as hybrid rice and wheat, grown in large quantities in the black earth, have a much larger base, and doubling is even more frightening. The summer wind blows, such as the golden sea of rice waves, laughing in happy guise. No one will ever go hungry again. So God YYDS. Especially when you think that this was originally from rice, double the joy. At this moment, on the internet, Zheng's popularity went crazy and couldn't be stopped. Pressing down on all the shooting stars, he topped the #1 hot list of all platforms. Among the online shopping platforms, as all kinds of fruits doubled, appeared oranges stalled, help us. Oranges are on sale, help us. And so on, because of the use of the same old man with gray hair wants to cry photo as the cover, attracted laughter. Netizens in other countries are envious on a daily basis, especially when they see mountains and mountains of ripening fruits. The netizens of the rice country can't look at it with an exploding mind, suffocating to the extreme. Everyone step up your work, the vole meat is delicious, gather more to go back. After collecting the silk pool, Zheng adhered to the principle of economizing and ordered his men to collect all the available resources from the great swamp. He himself headed towards the Vole King's corpse, wanting to collect the boss. Unexpectedly, the treasure bug in his arms chirped a reminder, pointing to the depths of a swamp. What's going on? Zheng was surprised. The little guy had urged himself to rush deeper into the dense forest before. He asked Tyrant to dig out that swamp, and after a burst of silt flying around, the players were surprised to see a bronze-colored treasure chest levitating out. Ding, congratulations on successfully discovering the bronze treasure chest X1. You can even discover this? Yeah, there's usually a treasure chest where the boss is. This wave of rice players lost a lot of money. The players from various countries looked at each other, and the 3 people from the meter country had long since walked away with an exploding mind, or else they were even more remorseful. Chapter 42: The Great Gathering, the Rat King's Gift. Zheng happily put away the bronze treasure chest, and the one who has virtue will be the one who has it. Originally, he wanted to go to the dense forest. This is a real surprise. After that, I started collecting bosses again. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully collected Vole King Meat X1000, Black Iron High Grade Magic Crystal X1, Sharp Rat Teeth X2, Exquisite Rat Skin Cloak X1. As expected of a Lord Monster, it was much richer than ordinary monsters of the same rank. And all of them are of good quality. King Vole Meat, High Grade Black Iron Meat, extremely high quality. Very chewy, full of nutrients and flavor, it is one of the best on earth. Exquisite Mouse Skin Cloak, Black Iron High Grade Equipment, wearing it provides 50 points of defense. It combines the effects of keeping warm, weakening wind resistance, and lightening the body. Zheng put on the rat skin cloak. The hem of the clothes was very long, the more he came to have the appearance of a big brother. What a handsome little brother. Li Hong complimented, hoping that he would create another miracle. Let's go, break up. Even the best treasure is someone else's. The surrounding players gradually dispersed, each looking for resources. Zheng arranged for his men to collect all the treasures of the Great Swamp. Ding, congratulations to your men for successfully collecting Vole Meat X50,000, Rat Teeth X700, Exquisite Rat Skin X600. Vole meat can be eaten, and the vole skin is even more useful. It can be used to make a bed as a quilt, and it can also be recycled as a raw material to make a variety of equipment. In addition to this, the swamp has other specialties as well. Reed Strips X6000, Fertile Black Silt X6000, Tattered and Decayed Bones X5000, Flammable Shrubs X1000, Obsidian X500. Zheng came without fear, and after letting the insect tyrant arrange for a batch of zombie bugs to be transported back, he and the Queen of Blades headed towards the direction of the dense forest. The treasure bug was urging again. A group of swarms of bug soldiers returned to the camp carrying a full load of resources, envying the others. The players were surprised to find that it was no longer Zheng who was competing with them, but his men. Some of them were collecting fresh water from the lake and were careful of the monsters in the lake. Unexpectedly, there were zombie bugs intruding from the side, and they didn't take the initiative to attack, but also collected water. Not to mention the campsite, the exotic players are building a fence. Look up, a burst of despair. Only to see Zheng's camp, with the mother nest as the center, busy worker insects like a construction team, building the fence to 4 meters. Spitting mucus to reinforce it. Also specialize in building separate houses. Like guards, they are on both sides of the mother's nest. Everything is well organized, and there is no need for Zheng to make arrangements. What's going on? The soldiers under Zheng can gather and build their own houses? At this rate, isn't he just lying down and winning? The exhausted other contestants were envious and abnormal. Of course, they didn't know that there were brainworms behind the scenes manipulating everything. Simply thinking that they could do the same by summoning their own soldiers, a group of people therefore stepped up their collection of resources in an attempt to create a hero altar to summon their henchmen. Our little brother is extremely efficient, with over 100 troop types under him. What's even more amazing is the clear division of labor. Li Hong explained for the group, there are worker bugs in the camp repairing buildings and a few soldiers patrolling. Outside, the main battle troop types are deep in the hinterland, gathering all kinds of resources, carrying them back to the camp like ants. After absorbing and reprocessing them, they were utilized. As for our little brother Zheng, he seems to have gone into the forest alone, intending to explore the new map. The young lady was explaining that. Suddenly an assistant came aside and carefully rustled in her ear. Hearing the news, Li Hong froze and hurriedly explained to everyone. Sorry, viewers. Master Short, who was just on his way to the hospital to get patched up, was attacked by 2 angry netizens halfway to the hospital. It is said that one netizen's name, Strange Force Xiao Shu, and one netizen's name, Fenghua Shuiyu. Light injuries turned into serious injuries. No longer able to participate in the middle of the program. There was a lot of banter in the arena, the audience not regretting Master Short's exit, but regretting that it wasn't their own shot. I hope people are okay. JPG. But one guest is missing and we're bringing in a new one. Li Hong smiled. It's always felt like there's a lot of yang and yin in the program, so we're bringing in a big beautiful girl this time. Oh. Everyone applaud and welcome Miss Golden Lock. A big star with fair skin, a chiseled body, and a haughty demeanor stepped in with a catwalk that greeted the guests and slowly took her seat. Jean Locke is nicknamed Sister 800 million, although her reputation is not good. But the face value and temperament are really good. Warwolf and the others welcomed it. After all, it was always better than a thick man looking comfortable, right? The other countries' players also began to gather slowly, and as it looked like it was going to be noon, after traveling for exactly 1 day, most of them finally solved the problem of food and started to make lunch to eat. Hey, people are unlucky, meat did not eat, nibble on apples. A player from the Desert Kingdom was transformed into a carnivore, and now he's unlucky enough to eat fruit. The more you eat, the hungrier you get, and it's sour as hell. Even more unlucky than him was a fellow desert countryman, rumored to be a Middle Eastern prince. Hands are poor, last night or dependent on the companion to survive. Big morning digging up a starch-laden root was ecstatic. The king and princess were heartbroken as they hugged and gnawed on the root. The others who were well mixed were able to have a piece of meat to eat. The best of the best such as polar bear and Lang Qinghua had begun to pursue quality. What is the ordinary meat you eat? The more you eat, the emptier you get. You can't even make up for the energy. If you really want to eat it, it's naturally evolved meat. This kind of treasure on earth is a god thing. Rich people want to use hundreds of millions of US dollars are difficult to buy. The more you eat, the more you evolve. The polar bear of the Great Mao country was proudly gnawing on a piece of newly hunted black iron first-rank leopard meat. Showing off in the chat room, the others each showed off their skills and took separate photos of their lunches to share. To eat better? You guys are talking about this? The Queen of Blades herself inserted the Rat King's meat and lit the fire to cook it. The two sat at the dense forest, laying down rat skins like a picnic. Zheng put some spices that he had just collected and juggled with vegetable oil. The vole meat was moist and fragrant. The quality of the meat from the top black iron creatures is intoxicating. The chat room was instantly silent as everyone nibbled on the roots and stopped talking. Chapter 43, Strange Encounters in a Foreign Country, National Luck Feedback Sewage Purification 1%. The vole meat really tasted fantastic, and there were quite a few treasures in the dense forest. Manina also picked a few fruits for dessert. After eating, Zheng took out the bronze treasure chest and started to open it. Ding, congratulations on successfully obtaining Gopher Drill X1, Fine Drawing Worm Nest X1, Gold X100. Among them, the digging rat drill was a rat head style tool that accelerated digging and other functions, which Su was planning to hand over to the toolworm. That drawing could instead be built up and given to his men to live in. After all, now that the family was so big, it wouldn't be appropriate to shrink it all in the mother nest. Worm nest drawing, fine grade building, allows soldiers to live in it after construction. Energy and injuries can be restored, and happiness and morale will rise. Required materials: black iron high-grade magic crystal X1, 100 years tree X500, gravel X1000, bronze X500, silver X200, gold X100 inch. The other materials, Zheng had all of them. It was the metal types that were scarce. This bronze treasure chest could be dismantled and recycled, which just so happened to yield 500 units of bronze as well. Barely enough. Silver has been recycled before, and gold is still freshly opened and about to be used. Industrial development, building weapons, building scientific research facilities all need metal. All kinds of minerals are the real treasure, to be occupied as soon as possible. Zheng secretly said in his heart, having eaten the blessing of resource points once, he was addicted. The silk pool now occupied the system space, just waiting for Su Zheng to go back to place it, and by then it could improve the soil nutrition in the territory. Planting is our country's talent, so many soldiers plant more food to prevent famine. Su was sending commands to Tyrant and Steel Alien. You guys go out and gather resources, remember to bring back any plant seeds, or seedlings that can reproduce when you see them, together. The insect tyrants 5 or 6 kilometers away answered in agreement. They settled for a simple lunch, eating raw meat and starch. Gathering diligently like little bees, causing Su to hear stings even as he was eating. Your men can use berries x100, apples x200, large watermelons x1, 100-year trees x1000, 1000-year trees x1. For successful gathering. Not a single hair is left where the worms have passed. Many of the passing players saw ghosts and were in a sorry state, feeling that the neighborhood was getting barren. The treasure bug urged Su Zheng forward, and he brought manhwa with him, and his skill kept going deeper and deeper into the dense forest. Personal reminder, you have entered the depths of the map, the difficulty has changed, please be careful. How did Su Zheng go so far deep? His men are collecting resources faster instead? The other players have already made a lot of money, what does he want? The audience was surprised, but Bei felt that he was firm-footed and had goals and plans. Time passes slowly, nothing much happens in this time, the sun slowly goes down. The one who had been poisoned earlier recovered in time to take advantage of the darkness to desperately gather wood. Some of the players returned to the camp early to prepare for the construction of the fence. Many also encountered treasure chests around the corner. The players who had a big burst of luck also opened a lot of treasures, such as swords, bows and other equipment, and their strength increased greatly. Among them, there are a lot of basic building drawings, primary enclosure, hero altar, barracks, and other drawings. The campfire was lit, and the players were full of fighting spirit and feverishly building. Gravel and wood are okay to mess with, some metal is too much trouble. Even if you're lucky enough to dig up minerals, it's useless, you still have to quench them. We're not even at an industrial level, how can we quench qualified steel and bronze? Regardless, today has been very rewarding. It's always better not to go hungry like yesterday. We need to fix the camp before nightfall, so we'd better summon our banners. I'm envious of Su Zheng, a few of his men combined gather several times more resources than we do. Can't rob with him. After a night of onslaught, many players from one kingdom joined together to jointly resist the monsters. Just as the crowd was busy with the second night, an announcement suddenly came. World announcement. Congratulations to Husky Nation's player, Ruben, for successfully collecting the Tier 1 resource point sewer. The campsite he belongs to, planting plants with enhanced watering effects and increased resistance to pollution. The national transportation feedback, 1% of the sewage in the territory of the Husky Nation is purified. Symptoms of sewage disease patients have disappeared. The sudden change of events caused the contestants to look at each other in disbelief, not knowing how this contestant had succeeded. Including the outside audience, the crowd ignored him. And the Husky Nation netizens were the most excited, wailing, and showing off. Sewage, our country is plagued with sewage and water is strained, now 1% of all sewage is purified and drinkable. Ruben is our hero. Thank God. My God, there are hundreds of thousands of sewage disease infected people within our country because of sewage contamination, and he is a holy son. How did Ruben pull it off? The contestants asked him frantically through the chat group at him, asking how he managed to take on the Guardian boss all by himself. And the Earth viewers were the first to look in Ruben's direction. At that moment Ruben was coming out of a Gorgonian beach, and he was transformed into an Angora cat, moving with agility and triumph, walking with the wind. As the saying goes, the husky and the dog, the country and the people of this kingdom are stinky, and Ruben, who got the strange encounter, is even more proud to show off. The Dragon Kingdom Su Zheng is also just a pleasure to watch, really want to develop and evolve, still have to look at me. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and a trace of an awkward smile appeared on Li Hong's face. The lad is bloated. Battlewolf, Bureau Chief and the others laughed and rewound, wanting to see how he worked his miracle. On the internet, Husky netizens took to social media platforms to brag about it. People in this country are inherently bold and have repeatedly provoked the Power 5. Now it is even more inflated to the point that it doesn't look at rice, dragon country, etc., and shows off to its archenemy, the Great Hairy Country. Polar Bear Bluff, looks stronger, not also useless. What else is Dragon Kingdom Su Zheng capable of besides snatching resource points found by others? Then think of our country's Ruben hero, all by himself, with a bang. The big hairy netizens were furious and unclear. The Dragon Country audience was also a burst of anger, began to fight a war of words. You arrogant what, increased once only. I remember there were contestants dying before, zombies and zombies descending, it hasn't been resolved yet. As for Su Zheng himself, he ignored the announcement and instead, his eyes burned. Carefully hiding in a side bush, he looked towards the beautiful lake in front of him. This is... Chapter 44 is another announcement, the discovery of SSS Fairy Lake. This is the treasure that the treasure bug can't forget. The Husky Nation contestants were still showing off their gains, unaware that Su Zheng had already set his sights on the big guy. Just because the system reminded, congratulations on your lucky outburst, you have successfully discovered the mysterious hidden map of Fairy Lake in the novice trial site. Hidden attribute luck +5. Dangerous difficulty, SSS. It is suspected that a super boss exists, and it is 100% certain that there are resource points. Red warning, especially careful. Note, a friendly reminder that this is not a monster you can deal with right now, not a place you should be. Retreating is the wisest choice. The atmosphere was a bit off, and Treasure Bug shrank back in his arms, not daring to chirp and scream. Obviously, it's a clear lake with excellent water quality, just like a pool of jasper. Surprisingly, not a single beast came to drink the water, which in itself was not right. Juggernaut, be careful. There's something odd here. Out of place with its surroundings, this lake. The Queen of Blades had an unprecedentedly serious look on her face, and suggested that Zheng should retreat first. If there were any treasures or resources, she risked her life to collect them. This fairy lake doesn't look like it's native, it might be an anomaly that fell from the sky. I smell the aura of a god that makes me tremble. Zheng? Isn't this a novice village? How is it that even god-level existences are suspected to have appeared? The Queen of Blades was of extremely high grade, a legendary heroic soldier, bound to the Mother Nest and able to learn all the genes and skills controlled by the Mother Nest. Now the realm of Bronze Great Circle, I thought I could sweep the battlefield, but I never imagined that there are people outside the people. However, the more this happens, the more Zheng is moved. It's awfully quiet, something has to test it out. Zheng's heart stirred, and he had the intention to drive his men over to explore the area. As a master himself, he could contact his men through spirit no matter how far away they were. He had wanted to have the most powerful insect tyrant come over for a trip to Treadmill, and on second thought, it wasn't easy for the tyrant to evolve all the way, and it still had a lot of potential, so it was a bit of a waste to come over and send them to their deaths. Having two steel aliens searching for resources 10 kilometers away was as close as it got. You two come over here and be careful on the way. Zheng sent out a locator, all the way through. If it wasn't for the guidance of the treasure bug, it would be impossible for the player to grope his way here. Taking advantage of the process of the aliens rushing here, Zheng carefully observed the surrounding. He realized that this place was really a bit out of place with the surrounding, just like the queen said. It is like a meteorite smashed over the formation. Alone found here are plus hidden attributes. You can imagine its mystery. And from such a distance, Zheng smelled a fresh scent. The water quality here was close to spiritual water. It's marvelous. Where are the resource points? Where are the super bosses? What level is it? It can't be a mythic level bloodline, can it? Isn't that a godly beast? Is this a monster that should appear in a newbie village? Zheng's eyes kept scanning and didn't find anything. Instead, it was Manhwa who secretly said, "Master, the Compassion King that you asked me to leave a mark on earlier is nearby, I can feel it." What? Zheng froze. Dragon Blood Compass King, hidden boss, it couldn't be such a coincidence. Thinking carefully about the treasure worm bloodline deprived from the treasure hunting mouse, it is normal for the two to find a place. But the treasure seeker mouse shouldn't have gone deep enough to be detected and escape. Super boss is the Dragon Blood Compass King? I'm afraid it's not be great enough. I doubt it was originally an ordinary earthworm that got here before it was tainted with dragon's blood. Fairy Lake is not to be missed, steady hand. Zheng told the queen to be careful. He would rather die 100 aliens than have the Queen of Blades suffer a little injury. And collecting the resource points would require him to be on the field himself. Why isn't Zheng doing anything yet? Where is this? A lake? Facing the arrogance of the Husky Nation's netizens, the Dragon Nation held their breath, wanting him to get back in the game. Instead, they found him hiding in the bushes with his queen, peering into the lake, just not making a move. The hosts and guests speculate on his intentions, but only Bei realizes something is wrong. And how come there are no beasts drinking water on the side? The lake is also excessively clear. Time passed slowly, and before the storm subsided, suddenly another world announcement came. World announcement. Congratulations to the Island Nation's players, Aberration Mouse and Radiant Trident, for successfully collecting the Tier 1 resource point, Sakura Valley. Flowers and plants within the territory mature at a 30% faster rate. All cherry blossoms within the island country bloom overnight. 2333. How did the island players capture the resource points? The feedback is so amusing. The crowd erupted in joy, only to realize upon replay that both Reuben and the aberrant rat collected weaker resource points, worse than the tainted bone sludge pool. There is an element of trickery, and therefore the increase is less effective. Even so, it is encouraging. The netizens of the small island nation were so pleased with themselves that, in a flash, the month of spring and March had come and gone. Cherry blossoms are in full bloom and visually stunning, although there isn't much soft use for them. But it's a great way to promote national pride, and even the leaders of the island nation thanked the two players in front of the TV for their great contribution, and that they would take care of their wives and daughters at home. Kamita-san, the cherry blossoms are blooming back home. Twitter was swept up with the phrase, and it wasn't Rokoku who was the most angry about it. Rather, it's Papa Country Rice, and the trio of rice country noses are crooked with anger. And just as the audience is anxious about what the hell Su Zheng is doing, the two steel aliens arrive. You two, one after the other, approach Fairy Lake and check the attributes of the. Watch out for monsters sneaking up on you, and be ready to jump and escape at any time. The steel alien absorbed the iron robe zombie bloodline and jumped more than 10 meters in a single jump. Quickly approaching the lake, Su Zheng and the queen carefully lurked. Ding, your men have approached the Fairy Lake and checked out simple information. A reminder sounded in Su Zheng's head and a line of message appeared. Fairy Lake, a foreign object from the sky, not a map that should appear in a novice land. It is suspected to be a tear dropped by an unknown fairy, wrapped in an extraordinary object. Comprehensive evaluation? Escape will be your best option. Before Su Zheng could be surprised by the change in difficulty, unexpectedly the lake suddenly exploded and splashed. A maelstrom appeared, and a large familiar monster burrowed out, killing a steel alien. At the same time, the announcement of the world that belongs to him arrives late. Chapter 45 Global Sensation, 9th Order Natural Wonders 9 Dragons Spitting Pearls. World Announcement. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom Su Zheng for successfully discovering the hidden mysterious map Fairy Lake. 100% out of the resource point and successfully lured out the guarding beast, the Dragon Blood Compass King. Only then did the crowd understand that Su Zheng hadn't fooled around, but had arrived at a mysterious place. I knew that he wouldn't be bumbling around. The contestants weren't much surprised, just curious as to where this map was. Isn't the Dragon Blood Compass King dead? How did this guy live? And become stronger? Su Zheng saw that the body of the Compass King that had risen up in the lake was complete, and his aura was even stronger than before. A mouthful of fangs bit into a steel alien, ferocious and incomparable. Fairy Lake has the power to raise the dead? The steel aliens had long been on alert and suddenly jumped and fled. The other alien cast a skill that scraped the Compound King's skin layer, deliberately provoking anger. The two steel aliens quickly fled far away from each other. The Dragon Blood Compass King's brain was obviously not too bright, and it was still chasing after it had suffered a loss. Su Zheng also therefore stared at the hole in the lake where it appeared violently. The water there exploded, a water tornado was revealed, and the mysterious cave appeared. This is the treasure that fell from the fairy tears? Manhwa, charge with me. Su Zheng excitedly flew up, holding his lightsaber in one hand, not skimping on the energy of his battlesuit, and quickly rushed into the front. The Queen of Blades obviously realized that there was still an enemy inside, and took the initiative to fly forward and the body began to change, entering a fighting state. Ding, congratulations on discovering the mysterious cave in the lake. Su Zheng flew into this cave, and the surrounding water splashed like a tornado. Before he could go deeper, his eyes lit up, and he found a protrusion of a berth spouting clear water. A reminder had come from the system. Ding. Please note that you have discovered a level 3 precious resource point, the Immortal Water Spring. This resource point will drastically increase the water system of your territory, affecting the feng shui of the entire country. I've only just arrived? Su Zheng vibrated up and took a closer look at the Queen of Blades was on the sidelines, alerting her surroundings, her body exploding with insect cells, her tentacles shivering, feeling the suppression of a super-ordered creature. What's going on? You guys see that boss being lured away by Su Zheng's minions? What did he find? The audience watching the livestream suddenly exploded, and Li Hong opened her small cherry-red mouth wide in incredulity. TV, zoom in, there's a red marker. At the moment Su Zheng discovered the spring. The dome of the sky also marked the details of this resource point in due course. Level 3 resource point. And it's also the fountain of immortality, affecting the feng shui of a country. Everyone stood up excitedly. Unbelievable, how did you cross 2 levels at once? Goldenlock just came and felt incredulous. Is this little handsome boy really the son of heaven's destiny? The reincarnated race wouldn't be coy, would it? Fountain eyes? It's completely different from the resource points captured by the island and husky countries, and it's a few qualities higher than even the filthy bone silt pool. And how much will it increase our country? The secretary stood up with a joyful look on his face. Master Bei was envious on the sidelines, and began to consider whether to transfer his nationality to this place, as a way to get a bit of blessing. Ha, look, Su Zheng overpowered everyone and discovered a tertiary resource point. Kojima, Husky, come and take a look. Translate for you what a surprise is. The dragon netizens who raised their eyebrows tweeted back at the two countries, who were previously arrogant and unusual. Foreign viewers all realized that something was wrong, and when they quickly looked at this side of Su Zheng, their jaws dropped. Where is this fairy-like lake? And where is the treasure cave revealed by the water dragon scroll? Don't be arrogant, I just found it and didn't occupy it. The more precious it is, the more dangerous it is. Su Zheng didn't collect the immortal spring eye immediately, but quickly looked around and he felt that there was more than just secrets here. The Queen of Blades had never been so nervous, her heart pounding, and even she realized that there was a super order pressure present. Could it be a divine beast false sight? A lair? There's still the guardian big boss here. The Dragon Blood Compass King is nothing more than a gatekeeper who evolved from an earthworm due to an accident. You collect instead, great god. The audience saw Su Zheng looking left and right, just not collecting, jumping up and down, anxious as hell. Li Hong blushed a small flushed face and told everyone to be at ease. In fact, the heart is more anxious than anyone else. At this moment, hundreds of millions of viewers around the world have adjusted their cameras to this. The dignitaries of many countries are watching nervously, assuming that the Dragon Kingdom gets the immortal spring increase, what changes will be produced. And just as billions of viewers watched, Su Zheng was slow to make a move. Suddenly, his eyes probed upwards along the spring, and mobs of spring water gushed out from the ground. It seemed to be diverting out here. As his gaze kept peering deeper along the current, his pupils suddenly contracted. Unbelievably, he looked into the depths of the cave, only to see a small thin stream of immortal water springing out from the deepest part of the. And the real origin is a super large sea eye that has 9 dragon-shaped peaks, open mouth spitting out 9 big springs converging. 9 dragon peaks mighty and domineering, very charm, as if the next moment will rise to the sky, spit out the cohesion of the sea eye emits 9 colorful dazzling light, wonderful. He was stunned by this scene, watching the live broadcast of billions of viewers along with his line of sight, see, but also vibrate at the same time. A thin stream that split out were all tertiary resource points. World announcement. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom Su Zheng for successfully discovering the topmost resource point of the 9th order. The natural wonder, the 9 dragons spitting out pearls. Luck plus 100 points. All Dragon Nation people will be free of illnesses and disasters for a week's time, and will be protected by good fortune. At this moment, the world was sensationalized, and the number of people watching Su Zheng's live broadcast straightened now to break through 8 billion, 10 billion, and still going up. I don't know how many national leaders were knocked on the door by their secretaries to urgently watch his movements. Unbelievable, how is it possible for a 9th order wonder to come out of a novice trial site? Even John hasn't found one before. By rank, this is a god-tier item. No, it was even more precious than a normal divine artifact. There's no need to collect it, the discovery alone can increase the nation's fortune. Gosh, what's going on? The president of Rice was shocked, and in the halls of the presidential palace, the minister's jaws dropped and had adjusted Su Zheng's level of importance upwards continuously, but underestimated him every time. Go get John. There was a commotion among the ministers, realizing the seriousness of the problem. No need to invite, I'm already here. A tall, pale blonde man pushed open the door and the eyes had never been more frightening, and his expression was unusually embarrassed. Chapter 46 God Tier Quest, Reward 8 Treasures Merit Transformation Dragon Pool? I originally thought it was a potential newcomer, but now it seems to be a young dragon. John sat on his butt on the sofa, skillfully pulling out a cigar and lighting it, oblivious to the frowns of the big shots in the room. He looked at the projected image of the hall and what's hardest for me to understand is how he was so lucky to even find a 9th order wonder. Or is this trial site too weird? I was traversing a large mountain. Within the Dragon Kingdom, the Survival Strategy Department, which specialized in the game, acted at the first opportunity. The minister shook his head repeatedly, thinking that he had surprised himself too much, but now the first thing was to collect success. When he comes back, he must give Su Zheng a grand welcome like never before. At the same time, we must beware of his country's solicitation, which is no more than money and beauty. I, the Dragon Kingdom, have a large landmass, what don't I have? The minister explained to his subordinate. And at that moment, the players, who were gradually returning to the camp and preparing for the night's vicious battles, heard the announcement and the whole room was in an uproar, and each one was as embarrassed as if they had eaten a dead fly. Some were even eating fruits and were directly shocked to the point of falling to the ground. Leng Qingyue was patrolling the camp in the air when she heard the announcement of the spectacle and, forgetting to flap her wings, she almost fell off. 9 orders of wonders? You're afraid you're joking again, right? The immortal bird flame boiled, and Leng Qingyue's heart was filled with incredulity. This was a novice village. How is it that one of the ultimate rewards has come? I've never heard of anyone charging for the wonders so far. I've never even seen them. Only in legend. The strongest Mi John had only collected 1 5th order resource point. This had been astonished, causing Rice's national power to soar in a short period of time, standing proudly above the rest. Nima, I'm still building a fence here, and the Dragon Nation people have started collecting wonders? Let's go, big guy, don't eat dinner, go find the fairy lake. 2 major resource points were found at once, there might be more. Right, go. There was a commotion in the camp and the search for the spectacle began. Among them, the island country of deformed rats and the husky country of Reuben had the most bitterness in their hearts, and it was not easy for them to make a spectacle of themselves. Global notice, he just blabbered B in the chat room. Unexpectedly instantly has been slapped in the face. In front of the spectacle, no, the tertiary resource point of the his or her own accomplishments were nothing. Not a single person pays attention to them. Captain, should we go over there? The half-hawk asked nervously from the rice camp. Eugene gritted his teeth. Go over there. If he robs our treasure, we'll rob his. A group of people, red-eyed and dying, went out. Where are you? Hearing the announcement, the other players couldn't sit still and to go to Fairy Lake and get a piece of the action. You quickly collect the resource points to return. Leng Qingyu was anxious to send a private message with Su Zheng. The two had added friends when they traded last night. But the message was stone silent. Su Zheng couldn't be bothered to check it. The other players were impulsive, but specifically did not know where to find Fairy Lake. Follow his bug, for sure. Someone's eyes lit up, following the zombie bug that went out to gather resources. They swarmed around them. The zombie bugs noticed and only thought the group of Fae were stupid. When the audience saw that the others were intent on doing so, they were anxious for Su Zheng. Master, great God, you charge it. It wasn't that Su Zheng didn't want to collect it. He glanced his eyes to the center of the 9-dragon convergence and, horrified, he realized that there was something else in there. It wasn't a CI, but a dragon pearl. Below the dragon pearl was a genuine white bone dragon corpse, which emitted the pressure of God. This dragon pearl was his legacy, and he was the one who created everything here. Dragon Ball? Great unknown, suspected to be on the same level as the Godhead. The corpse of a god-ranked dragon below the source is suspected to be the origin of this cave. This was the message that appeared in Su Zheng's eyes while a voice appeared. Ding, congratulations on your initial discovery of the dragon's lair secret. Divine Hidden Quest released. Search for the mystery of the death of the mysterious dragon corpse and find the origin of the molding of Fairy Lake. Mission reward, 1 pureblood true dragon bloodline can transmute the divine level bloodline, true dragon. Mythic level special building 8 treasures merit transformation dragon pool. Su Zheng's jaw dropped and inspired a hidden quest? The credit that the treasure bug had established this time was also too great. Or is the place of origin where he descended too strange? There's no newbie village that produces divine artifacts. 10 birds in the forest is better than 1 bird in the hand. Su Zheng clenched his teeth and quickly ran into the nest, first collecting the dragon pearl, then taking the dragon corpse. Then recover the wondrous 9 dragons spitting pearls. Juggernaut beware. Suddenly, the Queen of Blades called out nervously, A wind blew, and the Blade Queen instantly flew in, quickly grabbing Su Zheng hanging in the air. At the same time, the water tornado seemed to come to life and exploded. The entire Fairy Lake shook and splashed. A roar came from the bottom of the lake. A terrifying dragon's head bore out violently and the appearance was actually a bit similar to that dragon corpse, both in the Western dragon style. However, the body was only 10 meters long. World announcement. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom Su Zheng for successfully discovering the secrets of the dragon's lair. Drawing out the legendary bloodline, the juvenile Sin Dragon. Bravely subdue it and reclaim the spectacle. WOJ, Sin Dragon? Su Zheng cursed and fled. Fortunately, from its aura, it was only a silver creature that it wasn't too strong, and the Queen of Blades could still hold her own. He quickly checked its attributes. Name, Juvenile Sin Dragon. Race, legendary bloodline, high purity mixed-blooded Sinosaurus. Level, Silver 3. Attributes, Strength, Agility, Wisdom, Physical Fitness. Talent skills, Dragon's Chant, Dragon's Pressure, Sinister Dragon Claw, Dragon Roar, Dragon Sting, Call of Cthulhu. Introduction, a sinful dragon with a strange life, who somehow appeared in the Novice Land. Not something you can deal with right now. Heartfelt advice, leave your men behind. Let her take the bullets and run for your life. Size. Chapter 47 Collecting the Fountain of Immortal Water, nervous nationwide audience. Manhwa, can you block it? Su Zheng asked back. If he couldn't block it, he would decisively retreat himself. Manhwa kept a close eye on the charging sinister dragon and held him in her arms as she quickly dodged. Juggernaut needs a few minutes? 3 minutes will be enough. You distract him, I'll go to the cave to collect the treasure. Su Zheng clenched his teeth. The spectacle was probably hopeless. The ultimate rewards were not so easy to obtain, at least defeating the guardian beasts that you can only retreat and collect the fairy water fountain first. Alright, take care of yourself, Sovereign. After saying that, the Blade Queen let go of Su Zheng and rushed forward to tangle with the sinister dragon. Su Zheng quickly activated his flight function and rushed straight into the lair of the wanting to seize the dragon pearl first. It would be best to take the dragon bone as well. Unexpectedly, as soon as I approached, I felt a heavy oppressive aura that at the same time, his heart was pounding uncontrollably, making it difficult for him to take another step forward. And the closer I got, the more I felt a sense of impending doom. It's not an illusion. God's mighty pressure, there should be guardian beasts or something inside, it's never something I can resist right now. Su Zheng secretly sighed, knowing that there were no divine objects that could be obtained so easily. He could only retreat and choose the immortal water spring, quickly pressing his hand on it. Ding, do you choose to collect the 3rd level resource point, Immortal Water Spring Eye? This item increases the water system greatly, but it will take you 3 minutes to collect it. Please make sure the surrounding area is safe before collecting it. At this moment, the water explodes around. The sinister dragon had the home field advantage and threw its tail and began to fight the Blade Queen aggressively. The Queen of Blades is one step behind the Sin Dragon. However, there was no need to fight hard, and pestering it for a period of time would be fine. She decisively flew into the sky, swinging her light blade to anger the sinister dragon and lure it into the distance. Unexpectedly, Sue was going deeper into the nest and started collecting resource points when she did. The sinister dragon sensed something and turned back in fury. It attempted to kill the humans who had invaded the territory. The Queen of Blades closed in with gritted teeth, and with her legendary body structure, she swung out a heavy slash that dragon's blood splattered, and the sinister dragon roared through the. In a flash, blood reddened the eyes of the. I couldn't care less about Su Zheng, and I didn't go deep into the Nine Dragons land anyway. Decisively chasing after the Queen of Blades. Determined to collect. With Su Zheng's thought, the Skydome countdown appeared, 180 seconds. The hearts of the nation lifted. It's finally here. But why doesn't Su Zheng keep walking in and just charge the spectacle in one step? You're stupid. How can you get a treasure so easily? The last time John collected a 5th level death tombstone, it was all 9 deaths. Destroying the Whitebone army and killing the Skeleton King only fulfills the conditions. The spectacle is definitely not that easy. Also, don't get puffed up, people. A 3rd level resource point, and it's also an immortal spring, the increase must be particularly large. It affects the feng shui. There were over 10 billion people watching the live broadcast, both at home and abroad, and among them, the battle between the Sin Dragon and the Queen of Blades attracted everyone's attention, and those who were interested began to capture data in an attempt to study their combat power. I sincerely wish little brother's collection success. Be sure to stay calm. Li Hong nervously gazed at the big screen and Jinlok clenched his little fists and was maliciously cute. Go for it, the whole Dragon Kingdom is behind you. She, along with Electric Eel in general, wanted to use the show to take her career to another level, and she also wanted the contestants to take the opportunity to reach out when they returned. This Su Zheng, in particular, is eyeing to be a national hero, so if something happens with her, then one's future path would not be limited to the entertainment industry, but would be completely out of the loop. He was still 10 years younger than himself. Fresh meat and all that, favorite. This result is better than reaping the spectacle. Inside the Rice presidential palace, the ministers breathed a sigh of relief. John, as if he had known such an outcome, looked away. I advise you to do it sooner rather than later, whether it's an outside or inside move. I'm a bit confused by this Dragon Nation, the luck is excessively high, and so far it's unclear what the transmutation race is. It's not easy to get a strange encounter, but to be surpassed so much. The Husky Nation and Island Nation netizens spat out. Enviously, they watched as the countdown continued to disappear. Someone took the time to look at the other contestants and almost laughed out of breath. A group of people attempting to get to Fairy Lake to get a piece of the pie ended up chasing one soldier bug south and running elsewhere, wasting time instead. Hold on, this time when we go back, we'll give you the best preferential treatment. Su Zheng stared nervously as the countdown disappeared, occasionally looking into the air and there, explosions and dazzling lights were constantly. The Queen of Blades is in a fierce battle with the sinister dragon, and it's still overall protection in dodging. It had been suppressed, and was injured from time to time. If it weren't for the fact that the Queen of Blades was born with a superb sense of combat and genetically had countless experiences of great battles, prolonged changes and a stronger battle sense than the sinister dragon, she would have long ago been unable to hold on. Ding, one of your steel aliens has been killed in battle. Be warned, the Dragon Blood Compulsion King seems to recognize you and is beginning to approach. By the Fairy Lake. One of the first aliens to make an appearance had died an honorable death, its steel body in pieces. The Compound King's mouth full of fangs was not idle. Now it seemed to see that Su Zheng was not moving and was collecting treasures. With a new grudge added to the old one, he rushed forward to attack. Another badly wounded steel alien hopped up the body of the Compound King, desperately swinging its blade and in pain, the Compound King rolled over and over, attempting to throw the alien off or crush it. But its loyalty to its master caused it to become like a bony possession, and with broken feet and hands it just wouldn't fall. The Dragon Blood Compass King approached with anger. This batch of henchmen are really, to me, no second thoughts. Su Zheng was a bit touched that the audience was anxious. The approaching Compound King was a bronze monster, anyhow. It was not something Su Zheng could deal with right now. He himself was relatively calm, his hand still pressed on top of the spring. This style made the young girl spring. Jinlok, Li Hong, and Bing Bing, who was resting backstage, all stared without blinking. Sushin, why don't you run away? There's nothing to worry about if you stay green. The difference in strength was too great, and the Dragon Blood Compass King kept closing in. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of Su Zheng, and opened its mouth full of fangs to pounce. Su Zheng calmly raised his other hand. How can you speak of courage when your men are defeated? Put. A familiar blazing white light burst out from between his palms, piercing straight through the Compassion King's body. Dividing the two shores of Fairy Lake, it stirred up the dragon's lair. Chapter 48 Global Shock, rewarding a desert to disappear. After a night of tinkering, the lasers had been charged up one way, just in case of an accident. Not bad for a silver weapon, popped from the Compound King and hit it again. The cycle of karma and retribution, the spectators applauded and cheered. Well played. Warwolf laughed and clapped his hands, feeling that this one was a sure thing. Unexpectedly, Li Hong nervously pointed at the big screen. Nope, not dead yet, watch out. The crowd's hearts tightened, only to see that the Dragon Blood Compass King, whose body had been pierced through a large hole, was still struggling laboriously. The blood spilled all over the ground, defiling the clear water of Fairy Lake. Worthy of being an immortal earthworm, it can still live after death. But it's obvious that two near deaths have made the Compound King much too fearful to approach. Coupled with the desperate tugging of the alien on his back, it did buy valuable time for Zheng. Only 60 seconds were needed to collect the success. The all-important airborne battlefield, where the sinister dragon is apparently impatient. It began to perform great moves, its dragon tail sweeping out a column of water dragons in a strong attack. Queen of Blades dodged it with great difficulty thanks to her talent and agility. Sometimes, in order not to implicate Zheng and attract the degree of hatred, she would also automatically be attacked. The viewers are heartbroken. Such a loyal and capable queen with a face and temperament in love with only one person. It is sobering. This wave, the Queen of Blades MVP, has gained a whole lot more fanboys and fangirls. But Zheng, who was charging, suddenly realized that next to himself, a corner of the nest that had been blown up by the laser implicitly. A new crevice was revealed, with white light staring out of it. Vaguely visible was a white smooth object. No way, there's a surprise? Could this be the land of the gods' hidden treasures? Zheng's center of gravity was no longer on the spring, and he desperately stared at it with wide eyes, carefully observing it. The slit could observe that it was a familiar eggshell object, vaguely emitting a white light. It seemed to reveal that it was still alive. Ding, congratulations on your traitorous luck, accidentally discovering another mysterious giant egg in the dragon's lair. A friendly reminder, don't act rashly, the origin of this place is more than imaginable, it's not as simple as it seems. The system's reminder caused Zheng to freeze. However, he was soon breathing heavily, and the white egg was found in the dragon's nest. What the hell kind of egg could that possibly be? Thinking about this, even the fountain of immortal water in his hand doesn't smell good anymore. Zheng blinked his eyebrows, desperately wanting to take a closer look. This strange expression makes the audience wonder, what the hell is this? What's wrong with you? How much longer, Juggernaut? An anxious voice came from the Queen of Blades in the air, the blood on her body was getting more and more. It was the same legendary level bloodline. If it wasn't for the fact that the sinister dragon was young and inexperienced in battle, she would have lost a long time ago. Moreover, as time passed, the sinister dragon instead became more and more familiar with fighting, and the queen was in danger. 25 seconds to go. Zheng turned his head to look into the air as the sinister dragon erupted a dragon's breath, and the queen scrambled to avoid it. The dragon's breath sizzled and grilled the fairy lake, adding millions of strands of fairy spirit breath. Zheng took a deep breath and felt his own cells trembling. Ding, you are absorbing immortal chi high-quality energy and are accumulating the power to advance. Zheng sighed in admiration, this place was truly a place of divine treasures, even the water was a treasure. However, as he stayed longer, the foreboding of uncertainty in his heart grew heavier. It was as if some behemoth was awakening and could rise up at any time. The queen may have also sensed something and began to urge. 10, 9, 8. The time passed slowly and the crowd had begun to shout the countdown. Even the netizens of other countries have risen to their feet, staring nervously at the television, the sky dome. The other people hadn't even found a level 1 resource point, and he just went straight to level 3? The last 10 seconds. The sinister dragon stormed off, and the Queen of Blades used her body as a shield to block in front of Zheng. At the same time, the entire lair, no. It was the entire fairy lake that shook, as if an earthquake was coming. What's going on? Are the sinister dragons not even super bosses guarding this place? This is a legendary bloodline? Zheng was truly shocked. What kind of place had he come to? 5, 4, 3, 2. The earthquakes grew louder and louder, and the souls became more and more oppressive. Zheng felt as if a heavenly disaster had descended, and the irresistible aura caused his face to turn white. The Queen of Blades was in danger, and the sinister dragon went berserk. 1. At this moment, the national audience shouted in unison as the long 180-second red countdown finally ended. The spring under Zheng's hand turned into a brilliant stream of light and drilled into his body. At the same time, the world announcement came. World announcement. Congratulations to Dragon Country's player, Zheng, for successfully collecting the Tier 3 resource point, the Immortal Water Spring. From now on, there is an inexhaustible source of water in the camp, and there are many bonuses to growing plants, medicinal herbs, and so on. National luck feedback. Reward everyone in the Dragon Kingdom for being cleansed physically and mentally, getting rid of dirt. At the same time, a randomly selected desert within the territory begins to disappear. This announcement came and shook the world. A newcomer who started collecting tertiary resource points the very next day, and more importantly, the feedback. An entire desert disappeared. Is that the one? Get the satellite. What's going on? I feel like my body is 10 pounds lighter in a split second. The body and mind are being washed, and so much dirt appears on the surface of my skin. Cool. What kind of feeling is this? Drinking Coke on a 3-volt day. I'm 10 years younger. Oh, my God. It cleanses the soul and the body. It's so effective. It's even stronger than adding 2 years to your life. The entire Dragon Kingdom was in an uproar, and everyone, men, women, and children, looked at themselves in disbelief. With their hands, they thwarted their arms, and a pile of dirt appeared that. Skin becomes firm and fair. Stress is swept away. Like a newborn, it has never been in better condition. Unbelievable, my terminal illness is gone. Even in hospitals, people who were about to die and vegetative people who had been asleep for a year miraculously recovered and woke up. And the Ministry of Strategy, which has been all cheering. Worthy of a resource point that affects a country's national fortune, directly draw a desert to eliminate, simple and rough to give strength. The minister even mobilized all the satellites to find out which desert had disappeared. A young man sitting in front of a computer saw the map transmitted back from the satellite, and his pupils suddenly shrunk. Minister, it's Chapter 49 Miracles. The desert faded and an oasis descended. The netizens all over the world were envious of the Dragon Kingdom, and the dignitaries of many countries were studying how the disappearance of a desert could change the fortunes of the country again. How many more resources and how many more people can be fed? And what impact will it have on the situation of one superpower? More than 1,000 satellites in space are staring at the desert region of the Dragon Kingdom. Suddenly one of them shrieked and exclaimed, "It's the Chai Desert! Oh, God, a whole 35,000 square kilometers of the 5th largest desert. I saw the sands fade away in an instant. It's a miracle. Never before has the greatness of survival games been so simply revealed to the world. The John hasn't even been this intimidatingly big." The satellites are staring at the Chayatham Desert, live streaming the disappearance of the desert. It was as if God had taken a blackboard and wiped away a little yellow black dot from the land section. 1,000 years of wind and sand have faded away. In its place, a spring springs up. The springs flow and water the banks of the river. Wisps of green grass break through the ground, and the willows are still in the air. In an instant, the oasis descends. It's a miracle. People looked on in exhilaration at the slow disappearance of the desert, their hearts shaken beyond control. On the edge of the desert there are generations of reforestation people who have stood firm from generation to generation. They have been planting trees in the harsh environment day after day, hoping to benefit their country and future generations. Many had accidents. What's more cruel is that the desert is still approaching. Already desperate tree planters are reaching for their shovels, staring dazedly at the familiar sands fading fast beneath their feet. The land is full of green shade to his feet, and the clear springs are flowing over the stones. A spring blooms in the center of the desert, transforming the entire feng shui of the country. Quickly arranging regiments to the desert, while sending people to be stationed into the oasis of the. Organize how many springs there are, and make a good oasis development plan. The minister suppressed his surging emotions and trembled as he laid out his tasks. The entire strategy department perked up. Raising their voices, they rushed to the desert to check on the ground. Now I'm sure that little brother Zheng is really a universal hero. The program, Connect Satellite. The miracle of the desert fading away shook the audience present. Li Han's beautiful eyes were flooded with tears, they were excited. All generations of tree planters fell in the desert to benefit future generations. How many more people can be fed by an extra 35,000 kilometers now? The bureau chief wiped his eyes, red-eyed with joy. When the great hero returns, I will personally carry the flag to open the way for him. Battle Wolf, Goldlock and other guests were deeply shocked. As for the internet, it has long blown up. God forever. I'm just asking, traveling through one day, 5 consecutive waves of national increase. And still disappearing an entire desert, accomplishing a miracle that generations have not accomplished. Mind-blowing, an oasis of green. Foreign netizens have stopped being hard-mouthed, and a large number of people have begun to worship Zheng. Feeling that a new superhero was born. Some people even look at the great feedback, life expectancy plus 3 or 4 years, body and mind washed, eliminating the hidden dangers that. I want to transfer my nationality to the Dragon Kingdom. The most regrettable is the early years of immigration to the United States, and now the intestines are repentant. Countries to the game's Ministry of Strategy have sensationalized, studying how much the Dragon Kingdom will gain this time. I thought that the Husky country, the island country lucky big break. I didn't realize that the real gods were behind them. Zheng is so mysterious and lucky that. After his return on the 7th day, we can congratulate him on his welcome and make a friendly gesture of our country's goodwill towards him. The prettiest of our country, Christina, could be sent to interview him, if he would only join our country, not to speak of a star and a national jewel. How much wealth, status, beauty, and fame is at his disposal? The country's eyes reddened, and many strategic ministries determined to pull Su Zheng in at all costs. The most novel thing is that the nationals of their own countries heard that the most beautiful big star was sent to interview and draw Su Zheng in. Surprisingly, no one felt jealous, instead, they all took it for granted. Surprisingly, those female and national stars who were named and ready to welcome Su Zheng's return were all willing and gladly looking forward to it. This is the global superstar. He who gets Su Zheng, gets the country. I think he might be the star of civilization, and whoever gets him might advance to the only god-level civilization. At home and abroad, Su Zheng's reputation skyrocketed and he was already a superstar. The fans exceeded 2 billion. The Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Strategy was naturally stepping up the pomp and circumstance of the return ceremony to show how much they valued their meritorious soldiers. Many people were looking forward to what grand ceremonies and how grandiose scenes would happen after the return of this group of newcomers. The outside world was sensationalized, and the contestants who were wandering around like ants in a hot pot had their minds exploded. Following behind the zombie bugs and eating dirt, they didn't even find out where Fairy Lake was, but instead wasted time. When they heard the announcement, each of them was shocked. It's such a disadvantage to be on the same stage as him. In Human, there are still resource points in Fairy Lake, don't let him collect them again. It's already like this at the 3rd level, what will happen to the 9 extreme wonders? I'm afraid it will change the sky and the earth. Even Lang Qingyue and Sa Fengwolf, who were members of the same country, were deeply shocked. Washing the body and mind, the disappearance of a desert. Old Su, you're about to become a god. Lang Qingyu soared in the air, naturally proud. From a small scenery to Tsinghua School flower, she by birth was so interested in a boy. Look guys, don't rush to be happy, Su Shen is in danger. Suddenly, a viewer nervously pointed at the big screen and the crowd's hearts tightened. We can't forget the credit. Only to see that the earthquake was getting worse and worse in the live broadcast, in the nest where Su was staying. The 9 dragon peaks of the wondrous 9 dragons spitting pearls seemed to have awakened, wanting to fly up to the sky and attack the enemy. The Qi Guan also comes with its own heaven and earth formation? Su Zheng's face changed suddenly, the mid-air battle became more and more intense, and the lake surface exploded with water. Juggernaut, I can't hold on much longer. A piece of the Blade Queen's blade was shattered. This was a legendary grade material. It was only because the same rank part was also on the sinister dragon. As one of the springs disappeared, the Sin Dragon went berserk and its eyes were bloodshot, and its combat power was rising. It's not a true guardian god beast. There is another existence. A suspected divine beast that's about to awaken. The Blade Queen's anxious voice caused Su Zheng to change color, and it was true that the system had hinted several times that it wasn't that simple. Even the sinister dragon wasn't the real big boss, there was someone else. And its awakening alone has already caused the earth to shake. Wouldn't it be great if it really came out? It's not enough. Su Zheng looked fiercely at the dragon pearl, the divine dragon corpse. This was the origin of creation. He moved. Chapter 50 True Luck. Dragon Kingdom territory permanently increased by 10%. What does he want? The entire audience stood up, and guests such as Li Hong, Battle Wolf, Bureau Chief, Beyonce, Golden Lock, and Electric Eel. Wide-eyed, they watched Su Zheng move, and he hadn't retreated yet, accompanied by the earthquake, and was still going deeper. Propping up the bold, starving the timid. This dragon nation has guts. I admire him very much. It's just a pity that his hero is my enemy. Foreign netizens were glued to the live feed, and many presidents were unblinking, and expressed high recognition of Su Zheng's courage. The most nervous people were naturally the Materians. Even John was not calm, watching the live broadcast with an embarrassed face. The dragon pearl is equivalent to a godhead, and the dragon corpse is even more impressive. Containing divine mysteries, pure-blooded dragon lineage, and a divine hero template. It is the one that creates wonders, sinful dragons, dragon blood compulsion kings, and everything else. If I dare to take it, I guess the super boss should come out and swallow me in one bite. Su Zheng was calm, he didn't rush towards the spectacle. Instead, he killed to a side gap, where there was still an egg. He slammed his entire body into the dirt, closing his eyes and charging across the room by virtue of his battlesuit. What's going on? You're crashing into a wall instead of collecting the spectacle? The spectators who didn't understand were stunned. Until the wall was smashed open, and a giant white egg, more than 3 meters high, was revealed to the eye. It was only then that the crowd was shocked. And a treasure? A giant egg? My god, is this Dragon Nation man the son of God? Lucky value as high as 1,000? How the hell do you want the others to live? Leave some soup for our players. The global audience couldn't sit still, breathing heavily and mentally straining their eyes as they watched the live broadcast. However, as soon as Su Zheng crashed into it, he suddenly hit a hard place and could not advance. To go around, what the hell? Su Zheng was a bit knocked out. Feeling the earthquake getting bigger and bigger, the super boss in the underworld began to awaken. Su Zheng looked up, and the whole person was struck by lightning, dumbstruck. The people watching the live broadcast were also dumbfounded. It was a pile of unnameable things that all humans are familiar with. Up to 5 meters high, as if a small mountain, the overall appearance of black poo. I at #%. Who's so uncivilized that they anywhere? Su Zheng was disgusted for a moment and cursed as he walked around the road. Unfortunately, after an unknown number of thousands of years, this super pile of poop was as hard as that and had no odor. Ha, Su Zheng also has such a comical side? Looking for treasure and still stepping on it, no. It's bumping into a pile of poop. As expected of the other world, everything's bigger. The poop is so big and shocking. Guys, can we not discuss the topic of poop? I'm having a late night snack. Wolf shook his head and laughed. Brother Su is also too lucky. This is a prehistoric treasure, right? So many treasures, worthy of being the dragon's lair. Wouldn't the eggs inside be dragon eggs? Master Bei teased. In that case, wouldn't this pile of poop be dragon feces? At this remark, there was a sudden silence in the room. The audience looked at Master Bei in shock. Li Hong's face was full of incredulity as she stared carefully at the pile of hills. It was no longer disgusting, and the more you looked at it, the better it looked. The audience could not wait to take a few bites at it. Su Zheng just took a step and apparently realized something was wrong. Is this place there? Any drop of saliva from a dragon can become a dragon birth, and any pee it takes is evolved dragon fluid. Suddenly, a world announcement arrived late and resounded in everyone's ears. World announcement. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom's player Su Zheng for getting really lucky and accidentally bumping into a huge pile of dragon feces. National luck feedback. All fertilizers and manure effects in the Dragon Kingdom are enhanced by 1%. This divine object has a particularly large bonus to yield fertilizer and land and is recommended to be collected. I $at. It's the other contestants' turn to curse, and they're still wandering around like ants. Su Zheng had already grabbed a sacred treasure and was frantically gripping it. Simply everywhere is treasure. You can step on dragon when you walk. It's really a dragon's lair. There's treasure all over the place. Every piece of pulled has a substantial increase to the country. The foreign audience, who had been laughing at the sight of Su Zheng hitting his head against the wall, the smiles came to a screeching halt and got stuck in mid-sentence. Eyes lost in thought, staring dully at the large, unnameable pile. Su Zheng still want to think? As long as it's a treasure, anything goes. He stepped back quickly, pinched his nose, pressed his hand to it, and murmured, "Gather." A moment's effort. The 5-meter unnameable hill instantly turned into black light and disappeared into Su Zheng's hands. The audience was shocked, and the guests applauded and celebrated with big smiles. The internet was abuzz with foreign netizens stifling the out of the dragon nation, and no, dragon luck. That's all they'll get. At the same time, a golden subtitle appeared in the dome of the sky, as if celebrating Su Zheng's string of feats. World announcement. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom Su Zheng for getting lucky and successfully collecting a large pile of divine dragon feces. The fertilizer of the camp he was in received a huge boost, doubling the fertility of the land and drastically accelerating the growth rate and yield of crops. At the same time, it carries its own dragon might, and mosquitoes, insects and poisonous snakes dare not approach the camp. Check the specific effect yourself. National transportation feedback. All fertilizer effects in the Dragon Kingdom are enhanced by 100%. Fertilization of all lands in the territory is permanently increased by 10%. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom. Congratulations to Su Zheng. Su Zheng never dreamed that the first god-tier item he got was actually a big pile of poop full of joy. He blushed strangely, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. And hearing the effect of the announcement, the audience sat back. Permanent increase. All territories. Chapter 51 Ultimate Warning, Failure to collect dragon eggs. It was well known that the Dragon Kingdom was good at farming, and this time, the dragon dung increase was even more nationwide, causing farmers and experts to cheer. I don't know how much more rice and staple food can be produced in this wave. Doubling the effect of all fertilizers, plus a 10% enhancement of the nation's soil. It won't take long for the production of staple foods and fruits in our Dragon Kingdom to be greatly doubled. Fruit freedom is realized. Su God, I would like to call you the god of rice, the god of fruit, and the god of the land. Rice brags about their superheroes. My Dragon Kingdom is no worse than yours in any way. Even starting out is the pinnacle. The foreign netizens had already been suppressed and were unable to harden their mouths. As for the previously bragging husky countries and island countries, they are even hiding in the corner of envy and jealousy. It seems that our country has to plan a large-scale planting program to ensure the supply of national demand. In the Ministry of Strategy, the leaders explained to the crowd. Today the fertility of the country's land has increased, and according to the inspection of the fighters sent out to the There has been a lot more good land, combined with fertilizers that have doubled in effect, and an extra 35,000 kilometers of oases. Famine will never happen in this land again. The people are the most important thing. This wave of water and soil increase by Zheng has given the Dragon Kingdom a strong bottom line. A grain planter and rice harvester began to drive out and run around the country. Factories all over the country are urgently processing and producing all kinds of agricultural tools in preparation for the big construction coming soon. I don't know if the survival game will be a blessing or a curse for us. One engineer lamented with a helmet. Last time, Professor Yu's granddaughter charged the secondary resource point small iron ore mine, which made our steel production increase greatly. It was hailed as a celestial being. I can't imagine that a demon has come out so quickly, giving the nation such a big surprise in the novice trial alone. Ha, you can't say he's a demon outside anymore. Now he's a national hero, a global superstar, and is believed to be a god. And with the 4 years of life added not so long ago, and the washing of our whole bodies and minds making me 10 years younger, we have all received his blessings. One of the workers said with a big smile as the factory worked feverishly and the crowd was full of fighting spirit. The increase in the country's fortunes is more than just an actual resource, it's a huge incentive for the hearts and minds of the people, too. When the hearts of the people are united, the national fortune is naturally strong. Otherwise the island nation would not have cheered all the people and celebrated the blooming of the cherry blossoms before. There will definitely be a big explosion of production in the Dragon Kingdom, which will crowd out our market share of the fruit. Leaders of other countries have obviously thought further ahead, and some of those who maintain trade by exporting bananas, fruits. Some of them who export bananas and fruits to sustain their trade are even more anxious, and this involves their national fortunes, too. I do not know how many people bankruptcy unemployment. The whole body will be affected by one hair. Many countries, because of the growing power of the Dragon Kingdom, have changed their conflicts from the past end. Instead, they sent foreign ambassadors to curry favor, and even the kangaroo state and the island state succumbed, and there was a shake-up in the status of the rice state. The exotic players with exploding minds are as anxious as hot pots of ants. They could only watch Zheng get rich, and they couldn't even find out where it was. Not even a mouthful of soup. And that's not all, the myths are perpetuating, there are dragon eggs. Li Hong excitedly pointed at the big screen, where the earthquake became more and more violent, and the inexplicable aura oppressed Zheng's face. The Queen of Blades couldn't hold her own, and was thrown off Fairy Lake by a tail of the sinister dragon. Splashing the waves, the Sin Dragon had fear in its rage. It seemed that because of its incompetence, it had messed with a big guy. Zheng finished collecting dragon feces and quickly walked to the giant egg, a 3-meter large white egg that emitting fluorescence, and the ground was covered with a layer of thatch. Zheng unintentionally glanced at it and was immediately struck by lightning. Dragon's beard herb, a very famous medicinal herb, an epic-level top medicinal guide. Has many wonderful uses, now being used as nest thatch on the floor. What a waste! Zheng did not say a word. A handful of collection. Ding, congratulations on successfully collecting the epic-level herb dragon's bush X60. The thatch under the giant egg disappeared at a rapid pace. Zheng obviously didn't forget the main thing, this dragon egg he wanted. A line of small letters appeared in front of his eyes, mysterious egg. The divine egg that appeared in the dragon's lair, I don't know if it's of the dragon lineage or not. What can be determined is that it contains a divine bloodline, is still alive and very aggressive, collect it carefully. If the geese are over, I'm over, the sky is 3 feet high. Zheng collects a total of dragon beard grass X1000, without saying a word. He directly pressed his hand on top of the white egg and moved his mind. Collect! He's coming. The divine egg. He's going to harvest a dragon. At this moment, the crowd was even more excited than when they obtained the spring, and they stood up and the other netizens had been too depressed to want to say a word. Ding! The clueless consciousness inside the egg is resisting. Collection failed, please try again. The huge red failure subtitle crossed the dome of the sky, looking dumbfounded at the 10 billion viewers. Zheng's delighted expression froze, while the earth under his feet began to rumble and shake. It seemed that he had angered the boss, and a super monster was about to come out. At the same time a series of ding 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 traveled. The earth's heavenly dome was transformed into a bloody color in an instant. A serious atmosphere that had never been seen before, horror like a blood-red warning blocking all images. Ultimate warning. Due to the Dragon Kingdom's Zheng's boldness in collecting the divine egg, angering the inexplicable boss. He began to awaken and rise. Lake Fairyland began to shake because of his rising, and the new earth began to quake. If Zheng doesn't stop it in time, it will get worse and worse. Please avoid the earthquake in time. Beware of fallout, collateral disaster attacks. Rumble. With the fairy lake as the center, the entire trial ground began to tremble violently. The ground shook, boulders rolled down, rivers reversed, and 10,000 birds flew in fright. And all of this was only because of the awakening rise of a single being. Chapter 52, Successfully Collecting Dragon Eggs, the entire map shakes. How is that possible? The whole map is shaking because of a boss. Are you kidding me? Why is Su Zheng enjoying his happiness while everyone else is suffering? The players fled cursing and swearing, not caring to find Fairy Lake. Each showed his skill and ran for the open area. What a great escape, straight from the local audience cheering for their own players. During the escape, other beasts were found to be hiding along with them, and the birds in the sky covered the sky. All of them were scared. It's even a bronze-level Lion King. Where did this escape from? A wild yak herd. Everyone, avoid it. It's even better than a tank herd. It comes with a savage charge, and the leading bull king is still a bronze creature. At this time, the sun gradually went down, and the earth was in chaos as the setting sun shone. Abandon the dragon eggs and flee. The netizens couldn't help but cry out, and Su Zheng, who was the source of the earthquake, was the most furious here. The Dragon Blood Compass King was scared to death, and the alien on its back had already died in honorable battle. The sinister dragon couldn't be bothered to attack the queen, and was similarly terrified as its wings trembled. Where can there be a superboss this strong and this big? I doubt he's a mature divine beast. Su Zheng saw that the Blade Queen fell to the bottom of the lake and began to absorb the spiritual water to heal her injuries, and was temporarily fine. With a sigh of relief, he clenched his teeth and continued to press on top of the dome. Take it in. Since he had already gotten the hint that this was a divine beast egg, how could he miss it? Unexpectedly, the system failed to remind him again, and 3 huge red exclamation marks appeared in the dome of the sky. The foreign netizens breathed a sigh of relief, and a sigh of regret came from the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Surviving is everything, Miss Li Hong said anxiously as the guests urged Su Zheng to escape first. Including the Queen of Blades, who hurriedly flew over and anxiously asked, Juggernaut, go away, don't provoke him. I feel the earth rumbling beneath us. A supergiant is awakening, a divine beast. And not just any divine beast, an ancient super divine beast. It's only possible to hunt them if the mother nest grows to its peak and forms a legion at least. Su Zheng clenched his teeth, and his palm that was touching the eggshell rose with force. Toast to the drink. I'd rather destroy what I can't have, either submit, or just turn me into an omelette. Manhwa, prepare your weapons. The Queen of Blades faithfully changed her palms and a giant scythe appeared in her hands. At the same time, Su Zheng's lightsaber flashed in his hand, reaching 3 meters straight. The bright beam of light kept approaching the divine egg. The divine egg shook, premonishing something in the dark. It did not fear the lightsaber, but was much more wary of the Queen of Blades. Just as Su was gritting his teeth with the intention of destroying it, a reminder slowly arrived. Ding! Forced by your silver might, the mysterious egg chooses to yield. Su Zheng was ecstatic and scrambled to take it back into the system space, not expecting to get an icy reminder. Collection failed, because it is a living body, cannot be placed in the space. If there is special space equipment, it can be collected. Su Zheng shouted, Manhwa, carry the giant egg and escape. The Queen of Blades nodded her head repeatedly, put away her weapon, and turned into a tentacle that wrapped the giant egg around it and rushed up into the sky. Su Zheng activated his battlesuit and quickly left the dragon nest. Roar! The earthquake continues, and the whole fairy lake is boiling over. Fairy gas is dense, the sun is shining, the wonders of the 9 dragons spitting out pearls are glowing. The 9-dragon peak came to life, and a huge magic array could be seen glittering and glowing. Spreading with the dragon pearl as its center, a divine pressure spread. The 2 rushed into the sky and fled, no longer daring to stay. The sinful dragon saw the culprit trying to escape, and still bringing out a giant egg. Angrily, it spewed out a dragon breath in pursuit. The Queen of Blades suddenly changed into a pair of wings behind her back and fought to flash the. She managed to dodge the dragon's breath, but even so, half of her wings were burnt. Ding, your legendary hero Queen of Blades has been seriously injured. The system reminder caused Su Zheng's heart to tighten. But now that he could escape, it was a victory. To win. The guts are too big. The netizens stared at the live broadcast, as if their hearts were gripped, not daring to miss a beat. Both heartbroken queen, but also afraid that Su Zheng was killed in seconds. Even if an earthquake occurs and a super boss awakens, still dares to run away with the divine egg in his arms, the latter is fearful. The leaders of the other countries had mixed feelings, especially a group of veteran players who had been drawn before. They were waiting for the period of waiting for the call, and when they saw that this group of newcomers had such fierce men, all of them frowned and felt great pressure. I'm afraid, within a few rounds, I'll be caught up by him, on the same stage. At that time, won't we have to face him? Many of the veteran players were under a lot of pressure, and they adhered to the mentality of not asking for anything in the survival game. That, like Su Zheng's bold and radical move to create a map-wide earthquake. He's still holding the dragon egg and running away. And probably because it didn't escape from the safe zone, the right to return the dragon egg to its home is undetermined. The hearts of the nation were hanging by a thread as they watched the scene nervously. The cold sweat broke out on many people's heads, and their hearts thumped. This wasn't a game, but a battle of national fortunes that involved everyone. Just when we were about to escape from the fairy lake, we were not expecting the roadblocker who pretended to be dead, the Dragon Blood Compass King, to kill us. Seems to want us know the previous shame, open mouth full of fangs, about to swallow Su Zheng. Su Zheng blew a whistle. A big guy suddenly rushed out from the corner of a bush. The insect tyrant had come to provide support. It's been ordered to lurk here for a long time. In the process of rushing out, it instantly transformed into a dragon. Strength rose greatly, both hands of the scythe chopped out at a rapid speed, straight to kill the Compassion King's blood and flesh. At the same time, the other claw on his body suddenly flung out like a concealed weapon, attacking the sinister dragon in the air. He was naturally no match for the Sin Dragon, and probably couldn't even break his defense. But buying time was enough. The sinister dragon senses the strange dragon aura, and looks puzzled. This distraction. The Queen of Blades took the opportunity to escape from the sky with the giant egg in her arms, and Su Zheng breathed a sigh of relief and a big wave of his hand. Tyrant, give me the temple. I'm pulling out first. After saying that, he catalyzed the maximum power of his battlesuit and turned into a stream of light chasing after the Queen's footsteps. Chapter 53 Return of Glory, Divine Egg Jin Guiyun. The insect tyrant entangled the Dragon Blood Compass King in the rear, and the sinister dragon did not chase him out. Instead, it anxiously rotated in the sky above. The audience was finally relieved that the quake was no longer expanding. The fleeing runners relax. As Su Zheng and the Queen escaped for their lives, another world announcement came. World announcement. Congratulations to Su Zheng of the Dragon Kingdom, the rich and powerful. Successfully taking away the egg of the divine beast. Luck plus 100. National luck feedback. The Dragon Kingdom's national luck is blessed by the divine beast. The probability of all types of natural disasters, such as earthquakes and typhoons, is reduced by 10%. At the same time, if a divine beast is successfully born, there will be a huge increase. Finally, we've waited for this moment, and under Su Zheng's audacious maneuvering, Fairy Lake in a full 3 times the national increase, the biggest gain is not the spring, nor the dragon dung, but the divine beast eggs. Li Hong's pretty face was excited, her red lips slightly opened, and she also started to call him Su Zheng. There was continuous applause from the guest seats. Goldilocks flicked her watery skin and genuinely fell in love with the little brother. The previous washing of his body and mind had made his physical state at least 10 years younger. Girls are most sensitive to physical changes. In the field, it is Master Bei who is the most regretful. For being beaten by the netizens, and lying in the hospital short and tight in bed also follow the tournament. When seeing Su Zheng create miracles one after another, the matter whisked away. A mouthful of dog's blood couldn't help but spray out. Fainted on the bed. The shocked doctor exclaimed, "Master Short, how come you haven't been increased by the national fortune and your health is getting worse?" The nurses whispered, all guessing that Short Master had secretly immigrated. No wonder he was angry and bloodied. That's the end of it? Even the divine beast eggs are out of his hands? The magnitude of the earthquake became smaller and smaller, and the others looked at each other in disbelief. Leng Qingyue let out a long cry and spread her wings back to the camp to prepare for the night's defense battle. Eugene, Polar Bear, and Deformed Mouse looked forlorn and regretful. On this day they were only slightly rewarded, but Su Zheng had a wave of increases in the national fortune, harvesting 2 major resource points, as well as divine dragon dung and divine beast eggs. The gap opened up at the start. Where the hell is Fairy Lake? How did he find it? The group started back to the camp, and on the way, they bumped into the insectoids, who were still gathering materials and working as diligently as bees. Inside, they were even more saddened. How can we still play this? Su is fleeing the Fairy Lake when the last look at the eye. Vaguely noticed the dragon's nest slowly sinking into the lake, the water tornado disappearing. The Fairy Lake gradually calmed down. A pupil as huge as the dome of the sky appeared on the ground. Slowly opened and watched him for a moment. Su Zheng's heart shook violently, thinking that he might have been mistaken and how could there be such a big boss, with Fairy Lake staying in his eyeballs, and the dragon's nest being the pupil? How to complete the hidden quest? Where did the newbie land get such a big boss and wonders? Su Zheng remembered the quest rewards of Pure Blood True Dragon Transformation and Dragon Transformation Pool. However, it was now imperative to go out and shrink, and not provoke the boss anymore. The sun was setting and it was almost completely dark. The next day's harvest, Su Zheng was extremely satisfied. He pulled out the treasure bug from his arms and couldn't wait to kiss it a few times, giving himself too many surprises. Go back and add meat to your diet, little one. Do a good job from now on. Find me a baby every day. Juggernaut won't treat you badly. Su Zheng and the Queen of Blades escaped 3 or 4 kilometers before relaxing a little. During this journey, Su Zheng did not receive the news of the tyrant's death in battle. The audience saw with certainty that the insect tyrant was ferocious, but not a cutie. After seeing that the Juggernaut was safe, the 2 monsters present were not something he could deal with, so he decisively fled, hiding from the world. This skill is still from the Compulsion King. The other side of the gas is not clear. Sin Dragon is responsible for guarding the inner lake, did not go out of the boundary, resubmerged into the bottom of the lake diving cultivation. The Dragon Blood Compass King had suffered a loss and did not chase after it. Su Zheng and the Blade Queen waited for a while before the tyrant finally caught up with the two. Hard work. Su Zheng commented, as blood flowed from the queen's body. Her spirit is depressed and she is seriously injured, she is in dire need of information. Without further delay, Su Zheng returned to the camp with the divine beast egg. All bug soldiers returned to the camp. Worker bugs prepared dinner. He ordered all the bug soldiers through his mental link. The base camp had the brain bugs commanding them, so they didn't have to worry about it. After the tyrant draws away, the soldier bugs out on patrol are scattered around like starlight, returning to the camp in droves with trees, fruits, ores, and other treasures. Among them, Su Zheng flipped through the historical information. The insects collected a lot of treasures, specifically go back to inventory. But there are also losses. There are zombie bugs encountered accidents, hunted by monsters. 8 elite soldiers were lost, and the biggest loss was naturally the 2 steel aliens that were sacrificed to cover him. They still had potential. Nowadays, there's only 1 8th order zombie beast left among the elite soldiers below the tyrant. It was responsible for guarding the mother nest, and the 2 steel aliens led the bug soldiers. Su Zheng is back. Look at the big guy his bodyguard is holding, that's the divine beast egg. When they arrived at the camp, there was a commotion amongst the crowd and there were curious observers of the 1-man, 2 bug group that couldn't stop looking at the egg. Leng Qing Yu even asked directly, "Is this a dragon egg or not? Then won't you have a pet dragon when it hatches? My goodness, I'm only a mythic level phoenix at the peak of my evolution. And you just straight up have a pure-blooded dragon? I'm only gold bloodline, how can there be a divine beast in a novice village? Where did you find Fairy Lake? I suspect something's not right there. Can I touch the god's egg?" The contestants were unconcealably envious and jealous. Su Zheng naturally did not allow them to touch the divine egg. His own queen had to go back to heal her wounds. But suddenly someone said, "Su Zheng, you made a big fortune yourself, but the earthquake you induced made us unlucky to take shelter. Buildings have collapsed in the camp, and people have been injured. Don't you want to give us an explanation and a taste?" The atmosphere was suddenly serious and Su Zheng's eyes were cold as he looked towards the crowd. This is to see that he is getting rich and his men are injured to fall into the well? Chapter 54, the life expectancy of the entire rice nation is reduced by 1 year, and the monster is disbanded. Unsurprisingly, it's the Eugene trio, They were followed by 2 island players, and there were also people from the kangaroo and maple leaf countries close by to back them up. Yeah, it can't be that you're the only one eating meat and we don't even get to drink soup. The pot exploded but implicated us, we want compensation. I fell and was seriously injured in the earthquake just now, I believe that at this moment, the whole country is implicated, in severe pain, You have to compensate all of us in the White Elephant country for our losses. Su Zheng laughed coldly, sensing the master's emotions and the Queen of Blades swept the crowd icily, instantly causing them to have words in their throats that they didn't dare to continue. What are you afraid of, seriously injured? The divine beast egg is still in her hands. I don't know who used the skill to confuse and sow discord amongst the crowd, It made Su Zheng's complexion calm and terrifying. Did they really dare to take a shot at his own treasure? Die. The insect tyrant took the lead, and there was just no place to vent the pent-up frustration he received from the Compass King. Having lost the queen's suppression, some people seemed to be really stupid and wanted to try and to see if they could get a piece of meat. Ghostbusters are shameless, I knew there would be infighting no matter what. The audience commented angrily, bullying, seeing Su Zheng's tiger's mouth and his men seriously injured. Surprisingly, he attempted to get a piece of the pie and tried to fight him. What the hell? Li Hong was similarly filled with righteous indignation and asked the guest for his opinion on the matter. The patriotic warwolves immediately stated that, with the trio from Rice leading the way, and the support of some of the other players from their little brother's country, this group of people attempted to use the momentum to suppress Su Zheng. If they took a step back this time, they didn't know what other tricks they had behind them. The ass decides the head, and a group of people on the extranet yelled to support their player. Gradually, the chants in the arena got louder and louder, and Eugene looked at the gradually surrounded Su Zheng trio with a slightly smug look. The one he was most afraid of was the Queen of Blades, now that she was seriously injured and had flown so far while holding the dragon egg. Combat power had long been 10-1, and as for that alien, it doesn't look like it's broken through to bronze. The players' bloodlines all have potential, and by joining forces, surely they can be nibbled. You need to give us an explanation. I don't believe you got only this much treasure from the dragon's nest, or else you'd have to share the dragon's egg. Everyone study it for the benefit of the entire global village. In the face of the huge benefits, the other country players have been interested in the Leng Qingyue defended Su Zheng, and in return, she was ostracized. The other 2 Dragon Kingdom players were silent and clear. The spectators outside the arena were getting angrier and angrier when suddenly a loud laughter came. Ha ha ha, mentioning the global village to me? Sharing divine beast eggs? Do you guys really think you can oppress me with great power? Zheng threw back his head and laughed long and hard. He didn't even retreat under the threat of a super boss. Let alone this small scene? Do you dare to make an enemy of the world? If you dare to make a move, upon the return of the entire earth will have no place for you. The half-eagle man flew up, his face arrogant, as if he thought he had him. You guys count as a great power. I am the great power. Do you really think you are the ones who surrounded me? Zheng suddenly let out a long whistle, and from the surrounding area, densely packed insect clans drilled out. There were steel zombie bugs, elite zombie bugs, aliens, and worker bugs all coming. It seems that if I don't go on a killing spree today, I really think I'm a granny who eats fasting and remembers the Buddha. Zheng suddenly struck out, turning into a shadow of light and rushing towards the half-eagle man. The lightsaber in his hand lengthened violently and suddenly slashed at her. How dare you! Eugene and the others paled, not realizing that his soldiers had already surrounded him and nor did they realize that he would dare to strike at the drop of a hat, without the slightest concern for the international situation. At the same time, the tyrant on the side could no longer hold back, and with a boom rushed into the crowd that screamed the loudest just now and went on a killing spree. The Queen of Blades put down her giant egg, her eyes cruel and as long as it was ordered by Juggernaut, everyone here was killed, no more words. The half-eagles didn't expect him to really dare to make a move, all of them didn't have time to reflect. The lightsaber split her in two with a poof, and the screams didn't even come out. World announcement. Mi Jones was unfortunately killed by Zheng, and the lifespan of all Mi people was reduced by 1 year. The earth was in an uproar. The internal and external netizens didn't expect Zheng to really dare to storm out and kill people, and that's just the beginning. Commanding the corps to surround them, it was as if they had the intention of destroying all the enemies at the drop of a hat. The guests and hosts of the program were dumbfounded. The Minister of Strategy, his scalp numb, began to report up the at worst, there could be an extreme war. The global hotline is busted, and in a split second, the situation is incredibly tense. The internet users in the United States are furious that they've lost another year of their lives, and the internet users in other countries are scared to death that they're next. It was only at this time that they scolded their own players for being stupid and making enemies with Zheng. Zheng is crazy. Really daring to make an enemy of the world. As they watched their companions being killed, Eugene and Paint Black Panther were in a rage. Mouthing the words for their little brothers to go on, they quickly backed away. While Tyrant and Alien had already killed the crowd, many people were scared and panicked to say innocent. The zombie bugs and zombie beasts on the outside also killed in. A whip blade emerged from the Queen of Blades' body, transforming into killing mode. The situation was unimaginably bad. An announcement rang out abruptly. World announcement. Congratulations to Zheng for successfully collecting the Divine Beast Egg. Blessed envelope. The ground shook and the mountains shook, causing the monsters to panic and not dare to come out. The next night, the monster onslaught disbanded. Please cherish the precious time of a peaceful night and get some rest. Prepare to call in the troops and build camps. Prepare for the onslaught of the third night. As soon as the announcement was made, the tumultuous battlefield parted. Zheng laughed and waved his lightsaber. Who was the one who said that the earthquake I induced just now cost you? Now that the second night shock is gone because of me, do you have to pay me protection money? Ha 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 ha. Whoever screamed the loudest just now, get the hell out. Zheng burst into a fit of rampant laughter and the player who had just made the loudest noise had an embarrassed face and was so groundless that he wanted to burrow into a hole in the ground and hide. Stealing a chicken didn't work. Chapter 55 Losing a Lady and a Nameless Divine Egg. The internet just started an unprecedented battle. Communities have been reduced to battlegrounds, servers have exploded. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward as the Dragon Kingdom keyboard warriors fought aggressively against the netizens of various countries. Ben grasped the pain point of the earthquake and demanded compensation from the Dragon Country's netizens of the Rice Country, Island Country, Kangaroo Country, etc. One by one, they all stopped talking, completely stupid face. Where did the arrogance go just now? Isn't it asking for compensation? Then you first pay the protection fee for the second night's security. A whole night's safety. It would have been the seventh night. It's only safe because of Zheng, otherwise at least 100 more people would have died in this wave, and I don't know how many countries would have been affected by the disaster. Now put up the bowl to eat, put down the bowl to curse. It's not human. The netizens of the Dragon Nation, who had been on tenterhooks, all raised their eyebrows and madly mocked the hostile elements led by the Rice Nation, on the side of saying the right thing. The Rice Country that has suffered a loss is not good enough to take advantage of the situation to send a crime, even under the minions have begun to mutiny. Can only be dumb to eat the yellow lotus. The situation at the scene was also like this. Zheng with his insect corps was clearly separated from the others. Some players from neutral countries began to reconcile, each taking a step back. As an apology, and to thank Zheng for securing a second night of benefits for the crowd. Apologize by offering different resources. Ding, the Maple Leaf Nation player traded you Iron or X100, the Wool Nation player traded you Luminous or X10, and the Island Nation player traded you Green and Blue Leaf X500. But all of the people who had just raised their voices now all made amends and apologized. The most aggrieved of them all was the leader, Eugene, who had lost his most important flying companion, and had to make amends in front of all the people. The ghost gorilla's face was green with anger, but he had to lower his head and apologize. With just himself and the paint Black Panther, how could he fight Zheng? Ding, Rice player Eugene traded you Bananas X100. This reminder sound caused Zheng to be immensely relieved. Still not quick enough to get out? Ghost Gorilla and Pitch Black Panther returned in a sorry state with the bodies of their companions wrapped around them, and with this wave of half-eagles dead, their strength was greatly reduced. Their mobility and speed of discovering the treasure were greatly reduced, and the impact was far-reaching. The minions who had been following them, the aberrant rats and the radiant trilobites, were all mistrustful, too. Instead, they saw Zheng's unstoppable rise and fawned to curry favor. Said, what you and I, two countries with water, mountains and rivers, the sun and the moon with the wind. Should be friendly, after the return of the island must be a guest, cherry blossom viewing and eating sushi. Introduce him to the specialty of cherry blossom girl. You get out of here too. Zheng, who was familiar with the nature of the island nation, naturally chased the two away without any goodwill. Who does not know that they are white-eyed wolves? All is calm. Because there were no monsters in the night, campfires were burning in the camp. The crowd was in a very happy mood, except for Rice. Manina, hard work. Zheng brought the queen back to the mother nest quickly. As soon as he saw the base camp, he mentally shifted and I didn't realize how much it had changed on a trip out. I only saw that the original primary fence had been reinforced and thickened to a height of more than 5 meters. It was doused with the mother nest's special cohesive agent and was even harder than cement. It's like an unbreakable castle, patrolled by zombie bugs. The worker bugs pushed their way through the secret silver gates and flooded inside. Now, in addition to the primary hero's altar, 2 bug nests had been erected, right next to the mother nest, like guards. Unusual soldiers, all living inside. It also provides a bit of recovery and happiness. The most surprising thing, naturally, is the mountainous pile of resources, ranging from wood, to ore, to stone, to this is the harvest of 100 insect clans in one day. There was also a vague flash of gold in it. There were quite a few good things. Zheng burst into laughter. How can one of you fight with more than 100 of my soldiers? Not being able to take a closer look, Zheng took the queen to the mother nest at the first opportunity. The mother nest was transformed by the brainworm, turning it into a 5 meter high, like a huge beast lying on its back. Welcome back, Juggernaut, the queen is injured. Please hurry to the healing room to heal your wounds. Brainbug 1 moved his bloated body over. Sue is struggling to lift the giant egg in. This egg vibrates, as if in fear of the mother nest. Fearing that it would be eaten, it jumped and tried to escape. Still the queen recaptured. You're a silly egg, aren't you? What's the value of a dead divine beast egg that tastes better? Of course it's worth 100 times more alive. Sue was knocking the fool's egg and had it carried into her command room. There, he himself could manipulate the mother nest to suppress it, and he expected that it would not be able to escape. After taking in the silly egg, Zheng is still not sure what kind of egg it is. It was not a dragon lineage, but it was also a mythological bloodline. Zheng wasn't sure if it was related to the big guy under Fairy Lake or not. Whether or not it is of the same race, it should not be, otherwise he would have come out to take it back a long time ago. It seems that the big guy is just responsible for guarding the dragon corpse and dragon pearl. Nameless divine egg, specific race unknown, mythological bloodline, still in gestation. Growth can be accelerated by the use of treasures such as dragon's beard grass or high-energy life source springs. A divine beast coming into existence, and how much it would increase the campsite. And how much would it increase the luck of the nation? Zheng laughed and patted the silly egg. 3 billion people are waiting for you to break your shell, honored, right? The fool didn't want to pay attention to Zheng. Instead, he circled around the command room a few times and, jumping up and down in a bit of excitement, seemingly expressing that it is possible to tube yourself and instill energy. Brainbug number 1, Juggernaut, this egg is of extremely high quality. If you want to speed up its emergence, you can use bioenergy to infuse it in. Only I'm afraid it will take quite a bit. Not yet, I'll wait to heal the queen. Zheng personally spread 1,000 dragon's beard grass on the ground. The giant egg skillfully jumped on it and, leaping forward to try to insert the tube. Sue is telling Brainbug to keep an eye on the dome and not to make any mistakes. After that, he took the Queen of Blades and hurried to the treatment room. The Queen of Blades was in extremely poor condition, with her attributes dropping by a large margin. This was the reason why Eugene had dared to bully her earlier. Juggernaut, I'm still fine. But of that group before, 2 of them were deeply hostile to you. Why don't you let me kill them all? Manhwa was still planning for Su Zheng at this time. Su Zheng laughed, kill one and trick them. The other 2 definitely can't escape, but kill all 3. I'm afraid the stimulus is too harsh, and I need to borrow a knife to kill them. The Queen of Blades looked puzzled, and surprisingly a bit nerdy. Why do you think I'm keeping the Dragon Blood Compass King that I didn't kill before? Su Zheng confidently called up the Mother Nest panel to check the proceeds. Now was not the time to harvest, and when the time came, all that the Mi camp had done was to do the graft for itself. Chapter 56 Big Accident, New Legendary Bloodline. Level 2 Mother Nest Biofactory, total resources, wood x 60,000, iron ore x 5,000, silver x 500, dragon's beard grass x 1,000, unidentified ore x 10,000. Various types of resources dazzled, and the insect race adhered to Su Zheng's will. As long as they're useful, they'll carry them all back. Now pile up the campsite for a big building wave. The fuel needed for the campfires, the rotten bones are even breaking 50,000, enough to burn for 3 days and 3 nights. They greatly replenished Su Zheng's reserves, with the most precious food, meat units exceeding 50,000, and fruits exceeding 100,000. There were a wide variety, apples, durians, cherries, and all the rest, which made Su Zheng enjoy his blessings. The most important bioenergy after a morning's consumption of. In combination with no monster activity and fewer kills, it was down to only 1,000. But it was enough for the queen to heal, and Su Zheng didn't hesitate to transfer half of the bioenergy to her. Manhwa lay on top of a special biobed, covered like a space capsule. A tentacle was inserted to transfer vigorous energy. I'm sorry for the labor, Juggernaut. The Queen of Blades said, embarrassed. Do we two even need to talk about this? Su Zheng lost his smile and continued to accompany the Queen of Blades as she healed her wounds. Let the insensitive brain bug go and prepare dinner. You're not a light bulb bug. What are you doing here? We've all worked hard today. Let's make it a grand day. What with the vole meat and demon wolf meat all carried out for cooking, there's no need to gnaw on wood tonight. Who would gnaw on wood and eat dirt if they didn't have no choice? Brainworms are really unusual and will answer strongly. Master, in the afternoon, the alien hunted down a fine snowyak, and the meat was exceptionally tasty. Should I prepare it for you? Not bad, now that you can plan for the Lord. Have the worker worms roasted, with more chili and spices. And yes, the fruit is washed and ready, the best you can get. Brainbug 1 nodded his head back and forth. Worker bugs are for construction units. Masters can breed living food masters later. It can also create nanny troopers that specialize in taking care of you. Also, with more bugs, the water consumed by the camp is extremely appalling. The daily amount of food is too precarious to be gathered, especially in the event of heavy rains and other changes. And easily shakes the foundation of the mother nest. Su Zheng waved his big hand. I'll personally place the resource points for water sources, plant cultivation, etc., later on. You send someone to pick a good location, and in the future, there will be no shortage of water and soil in our camp. Brainworm 1 went about his business. Having one of it around helped Su Zheng a lot. But he wanted a few more to help him take care of his life. The Queen of Blades lay on her bed, silently watching the Juggernaut give orders, her eyes mesmerized. The injuries on her body were being repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the mother nest had her backup data. As long as there was energy, it could be repaired quickly. But suddenly a message popped up from the mother nest. Ding! Attention Master, a powerful bloodline gene was discovered on the way to treating the Queen of Blades. Extremely promising and aggressive. Very inclusive. Crucial to the evolution of the matriarchal nest. Please check. What? There's still this? Su Zheng was deeply surprised. A message board appeared in front of Su Zheng's eyes. He took a closer look and joyfully smiled. Sinister Dragon Bloodline, Legendary Grade Dragon Bloodline, High Purity. Closest to the bloodline of a pure-blooded divine beast dragon. Dragon evolution can be divided into 2 types, Eastern Divine Dragons and Western Gargoyles. It is too thin, about Unit 5. Use it with caution. Where did you get sinful dragon blood? Su Zheng was puzzled, and the Queen of Blades said after thinking for a while. It should have dripped down on my body and weapons when I was in a fierce battle with it. So very little. It's okay to have less, as long as there's a genetic backup. It'll be productive later. Su Zheng manipulated the mother nest to store this precious surprise at the first time, legendary level bloodline. No one else has ever seen it. However, when Su Zheng invoked the biological factory configuration function, he found that there were insufficient materials and insufficient levels, and the modulation failed. He was psychologically prepared to mass-produce the legendary bloodline so easily, that was not in line with common sense. But with only 5 strands of sinister dragon blood, Su was keeping 1 strand in the depths of the mother nest gene pool to use as a template. The other was fused into the Queen of Blades. The Queen of Blades was the mother nest's own heroic soldier, with an extremely strong genetic acceptance ability. Now that it is in a period of rapid repair, it is the right time to do it. However, for the fusion of legendary bloodlines, the mother nest is not enough nowadays. Zheng took out his crushing skill, the Divine Hero Editor. This was his own golden finger, and the mother nest was all attached to it up front. It's so much more convenient to have it here. The panel is divided into two separate hero models. One is a small sinister dragon, with attributes and talent skills written densely underneath the. It is specially labeled that this blood originates from a young age. One is the Queen of Blades, again with data written all over it. Zheng slid his finger and the system alerted. You have attempted the Queen of Blades fusion of the Sin Dragon bloodline and are in the process of fusion. A pained look appeared on the Blade Queen's face, but the sinister dragon blood was too little to. It quickly disappeared. Zheng has a strong golden finger. Ding, congratulations to your hero, Queen of Blades, for successfully absorbing the blood of a rare Sin Dragon. Awakening the dragon scale talent and starting to advance to silver. Unexpected joy, Zheng didn't expect to be able to break the mold. In today's battle, the harvest was too rich. Moreover, a high-quality energy such as immortal chi and dragon chi that he and the Queen of Blades had absorbed during the fierce battle had begun to explode out. Su was starting to evolve in sync with the Queen. Chapter 57 Breaking Through Silver, Placing the Fountain of Immortal Water. The Queen of Blades' injuries were repaired at a rapid pace, abundant bioenergy healing her entire body. The flesh buds popped out of the wounds, and even better, the surface of the skin produced a diamond-shaped dragon scale, greatly increasing her defense. It also removes wind resistance and speeds up. Zheng himself is infected, and likewise begins to evolve. He was granted a strange encounter before, and absorbed a lot of aura from the fairy lake, plus the dragon aura hovering in the dragon's nest. The energy of heaven and earth gathered by the wondrous view allowed Zheng to make a breakthrough and rub it in. A reminder had soon arrived. Ding, congratulations, excellent player Zheng, you have successfully evolved the Black Iron 8th Order. It's just days away from breaking through to bronze. Note, as a friendly reminder, there will be a huge reward for the first person to advance to the bronze level. There will be a huge increase in the physical fitness of all nationals of his country. Soon, when the Mother Nest bloodline advances, I'll just break through. Zheng's heart was clear. This time, the sinister dragon blood was too little, otherwise the Mother Nest might not be unable to advance. The aura on the Blade Queen's body became more and more powerful, and the dragonization effect became more and more obvious. Dragon? Was it the end of the evolution of the insect race? The two are somewhat related, after all. Soon another reminder came. Congratulations to your hero, Queen of Blades manhwa, for successfully advancing to Silver Creature. She also woke up at the right time and smiled sweetly at Zheng. He helped the queen up from the healing pod and checked her attributes. Name, manhwa, Queen of Blades. Power, Bug Mother Lair Master Zheng. Loyalty 100. Troop type, Legendary Heroic Unit. Rank, Silver First Order. Attributes, Strength 2200, Agility 2300, Spirit 4000, Physique 5000. Innate skills, Queen of Blades, Humanoid Weapon, Insectoid Heart, Seventh Sense, Space Assassin, Death Blitz, Invisibility. Dragon Scale Transformation. The attributes were a whole lot stronger than before. A silver creature out of a novice village, it was scary to think about. Beginner silver attributes should be a little over 2000, she's got 200 or 300 more straight away. Especially the spirit and physique were outstanding in comparison to the Zheng's average 80-odd attributes that he had just broken through were a bit inadequate. There are also skills with more dragon systems, which are stronger in terms of change. Manhwa, can you win a fight with that sinister dragon right now? Zheng couldn't get enough of Fairy Lake. There were so many good things that he found treasures such as springs, dragon eggs, dragon feces, and other treasures in his hasty exploration. In addition to the wonders, there may be other resource sites that it's not allowed to say that the dragon's nest itself is a super resource point. Manhwa shook her head. Master, don't underestimate the juvenile dragon. It's very powerful, and its attributes are very well balanced. Now it could only resist for a little while longer, more than enough to defend itself and less than enough to overcome. It's 2 levels higher than me, and it's in a blessed place, so it might evolve soon. It's a legendary creature when it reaches adulthood. But it's the big guy under Fairy Lake that scares me the most. I don't even know how big or how strong he is. Only certain that it can never be overcome. Zheng nodded. To recover the wonders and dragon beads, one would need to think long and hard. He had already designated the dragon's nest as his own treasure. No, Fairy Lake was all his own. After all, there were still hidden quests present. Zheng took Manhwa to the lower control room and the giant egg was restless, so he tuned out some energy to instill it, which was also considered cultivating loyalty. No, what had been a sense of defiance became intimate. Ding, because of your generosity in instilling bioenergy into the dome. The dome's consciousness has a +2 favorability rating towards you. Friendly reminder, the dome doesn't think 100 bioenergy per day is enough, it can eat 1000 a day. If you can provide it, it will come out twice as fast and be more favorable to you. Hearing the hint, Zheng tapped the eggshell unhappily and, silly egg, you haven't even been born yet, and you made me spend so much. Still not greedy enough. When you come out, if you don't have huge feedback, beware of me frying you alive. Silly egg shook and didn't dare to say more. It was completely dark, no monsters attacked this night, not many rotten bones were added to the campfire. Outside the mother lair, the brain bugs have directed the worker bugs to barbecue steaks, wolf meat, turkey. Together with some well-washed fruits, the dinner was far more sumptuous than yesterday's. It was even better eaten than before Zheng crossed over. And the mother's nest can make potions, some spices, soy sauce, chili sauce, etc. added to the. It even made the aroma waft, envying the other contestants to death. Brainworm had already chosen a location, and Zheng led the people to a corner of the camp, placing the resource points. The Ding, please confirm, do you choose this place to place the immortal water spring? Okay. Just as he finished speaking, a tricolored dazzling light surged out from Zheng's body and ran towards the ground. A huge spring appeared in the campsite in an instant, and a fresh spring flowed out. An aura was floating in the air. With water comes everything. Congratulations on your camp's success with the fairy water springs, there will be no shortage of fresh water. Watering, planting, water system and other fields are all increased by 30%. At the same time, the water from the spring is rich in various minerals, thin and extraordinary power. Drinking it year-round will prolong your life, and make all kinds of potions will have special effects. Worthy of being a tertiary resource point. The areas of increase are significant and of vital assistance to the development of the territory. In particular, with it is essentially possible to remain self-sufficient in water, without fear of momentary shortages. Realizing its importance, Brainbug 1 spewed out sweet and delicious spring water that spread in all directions. Excitedly, he said, Master, where did you get this treasure? This is simply a source of creation. I'll immediately send the worker worms to build special channels leading to all parts of the mother nest. Also, the construction of farmland in the camp can be implemented immediately. Just send your men to fix it at night, and for the farmland, I have in resource points here. Zheng squatted down and took a mouthful of spring water with his hand. The entrance was sweet and moisturizing, quenching his thirst and quenching the heat. Drinking it all year round washes the body and mind, and evolves oneself in a subtle way. He hurriedly summoned Manhwa to have a taste as well. She was a big contributor today. Manhwa carefully learns the master's action, and takes a drink of the spring water with both hands. The fruit really brightened up before her eyes. Place another tainted bone-silt pool. Zheng happily led the men to another corner, some distance away from the spring. The water and soil are complete, and the territory is taking shape. Chapter 58 Flower Planter's Talent, Planting Artifacts. Ding, congratulations, your camp has the tainted bone silt pool, territory land fertility plus 10%. The silt from the silt pool can be used as the best fertilizer, with no side effects. Growing plants grows 10% faster and yields plus 10%. With Zheng placing the two major resource points, the foundation of planting. Everything was there. Together with the vegetable and fruit seeds that the bugs had specially harvested today, and the various types of seeds that he had purchased from the platform, there was something to be busy about next. Zheng deserves to be a member of my great dragon nation. He comes with the gift of farming. Now that the best conditions are in place, growing good food in the future will have everything. Soldiers start popping up, form a core and you can crusade for monster points. The audience was abuzz with excitement, and Li Hong even discussed with the guests whether there was a future in otherworldly farming. Anyway, on Earth, thanks to Zheng's blessing, big construction and farming has already begun. A large number of hospital patients are well, including a rich girl. Zhuan Mengzhu was originally a vegetable. She woke up because of the universal washing and became Zheng's #1 fan after learning the whole story. Begging his parents to set up a Zheng support group to support him online, he fights furiously with foreign netizens to defend Zheng's reputation. He also intends to have his parents ask for connections to personally offer flowers and meet the god of his heart upon his return. And that's just one of the many fans. Zheng eats so well, look at that snowflake yak meat, it's making me greedy. I wonder where he got so many spices and condiments. The aroma can be smelled through the lens. Can't you see all the other contestants probing and drooling? The others are lucky to get a bite to eat. I just watched the little prince of the desert kingdom gnawing on a tree root. Guess it's starchy and resistant to hunger. Little beauty Leng Qingyue came over and seemed to ask Zheng for condiments. How come she was angry and spitting fire before she left? Dinner ended on a happy note, with Zheng eating snowflake beef, large hams, and it was accompanied by a large watermelon and salad, and for dessert there were even cherries, burr walnuts, and pine cones. The bug soldiers served him well. During the meal, he studied another pile of treasure. Name, Dragon Dung. Grade, Divine Poop. Note, after 10,000 years of existence, most of the nutrition has been lost, and it is not recommended to consume it. It can become fossilized and has no active substance. Effect, Dragon Dung luck. Those who get Dragon Dung are covered in auspiciousness. Luck plus 100, luck plus 10 for everyone in the territory. Gathering and planting plants on weekdays are more rewarding. Dragon power suppression. Where the dragon dung is, unusual mosquitoes and poisonous snakes dare not approach. Divine fertilizer. You can put it in the field, and it'll submerge the soil. It can double the yield of planting plants in 10 acres of land within the cage. Seeing as the activity is lost and can only be put away as a fossil. Zheng was slightly disappointed in his heart, having thought that he could still extract the dragon gene. But it was also a planting god thing. After supper, with the stars above us. Inside the chat room, the other players are chatting and trading. I've got a good batch of wolf meat here. Who opens the box for weapons? I have a batch of radish seeds. Who wants to grow vegetables? Unboxing an armor, a novice artifact. The highest bidder wins. There are all kinds of voices. Zheng really saw that there is something that he likes. After all, there were more than 700 people, so there were a lot of good things. One of the rare drawings arrow towers were for sale. There was even a person who opened a natural crystal whose energy was comparable to a bronze-level magic core. There were many wonderful uses. It was a pity that it wasn't lightning type, and Zheng's refinery was still getting the materials together. 1,000 iron and copper ores were only a little short of what could be gotten together, and 1,000 gold ores were quite a bit short. More importantly, he didn't have any lightning crystals. This was equivalent to the refinery's generator, and was most important. The players traded basically what they couldn't use at the moment, or resources that can't be converted into combat power. After all, death is approaching at any moment. Zheng's men scavenged the forest to find a batch of black iron treasure chests that Zheng personally went to open them. There were 11 black iron treasure chests and 1 bronze treasure chest. Ding, congratulations on successfully opening black iron treasure chest X11, bronze treasure chest X1. In total, you have obtained black iron treasure sword X8, black iron bow and arrow X3, wheat seed X1, gold X100, bronze crossbow X1. He had quite a few black iron swords to dispose of. This kind of weapon, for himself, was chicken ribs. Bugs come with their own weapons, but bows and arrows are more threatening, and can deal with the Air Force, as well. Zheng reserved it for his own use, letting the brain bugs send bugs to familiarize themselves with the 3 bows and arrows, and letting the worker bugs create the arrows. As for the only bronze crossbow, it was of course himself. Zheng had quite a few weapons, high-level food, etc. that other people needed, and didn't hesitate to acquire drawings and crystals that he liked. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully consumed Compass King Meat X500 to trade for the precious seed bread tree. Ding, congratulations on successfully trading the black iron sword X1 and purchasing the rare drawing arrow tower. Ding, congratulations on successfully trading black iron armor X1 and purchasing natural crystal bronze level energy X1. Who swept the market? How come there's so much less good stuff all of a sudden? Who is so rich and generous? Someone soon realized that something was wrong. The player who traded naturally knew that it was the proceeds from Zheng. Who let the other party have their much needed equipment and weapons in their hands? Of course it's the Dragon Kingdom, Zheng, who is rich and powerful. He has more than 100 soldiers under him, and his strength is superb. Collecting 2 more major resource points, he was looking at camp planting. I suspect he's close to upgrading to a base. These are unusual materials. What he brought out from Fairy Lake is the gem. What a load of luck. Until now, the Divine Beast Egg has not been released, and I don't know if it's a true dragon, mythic level bloodline. I don't even dare to think about it. Gather a day, gather enough resources, and build the altar. I'll start summoning squires as well, but they can't compare to him, black wolves of the first rank of black iron. The contestants are meaty and envious, and the Ryson Islanders are the least of it. After Zheng swept up a batch of treasures, he handed the drawings to Brainbug 1. At the same time, he arranged for the tyrant and alien to patrol, and when the worker bugs exploded to build a house all night, just take Manhwa back to the command room to rest. Brainbug 1 was smart enough to build all the beds out of the finest sedum wood, with special effects such as sleeping and calming the mind. The quilt is made of silk, which is soft to the touch. Surprisingly, the living conditions were better than if he had traveled across the world, with the queen guarding the. Listening to the adjacent silly heartbeat, Zheng smiled and fell asleep. The second night passed so calmly. Chapter 59 Mother's Nest Hidden Function, Tank Bug? It was the 3rd day since he came across, and the camp started early in the morning. Upon waking up, Zheng was surprised to find that silly egg had gotten a little bigger. 3 bug nests had been repaired outside the mother nest. The field that the worker bugs were allowed to cultivate last night had already amounted to 3 acres, and Zheng's camp was 7 or 8 times the size of the others, with a little more pressure on the defense. But the more units were built as well. Let's take care of the infrastructure today, and fix up the fighters. Then send half of them out to harvest resources and explore the resource points in the novice lands. I'll plant the fields again to ensure the food supply. Everything was well organized, and after a night of recuperation, everyone was full of energy. Thanks to Zheng, I slept very well last night. I didn't realize it was possible to be so relaxed in a survival game. All the gifts of compensation before were worth it. The other players woke up and praised Su Zheng in the chat room. Some similarly began summoning their escorts, what bloodline they were of, with corresponding soldier types. For example, Ling Qingyue, she could summon firebirds and so on, But there was one player who all of a sudden swelled up and tried to imitate Su Zheng's explosive soldier mode. Summoning 10 soldiers at once, running out of resources but no food supply. In one night, the attributes of the 10 soldiers dropped, and their loyalty decreased even more. No more food will lead to mutiny. Anxious, this contestant took his men deep into the jungle early in the morning to find the treasure. Thank God none of them retired last night. Global silence. Although it is not recognized, it is indeed a credit to the Dragon Kingdom. The audience murmured and straight away felt a rare moment of clarity. Every night has been an ordeal since the games descended. Many of the gringos have already had a stress reaction, and are afraid to go to bed with the unfortunate death of one of their own nationals in battle. A natural disaster strikes and zombies break into their homes. Some countries, such as Maple Leaf, are still suffering from the zombie crisis. Have been surrounded by fire forces to a place. The rat plague in Kangaroo Country has made the farmers even more desperate, with billions of mutant rats. Enough to affect the entire ecosystem. Add to that the fact that Kangaroo Country is a separate continent, and the mutant rats can't affect other countries, and everyone is happy to watch the disaster. Let your players draw out the boss in the opening game though? Of course there are good things that come out of this. After organizing the Dragon Kingdom, officials were once again shocked by the fact that, because of Su Zheng's several feedbacks, the national life expectancy plus 4 years, and the deep level is even more by washing the body and mind, the sub-band effect alone, let the night time, hundreds of thousands of patients healed. Among them were many terminal illnesses such as cancer and vegetative state. Plus many of the old-timers have been subjected to feedback and truly appreciate him. From top to bottom, Su Zheng was deified. Who wants to go with me to the Chaiki Oasis to build and travel? That place is one of the divine accomplishments of the sovereign god. The orange trees I planted in the field last night doubled their yield, and Su Xin has made a big contribution to our country's productivity explosion. The other nationals burst into envy, and that was just the beginning. It's the third day. I hope my country's players can hold their own. Many people started to go out to gather resources. Su Zheng solved the problem of breakfast first. The worker bugs faithfully served pancake nuts, with an extremely large amount of beef, along with last night's nuts and other. Su Zheng ate 10 of them in a row, and then took a sip of the immortal water. He was refreshed in the morning. Juggernaut, are we going out to gather today, or? Queen of Blades asked after accompanying him for breakfast. After yesterday's seismic upheaval, a lot of bosses showed traces of Among them, the players accidentally found traces of quite a few geniuses and treasures, and even resource points. That's why they went out so early. Some even want to replicate the myth and find Fairy Lake. There's no rush, plant the fields first. Su Zheng had something in mind. The treasure bug was still in his arms. The first thing to do was to go to the cultivation room to repair the soldier bug that was injured last night. Here Su Zheng was a bit saddened that 2 aliens died. Only 2 steel aliens, a zombie beast, and the tyrant remained. After that, Brainbug 1 offered all kinds of seeds, including radish seeds, small pepper seeds, tomato seeds, cucumber seeds, cabbage seeds, and so on. There were quite a few of these vegetables collected in the wild, and the insect race was gifted in this area. Of course the focus is on the staple food groups of potatoes, sweet potatoes, and wheat. But the Queen reminds us that the 3 acres of co-development are just as much fun to look at as You'll have to get on the tanker bugs to plow the land, and the camp is now limited in size. 3 acres to plant staple foods, even with the addition of dragon dung, springs, and so on. It wouldn't be enough to satisfy the growing insect hordes, and it was estimated that it would only be able to sustain the top few. At most, all kinds of vegetables and fruits can improve the food. But the staple food is the most important thing, and vegetables and fruits can't fill your stomach. Su Zheng was depressed. His own talent for farming, he couldn't use it? It is said that after passing the novice trial, the camp can evolve into a Tier 1 base. By then, the territory will have risen greatly, and it should be possible to engage in industrialized farming. Actually, Master, you've been neglecting another function of the mother nest. The Blade Queen explained, the mother nest is a biological factory that does more than just breed bugs and modulate genes. In addition to producing various types of potions, the major seeds can also be researched and reorganized. Such as ordinary sweet potatoes, spending bioenergy, and breeding a few more brainworms, can evolve into a genetically modified sweet potato with a huge increase in yield. But any further big increase is limited by the area under cultivation. Su Zheng hadn't really thought that the mother nest had this hidden function. He had underestimated it too much. Genetically modified? It's estimated that in the future, it will be able to produce super rice, super potatoes, and I just don't know if I can bring it back. If I can bring it back to Earth, I'll be the savior of all mankind. Su Zheng remembered his old home. But the main food can't be planted, the supplementary food can be planted. Without oxen to plow, Zheng went back to the mother nest to prepare to fuse out a new troop type. Not bad, it was none other than the tank bug. The 3D projection that appeared in front of Zheng was a foot more than 3 meters long. It was like a beetle, with thick armor, and a famous soldier type with limbs and head that could retract. Tank bug, the mother nest's own troop type, the unquestionable main battle troop type. Resistant and powerful. It has excellent fighting ability, and it can also carry resources in life, with many wonderful uses. Required materials: Anymeat X1000, Black Iron High Grade Crystal Core, Bioenergy X100. Chapter 60 Tank Bugs as Plow Cows, Hidden Talent of the Bug Race. Seeing the conditions, Zheng's teeth were sore and the others were fine. There was a serious lack of bioenergy. We've got to supply the big eater, and we've got to prepare the energy to give the bugs information about their injuries. Even the nightly campfire lighting and holding up the defense ring required bioenergy. And there was no monster onslaught last night. Su was losing big waves of energy. The daily collection of monsters killed was simply a drop in the bucket. No. Tank bugs are the center unit. Whether living or fighting, it must be. Zheng clenched his teeth, leaving only the last 100 energies as an emergency reserve. With a wave of his hand, the panel resources disappeared. 2,000 units of meat were gone. The 2 tyrant hunt crystals were also gone. Instead, the incubation chamber squirmed, and 2 giant eggs coalesced and, after a good while of cultivation, 2 huge tankworms came out. With a full 5-ton body, rubbing against the master's body intimately like a puppy, Zheng was strangely surprised for a while. How is it that Zheng is planning to farm in the morning? It just so happens that because of his feedback, the Dragon Kingdom is now kicking off a nationwide farming campaign. Li Hong smiled. It seems that our heroes also want to experiment with their resource points and how effective they are. Bureau Chief nodded. We, the Dragon's heirs, farm from space to the otherworldly realms. If we have food, we have everything, and we can raise more soldiers. War Wolf and the others all nodded their heads and, among them, the guest Electric Eel somehow had a pang of discomfort, feeling in the dark that he was in bad luck. Today, he met a fortune teller on the road and said that he had a prison sentence, which is really inexplicable. However, after the earthquake, wealth is revealed, and all the beasts are in turmoil. Everyone else went to gather resources. Little brother was a step behind. It's not like the good stuff will be snatched away by them, right? Today is a double flower co-host and Ice is back. The main thing is that the camp territory is small. If it's a level 1 base it can expand tenfold, the land becomes more. Naturally you can grow more good things. Master Bay explained. The camp was everything the players had, buildings, troop types, all of which could be stored in the civilization campfire is the equivalent of a control center, and on the next call up, into a new survival game, the campfire will also descend with its owner, no longer starting out empty-handed. After the novice you can advance to a first-class base, and it has been said that some players abroad have advanced to castle complexes, ancient cities, etc. Wait, you guys, look at the big guy coming out of the mother lair. The entire camp seemed to vibrate as the 2 giant tank bugs stepped out of the mother nest and the 2 big guys were like heavy tanks, and with the armor and gravity, truly the main combat soldier. Tank bug. Level, Black Iron 8th Order. Attributes, Strength 100, Agility 70, Spirit 80, Physique 100. Talent skill, Soldier of the main battle. This is the invincible soldier of the battlefield, whose very existence is a deterrent, equivalent to a biotank. Heavy impact. The entire body is like a small mountain charging with infinite power. Heavy body. The thick armor on his body makes his enemies despair, and even the top creatures of Black Iron can only run out of time. They can only take their time, and their blood count is much higher than their counterparts. Powerful, combined infantry, and Epicurean. It's a bit of a waste, but here you are alone. You'll be eating 800 units of meat a day, so how can you do it without working? Su was ordering the worker bugs to build ropes and build seats on top of the tankers. This type of soldier of course had to be protected by elite soldiers. The 2 together are as invincible as the elephant soldiers. Besides, real tanks have to move forward with infantry. Su is itching to greet the queen. 1 person, 1 tank, sat on top and commanded. Drive. Plow me. The tank bug was honest and naive, and at the command of the 2 men, soon got to 3 acres and began to plow the land. Meanwhile the brainworms were in the back directing the zombie bugs, worker bugs and others to plant seeds. You are driving a tank bug to plow the land, 10 meters, 20 meters. Worker bugs are planting radishes, cabbages, tomatoes. Congrats on planting more than 2 dozen vegetables at your campsite. Your zombie bugs are reclaiming the water flow. It didn't take long for the 3 acres to fill up, with the cooperation of the soldier types. Tank bug even tried to yawn. I didn't even push hard enough for you to fall. There's more to life than just fighting and killing, there's also planting infrastructure. Zheng was satisfied and dismounted the tank bug, and ordered the zombie bug to go to the silt pool to pick the silt and fertilize it. After that, he pulled out dragon dung and put it here, and soon the 3 acres of land showed a countdown to maturity. At the same time, the land's fertility produced a change, and under the shroud of divine poop, the seeds actually broke through the ground and grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, absorbing immortal water and laying down dirty bone sludge. In the blink of an eye, green shoots sprouted. According to the countdown, the harvest will be ready by night. At this speed, it's worthy of being dragon feces. Zheng was overjoyed. He couldn't wait to hug and kiss a few times. In the future, there will be more land and more species of plants, only to show that it is increasing terribly. Combined with the mother nest's research on mutated seeds, this yield is coming up by leaps and bounds. The bugs are well fed. Naturally, they can have more pups and have a better chance of evolving. 3 acres of land all planted with seeds, zombie bugs watered with immortal water. The green buds. Zheng's heart is full of fulfillment, like playing penguin. When the audience saw Zheng leading his troops to plant the field, and the different types of troops cooperated in a well-organized manner, they all looked at each other in disbelief. Not only fighting battles, but planting fields is so powerful. The main thing is the degree of cooperation. I've seen zombie bugs and zombie bugs goofing off and heads are one-dimensional, and this can get into a technical job like planting and watering? The guests were deeply surprised, and Master Bei was even more amazed that all the soldiers in the Dragon Kingdom could plant fields. The netizens were in a frenzy, wondering about Zheng's soldiering. Wisdom so high? Little did they know that behind everything, there was a brainworm comparable to a supercomputer. Zheng has just finished planting his fields and hasn't had time to build any buildings yet. A series of reminders rang in his ears. At the same time, the dome of the sky went live and became blood red for a split second. A red warning appeared. Another player was killed in action. Chapter 61: The Abyss Emerges, Spectacle plus Artifact. World announcement. The Pharaoh's Kingdom player, Lu Edith, was unfortunately poisoned to death by the poison Scorpion King. The life expectancy of all pharaohs has been reduced by 1 year, and 1% of the toxin's power has been returned to the pharaohs. Maintains for 1 week. There will be signs of fever, cold, etc., so please be prepared. The news came with a wail that Pharaoh's country's netizens sobbed and rushed to prepare medicine that this country has a long history, even one of the earliest origins of mankind. Nowadays, it's filled with yellow sand, and the world's largest desert is within its borders. The country was already weak and suffered a blow all of a sudden. Many of the old and sick couldn't cope at once. Even worse were the feedback toxins. Despite weakening to 1%. But with so many people in the country, some with allergies, some with poor resistance. More outright sick. For a short time, all the hospitals in the Pharaoh's country were full. What's worse is that a handful of powerful and wealthy people rushed to flee in helicopters, targeting the country of Damascus. When confronted with people carrying toxins into the country, Rice was also the first to reject them. Seeing that a major disease sweeping the country is on the way, the president of the desperate Pharaoh's country wept on camera as he sought international help for an antidote. The crowd sighs. This is the game of survival. 1 day in heaven, 1 day in hell. A great change that affects the entire nation's fortunes. Many of the other nations are unable to help, and the smaller nations are unable to protect themselves. Some of them still have zombies in existence, and in the end, it was the Dragon Kingdom that stepped in, giving away a large amount of food for free and sending teams of doctors to international rescue. It drew the gratitude of all the people of the pharaohs, and the president made up his mind. In the future, with the Dragon Country on the same front, this assistance alone, 1,000 gold is hard to exchange. This wave, internationally. Dragon Kingdom overriding the Rice Country, many small and medium-sized countries have been moved to start stealing camps. Everyone knew that all of this was a change brought about by Zheng. At a time when other countries are facing disasters, food shortages, they were able to have a productivity explosion, huge leaps in biotechnology, and even the deserts disappeared. Not only did this operation of the Dragon Kingdom gain huge popularity internationally, the people's hearts and minds. It can also take the opportunity to study exotic toxins and plan for the future, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The only thing that can be done is for the Dragon Kingdom to have a major explosion in productivity, especially with the land and fertilizers getting several additions. The last thing that is in short supply is food. An international expert analyzes, in the end other countries suffered separate catastrophes. The country's power declined and food was greatly reduced. This advantage of the Dragon Kingdom alone will allow him to rise above the global competition. Rice was on the sour side, anxiously sending people to publicize the fact that the Dragon Kingdom was intentionally meddling in other countries on purpose. It went to support the pharaohs for the sake of its own good business. It was directly disliked by the president of that country. Having said that, even if people do have their own interests in mind, isn't that normal? But people taking out real money is more persuasive than the best. If you're capable, donate so much food and send medical teams too. Rice was speechless with dislike, and a wave of anxiety ran through the presidential palace. The Senate and the House of Representatives met several times and All felt that their international standing was seriously challenged and that even the hegemony of the rice dollar was in jeopardy. Tens of thousands of programs to curb the Dragon Kingdom are revealed, and 100,000 plans are flying around. In the end, they realized in despair that the cause of everything was one person. Zheng. What do they find in earthquakes? I'm afraid it's just the beginning. The rule of the game is the bigger the reward, the more dangerous it is. Su was sending brain bugs to oversee the construction of the archery towers, and in building a few insect nests, also to work on the infrastructure and pave the campsite with concrete roads. Afterward, he ordered his soldiers and mounted a tank bug, with a lightsaber in his right hand and a crossbow in his left. Leading the army, he set off. Except for the necessary 30 or so soldier worms and 30 or so worker worms that stayed behind in the mother lair, the brain worms guarded the home. The vast regiment of bugs set off forward, guided by the treasure bugs. Viewers have been pointing their cameras in other directions that. One look was to freeze, only to see 200 to 300 contestants gathered in one place. It was a plain 10 kilometers from the campsite, originally uneventful. That material had gathered a lot of bosses and clans due to last night's earthquake. Naturally, it also attracted the attention of the big guys. Many players gathered here. Some who were a little weak were even more unfortunate to be targeted by the beasts. Killed like Edith. This is a murderous place, and it's a place that holds the hearts and minds of people all over the globe. It's only because the earthquake shook out a huge chasm, like an abyss. In it, there were 9 colored dazzling lights flying and bursting out, coalescing into a 9-colored rainbow in the air that. What's even more amazing is that first and second level resource points have been found close to the abyss. One player with good vision even exclaimed that the lowest part of the abyss was a level 9 wonderland. This caused a sensation in the room, so it was no wonder that other monsters had gathered around too. Where there are wonders, there must be divine treasures. I am now convinced that this novice village is poisonous. Where do you get all these wonders? I don't know whether to be happy or scared. Someone else is going to die. The spectators were anxious as hell, clutching their hearts and worrying about their own players. Many wondered, another fairy lake? It's not right. When Zheng led his troops to come, the neighborhood of the abyss was even more crowded with densely packed beasts around the area. Various black iron top boss, bronze boss, have appeared one after another. Approach the abyss according to strength and explore the 9-colored dazzling light. One of the bold contestants has been surrounded and killed by the beasts. Before Zheng could lead his troops to rush in, unexpectedly the ground suddenly shook. The big guy rolled over? It's earthquake aftermath. Zheng was appalled as he rode on the tank bug and activated his battlesuit violently to fly up and. At the same time, the queen also prepared for battle. The aftermath shook with the abyss at its center, the whole land roared, and the beasts were terrified. The contestants were shocked and scared, and the hearts of the global audience were gripped. Meanwhile, a colossus slowly rises out of the abyss and 9-colored dazzling light erupted from it. Even more appalling was a grand world announcement descending. The sky dome live was dyed an unprecedented golden color. World announcement. Due to the aftermath of the earthquake, the ultimate secret has been shaken out of the center of the trial ground, and the abyssal copy has opened. There will be plural resource points coming out of the world, and at the same time, the spectacle of the ultimate secret, the artifact cohesive body that Yuwang Divine Tablet will come out. Upon hearing the announcement, the entire audience was in an uproar. Spectators from all over the world were dumbfounded, and the only one who was seething with excitement was the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 62 Unprecedented 3 Announcements, rewarding the world's first oil field. A wave of 3, the crowd did not expect yesterday's earthquake and the aftermath. Even more appalling is the appearance of plural resource points. You can see in the live broadcast, 9 rainbows spanning across the sky above the turbulent abyss, and 10,000 beasts rushing about. A single glittering resource point surrounded the stone monument like a star. This monument was the Yuwang Divine Monument, and the monument was made of unknown stone material, immortalized for 10,000 years, and buried deep in the ground. Once it was born, it erupted with 9 colors of divine light, which is the light of a divine weapon. The inscription on the stele is ancient and vigorous, even older than the oracle bone inscriptions, belonging to the hieroglyphic characters. It may represent the origin of the Oriental civilization, and the dense inscriptions are unintelligible to the public. However, they could instantly understand the meaning. Its record is of the great deeds of an ancient king, Yu, who ruled the mountains and rivers and solved the floods. He was praised by all the people and was thus called king. The Dragon Kingdom audience immediately boiled over. Without a doubt, this is our Dragon Kingdom's divine weapon. And there's an element of wonder that it can still be found in a novice land. Li Hong and Bing Bing were both too shocked to attach, and began to pull up myths and legends about Great Yu that. And determined that from time to time in that era, people buried stone tablets to record deeds. What exactly is the name of that novice land? How is it possible for wonders to come out several times, or divine artifacts? The veteran players from all over the place were deeply shocked and had trouble understanding. John and Yu Binglan were even more speechless, always feeling like they were entering a fake game. Sushin, this is a Dragon Kingdom artifact, the originator of civilization. You must collect it. The hearts of the spectators were gripped. It would be a laughingstock if the hallowed Great U Divine Tablet was taken away. The aftermath at the Abyss continued, and the players' colors. The players are changing color. Each of them performed divine abilities to avoid it, while the divine monuments slowly got opened. The inscriptions in it were as alive as tadpoles, and this was the text of the Great Tao, the regardless of any creature in any era, as long as it had spirituality, it would be able to read it. Birds and insects, books and seals, come alive. A contestant exclaimed, I see words jumping in front of my eyes, this is an evolutionary law leading to the ultimate universe. Not only the players, but the Beast Kings were moved with intent. The desire for divine objects led them forward, but unexpectedly, as soon as they approached the abyss, they were chopped down by a black arcane light, and blood and mist flew horizontally. The aftermath gradually subsided, and the crowd was slightly stabilized. The divine tablet of King Yu appeared in its true form, resembling a high mountain standing in the clouds, towering into the clouds. It was several thousand meters high. Everyone looked at their pockets in awe, finally understanding why it was a combination of spectacle and artifact. Raiding the treasure. There are players with bloodshot eyes rushing up, and there are adjoining resource points of all sizes at the abyss. Whoever gets it is the one who gets it. There are already Beast Kings sending their minions to test the waters and study the method of collecting divine artifacts. First, we have to deal with the chicken stealers and weaklings. With such divine ground, the Beast Kings were intent on the 5-meter-long Black Yak King, whose body looked like it was made of gold and iron, flushed its nose and told its men to surround the player. The field was in chaos. The devil monkey climbs and grabs at the players of the countries. The lion roars, and the four directions are shaken. The crocodile god led thousands of crocodiles into the encirclement, biting at every turn, and death followed the wind. The golden dome of the sky was dyed in blood, and an announcement appeared. World announcement. Bertie Jeffrey, a player from the country of Persia, was tragically killed by a fall off a cliff. The life expectancy of all Persians is reduced by 1 year. At the same time, there will be aftereffects such as body aches and pains, trepidation, and other aftereffects that will be fed back to the Persian nation. Please prepare medical facilities. World announcement. Jasuski, a contestant from the Ermo Kingdom, was unfortunately surrounded by demonic monkeys and clawed to death with a hard-on. The life expectancy of all Ermo people has been reduced by 1 year. At the same time, 50,000 demon monkeys will descend on the territory. Please prepare your defenses and be on guard against banana and peach theft. World announcement. Silver Nation's Okasi Boer was trampled to death by a herd of yaks. The life expectancy of all Silver State people is reduced by 1 year. Meanwhile, 100,000 yaks will descend on the territory, please be ready to meet them. In a short period of time, more than a dozen players have tragically died. Dozens of countries were caught in the backlash, and the internet wailed. The netizens of Ermo, Pharaoh's country, and Goliath's country are crying uncontrollably. One thing leads to another. The zombies at home have not been chased away, but there's a swarm of devil monkeys and black panthers. One of the Silver Nation netizens is celebrating the fact that they are adjacent to the Rice Nation, which is often suppressed. There is often the proverb that heaven is too far away and rice is too close. There are a lot of guns in the country. And there is a shortage of food. So when 100,000 yaks descend on the country, the nation's first thought is not oh, no. Rather, it was, gnaw on the beef. Without any official organization, a group of silver men with guns and small motorcycles went hunting yak herds. Yaks are incredibly defensive and come in herds, but what the heck, they're all flesh and blood. So it was surprising that this disaster had fattened up the Silver State, leading to international TSK. Some experts even said bluntly, the disasters that befall us are not always bad, in addition to bringing us new changes, genes, and which zombies, and so on contain the mystery of our human evolution. It is said that certain research laboratories in the United States of America seize zombies and conduct research to extract zombie viruses. And that's just the beginning. The abyss has been turned into a battlefield, with waves of beasts coming in, and the weaker players drowning under the hooves of the iron hooves. A few more announcements came in, scaring the global network to a boil. Of course it wasn't without good news. There's a player from the White Elephant Kingdom who's been reincarnated as a camouflage cow, and one of his skills is the ability to confuse the cows in the middle of the herd. He approached the abyss and managed to pick a resource point. World announcement. Congratulations to White Elephant Nation's player, Gupal, for successfully harvesting a Tier 1 resource point, fresh cow dung pile. Feedback from the country's luck, rewarding plus 10% production of cow dung within the White Elephant country. The news came, and the internet went quiet for a while. On the contrary, the netizens of the White Elephant Nation were in a frenzy, glad that their own players didn't die but instead gained strange encounters, and there were even people who gave live feedback on the effects. Are all sans tastes so heavy? White Elephant Nation likes to compare everything to Dragon Nation, the netizens said triumphantly. Gupal is a replica of the myth that the Dragon Kingdom picks a pile of dragon dung and we collect a herd of cow dung that round up, it's all the same. And on San's live stream, only suddenly, the bulls within the White Elephant's country were so intent that they began to erupt, and because of the high status of cattle in this country, they are herded anywhere. So when the street began to be unnameable, and it coincided with the height of summer, the smell of that, even San, who was impervious to all poisons, couldn't stand it. There was a lot of gagging, and the live streaming video was ruled to be prohibited and heavy, and was locked. Even the White Elephant netizens who were bragging about it threw up. Others in the White Elephant country insisted, how much production will this great gift provide for the White Elephant country, and the nation will never fear running out of fertilizer again. It's natural and tasty. For a while the matter was cited as a laughing matter. Where's Su Shen? It won't be buried by the earthquake, will it? The Longwei audience was anxious, and Li Hong zoomed in to look for him. Battle Wolf concluded, the Yuang divine tablet that appeared because of the earthquake can be determined to be a holy relic of my dragon kingdom, and this treasure must be recovered. It may give our country unprecedented feedback. It is the town. A national treasure. Little brother has never let us down. Golden Lock raised his hands in agreement. And when the camera turned to Su Zheng's side, everyone froze for a moment and, unlike the other solo fighters, he was riding a tank bug and wielding a lightsaber like a king on a march. The other tank bug had the Queen of Blades on top of it, and the foremost bug tyrant opened the way. But anyone who stands in the way will be killed without pardon. The tyrant's entire body limbs transformed greatly into scythes, spinning madly like a meat grinder. The black yaks in the way were instantly sliced into steaks and beef mince. There were even zombie beasts that went berserk, opening their mouths full of fangs and tearing into their enemies. The two tank bugs rumble into the abyss, followed by two aliens below, steel zombie bugs, elite zombie bugs. Combined, more than 100 soldier bugs killed in great numbers. The monsters along the way retreated. Some of the players spied it and were suddenly shocked and panicked to avoid it. Su Zhang was like a drill, roaring in to kill in blood. Ding, congratulations, your tyrant has successfully killed the Black Iron 8th Order Yak King. Bioenergy plus 100. Obtain King Yak Ribs X 1000, King Beef X 50,000, Black Iron High Order Magic Core X 1. Ding, your lost beast has gone berserk, the virus has boiled over, and has become unstoppable. In total, you have killed Black Panther X32, Bioenergy plus 120, Black Panther Skin X32, Panther Meat X30000, and low-ranked Black Iron Magic Core X32. Ding, your tank bug is so powerful that it stomps the Golden Ape X300. Su Zhang had a series of ding reminders in his ears, and he just happened to be poor as hell. There was a severe shortage of bioenergy, and it happened to coincide with the war, which was just what he wanted. And the moment he saw the divine tablet of King Yu, the merging of the spectacle and the artifact, the magnificent epic of you ruling the waters and unifying the 9 states, as recorded on the tablet, as well as the tadpole writing itself represented the beginning of Eastern civilization, all of which shook his heart. Master, that divine artifact in front of us shall not be. It is suspected to be related to the origin of a great civilization, and can be collected. I'll open the way for you to find a way to collect it. The Queen of Blades was excited, having just broken through the silver level, there was a battle going on. She felt that this artifact could serve a vital function for the mother nest to evolve to its peak. How could it be such a coincidence? A series of wonders came out. Su Zhang felt a little strange in his heart. There was something wrong with the earth under his feet, but now was not the time to explore. On my command, all troops attack. Tyrants open the way, zombie beasts take the rear, and tank bugs crush them. Su Zhang wielded his lightsaber and approached at top speed. He was like a fierce dragon crossing the river, unstoppable. The other beasts that were ungrateful and provocative didn't need the queen to do anything. The tyrant tore everything apart. It felt its own dragon's blood boiling, its body haunted with blood chi, and it was about to advance. An average Black Iron top beast king wouldn't be able to block a single move, causing the spectators to raise their eyebrows. It was too ferocious. But they loved it. Su Zhang is coming. His army is coming. Even the tanks have been summoned. Luckily there was no conflict last night, that tyrant was so scary. There's simply no one at the same rank who can beat it, and the Beast King who killed the Pharaoh's Kingdom player just now was killed by him in a single slash. With him around, there's still hope for us to collect the wonders? Whatever, let's rush in first and collect whatever we can. A group of players who were strong and able to fly rushed towards the abyss in a hurry. On the way there, another person died in battle, and world announcements rang out non-stop. It scared the global netizens enough. World announcement. Congratulations to John Bull Nation's player, Meg Kyle, for successfully collecting the Tier 1 resource point, Dense Aerosol. The air purification degree in John Bull territory is plus 10%, and the haze has disappeared by 10%. As the news spreads, the whole country of John Bull is shaken. This country is an old empire, much criticized for haze, air pollution, and Meg gets feedback on resource points that solves big problems. OMG, the Abyss copy came out great. Even if someone dies in battle, compared to the harvested resource points, the feedback of the national fortune, it's all worth it. Meg is a hero to all of us Johns. Heroes keep up the good work and collect the spectacle as well. How long has it been since John Bull's people raised their eyebrows? Since being risen by rice. Dads don't look like dads, sons don't look like sons. They're bloated for Meg to build on her success, preferably by charging higher resource points again. Convert all of John Bull's haze into immortality. Some people are even bold enough to move the wondrous Yuwang Divine Monument back to the country of John Bull for display. This infuriated the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Good guy, are you addicted to robbery? When I was a hegemon, I used to take all the world's artifacts and bring them to my house. Now in the new era, you dare to get your hands on the sacred relics of the Dragon Kingdom? Sushin, them up. The bugs strike and look out of the corner of your eye. The guests all clenched their palms. How could a holy relic of civilization that affects the fate of the nation change ownership? Don't make a mistake. Afterward, even the Queen of John Bull Country made an appearance, praising Meg's great feats of, and implied that all the wonders and treasures of the survival game had no owner. Just let your own players put their best foot forward to collect it, with them behind it. I hope you'll be so calm when the Holy Grail and Sword in the Stone come out in the future. Bing Bing disdained in her heart as she clenched her small fists and shouted for Su Shen. He didn't let the crowd down either, killing close to the front with the fastest speed he could. A single glittering resource point lingered around the divine monument as it fell into view. There were Eugene, Leng Qingyue, Polar Bear, and other power players who risked their lives to collect them. Because of the rule restriction, they could not move when collecting, and could only be left to attack. The hearts of the globe were lifted, as a player from the Hanseatic nation was collecting a piece of black land, with only 10 seconds left on the countdown, and with surprise just showing on his face. Unexpectedly, there was a pain in his chest, and a death warning came from the system. The Hanseatic screamed in horror, Straight away, an adult-sized praying mantis sneaks up on them from the rear. It reaches out and stabs him with its scythe. Blood stains the black earth, failing in the final seconds. World announcement. Hansoku's Jerome Mack has failed to collect Blacklands. Killed by a sneak attack by the scythe mantis. The lifespan of all Han's people has been reduced by 1 year. 5,000 scythe mantis will be dropped on the territory. Please be on your guard. A friendly reminder, please pay special attention to this monster, which comes and goes without a trace. It is a killer in the wild, and it will automatically become miniature invisible. Find it early and kill it as soon as possible. Only the last few seconds left. Damn mantis. Hansoku hates this monster, and many people watching the livestream have had their lifespans reduced by a year. The gas and blood attacked their hearts and immediately fainted on the table. A spokesman for the Hanseatic state declared, though Mike died tragically, he remains our hero for his service to his country. All the more reason now to be wary of the 5,000 sickle mantis that were dropped. This kind of monster comes and goes without a trace, and it can also be invisible. It's so terrifying that it's caused a lot of unsolved cases in the Hanseatic country. Many rich men fled with their fortunes to foreign lands, in which the rice will not be the best choice, but the Dragon Kingdom. They came over carrying sky-high fortunes. Invisibly global wealth, resources, and technology converge toward the Dragon Kingdom. World announcement. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom's Leng Qingyu for successfully collecting the Tier 1 resource point Shan Zhe Lin. Natural disasters within the Dragon Kingdom, earthquakes, floods, volcanic eruptions, mudslides. The probability of occurrence is reduced by 30% each. When the good news came, the whole nation cheered, and Li Hong even smiled. You can't overlook another little beauty's feat because of Sushin's outstanding performance. She's an immortal bird. As soon as the words fell, 2 more announcements came in. Surprisingly, they were from the Great Mao Country and the Rice Country respectively. World announcement. Congratulations to Big Mao's player, Belinsky, for successfully collecting the Tier 1 resource point, Flame of Flames. This resource point provides heat, light, and national feedback. The tundra of the Great Maw disappears by 1% and the temperature in the country rises by 5 degrees for 1 week. World announcement. Congratulations to Eugene, the rice player who, under the cover of his companions, has successfully collected the level 1 resource point, Clearwater Koike. The country's luck feeds back, and the purity of clear water in the country of rice is plus 10%. The audience in various countries are afraid and happy. Where's your Su God? Everyone else is a big success. Once they had gained power, the rice netizens became complacent again and started pointing their swords at the divine tablet. This is a 9th grade spectacle. Thinking about it makes my liver tremble with fear. How much increase can it provide for the country? How many people could benefit? Good things are not afraid of being late. Su Zhang led his army to the near front and scrutinized the resource point carefully. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he found a golden light that. It was quite extraordinary, being occupied by a herd of mutant boar herd overlords that. Its leader is also digging for resource points to take home. Needless to say, the bug army marched off and this group of mutant boars, comprehensive foot more than 2 meters high, a bristle defense is amazing, good like a scimitar boar tusks are chilling, the leader of the boar king is more than 10 tons. Scary, incomparable. But when it comes to the tyrant, nothing is left to chance. He was breaking through to bronze, and the realm was suppressed. An invulnerable weapon, the boar king made a charge, and the tyrant leapt up, only to see a flash of black light. Re-emerged already behind the boar king, running boar king suddenly turned into two halves, blood mist flying. Tank bug was furious, and stomped the boar flat with his foot. The two tank bugs are like rocks that don't fall in the flood. A boar fumed and impacted, crashing under the heavy armor, dizzy and some were killed on the spot, and the zombie bugs and aliens came from the rear in time to kill them. The series of attacks were seamless, and the regional hegemon was so easily resolved. Zheng also discovered the hidden treasure. Surprisingly, it's it, good stuff. Affecting a nation's industry. Zheng instantly moved, flying down from the tank bug and swooping straight towards a puddle of yellow crystals on the ground. There was a viper that tried to sneak attack. Zheng invoked a bronze crossbow arrow with his left hand and ended it early with an arrow. Manhwa watched the surrounding. With the Queen of Blades protecting him, Zheng was much safer and put his hand up abruptly. Collect. Zheng has started collecting. What kind of treasure is that? It's worthy of him. The others risked their lives, dodging and hiding with the beasts. He surrounded the ground straight away, and there's a queen guarding it. Some people saw that the yellow crystals looked a bit familiar, and they started to guess what kind of treasure it was. Upon seeing the red countdown of 120 seconds, everyone had a jolt. Li Hong said excitedly, without a doubt, this is a level 2 resource point. Bing Bing received the news from the other experts and looked nervous. Everyone, please look at the big screen. According to the experts' analysis, this is a mineral-type resource point. The moment this statement was made, the entire room was excited. The miracle created by Bing Lan last time was still being talked about, changing the industrial level of the country. With it, our country's industrial level is going to make great progress again, and catching up with rice is just around the corner. Bureau chief ponders what kind of mineral this is and how it will affect the international situation. The audience shouts in unison, so God, so God. God forever. The netizens of other countries also guessed that it was the mineral type, which was the type that was considered to have the most significant increase in resource points. During the 2-minute collection time, some other monsters attempted to challenge it by not taking the time to. Without the queen's intervention, the zombie beasts and tyrants were resolved. The two tank bugs patrolled like giants. Suddenly there is a super boss in the air. The green-winged eagle king sneaks up on them. It's a bronze first-order air boss with terrifying speed. The audience screamed and the guests were horrified. However, in a flash of silver light, several parts of the king eagle's identity fell. Congratulations to your Queen of Blades for successfully killing the green-winged eagle king, successfully obtaining bioenergy plus 150 in bronze magic core X1. I can't top it. Compared to Zheng's coziness, it was the other players who fought to the death to run around and another announcement came in, and blood rained down. The other players racked their brains and risked their lives to collect the treasure that, in Zheng's case, it was steadily accepted. Such a gap, watching everyone is not a good taste. 2 tank bugs alone make a large number of players despair. Soon the announcement came, congratulations to Dragon Kingdom Zheng for successfully collecting the Tier 2 resource point brass mine. This resource point will produce brass ore. The copper block is highly conductive and has many wonderful uses. Feedback from the nation, congratulations on the birth of 10 medium-sized copper mines in the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. At the same time, the efficiency of brass quenching in the territory has increased by 20%. Surprisingly, it's brass. The whole room roared. Copper is widely used in electrical, light industry, machinery manufacturing, construction industry. Scrap collectors love it the most, so you can imagine its value. Immediately send geologists around to explore for copper, send satellites to monitor changes in the territory. The 10 medium-sized copper mines must have made quite a difference to the surrounding area. The leader of the strategy department quickly moved on. Zheng has surprised us too much, and this is just the beginning. The other players were moved and began attempting to climb the divine monument. After Zheng collected the brass, he took the lead and he led the Queen of Blades, the insect tyrant, and the zombie beast elite troops to burst in. At the same time, make the 2 aliens the leaders, and use the tank bugs as the center to kill the monsters in all directions. Gain bioenergy, hunt for food, raw materials. During the rush, Zheng had a series of dings in his ears. The surrounding monsters were killed by the insects, and their bodies were carried on top of the tank bugs. This wave, Zheng would be the biggest winner. As it approached the divine tablet, a tadpole text seemed to come to life. Zheng had a sense of familiarity and was sure that these were ancient scripts. Dragon Kingdom origins. Sacred objects shall not be desecrated, let alone a combination of wonders and divine weapons. The guests roared to life, with Battle Wolf, Bureau Chief, and others excitedly standing up and shouting for Zheng. Great use holy relic. The closer you get, the more dangerous it becomes. Bronze bosses that are extinct in the outside world, this is the basic leveling line. There's a bronze lion king, his body is made of bronze. Seeing Su Zheng charging, it roared and killed. The violent-tempered tyrant immediately couldn't help himself, and with a roar his body went berserk and change body to kill forward. The dragon fights with the tiger. The tyrant's body manifested dragonization, and his weapon changed in 1,000 ways. The bronze lion king's proud defense was broken down layer by layer. Midway through the game, the tyrant was even more dragon-blooded and managed to advance to bronze. Ding! Congratulations to your lord unit, the insect tyrant, for successfully advancing to bronze. Your strength has increased dramatically. The battle was no longer in doubt, and the bronze lion king was cut down. Congratulations to the bronze lion king for being decapitated by the tyrant, creature energy plus 200, and gaining lion king meat x 10,000. Bronze lion skin x1, bronze magic core x1. Successfully obtained bronze lion king bloodline. Counting the other large and small monsters hunted in the outside world, Su Zheng felt that the different bloodlines and genes obtained this time alone were a great fortune. The mother nest's bloodline was promoted, and it could grow along with itself. Dragon Kingdom Su is on a quest, and we put up a fight. The foreign players gritted their teeth and ventured deeper, however, they were met by a beast king who slapped them to death. Immediately, one of the olive oil players was killed in action, and the nation's life expectancy was reduced. Again, there was much wailing. Not everyone is a god, you are only mortals. Explore the periphery if you don't have the strength. The netizens hated it. The string of deaths made the players' minds reel and they began to back away. Of the original 765 players, only 700 remained. That means the abyssal copies are open, and while there are a lot of kingdoms that gained encounters that, but there were also more than 60 players killed in action, and 30 countries were affected. The entire planet was sensationalized. Some people were surprised and some people were worried, and the entire Dragon Kingdom pinned their hopes on Su Zheng. Su Zheng, everyone else has retreated, you're the only one left. At this moment, he seemed to be the hope of all of humanity that the netizens of other countries have adjusted their lenses to look at the. It didn't take long for the number of viewers to exceed 10 billion again. What does it mean to be an international movie star? Tactical backward JPG. Key. After Su Zheng went deeper, the treasure bug suddenly chirped, guiding him to rush somewhere. Another treasure? Su Zheng was not to be outdone, taking the 3 bosses with him to go deeper into the hinterland under the guidance of the treasure bugs. There were quite a few bosses along the way, with the Devil Scorpion King, 100 Years Viper, and Mutant Tiger King popping up all over the place. The zombie beasts went berserk. With the Z-Virus fully activated, his body decayed and reborn, he battles the Demon Scorpion King, and fights poison with poison. Successfully fused with the deadly toxin, the virus mutated again. Successfully advanced to Bronze First Order. Su Zheng's eyebrows jumped straight up, feeling that the virus had mutated too quickly. Even Tyrant was injured, and the Queen of Blades started to strike several times. Even the high-level bronze bosses were coming. If it wasn't for the Queen, Su correctly believed that he wouldn't have been able to enter by himself. At this time, netizens around the world are watching his live broadcast. As for his own players, of course, they were also concerned. But is the periphery as powerful as the core? A random beast king is a bronze level, and the ground shakes with every move. And the treasure guided by the treasure worm has finally arrived. At the sight of it, Su Zheng sucked in a breath and it's actually it. He hugged the treasure bug and couldn't help but take a few bites, causing the other to pout. You're my lucky star. I get what I want. The Queen of Blades, realizing the importance of this resource point, began to levitate on guard. Tyrant's eyes narrowed, this kind of treasure was not unfamiliar to it, a strategic resource. The mother's nest was in dire need of it. The hearts of netizens around the globe were lifted, and they stood up and stared forward, wide-eyed, at the. What surprise made Su Zheng lose his temper like that? Ahead was a round of birthing black springs that slowly flowed black water at the abyss. Many wondered, what is this? A stinking gutter? Only those who knew what they were talking about exclaimed in tigerish shock. It's an oil mine. What? It's an oil mine? The bloodline of industry? Hearing the truth, the crowd paled. Such resources were not ordinary and strategic. Li Hong opened his mouth wide, infinitely enlarging the liquid of the black spring. The Bureau is convinced that this is the oil mine and it is very pure. The oil content of our country is small compared to the larger countries. For the sake of it, the United States has waged several major wars to maintain its own hegemony over the rice dollar. It is a strategic material that will undoubtedly affect the national situation. The audience in the room went crazy, and at that moment, as Su Zheng approached, a message appeared, straddling the dome of the sky. Announcement. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom's Su Zheng for successfully discovering a tertiary resource point, a high-purity oil mine. This resource point is the foundation of industry, and will have a great effect on base development and the promotion of a great nation. It is a strategic resource point. Brave contestants, please defeat the guardian beasts and maintain a 3-minute time limit before collecting them. Not bad for a strategic resource point with all the extra preconditions. The guardian beast must be defeated. Even if someone happened to meet it, they couldn't deal with it. Zheng had just approached the oil mine, but unexpectedly the black oil had already risen. A pure black snake-shaped monster, as big as 10 meters, drilled out from the oil mine, plopping and biting at Zheng. Ding! Please pay attention. The guardian beast of the oil mines, a high bronze-level monster, the black serpent of sacrifice, has appeared. Please defeat it. Friendly reminder, this is a special breed, capable of gathering and dispersing. It's invincible at the same level, so please be careful. Juggernaut, be careful. The Queen of Blades attacked like a gust of wind, carrying Zheng off into the sky, and at the same time, her right hand changed rapidly, and a metal whip blade was instantly thrown out. With a poof, it chopped straight down the sacrificial black snake's head. A good-sized snake head fell off. Beautiful. The crowd cheered, the rice people were horrified, and the presidential palace was somber as the big names often seen on TV, the president, the speaker of the house, the congressman, and other sad clouds strolled by. This was industrial blood, and how many wars had people like themselves provoked for it? They had already begun to envision what kind of challenge the Dragon Kingdom would launch against the world system after it became self-sufficient in oil. Our financial system, the rice dollar, is all tied to oil. Su is moving our bones. A speaker of the house pointed angrily at the TV, but what could be done? Maybe the charge fails? And change doesn't happen overnight. At least our country is still #1 in the world right now. The president said in silence, while softening his words, and intends to send for the best beauties to be selected to welcome the contestants on their return, and to show as much goodwill as possible. Sacrificial black snake did not die so simply. The black head fell to the ground and turned into a puddle of black water to regroup. Immortal body? Zheng laughed disdainfully, and sent Tyrant and Zombie Bug to assist him again. Both bugs had violent tendencies, knowing that they couldn't beat them. Still, they swung their swords around for a while, causing himself to be trapped in the middle of the black water, breathing hard and struggling. Ding, please note that your zombie beast, the insectoid tyrant, is trapped by the sacrificial black snake. Deep in the middle of the oil, if not resolved in time, it will die in 3 minutes. The black snake is still flailing and arrogant as hell. Zheng's hand itched, and he swung his lightsaber to take the field himself. Thanks to the blessing of the battlesuit, which came with a flight function, the defense power increased greatly. Just seeing the beams of light flying around, the black snake broke off inch by inch. The tyrant and the zombie beast were freed. Lest the juggernaut be lost, the Queen of Blades quickly steps forward and speed exploded in full force. Dragon scales were revealed on his body, as if he were a streak of purple light speeding through and instantly slashing the black snake into hundreds of fast. This invincible, overpowering power caused netizens around the globe to cheer, and not only is it limited to the Dragon Kingdom, manhwa is also immensely popular abroad. Who wouldn't love a queen with face, temperament, unrivaled strength, and unrivaled body? Hatefully, her eyes are always on only one person. But the black snake that broke into hundreds of pieces squirmed and reintegrated in a burst of liquid on the ground. In the twinkling of an eye, it had been restored to its original state. It continued to attack with teeth and claws. It's at an impasse. The monster is immortal. It's not that easy to get strategic resource points. Right, even if the queen is invincible and the blade is sharp, it's useless. This black snake is immortal and bizarre. Seeing the Dragon Kingdom suffer defeat makes me happier than if I were to get rich myself. Seeing this, a large group of people breathed a sigh of relief and laughed mockingly. Recently, the Dragon Kingdom had risen too strongly. It's crushing all the powerful nations. Bureau Chief, what's your best solution to face this undead monster? Li Hong wrinkled his good-looking eyebrows into a ball and asked worriedly. Try again, find the weakness. The directorate was not panicked by the impending misplacement of a treasure that would affect a nation, and appeared calm. I propose to overwhelm everything with a strong attack. If I swing my sword fast enough, its resurrection won't be able to catch up. Straight Man of Steel, Battle Wolf had a different opinion. I suggest retreating first and taking the long view. After all, you only live once. Master Bay was a little more steady. Wow, what a scary black snake, and it looks so dirty, like oil. This is the cute golden locks. The electric eel with its right eye jumping straight up absent-mindedly returned. The snake is big, so bear with me. It must work. This is a strategic treasure that can change the international scene. The leaders, secretaries, and group members of survival strategies gathered together, staring at the live feed of the hearts of the nation were gripped as the global situation changed with his every move. Foreign netizens are still mocking, with the loudest voices being those of Rice, and certain others who make their living from oil. In fact, they are panicking. District monsters, where did you get an undead body? Finally found a weakness. In the middle of the fierce battle, Zheng suddenly saw a bright light in front of his eyes. In the series of attacks just now, the He realized that the damage dealt by his lightsaber had thinned Black Snake. Instead, the stronger queen dealt damage and revived without damage. What's the difference? High temperatures. Manhwa, use the fire. Tyrant, zombie beasts back off. In a flash, the Queen of Blades began to set fire to the. She can modify the structure of her entire body, absorbing flammable gases from the air. On ignition, boom. The fire dragon erupted and fought with the Black Snake, which was in a hurry and panicked to avoid, not expecting the sparks to meet. The situation is uncontrollable. Rumble was ignited city fire snake, agonizing on the ground, dancing wildly. Zheng smiled broadly and walked into the oil mine, bending down and put his hand on top of the oil mine. Please confirm, is it charged? Need 180 seconds of safety time, need to destroy the guardian beast and sacrifice the Black Snake. Okay. A red countdown appears. 180 seconds. At this moment, accompanied by a wildly dancing Black Snake. I don't know how many people couldn't hold on to the breath they had raised and fell to the ground with a loud bang. It's over, it's all over. Inside the Rice presidential palace, the atmosphere was unprecedentedly serious. Many netizens were envious and jealous, but only the audience in the Dragon Kingdom cheered. Oil freedom. Oil prices are going down. Soon, a reminder came to Zheng's ears. Ding, congratulations on successfully killing the sacrificial black serpent. Biological energy plus 400. This battle was flawless, so I'm hereby giving you an additional reward. Zheng, who was in the process of collecting it, froze. There was a special reward. World announcement. Congratulations to Zheng for successfully killing the mysterious monster sacrificial black serpent, with a perfect overall evaluation. Special reward, base construction order. A platinum-colored mysterious token slowly fell from the air, and Zheng blankly caught it with his other hand. The players gathered at the periphery froze when they heard the announcement. You've performed so well that you need a special reward? Eugene, Polar Bear, and other big country players who knew the inside story, however, suddenly changed their faces drastically. Superhero John, who was also watching the live broadcast on Earth, and the first person of the Dragon Kingdom, Yu Binglan, rose up in shock and unbelievably staring at the rewarded token in the live broadcast. It's just the novice stage now. No, not even half of that time has passed, and they're awarding base orders. This is allowing him to advance to the base? John's face changed drastically, feeling that his status was seriously challenged. It was usually only after a novice could be upgraded from a camp to a base. I've never heard that you can advance to base on your own, without the help of the game. How scary such a base would be from the start. He must be gotten rid of. John thought firmly once more, and stared at the oil mine with a sneer that, believing that the shock would be enough to cause a large number of people to change their force fields, he walked off to the presidential palace. How does it compare? We're still a campground and Zheng is about to build a base. In the future, I'm afraid that he'll beat 100 of us. Why is there such a big difference between those who started out the same? The players on the periphery had just made a small gain, and when they were suddenly dealt such a big blow, they were all dumbfounded. And unbeknownst to them, there was another big hit coming soon. After the death of the sacrificial black serpent, a special crystal burst out that. In addition to this, there is a foreign snake skin that can cloak and reduce the presence of the. Zheng told the queen to put it away and go back and study it in. However, the tyrant also had an unexpected harvest. In a corner, found a bronze high-level treasure chest. This thing is basically the absolute top treasure chest of the newbie land. As for the silver level is purely by accident. Zheng similarly put it away and slowly studied it when he returned. Soon after the countdown ended, the black oiler transformed into a ray of light and disappeared into Zheng's arms. Finally the world announcement arrived, and it wasn't just one, it was a full 3. World announcement. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom Zheng for successfully collecting the strategic level 3 resource point, the oil mine. There will be no shortage of oil in the base from now on, and the industrialization ability has risen greatly, so there is no fear of bonfires without fuel. Feedback on the nation's fortunes. Reward the birth of a dragon country within the territory of the world's first oil field with recoverable oil reserves of 20 billion tons. Congratulations to player Zheng, who has taken an important step towards advancing to the base. Congratulations to the Dragon State for the birth of a super oil field and a greatly increased national power. I invite all players to move forward and fight for our homeland. Evolve into a godly civilization at an early date. World announcement. World announcement. An unprecedented 3 world announcements. 200 tons of oil. The world's #1 oil mine rumbles down to the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 63 Creating a Miracle, Wonders of the 3 Mountains and 5 Mountains of King Use Divine Tablet. Oil is black gold, the most important strategic resource today. It is the bloodline of industry. It can be said that today the world. Whoever controls oil controls the world. As a big country, the Dragon Kingdom also has oil reserves, but they are still lacking compared to the huge volume. Especially when something big like a war happened, and it was by virtue of its oil hegemony that rice was at the top of the list. Today the Earth is only 10.7 billion tons of oil for the maximum production that has been probed. This has been astounded as something that could change the fate of a nation, and now the Dragon Kingdom is directly doubling that number. Hearing that 20 billion tons of oil fields had descended upon the Dragon Kingdom, everyone was shaken to their core. The two hosts lost their microphones, and the guests' excited looks got stuck in the cheers of the audience came to a screeching halt. Only the air echoed with 20 billion, can't spend it all in one lifetime. Gull. Warwolf moved his throat, his voice breaking hoarsely. 200 tons of oil? It's 20 billion tons of oil. The bureau chief corrected him on this grave mistake, and the only thing in this old man's eyes was shock. The hard word is hair in his eyes. There was also a raised eyebrow. The research room and the strategy department was silent, and although everyone was prepared for it, they were still shocked by the unprecedented reward. Ding ding ding. The quiet wasn't broken until a phone rang on his desk, and the group leader picked it up first and, unexpectedly, the caller is on the other end of the line, and he personally orders people to be sent to the oil fields to be on alert and to beware of any sabotage. So, it's been found? The leader of the group asked, puzzled and shocked. The caller laughed. A black fountain with a constant geyser has suddenly sprung up in the west. It also catches fire naturally, don't you think? The Dragon Kingdom's nation was in an uproar. G-Square was the first to act, with fighters rushing to the west to take control of the newly discovered oil fields. This is the heart of a nation. Afterwards, experts were sent to build excavations to find out just how much was produced, mobilized in the fastest possible time. Meanwhile, this world's first oil field was named Taisho Oil Field. It was named the Daisho Oil Field in appreciation of the great contribution made by Zheng. It's incredible. 20 billion tons of production, it scares me to think about it. After today, the Dragon Kingdom will no longer be curbed by others, right? Ha, those who sell oil for a living are out of luck. Rice should be nervous now. Actually, when you think about it from another angle, for the human race as a whole, such a large amount of extra wealth is a blessing for all of civilization. How wonderful it would be if Zheng was our hero. In 3 days' time, there was such a big increase, and I don't know what earth-shattering changes will come from collecting the wonders. Sushin is not a place, but belongs to the whole civilization, Earth. The internet is blowing up with the fact that oil is so relevant to people's daily lives, and many are celebrating the lowering of gas prices for cars. Some people are happy and some people are worried. The rice side of the natural worry, they seem to see a rising star rising. The whole world is stirred up, the price of oil plummeted, and many foreign netizens who believe in strong people have faith in Su God. And the miracle continues. In addition to the occasional unfortunate death of a contestant floating across the vault of heaven, accompanied by the wails of the netizens, there were also people who had lucky outbursts and collected Tier 1 resource points in the periphery. World announcement. Congratulations to Sheep Country's player, Ulysses, for successfully collecting Blackstone land. 1 million hectares of land within the Sheep Kingdom will be turned into fertile black land. Congratulations to Sheep Country. The good news that was supposed to be a sensation in the country was not enough under Su Zheng's 3 announcements. And his pace didn't stop there, killing his way into the middle of the stone monument with his 3 bodyguards. Ding, please pay attention. You are approaching the wondrous Yuang Divine Monument. It is inscribed with mysterious flower, bird, and insect seals, and possesses a force that is unfathomable. Please proceed with caution. Friendly reminder, the higher up you go, the bigger the surprise. The higher the level of resource points as well. If you are recognized by King Yu, it may not be impossible to take in the super rank. Being reminded of this, Su Zheng did not dare to slack off. However, it was a bit difficult for the tyrant and the zombie bug to climb up. And there's some good stuff at the bottom, like the sparkling gems you see every now and then. Some of them were the natural crystals he desperately needed. It would be even better if he found a lightning one. There were also any spiritual herbs, or even precious monsters, etc., all of which were a great fortune. Tyrant, zombie beast, you two give me a patrol down below. When you find crystals and treasure chests, collect them all for me and wait for me to come back for inspection. In the meantime, take care of the retreat for both of us. The tyrant and the zombie beast nodded back and forth. They didn't want to go up there either, being naturally reverent. The 2 bosses immediately went to look for the treasure. They knew that the juggernaut liked shiny things. It didn't take long to collect a bunch. Su Zheng had a series of reminders in his ears. Ding, congratulations, your tyrant has successfully collected attribute-less natural crystals X5, fire crystals X1, and picked up a beast skin. Your zombie beast is not very bright in the head, and has dug up an unidentified fossilized stone on the ground. When the treasure is ready to be offered to you. In addition to these 2 bigwigs, there was also a succession of good news coming from the peripheral bug race. The contestants were depressed to find out that, not to mention competing with Su Zheng, they couldn't even beat the monsters under them. Ding, congratulations, your tank bugs, alien, and zombie bugs have successfully hunted wolves x200, mutant hedgehogs x20, and great grouse x300. In total, you have obtained fine wolf skin x200, wolf meat x20,000, hedgehog needle x2000, and sizzling grouse meat x30,000. With a series of good news, Zheng didn't need to look at it to know that. The bug soldiers were piling one prey on top of the tank bugs, ready to be taken back to the mother lair, and indeed they were. Looking down the backs of the piled-up tank bugs, the contestants had mixed feelings and the spectators watched with jealousy. Seeing you get rich is worse than me losing money. Look, you guys, Zheng climbed the stone monument. How did he dare to approach? A bronze beast king touched it before and went up in smoke. Suddenly, there was a scream in the arena that the contestants couldn't be bothered to be jealous and raised their eyes to look, only to see the nine-colored dazzling light lingering between the. Su was quickly rushing forward with the Queen of Blades, and the first thing he did was rush to a dazzling resource point. No, he didn't climb up, he flew up. Someone saw the clues. Zheng activated his battlesuit and quickly flew up, and the air is getting thinner and thinner. Luckily, the Queen of Blades is there to protect him. It was getting farther and farther away from the surface. This is guaranteed to pulverize if you fall. Before Zheng approached the flashpoint, a group of densely packed black-feathered sea eagles suddenly flew out from the air. And as soon as they got close, they cast their skills and attacked with feathers like arrows. Flying monsters are just tough. After Zheng told the queen to protect herself, she directly opened her palm to aim at them. Laser. Put. A searing laser swept across the battlefield, as if splitting the sky in two. A channel of bioenergy surged from the sea eagle to Zheng, and the air was cleared in vain. Congratulations on successfully killing Black Feather Sea Eagle X55, bioenergy plus 550. The feeling of killing by yourself is different. Zheng felt that he was about to advance in himself again. Remembering that there was a big reward for being the first to advance to bronze, he couldn't wait to have the Queen of Blades guard his side. Quickly activating his battlesuit, leaving a brilliant tail of color that, turning to the flashpoint, which is clearly higher in rank than the ground, After seeing what was there, Zheng froze. What is this? A diamond-shaped five-colored crystal grew at the corners of the divine tablet. Similar to natural crystals, yet a little different. A reminder came in the middle of the confusion. System reminder, congratulations to you lucky one, the one who got the dragon luck. Even the natural crystal mine has been discovered by you. Although it's a small mineral with no attributes, it's the strongest in its class. Your summoned soldiers will have no more worries. I can't believe it. When Zheng heard it, his heart was delighted. This is a natural magic core, which the mother nest desperately needs. He flew close and made the Queen of Blades guard everything and then directly started collecting. The red countdown reappeared, and this time it turned out to be 5 minutes. And still 5 minutes in the air. Difficult to imagine. The wind is fierce, and there are even flying birds and beasts that kill us from time to time. The Queen of Blades showed what a queen was in this process. She was able to change her curved sword to fling it out and kill a piece of people painfully. Only clanking sounds were heard, and flying birds and ferocious fowls fell down one after another. What kind of treasure is Zheng collecting again? Crystal mines, or diamond mines? Why does it take 5 minutes so long? It's also suspended in the air. The audience was puzzled, and the guests and hosts were equally unclear. Only the veteran players vibrated, anticipating something. And the Queen's excellent performance made the charge a thrilling one. However, looking at the decreasing energy of the battlesuit, Zheng was anxious in his heart. Not having a flight unit is a headache, it's too constrained. Gotta move faster, I'm all about collecting wonders. The 5 long minutes disappeared, replaced by a new world announcement that. And again, 3 times, this time with more far-reaching implications than anyone thought. World announcement. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom Zheng for his lucky break in successfully discovering a first-order resource point. Pure natural crystal mine. This object contains strands of extraordinary power, a transcendental foundation that. It is even the origin of the base energy. National Fortune feedback, congratulations on the birth of a transcendental crystal mine within the Dragon Kingdom. Please make good use of it and carefully develop the energy within. World announcement. World announcement. Surprisingly, it really is a crystal mine. It's the kind of divine item that contains transcendent power. This time the Dragon Kingdom has really gotten rich. A crystal that is free of pollution and also contains extraordinary potential. Perhaps this is the most crucial step in human evolution. How come Zheng is from the Dragon Kingdom? How wonderful it would be if we were from John Bull. Many experts blanched, thinking that the crystal mine appeared on the Earth too far-reaching. It was detected that many of the basis facilities needed it to be activated. Without further ado, the newly repaired Dragon Nation mobilized again and each and every one of them did not see the slightest bit of fatigue, but instead were extremely energized. It seems we need to deepen our cooperation with the Dragon Kingdom. This became the consensus of many foreigners. The contestants heard the three announcements and looked up as if they were mountains. Mind could not lift the heart to compete. Su Zheng went crazy. Why are you still trying to charge forward? Suddenly Lang Qingyue screamed and she realized that after collecting the crystal mine, Su Zheng hadn't stopped yet. Instead, he quickened his pace and kept moving forward. Like Icarus who flew towards the sun, there was no turning back. Is he really going to charge the spectacle? Is he mad? He wants to create a miracle? This isn't comparable to the previous immortal water lake. There will definitely be a super boss guarding it. I'm skeptical that the super bosses are all the same one, where there are so many wonders. The contestants couldn't be bothered to hunt for treasures in the periphery. They were looking up toward the black dot that was getting further and further away, and some had a hunch that today might be a day for myth making. Is he crazy? Does he really think that's his own baby? The people of the Dragon Kingdom say it's one of their patriarch's sacred relics. It's too important for the dragon's heir and must be obtained. There was an equal burst of fervor from the global audience, who were worried about Su Zheng's bold action. Some even compared him to Prometheus, who picked fire from the earth. His courage was admired, even by his adversaries, for his audacity. Little brother is too impulsive. I've never even heard of a level 9 wonder, let alone charged for it. Who knows what conditions there will be. Protecting yourself is the most important thing. Ice couldn't hide her excitement, and Li Hong nodded her head, nervously looking at the big screen. She solicited the opinions of the guests. The most radical of the war wolves all said, dangerous heights, steady hand. If Brother Su has a group of flying units, that could be on. But now. Limited energy, charge with me. The Queen of Blades gave Su Zheng the bottom line, and energy stirred in his heart. Knowing that he was about to advance, and the more he stepped forward, the inscriptions of the divine tablet became clearer. He smelled the flood, the ancient scent of the. When it reached a certain boundary point, Su Zheng's eyes lit up. A loud announcement followed, and from the air suddenly fell a terrifyingly huge snake with an overwhelming aura and wings. World announcement. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom's player, Su Zheng, for breaking through the barrier and reaching the divine tablet boundary point. Accepting King Yu's test. The epic bloodline ancient song snake is blocking the way. Brave men, please defeat it. I thought it was the feathered serpent god, how come it's a giant snake with wings again? Epic bloodline. Airborne soldiers with a huge advantage. Now it's up to Su Zheng's real skill. As the crowd murmured, Su Zheng's face remained unchanged, and on the contrary, he was even more excited. Manina, it's time to show true skill. The mother's nest is in desperate need of new blood. The Nena's Air Force hope lies in it. Without further ado, the Queen of Blades plummeted up and a wave of air appeared. As the Queen of the Bug Race, she had a full point of combat experience and a pair of wings suddenly sprouted from her back, and her hands transformed into blades that were incomparably powerful and in an instant, it chopped through the body of the song snake, and blood flew horizontally and the painful ancient serpent seethed. This song serpent was also silver ranked, and as the queen attacked, an introductory message appeared before her eyes. Name, Ancient Songbird. Bloodline, Epic Song Snake. Level, Silver 3rd Order. Attributes, Strength 2330, Agility 2400, Spirit 2350, Physique 2400. Talent skill, Chime Ringing. The serpent's sound is magnificent and comes with a mental attack. Feathered serpent's speed. With wings, it is so fast that it can soar through the air. King's Bite, Fangs. The song snake was subdued by the great Yu in the legend. Some people from the Dragon Kingdom had indeed recognized it, while others were more concerned about its epic bloodline. Surprisingly, the Queen of Blades suppressed the song snake. The deceptive Naruto snake darts through the air, moving with dexterity and agility. But it wasn't enough against the queen, who had countless hours of combat experience. Blood flew across the room, and Naruto used the skill hissing. The clouds exploded in the air, like a yellow bell sound wave cleansing the air. This was a spiritual attack. The contestants who were below all seemed to feel their heads spinning. As for Su Zheng, he was at the moment when the queen engaged Naruto in battle with had continued to charge forward. Manina, cut it down. Take it back to the mother nest for recycling, our flying soldiers depend on it. I'll be right back. An epic monster, how can you miss it? As you command, my lord. Manina's expression was cold and her movements even more terrifying. Engaging in an aerial fight with Naruto, she was born with armor and weapons that overrode Naruto. The battlesuit doesn't let Su Zheng down, and soon follows the divine monument all the way forward. And Su Zheng became more familiar with the inscriptions. Soon he reached the very top, and at the very top of the stone tablet, recorded was a mural that on it was engraved a picture of 3 mountains and 5 mountains, with 10,000 people making a pilgrimage. In it, the heroic words of Dayu, who subdued the flooding beasts along the way, are recorded. Including this song snake below are the descendants of the demons that King Yu once subdued. Among them were true ancient beasts, Wuji Qi, Yinglong, Xianglu, and so on. What caught Su Zhang's eye the most was the ascension of King Yu to the throne under the esteem of the ancestors. He began to build the 9 tripods of the 9 states, and this sacred tablet is a record of all kinds of deeds. And the divine object that was purposely built was finally cast into the sea. Similar to a sea-fixing needle, where the inscriptions themselves represent civilized mysteries. Ding! Please note that you have detected one of the ultimate secrets of this trial site. The Yuwang Divine Tablet has begun to detect the purity of your bloodline. Friendly advice: if you have already transmigrated to another race, perhaps running away now is your best option. The reminder made Su Zheng freeze. The final test is bloodline purity? And everyone who descends has to choose to be reincarnated at the very beginning. The other spectators didn't see the reminder, but seeing that Su Zheng's demeanor wasn't right, were secretly saying that it was not good. Nope, I'm still a pure dragon nation, but it's just a fusion of the mother nest. Su Zheng's face suddenly changed, facing the divine artifact test. He was weighing the pros and cons. Without waiting for him to make a change, the Yuwang Divine Monument suddenly shook and the ground shook. No, Su Zheng felt that the source of the vibration was from below. At the same time, an unknown ripple spread into Su Zheng's body, causing his blood to boil, and he knew that the real test had begun. That wondrous spectacle was really taken in by Su Zheng? Impossible, it's a 9th order divine product, it's not something we can touch right now. The players looked up, all feeling that something was wrong. The audience looked more closely and all raised their hearts. Let's hope the miracle working dragon player falls. The foreign netizens were quite truthful. John, Yubanlin and other veteran contestants gripped their hearts in disbelief that a newcomer had pulled off such a feat. During the time that was like a trial, Su Zheng was sweating straight up, and the easiest is also the hardest. Luckily I didn't transmogrify the others. Finally, a voice of judgment came. World announcement. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom Su Zheng for being recognized by the Yuwang Divine Tablet. This divine artifact is classified as a native wonder. According to the history and legends of each country, there will be different gods born in the survival game, such as the world's first peak, and the Everest, and the Fuji, the Maria Trench, the Great Pyramid, and so on. Need to be recognized by the wonders to be charged. The audience was in an uproar. I didn't realize there was such a secret. Some people's faces did not look right. What if their country's players did not give a good performance and the cultural relic wonders were snatched by other countries? Without waiting for others to think more, a grand warning sounded in Su Zheng's head. Contestant Su Zheng, please make sure to collect the combination of wonders and artifacts. Yuwang Divine Tablet. This action will produce unpredictable changes to the trial site. More than that, it will trigger a chain of civilization missions. Please proceed with caution. Don't get carried away for a moment's gain. Friendly reminder: usually ancient stone monuments are used to suppress the Gaijin demons. This monument was set up by King Yu himself, you know? Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, Su Zheng listened and blithely disregarded the warning. Then whatever the flood after my death, you bring it to me. Can't even live, and still think so much. If you don't take it yourself, leave it for others? Su Zheng suddenly pressed his hand on the stone tablet, and a burst of 9-colored dazzling light erupted from between the two. At the same time, a series of quest reminders resounded in his mind. Congratulations, bold and lucky Su Zheng, you have successfully uncovered the Yuwang Divine Tablet. Follow-up civilization mission of collecting the natural wonders of the origins of the Dragon Kingdom civilization, the 3 mountains and the 5 sacred mountains. The 3 dragon veins of the origin of civilization, the Himalayas, the Kunlun Mountains, and the Tian Shan Mountains. The 5 mountains of Mount Tai, Mount Hua, Mount Han, Mount Song, and Mount Han. Each of which is a natural wonder of the 9th order, with a great enchantment that, if they are successfully taken over, they will cause a great change in the corresponding place of reality, and the supernatural power will be revived. That's not all, another news came in. Congratulations, bold and lucky Su Zheng, you have taken on the follow-up mission to collect all of King Yu's 9 cauldrons. Successful collection will result in a huge increase in base development. Su Zheng did not expect 2 major tasks to be enacted at once, and neither of them were simple. However, right at the moment Su Zheng collected the Yuwang Divine Tablet, the ground shook, and the abyss was emptied in vain. The increase to the nation's fortunes began. 3 world announcements rumbled down. The Queen of Blades below took advantage of Naruto's moment of disorientation to strike. Epic fell. Chapter 64 Artifact Effect, Opening Aura Recovery. World announcement. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom Su Zheng for successfully getting recognized by the native wonders and collecting the Yuwang Divine Tablet. The camp will be guarded by divine artifacts. Luck plus 500. Automatically suppresses the strength of evil foreign enemies by 10%. Another marvel to research on your own. Simultaneous start of national feedback. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for increasing its territory by 100,000 square kilometers. At the same time, the primary aura recovery has begun. A thin aura has been born in the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. Especially the major places of interest and humanistic shrines have a chance of giving birth to miracles. At the same time, the miraculous artifacts shelter all descending monsters, natural disasters and earthquakes, reduce the number and power by 10%. World announcement. World announcement. There's no doubt that no one has ever taken in a spectacle or artifact before. And no one knows how much of an impact they have on the nation's fortunes, and now we all know. The whole earth rumbled and turned, and in space the Dragon Kingdom's territory plummeted by 100,000 kilometers, and it wasn't the tundra, the desert, rather, it was fertile land with mountains, water, forests, and inner lakes. A full 3 channels of super feedback. Aura recovery opens. There are many more meager but evolutionary auras in the air of the Dragon Kingdom. There are traces of immortals in some places of interest, such as the 5 mountains of Tai Shan, the Tian Shan mountain range, and the world's first peak. There are even exotic flowers in bloom. At the same time, the Dragon Kingdom will enjoy the shelter of wonders, and in the future, all natural disaster monsters will have their power cut by 10%. Not everyone is as good as Zheng. There are always players from the Dragon Kingdom who die unfortunately. And this time their losses can be minimized. Quickly, use the satellite to check the Dragon Kingdom. Get the astronauts from the space station out to observe if the Earth has changed. Aura revival? Gosh, Survival Games was right when they said that after a contestant advances to godhood, their civilization will become a god's civilization, and their home country will become a god's country. I'm going to the Dragon Kingdom. In the future that will be a true paradise. Crazy crazy crazy. An extra 100,000 square kilometers. What kind of concept is this? Goryeo, grapes, and many other countries don't have this area. That is to say, the Dragon Kingdom has suddenly gained 100,000 square kilometers of uncontested fertile land. Like a promised land from God. The entire internet was all abuzz. A global sensation. Never before has anyone been rewarded so much, never before has there been such feedback. All the G-sides of the countries changed color, and at the first time, they urgently convened a meeting to discuss countermeasures. The heart of the rice country was trembling, feeling that its number 1 position was going to be kicked down. John watched in silence and Bing Lan watched in tears. The other veteran players saw the celebratory interface that never existed in the Sky Dome. The fireworks filled the sky, a towering ancient stone monument stood in the clouds, and they were all dumbfounded. After a long time someone held back a sentence. Are all the newcomers nowadays so exaggerated? We're afraid we're playing a fake game. Newbie period, not to mention collecting resource points to feed back to the homeland, to survive is not adding to the chaos of the country. With Zheng, the globe is different, and the Dragon Kingdom benefits the most. This was the consensus of the global netizens. Some Goryeo netizens even declared, according to the information check, Zheng is my Goryeo people. Unfortunately, he was stranded in the Dragon Kingdom, and he contains the Goryeo bloodline. In response to this shameless comment, the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom mocked and sprayed indiscriminately. Yes, anyone is your family. Is the universe your family? Li Hong and Bing Bing's red lips were slightly open, unable to hide their excitement. Let's take a look at the images transmitted from the satellite of our new home. As I shakily uttered these words, the big screen appeared. A piece of birds and flowers, fertile land, plenty of lakes, appeared in a large territory of the eastern frontier. It's like a gift from the gods, appearing out of nowhere. It caused subtle changes in some of the Earth's values. It's an extra country's territory, it's worth too much. The bureau chief marveled. Goryeo, grapes, and many island netizens were envious to the point of explosion. They don't even have this much territory themselves. The population is crowded and resources are scarce. Many people shed tears trying to get Zheng to change his nationality and bring them a new life. There are quite a few island star statues who even said outright through the camera that if Zheng is willing to come to their place as a guest after his return, then even if he is given the position of star tutor, he is the king here. And the Dragon Kingdom reacted marvelously, the first to allow the warriors to accept the extra 100,000 square kilometers of fertile land. Then it was closed at major places of interest to foreigners. Experts testing air levels shuddered and said, there are unidentified spiritual molecules, very thin, but capable of producing marvelous changes in all things. It can subtly improve one's physical condition, and it can give birth to superpowered people. Crystal-like treasures and exotic flowers can appear in nature's conception. This should be what the ancients used to call aura. A great era of great waves is coming. Perhaps everyone is superhuman and everyone cultivates immortality in the near future. Ice concluded with a trembling tone. Everything is because of him. Battle Wolf applauded admiringly, and Master Bay sincerely said, I'm going to solemnly consider entering the Dragon Kingdom, and within 3 days, having given such a big surprise, not dare to believe in the future. Su's popularity transcends boundaries. Beyond a country, he is the star of Earth. Goldlock had stars in his eyes and made up his mind that he must meet him, preferably. There's an episode in The Guest where the electric eel is taken away and locked up after an eastward incident. To make matters worse, it was also revealed that he was already a Maple Leaf Nation. Against the backdrop of a full increase in the Dragon Kingdom, a powerful. His intestines are repentant, and it is said that he is in there with a snotty nose and tears begging people to want to transfer back to the Dragon Kingdom. As for what grandeur, touching the cold clear moon is all a dream. Shorty in the hospital was struck by a series of announcements that made him unable to stand up. His previous comments about Su Zheng were flipped, plus he is a me. Delayed by a reduced life expectancy, he has not been able to get up since. I believe that our Su Shen can still perform another miracle. After all, there are still 4 days left. Li Hong's beautiful eyes looked at the big screen with delight after collecting the stone tablet. Su Zheng flew down the first time. The system's warning was frightening. The Queen of Blades duly cut the ancient Song Snake in two. System alert, congratulations to Queen of Blades for successfully slashing the ancient Song Snake, bioenergy plus 1000. Acquiring hero template in progress. Successfully acquired the epic hero unit Song Snake. Manhwa, bring back all the bodies of the Song Snake. Su Zheng yelled a sound. The queen's hands changed into tentacles, holding the 2 Song Snake corpses in her arms. Not a drop of blood was spared. This is all treasure. The 2 of them are not delaying, and are flying down quickly. Is it over? A sigh of relief washed over the polar bears and aberrant rats who looked up at the pressure of being on the same stage as Su Zheng was too much. You are just too strong. It gives me no courage to look at me too. Lang Qingyue sourly, jealously fluttered her wings far away and I thought I had a chance to support myself in the air, but I didn't realize that his queen was appallingly strong. The abyss was suddenly empty, and the other beasts saw the situation and fled. Just as Su Zheng returned to the surface, the treasure bug in his arms was still chirping. What's going on? Su Zheng was puzzled in his mind, and pulled it out. The surrounding resource points have fallen into the abyss and disappeared. What other treasures? Treasure bugs feel that the master's head is not too bright. The small family guy desperately tilted his head to suggest. Su Zheng, the queen looked up in confusion, empty. The stone monuments had all disappeared, the visions were gone. The juggernaut, is it? And this treasure? How have you neglected it? Suddenly, the queen's eyes lit up and she hurriedly pointed at the vault of heaven. Su Zheng was depressed. It was empty, not to mention the birds. There was not even a single hair. Only the initial 9 rainbows are slowly dissipating. Seemingly thinking of something, Su Zheng shouted a sound. Crap groove, black under the lamp, this 9-colored rainbow is also a treasure? He never dreamed that the visions that accompanied the wonders out of the world were also treasures. And now it was slowly disappearing. He flew forward with quick steps and he reached the rainbow before it dissipated. What does Sajin want? Really transmute Icarus and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? The audience calmed down a little from the frenzy. He had surprised everyone with too many. Look guys, he's flying again. What other treasures? The retreating contestants looked up in disbelief. Inertia kills. Not a single one of them understood what he was trying to say. It was only when Su Zheng managed to capture the 9 rainbows that the crowd came to a sudden realization. Ding! Please note that you, the lucky one, have successfully discovered the mysterious exotic treasure, the 9 rainbows. This object is a fusion of the visions of a divine artifact that has been brewing for 10,000 years. It comes with auspiciousness in space. Will you take it? Surprisingly, it's a space supreme treasure? Su Zheng was overjoyed in his heart. The self-contained system space had long since filled up and can't you see the 2 tank bugs are pressing like that? Below, the bug army harvested a lot of supplies, still waiting to move home. He didn't hesitate to collect, and then the 9-colored rainbow like a fairy cloak wrapped around his body. A sense of warmth, but also comes with auspicious visions. World announcement. Congratulations to the lucky winners of the Dragon Dung favor. He found the hidden treasure of the 9 rainbows. Su Zheng's luck is plus 100. This treasure has the attribute of God, taking into account the power of space, with many wonderful uses. Use it well. At the same time, under the feedback of the national fortune, a 9-colored rainbow appeared in the sky above the Dragon Kingdom that spanned all the territories. All people enjoy the rainbow blessings, eliminating disasters and illnesses. The sudden announcement was quite comical, and the audience cheered as they went out and looked up. At the moment, the Dragon Kingdom was in the late afternoon, under the setting sun. A 9-colored rainbow spanned the frontier, bringing joy to the people. Both dreamy and stunning, there are those who have labored all day whose fatigue dissipates as the rainbow shines. There were even patients who were pushed to see the 9 rainbows and were moved to tears. The patients got better without realizing it. So romantic and seamless as a fallout from a big battle. Can't see to Sushin's still so romantic atmosphere, love. From today, I am Sushin's brain. I'm a fan of Sushin. I'm honorable and I'm proud. With a pale complexion and an empty right sleeve, Yu Binglan pushed open the window to see the rainbow, and in a rare display, she smiled and with her cold, frosty face and temperament, it was like a snow lotus blossoming. The nurses on the side of the room looked at her with shaky eyes. You're such an interesting person, I hope to see you soon. If it was you, you would have been able to scout that relic out. Su Zheng, this side of the same rainbow, different sky, the same scenery. At this moment, Su Zheng recalled a poem. The sky is the limit. What a harvest for the bugs, from the tyrant-hunted beast king down to the minions digging for treasure. There is no lack of potential silver bloodline members, all of which can greatly replenish the gene pool and can be fused to produce stronger fighters. In addition, leopard skins and hedgehogs can be used to create equipment and arrows. As for meat, it crushes the tank bugs, and these can be used to breed new bug soldiers. Originally, even if there were 2 tank bugs, it would not be enough to carry back the harvest, and it would take a lot of manpower to carry it back. But who let Su Zheng just harvested space exotic treasure? He couldn't wait to check its attributes. Name, 9 rainbow. Grade, unknown, it is a blessing, an exotic treasure. Belongs to Su Zheng. Effects, SpaceX 100 square thousand miles, can place living things. Luck plus 800 while being able to stretch out and cloth up layers of smoke at the base of the. It can be used to restrain the enemy troops, and your party can hide among the rainbow mists to sneak in. After reading this, Su Zheng gust of laughter. Thinking of what comes to what, he happened to feel that the system space is not enough. Also, do not have to worry about the next time you meet such as giant egg-type living things, can only carry away the embarrassment. After spreading out, like a misty formation. It just so happens that the bugs are good at sneak attacks. Wonderful. Triumphant return. With Su Zheng's big wave of his hand, the trip to the abyssal copy came to a perfect end. The players each had their own gains, and there were also more than 70 players who unfortunately died. This made Su Zheng's mind even more vigilant of itself, rowing a boat against the current, not advancing as retreating. And when the insects returned to the camp, Su Zheng also officially began to count the harvest at this time. The most lacking bioenergy, a wave of eating fat. Straight through 5,000. Among them, the Queen of Blades performed particularly well, and after having money, Su Zheng was rich and generous. Divine Beast Egg was given a separate division of 1,000 energies, and a steady stream of life force was passed through the pipeline into the giant egg. It was so excited that it bounced around while a countdown appeared on the eggshell. A reminder came to Su Zheng's ears. Wealthy player, because of your generosity, spends a full 1,000 bioenergy. The consciousness in the egg has a plus 10 favoritism towards you, and the egg of the Divine Beast has come out ahead of schedule. 24 hours countdown to shell breaking. Ha ha. Looking at the red countdown that appeared on the eggshell, Su Zheng gust of laughter. He knocked on the eggshell and. Silly egg. I've lost at least a couple dozen elite soldier bugs cultivated for your sake. You mustn't let me down. The goofball jumped up and down and couldn't wait to get out of the world, it seemed to re-express. Don't worry, old iron. I don't know what kind of divine beasts are in the egg, I hope it can hold down the Dragon Kingdom. The audience also saw the countdown, which was pulled out of the dragon's nest. It's just like another mythical pet. No wonder it was praised. Su Zheng, the son of a miracle. After returning, Su Zheng first went to the side of the mother nest to place up the Yuan Divine Tablet. Fortunately, this object could be large or small, otherwise the campground wouldn't even be enough. With a rumbling sound, the players think it's an earthquake, then look up. Only to see Su Zheng's campsite has an additional towering divine monument, the very same one that was brought out from the abyss. The others only had envy and jealousy, speculating about the wondrous features. A circle of ripples enveloped the entire camp with the divine monument as its center, and the insects were silent for a while. It seemed to sense that it was one of their own, which released the suppression on them. The Queen of Blades were both relieved, feeling that this monument specifically restrained them. Moreover, the flower, insect and bird seals recorded were not ordinary. Su was reading up on the stone tablet text. Name, Yuan Divine Tablet. Grade, Special Artifact. Existed for too long, washed away by time, has become a spectacle. It is one of the wonders of the Dragon Kingdom. The power to which it belongs, Dragon Kingdom Su Zheng. Effect, a holy relic of the Dragon Kingdom. Binds to the Dragon Kingdom camp. In the area it covers, for an enemy's attack. Automatically weaken 10% of the battle fighting power. King Yu heals the waters. This object is specifically designed to suppress floods in the earth, and the territory in which it is located will be free from natural disasters. If there is a super attack, such as energy cannons, nuclear bombs, artifacts destroying everything in the camp, it will be ineffective. Bombs, artifacts destroying everything in the camp will be ineffective. Note, just keep the surface of the base intact, other buildings and soldiers will be destroyed. The sea is limitless. Forbidden technique, first you need to have power that can drive it. When activated, it consumes at least 10,000 energy points. Or a natural crystal or magic core. A monstrous flood gushed out of the monument, flooding towards the earth and destroying all enemies. Unlimited in power, depending on the amount of magic one possesses. As long as there's enough of it, it's fine to flood the entire earth. Yu the Great Detainer. During the civilization quests you have taken, such as meeting the 3 mountains, 5 veins, and 9 tripods will have special induction. Guardian of the 9 states. Special attack on divine and calamitous beasts. This steel itself was created by King Yu to suppress the existence of calamitous beasts. If you are strong enough to drive this artifact, you can expect to subdue a divine beast. Light of civilization. In the territory where this tablet is located, all creatures have plus 10% mental strength and deepened intelligence. The inscriptions written on the tablet will be of great help to the lords if they are familiar with them. Introduction. King Yu's product will be of high quality. It is on the same level as the famous sea-fixing needle. It's just a pity that you're not the Monkey King and can't make good use of it. It should not have been born, and its appearance represents another ancient divine beast getting out of the trap. After looking at the effects of the divine tablet, Zheng was overjoyed, coming with a domain, attack strike, and defense. The love is that the preconditions are too high, they cannot afford to use for the time being, can only be placed here as a spectacle. As for the final warning? Oh, after the 7 days are over, he'll pat his ass and leave. What do you care about hidden plots? But there is a sense that all the visions are connected. Su was continuing to organize the loot. Some trivial matters were naturally left to Brainbug 1. The first thing he did was to take the queen and recover the song snake's corpse. At the same time, he manipulated the mother nest to devour many blood, trees, ores, and so on. After a wave of fattening, of course it was time to explode the soldiers. It's almost nighttime. After holding back for so long, I guess the third wave of monster impact is not weak. The 2 cut-off bodies of the songbird snakes were slowly swallowed by the digestive chamber. At the same time, the mother nest releases its light. It seemed to be excited by the addition of the extraordinary bloodline. Brainworm, hurry up and throw in the corpses of the other beast kings along with them. Replenish the gene pool, it's about to be promoted. Zheng quickly ordered his minions to throw the loot into the digestive chamber. His heart was pounding, knowing that he was going to be promoted as well. The mother nest bloodline was too slow to upgrade, requiring the fusion of 10,000 genes. One's own breakthroughs were slowed down as a result, and the freshly reincarnated player was at most at the 8th rank of Black Iron, after this period of time of refining. After 7 days, someone must have broken through to bronze. And Zheng is going to be the first one. Brainbug 1 quickly ordered the aliens to throw the demon hedgehog, monkey king, bronze lion, and other beast kings into the mother nest for recycling. Regardless of whether they are useful or not, they will always replenish the gene pool. Congratulations to your mother nest for successfully absorbing the epic bloodline, the ancient song serpent. It has successfully acquired the flying twin wings gene. Flight unit unlocked. In the process of devouring other bloodlines, bronze lion king, power monkey, black bear. In the process of advancing bloodlines, Zheng closed his eyes and felt the surge of his bloodline. He was also about to advance. I don't know how long it took, maybe it was an instant. The mother nest acquired different talents and skills from the genes, which are miracles in the history of evolution. Now it all goes to the mother nest. Congratulations to the mother's nest bloodline for successfully advancing to the Black Iron high-rank bloodline. The level 2 biofactory is 1 step away from being upgraded to level 3, which will open up even more functions. Congratulations on your successful advancement to Black Iron level 9. Zheng woke up with his eyes open, feeling the power that had swelled twice as much. I'm finally standing on top of all the contestants by myself alone. Before, it was all about the strength of the men, and their own average strength, which was criticized and seen as a weakness by the players. And now against any player, he can chop down. The queen looks at Juggernaut and smiles. It wasn't enough, though. Black Iron hadn't evolved to its peak yet. Not to mention the great upgrade of the stripped bone. This was a physique that could affect all Dragon Kingdom people. The brainworms were continuing to arrange for the bugs to recover the loot, collecting useful materials such as hides, hedgehog needles, and so on. The other chunks of meat, the flavorful and nutritious ones, stayed behind. The poisonous and acidic ones were devoured by the mother nest while Su was in the control room preparing to breed a new breed of soldiers. Please note that when the mother nest recycled the corpse of the ancient song serpent, it drew out a skill book, complete ancient serpent skin, song serpent guts, and the special equipment feathered serpent wings. The digestive chamber spat out some treasures that it had intentionally left behind. Rather forgot about this fork. Zheng hurriedly picked it up and took a look, in which the skill book was an attack strike technique. The quality, grade A. It made up for the lack of his own means. Snake King Strike, a rank skill, can be activated with empty hands or with a weapon, attack power plus 300%. At the same time there will be a sounding snake phantom floating around, shocking the enemy and speeding up your attack speed. Zheng had long felt that his personal power was lacking, and now he was going to make up for it. It would be best to strive to strike together with the queen. It was a bit heartbreaking to always let her resist damage. The other few babies are also quite extraordinary, worthy of being epic creatures, just the cubs are stronger than the other bosses. Skin of the ancient song snake. The skin of a snake that contains epic wonders can be used as raw material to create equipment. It slows down air friction and greatly increases agility. It also comes with attributes such as slowing damage and eliminating breath. Guts of the song snake, a precious item. The essence of the silver narwhal snake condenses all over the body, and the snake's bile is a great tonic, not to mention that this is the bile of the snake king. Taking it will increase your attributes across the board, causing you to break through the boundaries. Feathered serpent's wings, special equipment, in the form of a pair of wings that can soar through the air when worn go. Flight speed is 120% of its own, and as long as it has enough stamina, it will fly forever. Wonderful! After reading the introduction, Zheng only wanted to say this. Especially this snakeskin, which contained epic power. His eyes flickered and he had bad thoughts in his mind. The Queen of Blades curiously tilted her head to look at it, thinking that the Juggernaut was in love with the snakeskin. Come on, Bug. Brainworm 1, get over here. Hearing the commotion, Brainbug 1, who had been working outside, came twisting and bloating, still gasping for breath. Juggernaut's in. I remember the bug harvest, and a foreign snakeskin that carries the properties of invisibility and reduced presence. Can we fuse the two snakeskins to create a piece of leather armor out of it? Zheng asked Manhwa to take out the snakeskin that had been exploded by the sacrificial black snake. The two snakeskins were of different colors, but Zheng wanted to combine them into one to create an invisibility cloak. The Queen of Blades stunned when she knew what the Juggernaut wanted to do. She can't get enough of the dragon's nest. Brainbug number 1 is in a bind. That elite group of worker bugs can't make such a delicate job. Unless the master spends more energy to breed stronger worker bugs. While cultivating brainworms to supplement it, this is the only way to have a chance of success. That's a good one, just in time for a big explosion of soldiers. You're too tired for one individual, I'll breed another brainbug. Zheng snapped his fingers and called up the mother nest panel. The densely packed troop types appeared on it. Many of them were not present before. It was obvious that there was a great harvest this time, and with the blood, flesh, and energy gained, it was enough to explode a wave of soldiers. The flying units he couldn't forget were here too. However, one of them had a well-stocked epic bloodline potion that made Zheng light up. Chapter 65 Python Plague plus Rat Tide, Mother Nest's brand new troop type. Pure Blood Epic Song Serpent Bloodline, a bloodline extracted from the song serpent that is unique. Can create an epic unit of heroes that can attach talents such as flying and mental mutation. It's rare, make good use of it. Su was planning to give this bloodline to Tyrant to use. Stronger was stronger, and it had shown its potential by breaking through bronze. The insect Tyrant heard the call and arrived from the outside world. Re-enter the incubation room to transform into a bug egg to receive new power. After that, Zheng continued to adjust the panel and intending to develop a new flying troop type, in which Song Snake contributed the wing gene. There are classic troop types unlocked. Flying Dragon, Elite Unit, Flying Type Soldier Bug. The main unit of the Insect Air Force, quick movements, not bad attacks. Consumption required, Anyneed X800, Black Iron High Level Magic Core X1, Bioenergy X300. If you don't forget it, it will come back to you. Zheng quickly gave the order to cultivate 5 flying dragons. At the same time tank bugs, the king of the land like this, could not be spared, 3 more. In addition to this, the life lineage worker bugs also increased a batch. Su was adjusting the mother nest genes. There were 2 kinds of black iron high-level life lineage soldiers. Master Builder, the advancement like of the worker bugs, natural-born masters of nature. Able to skillfully construct all types of buildings and nests. Required materials, Anyneed X500, Black Iron High-Level Magic Core X1, Biological Energy X200. Master Toolmaker, a mutated species of the worker worm, whose arms and legs have become more elongated and flexible, as per the master's wishes. Much smaller in strength relative to a normally evolved master builder, but with an increase in finesse. Especially under the command of a brainworm, it is capable of many delicate tasks. Required materials, Arbitrary Meat X500, Black Iron High-Level Magic Core X1, Biological Energy X200. You can't always fight and gather so many treasures. Some of the skins and spikes are the best raw materials that need to be processed by people. Zheng didn't hesitate to click on Building Master, Tool Master, and come to 5 of the same. At once the cultivation room came alive, a large egg appeared, and there were many more materials. After Zheng realized that the gene pool had quite a few more genes, there were different troop types unlocked to appear. Among them, the classic stinging snake, lurker, and cockroach all bred dozens of them. While the stinging snake is an above-ground unit, the lurker and cockroach are able to lurk under the ground and are much more stealthy. So underground, subterranean, and airborne all at once. The mother nest was protected securely. Master, the mother nest has stored enough deadly toxins to optionally breed infectious, highly toxic soldiers. The mother nest took the initiative to send a reminder, and Zheng adhered to the principle of the strongest being stronger. Called the zombie beast and the 2 aliens over, and similarly began to reify the eggs to transform. It didn't take long for a single one to crawl out of the incubation chamber in various forms. Some resembled fantastical dragon species, others resembled ground crawlers that. Or maybe it's a lurker with two sides and a full set of spikes. The bug troopers are in full force. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully bred Flying Dragon X5, Tank Bug X3, and Master Builder X5. Toolmaster X5, Stinging Snake X50, Lurker X50, and Cockroach X50. Ding! Congratulations, your alien has successfully evolved into a highly poisonous alien, and its strength has increased greatly. Insect Tyrant is in the process of advancing. One of the self-destruct units with the name Toxin Worm is good in terms of power. However, it was too wasteful, so Zheng didn't build much of it and instead bred the main battle, damage-resistant steel zombie bugs again. Without a moment's effort, the insect nest was bustling with activity, with those flying in the sky, crawling on the ground, rumbling and vibrating, and lurking underground. Congratulations, Master, the bug core has taken shape. Queen of Blades sweetly congratulated. Zheng laughed out loud. The total troop strength had broken through 400. Suddenly a reminder came, congratulations on your well-constructed camp, the total troops broke through 300, the basic conditions for upgrading your base have been met. Please check the details and complete the remaining conditions. If you upgrade your base early, you will have a larger area and stronger defense. More buildings can be built and more people summoned. A base construction order appeared in Zheng's hand, and he checked up on the conditions for upgrading the base. Population exceeds 300, more than 5 buildings, and the perimeter wall is complete. There are factories, biofactories, over 20 subsistence troops, and over 200 combat troops. Of these conditions, I only have the ore refinery left to build. This copy trip also collected different crystals. There are a few of the Thunder System ones I remember, and the conditions are all met. Zheng's heart was on fire. There were bound to be benefits from advancing to the base. Go, Manina, take them out to familiarize themselves with the environment. Zheng waved his hand, and the densely packed insect race came out from the mother nest. The audience was wondering what Zheng was doing inside after so long. Everyone else had summoned their soldiers and set up their defenses in preparation for the evening event. They were all dumbfounded until an endless succession of insectoids of various shapes and sizes emerged from the mother lair. It's that behemoth again, the biotank, strong as hell. A suit of armor is firmer than steel. 3 more have come. Zheng is trying to form an invincible core. You guys, look at the fire. The quality of the mind ones depends on luck. Luck? That's what I'm strongest at. Zheng's luck had reached a rather terrifying point with many more enhancements. In the midst of all the hustle and bustle, darkness had fallen, campfires were lit, strange roars were heard faintly in the darkness, and the camps were ready for fuel. Some of the players have summoned their soldiers, too. Some are like gnomes, others are infinitely weaker like bloodlines that. For a while, the camp group also became lively. This wave of activity must be strong, after all, it's a night apart. It just so happens that we're much stronger as well. I was worried that there wasn't enough bioenergy and none of my men had any food. The players each rubbed their palms together and stood on the fence, fighting spirit high. I have a bad feeling about this. I wonder how many more people will die in battle tonight, and how many more places will be unlucky. The spectators were obviously not as confident as the players, except for the Dragon Kingdom. Juggernaut, eat meat. Among all the camps, Zheng, this is definitely eye-catching. The bright-eyed mother nest, the standing divine monument, and the densely packed insect soldiers of all kinds of. It made them unable to lift their hearts for confrontation just by looking at it. With tanks, airplanes, and diggers, the Sojourners are trying to get a biologically like core? What's going to happen in the future? At least 500 elite soldiers. I don't know where he's going to get so much food to feed them 10 soldiers under my command, and the daily food they eat scares me. In the midst of the discussion, Su was eating the large meal that the engineers had prepared for him. Possibly knowing that they liked meat, they had managed to get a roasted lamb, after all. Sprinkle it with chili and cumin, brush it with cooking oil, and take lemon juice with it. Slurp, this is delicious and mesmerizing. The aroma wafted all the way to the rest of the camp area, and the contestants, who had only eaten some fruit during the night, gulped and. It had been a long time since they had smelled such deliciousness. Zheng, where did you get your spices? How come we haven't found any in the wild? A player from the Hanseatic nation asked in a loud voice, and the others drank in the possibility of a trade. Zheng laughed loudly. As long as you have the drawings and resources I need in your hands, what can't be traded? I have a large amount of equipment here that I can't use and will come here to trade later. The others responded, who didn't know that Zheng was a great wealthier. Suddenly, an announcement appeared. World announcement. The third night has fallen. After the second night of hibernation, the monsters in the darkness are hungry and thirsty for more. Please prepare the surviving 695 players to meet them. The difficulty of this event has increased. The rewards have increased. The top point scorer will have a surprise feedback at dawn. Maybe it'll benefit the homeland, so please work hard. In just half a day, more than 70 contestants have fallen. Those who survived were heavy-hearted, but now is not the time to sympathize with others. All of them are standing by with their escorts. As for Su Zheng's side, the core gathered and was worried about having no place to show their strength. In the blink of an eye, the bio-energy is used up again. Silly egg, a big eater, the energy consumed is appalling. If it collapses into a toad, I'll crack its eggshells. Su Zheng put on his battlesuit, right hand sword of light, left hand bronze crossbow, full of confidence. The queen and alien were guarding from the side. The flying dragon soars through the air, and 5 tank bugs are spread throughout the camp, guarded by stinging snakes and zombie bugs on their backs. Lurkers and cockroaches hide under the ground, and campfires crackle and burn with oil and wealth. Suddenly, there's a rustling, strange sound in the darkness. A group of writhing black shadows could be seen all over the land. At the same time, there were thousands of pairs of bloody eyes. Oh no, it's a rat tide. My most feared monster. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed player screamed that. Everyone was shocked in their hearts and looked ahead with wide eyes. No way, it's a rat tide? This is known as one of the most difficult beast tides to deal with. According to the records, the last batch of players, didn't they only appear on the 6th night? Many of the spectators were likewise at night, and when they saw the scene, they changed color. It's over, last time 200 players died in one night. There's a rat infestation in many places. The pain of which should be best known to those in kangaroo country. Don't mention the damn rats to me. Eat everything in sight. Farmers in kangaroo country panicked and died, and now there are hundreds of millions of rats in the earth. The sound of rats coming from far and near. A writhing tide of rats killing. A player roars, and the polar bears lead the bear soldiers to begin a preemptive strike, using the skill Earthshaker. In the darkness, the immortal bird soars, a flock of firebirds behind her, setting the sky ablaze. An endless number of mutant rats came swiftly to kill, and by the time they reached the enclosure, began to gnaw, or formed a rat ladder to keep killing their way up. Some of the players were weak, and after the enclosure was broken through, panicked and trampled a few large rats to death. They were then surrounded by a steady stream of rat soldiers from the rear of the, without a moment's effort, meteoric rise. There were even rat kings the size of leopards leading the pack to kill the slightly weaker camps, using the gift of cutting large holes in the walls. They surged in like waves. Screams continued to appear, a bonfire was extinguished, and the camp was broken and its players retired. The dome of the sky turned the color of blood, and the world announcement dinged again. The audience screamed and dared not look, with foreign netizens having the most broken hearts. World announcement. Desert Nations player, Pipes, was unfortunately bitten to death by a mutant rat and drowned in the middle of a rat wave. The lifespan of all desert people has been reduced by 1 year. The country's luck is reversed, while 50,000 mutant rats appear in the desert. Please be prepared. World announcement. The Sheep Nation contestant was unfortunately killed by a pile of mutant rats. The life expectancy of all sheep people has been reduced by 1 year, and the country's fortunes have backfired. At the same time, 50,000 mutant rats have appeared in the sheep country. Please get ready. Within a short period of time, 10 players had fallen. Where's Su Zheng? How is he doing? The audience anxiously searched for him, and when they saw his campsite, billions of netizens breathed a sigh of relief. Only to see a dense wave of rats rushing towards the largest campsite as if it was a sea wave, and there were even more than a dozen rat kings leading the siege. The most appalling thing was the camp guards. Just this? That's it? It's not even enough to stuff my teeth. 2 highly toxic aliens out of the city for me. Zombie beasts, it's time for you to show your skills. Su Zheng waved his hand, and the bug soldiers unexpectedly took the initiative to attack. The secret silver door opened, and the 5 tank bugs rumbled forward. Stomping dozens of mutant rats to death, the spiny snake knuckles on their backs shifted rapidly. It was a born warrior, harvesting the battlefield like a scythe. The ground suddenly bulges with a lurker, a cockroach kills and rushing into the rat tide like a wolf into a flock, unstoppable. And under the command of the 2-brained bugs, the elite soldiers attacked straight towards the king of the rat tide. Ding! Dragon Kingdom's player, Su Zheng, led his troops are making a big kill. The scene is quite spectacular. The mutant rat king has been killed 10 times. Bioenergy is pouring into the camp. 2 highly poisonous aliens like drills, the rat wave can't be stopped. The zombie beasts, being the strongest at the moment, brazenly found the Rat King group. The body was crawling with densely packed rat swarms gnawing at it, but it couldn't even break the defense. Instead, they all foamed at the mouth and died of poison. Suddenly, in the middle of the field, there was a super rat king the size of a calf appearing from the back, scarlet rat eyes staring at the rat tide that had been greatly broken. It gave the mother nest a fierce look. World announcement. Due to the player Su Zheng's overwhelming strength, the rat tide was extinguished for the most part. The Rat King fell fast, and the second and third waves of the Rat Wave descended early. The true master of the Rat Tide, the Bronze First Order Super Rat King, descended. Please prepare yourselves to meet it. Especially Su. The smell of your blood has attracted its attention. A friendly reminder that it might be a good idea to hold off and fight again on a later date. The foreign players were dumbfounded, watching the corps under Zheng take the initiative and chisel over the rat tide. After killing the rat kings one after another and causing them to retreat in fear. Hidden boss descends early. Before the crowd could react again, they suddenly heard loud laughter. Ha, just you dare to call yourself a master? I'm afraid you're just trying to die. Only to see that Zheng was so bold in his art that he suddenly flew out from the city wall and what showed up on his body was a pair of beautiful wings, matching the special effects that came with his battlesuit, and in his hand, a lightsaber that. It was like an angel descending to earth, killing the Super Mouse King straight on. Before the person arrives, the arrow goes first. A crossbow bolt tries its luck, and is caught by the Super Mouse King standing up, claws outstretched, and breaking it off with a clicking sound, Scarlet Eyes looking at the bold human that. Both the one and the mouse felt that he was the one who was looking for death. Manhwa, don't do it yet, I'll deal with it myself. Clad in a combat suit and feathered serpent wings, he flew like a gust of wind. In an instant, he was close, and below him was a wave of rats like ocean waves, as the two masters officially met. You're also worthy of being called a juggernaut? Zheng took the lead, with the queen backing him up, steadily. The lightsaber in his hand suddenly shone, the range of his attack became larger, and he slashed straight at the Super Mouse King. The Rat King wasn't a good bully, and moved sensitively to dodge it, while also using his men to avoid it. Suddenly it opened its mouth and sent out a sound wave, a mental shock. The midair Zheng suddenly froze, and his movements came to a screeching halt. The shocking change caused the other people's expressions to change. The wave of rats attacked even more ferociously, truly like ocean waves, gathering around like a swarm of bees. Can Zheng resist? It won't turn over in the gutter, will it? It's over. He's swollen. Surprisingly, he fought against the Rat King by himself, and the divine costume is useless. The audience was anxious, and the guests suddenly changed in color. It can't be, can it? This is Zheng? Where is he, his men, that queen? Li Hong was shocked, the battlefield was changing rapidly. A cunning look flashed in the eyes of the Super Mouse King, approaching like a ghost, tearing toward his companion. Pained Black Panther wants to comfort him but doesn't know where to start. Polar bears, aberrant rats and other contestants are emboldened and taken in by the aura. Lang Xingyue's eyes had a different color in the air, it was even more outstanding than she had imagined, especially with his own evolution, a kingly aura appeared on Zheng's body, making it even more extraordinary. This is the eternal God. I declare that God does not belong to the Dragon Kingdom alone, but is the pride of all mankind. Seeing this grace, I am convinced beyond a shadow of a doubt that he will stand at the end of evolution. That such an outstanding male should be in the Dragon Kingdom. If he were here, he would have become a god. The internet was abuzz, applauding the battle that had just taken place. Previously, Zheng was powerful, but obviously not as powerful as his subordinates, and was criticized for it. Now he used his strength to prove that your grandpa is still your grandpa. Facing the tide of rats rushing around, Zheng smiled disdainfully and directly stretched out his hands. Laser. Suddenly, blazing lasers swept across the battlefield, scattering ashes. It swept away the tide of rats that people were afraid of and ghosts were worried about, and the area around the camp was cleared. Only countless energies gushed out from the monsters, and they were transmitted into Zheng's body. He felt that he was advancing faster again, infinitely close to the peak of black iron. And when he reached the bronze level, everything was different again. That's the end of it? Thanks to Zheng's blessing, we're safely through the third night? The other contestants were in disbelief, and the global audience was celebrating that due to the presence of the anomaly, everyone stays alive. We'll get a good night's sleep tonight. What a surprise for our little brother, what's going on tonight? Is the killing aura so heavy? Li Hong patted herself and said with a bit of fear. While everyone was celebrating, suddenly brand new announcements appeared. World announcement. Everyone is rejoicing too soon. Due to the outstanding performance of Dragon Kingdom's Zheng, 3 waves of rat tides, the Rat King was killed early. It didn't work as it should have, triggering the hidden custody plot, snakes and rats. Monsters that were supposed to make an early appearance a couple nights later. The anaconda descends. All contestants, please stand by. This event will feature a 10,000 snake attack, with more boas, king snakes, and vipers attacking. For the difficulty change, this is an added benefit event. The bile from each elite snake, especially the king's bile, is rich in energy. Eating it can lead to advancement. Brave young man, move forward. Hiss. At the end of the darkness, a group of horrible creatures with blue eyes and vertical pupils came in. The snake and rat hold was activated, and the tide of rats that had been routed were surprisingly reversed and excited. It just so happens that I'm not enjoying myself either, and the bugs haven't gotten real yet. Zheng and Manhwa rejoined the city wall, and were just about to rearrange. Unexpectedly, another reminder came. At the same time the mother nest boomed open and a Gaijin tyrant has come out. Chapter 66 New Epic Unit, Reward Immortal Flower? Ding! Congratulations to your bug tyrant for successfully absorbing the Song Snake gene. Successfully evolved into an epic hero unit, the Air Tyrant. Into the air flies a hero with wings and a greatly changed form that, compared to before, the tyrant has become more slimmed down in size, seemingly in order to conform to aerial action. However, the gathering instead underwent a qualitative change, with its bones becoming harder and its blades sharper. The wings inherited from the Song Snake allowed the tyrant to make up for the last shortcoming, coming and going like the wind. Agility and speed increased greatly. Even his level had evolved to bronze 5th rank, and now he was truly an all-round hero soldier. The others couldn't be bothered to check the details and cast their eyes on the new enemy. Su Zheng's performance was shocking, but the monster was also enraged. A Mori boa and flower snake attacked, and the mutant rats hissed. This is our chance. Didn't you hear the system reminding us that as long as we eat the snake's bile, then it will make up for the energy and be able to evolve? A player from the Coconut Nation yelled, and Eugene and Polar Bear from the Lighthouse Nation were intent on doing so, summoning their men to prepare to fend them off. Tyrant, you didn't let me down. It's time for you to put on a show next. I want the Snake King's guts, and the snake's body has a lot of treasures. The skin of the snake can be used as biomaterial. Snake meat can be made into a soup, and snake bile can even cure 100 poisons. Su Zheng gave instructions to his men. He was about to make up for his lack of energy in this event and prepare himself to advance to bronze. The first place was his, no one could steal it. As you command, my lord. The Queen of Blades, the Air Tyrant, and the poisonous alien half kneeled at the same time and solemnly said, Anaconda Plague plus Rat Tide, I must say. This batch of newcomers is far superior to the other 5 in both strength and difficulty. I only blame Sushin for being too dazzling. In fact, Immortal Bird, Polar Bear, Ghost Gorilla, Demon Fox, and so on all have notable strength. I don't know how many more people will die today. But a crisis is also an opportunity, and Snake Gull is the best treasure. The audience was buzzing, all understanding that the biggest protagonist this time would be Su Zheng. He's truly extraordinary. Open the city. He, the Queen of Blades, and the Air Tyrant fly through the air at the same time. A series of messages signaled the results of the battle in Su Zheng's camp. Because of his outstanding performance, the pressure on the other contestants has been greatly reduced, especially the elite monsters, which were focused on killing by the bugs, Naturally, there were any precious snake gallbladders and Fey that had gone to Su Zheng. In the end, the messages merged into one complete announcement. World announcement. Congratulations to Dragon Country's player Su Zheng for his superb performance. Over 10,000 event points. Over 9,000 points compared to the second ranked. Its Crown Serpent King, Ancient Anaconda, and many other Lord monsters and elite monsters were all killed by him, and the Anaconda Plague was repelled. The event ended early. There will be Super God rewards before dawn, so please check back. World announcement. Dragon Kingdom Su Zheng was Super God in the middle of the third night. The country's luck feeds back, and the Dragon Kingdom will be free from any snake disasters from now on. At the same time with the aura recovery background, there will be a mysterious ancient serpent hunting and killing, obtaining the snake's bile, or some marvelous changes can occur. The chances of the birth of exotic flowers at places of interest will increase. The announcement caused the players to have mixed thoughts. It was entirely thanks to Su Zheng's blessing that they had survived so much. And the biggest reward for this event was actually the snake gallbladder itself. That was why Su Zheng's soldiers were so powerful. Snake bile, snake skin, snake tendons, which are all excellent raw materials. They are needed to make bows and arrows, as well as equipment. There were players who were stuck on the boundaries and were going to take a shot at breaking through by hunting for 100 years of snake bile. Now, good lord, it's been wrapped up. They didn't know whether to be happy or sad, but could only watch in silence as the bugs pulled the mountain of prey back to camp. And the audience celebrated a new victory. With Sushin here, even a monster attack can turn into an increase in national fortune. Did you hear the reward? In the future, our Dragon Kingdom will be free from the snake plague. I'm going on a treasure hunt in a famous mountain and ancient temple. The air contains spiritual substances. And the system also says that the chances of heaven and earth spiritual substances being produced have increased. Love. It's very close to the kingdom of God, Superman for all. The crowd was excited, and Su was collecting monster corpses with the help of the queen. At the same time, the elite worker bugs came out of the camp and cleaned up the battlefield together. As Su Zheng gathered one after another, good news kept coming. Ding! Congratulations on successfully collecting Ancient King Crown X1, Snake King Guts X1, Bronze Grade Snake Tendons X1, Snake King Meat X5000, and Complete Snake King Skin X1. Ding! Congratulations to your subordinates for successfully collecting High-Grade Snake Meat X100,000, High-Grade Snake Skin X600, and Nutritious Snake Gallbladder X80. Ding! Congratulations to your subordinates for successfully collecting Tough Rat Skin X600, Rotten Rat Meat X600, 000. No matter what the resources are, all of them are recovered. Juggernaut, taste the fresh snake bile. The Queen of Blades sensed that Su was in the midst of her metamorphosis. Taking out the Snake King's gallbladder and the high-grade snake gallbladder respectively, she handed them to him. Su Zheng didn't care about the flavor for the sake of strength. This is an exotic treasure, put it in martial arts. That's one snake's gall to increase 100 years of power. Seeing Su Zheng eating the snake gallbladder in large chunks, the others were nonplussed and, especially the biological experts, were the most unfortunate. They felt that it was too much of a waste to eat it in such a way. A snake gallbladder should be cut into hundreds of slices and then the corresponding potion should be made in order to utilize it to the limit. It is said that once before, a contestant brought back 100 years of snake gallbladder. It caused a sensation in the rich and powerful circle, and someone paid hundreds of millions of sky-high prices to purchase it. The treasures brought out from the survival game attracted millions of people every time they came out. Su Zheng thought that if his family's biological factory was upgraded again, and in the future, it would be rich if it were to modulate corresponding potions, genetic enhancements, and so on. Especially if there were still many people who had been infected with necrotic and zombie viruses. World announcement. The players of the soccer nation have unfortunately been struck by snake venom. Their entire attributes have dropped by half, lasting 1 day and disappearing at 24. The country's luck has backfired. Everyone in soccer nation is weakened for 1 day. World announcement. A player from the watch country has unfortunately been poisoned by a snake. His entire attributes have dropped by half, lasting for 24 hours. The national fortune is reversed. Everyone in the watch country will be weakened for the same amount of time. Suddenly, another announcement came in, and it turned out that the fallout was still going on. In the battle just now, I don't know how many people were unlucky enough to be bitten. Now that the attack was on, the pain was open. Even the netizens where they are have shared in the weakness. Some are watching the livestream, celebrating having survived another ordeal that, unexpectedly, they suddenly get weak, their head breaks out in a cold sweat, and they slip out of their chair. And toxin follow-up? Oh my god, it's going to be weak for a day. Don't let anything happen. Don't die of snake venom instead of snake disaster. There was a great deal of wailing, both on earth and in the camp. Su Zheng heard the commotion and suddenly said to the queen, Manina, hurry back to the mother's nest. Use the permissions to parse the snake venom harvested tonight, and then create a corresponding antidote serum. Su Zheng smiled. At dawn, we might be making a fortune. Although she did not know the deeper meaning, the Queen of Blades still faithfully went to carry it out. And Su Zheng began to take the snake bile, one by one. The tinkling sound in his ears was incessant, and he only felt his energy rising rapidly, soon reaching the level limit. Ding, congratulations on successfully taking Snake King Guts, 100 Years Snake Guts, Elite Snake Guts, and Mutant Snake Guts. With an abundance of energy, you have broken through to the absolute peak of Black Iron. Analogous to the 10th rank. You're just a few moments away from complete Bronze evolution. At the same time, due to taking too much snake gall, it produces a relative antagonism. Increase, the gift of invulnerability to all poisons. And an unexpected blessing? So won't I not be afraid of poisoning in the future, the natural enemy of poisonous monsters? Su Zheng was overjoyed, looking at his little brothers as they busied themselves with. The biological energy of the mother nest was rising rapidly, and the resource figures were doubling and jumping. Like saving money, natural joy. Unconsciously the day had dawned, and Su Zheng, who had been waiting for a long time, had heard the reward. An announcement cut through the darkness and awakened the morning. World announcement. The 4th day has come and gone, enacting the 3rd night of Monty Python's reward. In order to honor Su Zheng's superb performance, a silver treasure chest X1 and an immortal flower, Blood Orchid, are specially rewarded. Chapter 67 Epic Wonder Flower, Immortal Youth? Silver treasure chest. Another piece. This is nothing less than a godsend in the newbie days, and the treasure opened will be better because of the big difference in strength. Coupled with Su Zheng's high luck, every time the treasure was the best of its class. As for this flower in the back, the name bluffed the group. What's an immortal flower? Could it be a divine-grade medicinal herb? It can't be. The only thing that is certain is that this item is definitely very active, and will most likely break the life limit of break through the limits of lifespan and genes. Along with the morning light, from the heavens fell glittering treasure chests of, and a blood-colored, eerie flower that resembled the flower of the other shore. Su Zheng caught the treasure chest and the blood orchid and checked its attributes in public. How good would it be if little brother brought it back along with him when he returns? Li Hong joked, maybe it can have the effect of eternal youth. Then I believe the cosmetics developed with it can sweep the world. Bing Bing helped out. By then, with this you can become the richest man in the world. Hey, the contribution made by little brother is already more than what many richest people can do. It's a pity that there are no research conditions in the game, and what heavenly treasures are wasted and can't be researched for their effects. A biological expert regretted. Thanks to Su Zheng, there have been recent breakthroughs in biotechnology in particular. The aura in the air has revived, and many people are experiencing initial awakenings. There are often unusual sightings in places of interest. Some people even ate the vermilion fruit and grew wings. Or picking the ice blue flower, born with the power of cold ice. In addition to this, there are also folk who have discovered dragon blood warriors, and the physique of all the people in the Dragon Kingdom is slowly increasing. Biological research gradually boasted the world, attracting many talented people to the Dragon Kingdom automatically. The country's strength in all aspects has increased and is enviable, especially against the backdrop of natural calamities that still befall many places abroad. There are foreigners calling the mysterious East the Garden of Eden and chipping away at the idea of joining. The moon is fuller in the Dragon Kingdom. These words came out of the mouths of foreigners. And they put it into action by learning Chinese, which is hard for everyone. The audience of the Dragon Kingdom who watched them were overjoyed. You guys have your day too? Zheng didn't realize how much of an impact he had made. He examined the blood flower in his hand and said, Blood orchid, epic class wonder flower, the effect is eternal youth. The nectar produced can prolong the life of the cells. It can also help creatures tap into the hidden power of their bloodline, take it to better integrate different genes. It's of great use, and if it's mixed with the dragon's bush, it's even more miraculous. Zheng returned to the middle of the mother nest. He first opened the silver treasure chest, and dazzling light blossomed from it. Congratulations on successfully obtaining rare enclosure drawing X1, oil engine drawing X1, conductive coil drawing X1, and silver grade natural crystal X1. A bunch of drawings that Zheng Almighty used. The primary fence, Zheng has long since lost interest in it. Now crossing 2 levels to rare, plus the master builder's craftsmanship and slime strength had increased again. And there's even less to say about the petroleum engine, being able to create simple vehicles, pumps, etc. from this. The efficiency of the camp was greatly enhanced. Conducting coils, if you will, allow for a wall of electricity to be placed around the fence, one of the foundations of industry. It's almost time to upgrade the base. At this time, it was slightly light. Not far away, in the camp, the runners had no time to celebrate the new students. Instead, they were all grimacing and begging for help in a grumbling voice. Poisonous. It turns out that the snake's toxin is so strong. The toxins are gathering all over my body, my attributes are dropping fast. The longer this goes on, the weaker I get. It lasts for 24 hours. There might be another monster attack at night, what should we do? Did you hear the announcement? One person is poisoned, the whole country is in trouble. I don't know how many people are with us in bad luck. Sue was laughing at all this instead, when the Queen of Blades stepped out of the mother nest at the right time and respectfully said, Master, the antidote serum you asked me to configure has results, check it out and see if it's made. There were people poisoned here in the bug race as well, but with the mother nest in place. They go in and lie down, and the toxins are extracted automatically. In no time at all, you're alive and kicking. Instead, the accumulated poisons can be used as a resource again. At least the strength of the 2 highly poisonous aliens became more and more terrifying, and now they were invincible at the same level. Zheng stepped into the mother nest and called up the panel. A line of introduction appeared. Flower snake venom serum, a potion that has been configured by the mother nest to specialize in flower snake venom. The effect is remarkable. Required material, 10 grams of flower snake venom. 5-step snake venom serum, same introduction as above. Required ingredients, 5 grams of 5-step snake venom. Basically, all of last night's highly poisonous snakes have antidotes here. Sue was yelling in the chat room. Seeing that many players have unfortunately been poisoned, I have a few serums here for sale cheap. As long as you have ores, or even seeds, rare resources on hand, you can trade them. Want to get over the poisoning debuff sooner, get rid of the pain, and be safe at night? Just come here and I'll do the shopping. With that said, he responded by putting up a picture of a tube of potions. The poison players have wailed louder. Sushin, you were being the big winner yesterday, I didn't think you'd want to collect us now. You're simply meaner than Sherlock. No business condescension. Perhaps you should consider taking the business path. Shylock is a famous miser of Shakespearean fame, and they grumble predictably. That being said, let him endure 24 hours of torture. And not having the strength to stay alive at night, they could never accept that. So grumbling was grumbling, but the treasure of the deal was honestly handed over. Zheng, the Gallic Chicken Country player, has successfully traded you refined copper pieces X1000 and purchased 7-step snake venom serum X1. Zheng, the player from Persia, has successfully traded you gold X200 and purchased snake venom serum X1. Zheng, the player from the country of you, successfully traded you the seeds of the mutated winter melon and purchased the plum snake venom serum X1. Another batch of babies in the books, you and I both win. The audience is surprised to find that the foreigners who were crying online in pain not long ago are suddenly okay again. And the announcement answered the crowd's doubts. Ding! Udaigwa Gaili successfully took the antidote serum produced by Zheng. The snake venom is unlocked and the debuff disappears. Congratulations! The effect of the national luck reversal is gone, and the people of Yukoku are restored to health. It's Zheng again. The biggest winner every time is him. Foreign viewers were unconvinced. It always feels like the end of Monty Python is going to leave him with the benefit of the doubt. It's not easy for us players to save up some family money, and now it's gone again. It can't be helped. Who made our sushin just that good? You can refuse, but the loss is even greater. There's always a feeling that collecting so many resources, minerals need to be refined. A lot of such treasures as hides, furs, claws and teeth can obviously be used to make equipment. But the bugs don't need them, they are the strongest weapons themselves. Zheng lamented after sending a bunch of resources to push them towards the warehouse. The Queen of Blades laughed. Juggernaut, in fact, our mother nest can utilize these resources as well. In itself, we are very inclusive. Right now, it's a level 2 mother nest, and at level 3, it should be able to unlock more functions, and one of those functions is to create bug specialties and strengthen parts. Zheng came to be interested. Listening to the queen's hand, the mother nest was able to devour the quintessential parts of other creatures, such as fur and bones, as if absorbing blood veins. Extracting the essence, getting rid of impurities. Able to allow the master to choose to strengthen different parts of the bugs such as skin enhancement, claw specialization, teeth sharpening, bone deformation, and so on. And Manhwa also suggests that bugs are great at exploding soldiers. They also currently have nearly 500 troops, but they need a group of juggernaut escorts they are the elite, to be trained at great cost and chisel through the enemy like arrows. The guards are sensed to be knuckle-dragging, genetically enhanced, etc. This I understand. It's like a game where kryptonite strengthens equipment. Understanding it in this way, Zheng realized that it seemed that the mother nest had many more hidden functions, all of which needed to be upgraded to be unlocked. More power to it. Letting Manhwa bring the worker worms to prepare breakfast, Su was bringing the 2 brainworms. There were also tyrant, tank bugs and others who took the drawings and started building. The 2 brainworms were like a contractor and engineer, running east and west. There was also the need to fulfill Zheng's unreasonable demands. Brainbug 1 then proposed the idea of breeding a few more companions for them. The entire camp has just become a construction site, a frenzy of construction. The sound of the construction work makes the players look over frequently. Everyone was envious. Eugene looked embarrassed as he took his little brother Paint Black Panther, Freak Rat, and Triple-Headed Snake out to look for food. We've summoned soldiers as well, who's not going to be worse than anyone else in the future. What's the point of building the camp so well? At the end of the day, everyone is still over the newbies in upgrading the camp together. How those words sounded sour though. How are the soldiers under Sushin all powerful? Able to fight and build, you see, faster than a skilled master. The audience watched in wonder, surprisingly not bored at all. Seeing the tall buildings rise up, the walls fortified, the archery towers standing, researching and building engines is like playing a version of a business game, and it's the process that you enjoy. I think behind them, there is the same brain directing them, otherwise how can they finish so well organized? Master Pei was watching carefully. He was a refined and easygoing man. Preferred to observe different ecological lifestyles as opposed to fighting and killing. The well-organized work of the bugs was fascinating for him to watch. You mean the bug soldiers, they have a bug queen to command them? Suddenly, the bureau chief hurriedly asked with a twitch in his heart. Soldiers are divided into different categories: ordinary, elite, lords. And bug queens like this were obviously the higher king class. Her importance in the colony is equivalent to that of a Star Lord, and she is responsible for the survival of the colony. Master Bei nodded his head cherubically, staring at the big screen without relaxing. Chapter 68 Divine Beast Egg Breaking, surprisingly it? Everyone had long had all sorts of conjectures about the race that Sushin had reincarnated into. Similar to the ant race, the guesses were that it was the insect race. But they didn't expect that Zheng was still a human, only fused with the mother nest. Manipulating the bug soldiers relied on the brain bugs on the line. A building rises up from the ground. Zheng's territory is expanding once again. It can no longer be called a camp. It's good to have people under you. Zheng is strolling left and right. A moment later, he watched the worker bugs excavate the brass ore, and saw the +1, +1, +3 brass numbers floating up continuously. On the one hand, he went to the spring of immortal water and drank the sweet and delicious immortal water. Afterwards, he went to the mother's nest to see how the fusion of the snake skin of the song snake and the sacrificial black snake was going. This was a big deal that involved him. How can the dragon's nest be willing to let it go? The successive appearances of the Yuan Divine Tablet and the 9 dragons spitting pearls wonders, causing Zheng to realize the extraordinary nature of this place. Everything could be linked together. Which novice village just gives you myths and wonders? Even our own home opener gives you a legendary bloodline. How could he return at ease at the end of the 7-day trial period? There was always a need to let go. When I strike, I'm bound to stonewall and give all the players that. No, all the audience will be super surprised. The ore refinery was constructed on the left side of the mother layer, under the supervision of the master builder, the master toolmaker with his elite worker bugs, the engineer brainbug 2, perfected at a rate visible to the naked eye. The thunder crystals it needs are there, too, And the power source it needed, the newly available oil engine, was also placed on it. Soon, with a flash of light, good news came in quick succession. Zheng, congratulations to your tool master for successfully building the petroleum engine X5. You can use this to build many tools. Zheng, congratulations, your master builder has successfully constructed an ore refining factory. From now on, all types of raw ores can be recovered, and after processing them into concentrates, all types of equipment and tools can be crafted. Finally, I've waited for you. Zheng led the people into the factory, which was a standard processing plant that covered with iron sheets, and inside were all kinds of facilities in a rough style, the pipes, rollers, and heat. Everything is centered around the thunder crystals, and the oil engines have moved in to help with 3 of them. Su is letting the tank bug pull a load of raw ore from the copper mine to guide it in and test the power. With a roaring sound, the oil engine started. Lightning crystals began to discharge, and channels of light erupted from the apparatus. System reminder: congratulations on successfully consuming petroleum X100, raw material crude brass X10000, and successfully quenching fine brass X1000. It can be used directly to build all kinds of equipment, etc. With it, the mother nest's biggest shortcoming is patched up. And with the oil engine, we don't have to consume crystals for everything. This is a strategic resource. It's good to consume oil. Zheng grabbed a puddle of quenched brass to observe, as if it was as bright as gold. These can make many precision instruments. Many construction drawings need brass. It will be needed to get base vehicles, control towers, and reactors in the future. And it's not just brass, iron ore and gold ore can be hardened well. With the queen's introduction, the mother nest devours quantitative gold and can also create metal-based soldiers that, such as gold bugs and the like, with strong all-around attributes and adamantine. Zheng happily entertained everyone for breakfast. Yesterday's harvest was huge, and the insects were not squeamish, so they just ate it raw. But Zheng and Queen Manhwa, who are the masters, have certain requirements. The worker worms built pots and pans and other tools, and in the morning Manhwa cooked a pot of Snake King's meat soup. Then mint, chili peppers, and ginger were picked from the 3 acres of land and cooked to a delicious aroma. Zheng praised, Manhwa, you are worthy of being the queen of my insect race, all-rounded in fighting and living. Manhwa smiled and didn't say anything, only the audience was spitting. Sushin, the whole camp is busy in the morning, the worker bugs are building fast and the fences are being reinforced, the tankworms, the flying dragons pulling the goods. The queen makes breakfast, and it seems like you're the only one patrolling for nothing. The time was now about 8 o'clock in the morning, and a group of players, with their escorts, such as the Firebird, the 3-headed Serpent Man, and the Half-Rat Man, returning from the dense forest. With dew and weeds around their bodies, they were in quite a state of disarray. As for the harvest, I cannot say that I returned empty-handed, but I can only say that I got nothing. After all, after coming for a few days, the food and resources obtainable around all have been scraped up by the insect race, so there's still a share for them? Instead, they consumed their stamina value and went hungry. One of the transmogrified serpent players sourly pulled out a green apple left over from last night, sniffing at the drifting snake meat as a condiment. And you're not afraid of poisoning? Snake meat they could find, but after experiments by their men, it was found that they would die of poisoning. So no one dared to try it again. After all, the antidote serum is expensive too. Now a large number of escorts watched their masters eat. Hungry as hell, their loyalties are dropping like crazy. Some Pharaoh's country player transmogrified mummies and summoned a bunch of little mummies that, instead, they don't have to eat, but their daytime attributes drop by half and they are uncompetitive. Without realizing it, the camp was much more lively, and everyone began to divide the camp. We are short of food with only a few soldiers in hand. Zheng has several hundred in his hands. I doubt he can beat 100 of us alone. The polar bear spat out. He had brought a dozen or so bear soldiers with him, and his strength and physique were all very strong. Sort of the best of the players. Yesterday's performance was also outstanding. Just can't compare. Bear soldiers are also scary eaters. I feel like the other players are playing on abyss difficulty. Zheng is playing on easy. Are you guys traveling through the same place? There was a sigh of relief from the audience. After eating the snake soup, drink a glass of fairy spring and nibble a few bites of snow pear picked from the field. The rich breakfast is over. Zheng had wanted to take the bugs and go out for a stroll under the guidance of the treasure bugs. Unexpectedly, the queen reminded him that the giant egg in the control room was restless, pulsing and it won't be long before it comes out. It's the goofball. How did the countdown speed up? Suddenly, Zheng realized that the several thousand bioenergy harvested last night disappeared rapidly at a rate of hundreds and hundreds, accompanied by an equally accelerated countdown. He walked quickly into the mother lair. The surprise he had waited so long for had finally arrived. You guys, look at the disappearance of the countdown on Sushin's side. Suddenly, an audience member also noticed a strange phenomenon. The red time, which symbolized the emergence of the divine beast, was decreasing rapidly. What does this mean? The hearts of all the spectators were lifted. Li Hong introduced herself to everyone with a smile. According to the online poll, 50% of the viewers tend to favor that this egg pulled out of the dragon's nest is a mythic grey true dragon. However, 45% of the viewers also feel that although this is of the dragon family, it is of the Western dragon family. Because someone noticed in a shocking moment that there were Western dragon bones in the dragon's lair. Anyway, no matter how you guess, it's a mythic level bloodline. The survival game has a total of 6 batches up to now, giving birth to quite a few outstanding people. And for the first time ever, a mythic level bloodline will be born. Let us all wait and see. Ice applauded in welcome and asked the other guests what they thought about the. Could it be any other divine beasts? And what effect would it have on the Dragon Kingdom? Steel Straight Man Battle Wolf said. The eggs of the dragon's nest, surely of the dragon's eggs. The audience only guessed one kind. Couldn't it be a mother Western dragon and a father divine dragon? It combines the best of both to be green. Master Bay was in opposition. It could be some other divine beast. Goldlock seconded. No matter how much the outside world discusses it, the mother lair's silly eggs are like whales swallowing the sea. Enough to absorb 3,000 to 4,000 bioenergy, and the white eggshell slowly turned black. It always felt like auspiciousness had turned into bad omen. Sue is waiting for it to come out with the queen in tow. The first time to leave a good impression, it is better to have the good habit of recognizing parents at the first sight of breaking the shell. The other players have been starving for a couple of meals, watching the loyalty of the soldiers under their command dwindle. The painfully began to hunt for treasure in the distance. Eugene and Pitch Black Panther each summoned 10 ghost gorillas and 10 black panthers. It was also not a bad battle, and it moved quickly. But now it hates the half-hawkers being killed, otherwise airborne soldiers. How much of an advantage? We shall find the fairy lake, and the harvest of fairy water alone shall not be enough to. Not to mention other treasures. More than one person has been so contrary that, according to the more dangerous places, the more treasures and resource points. The players lead their minions to start some exploration. The novice lands are a terrain of dense forests and swamps, with occasional cliffs and, even more frightening, hidden beast kings. There was no shortage of bronze level. The top group of players are all stuck at the top of the black iron, and now it's all about who's fast. Letting you team up with me while wrapping up your own queen and not going out. In the air, Lung Qingyue arrogantly led the Firebirds to look for resource points. The audience adjusted their lenses and watched the players' adventures with fascination. But soon unfortunate news arrived. World announcement. The Canadian player has unfortunately stepped into a swamp trap and has sunk deep into the muck. Killed by a swamp lizard man. Lifespan of all Tooth Guardians reduced by 1 year. At the same time, the national luck feedback, there will be 5,000 lizardmen descending on the country of Aska, please get ready. Surprisingly, it's a humanoid monster. This kind of intelligent, tribal one is the most terrifying. Not waiting for the audience to be shocked, another message came in. World announcement. The Hanseatic Tiger Kingdom contestant has unfortunately been pounced upon by a strange bird in the air. The lifespan of all Han's people has been reduced by 1 year. At the same time, the national luck feedback, there will be 5,000 corrupted birds descending on Han's tiger air, please prepare to meet them. The netizens are murmuring even louder that it's a bird of prey. Extremely mobile, coming and going without a trace. The Hans looked nervous on the spot, and the Hanseatic Unity directly turned on the air defense sirens and told the Air Force to get ready. Other countries responded in due time, closing flights with Hans. And of course there was good news. World announcement. Congratulations to Cosmic Nations player, Kim Yong-chul, for successfully leading the Birdmen to take an epic spirit fruit. The country's luck has fed back, and 100 spirit fruits will descend upon the Cosmic Nation. Please get ready. The Cosmic Nation was abuzz. They're the country that started the zombie crisis in the first place. The territory is smaller and the netizens are arrogant. After being unlucky for so long, one of the contestants finally got a strange encounter. Happily setting off firecrackers and fireworks in the streets. Especially provocative to the former sovereign state of Dragon. The world is a big place, you can't be unlucky all the time. Look at us now, 100 spirit fruits will give birth to 100 superhumans. They are the Cosmic Kingdom. No, the saviors of all mankind. You're overjoyed at such a little encounter? That Su Shen's divine beast is coming out. The audience burst into disdain as the red countdown reached the last 3 minutes. Su Zheng looks a little nervous, is this a dragon or not? How come the egg has turned black, shrouded in a layer of fury? At the moment, in addition to the Cosmopolitan Country TV replaying Kim Yong-chul taking the spirit fruit, all the other TV stations are broadcasting the divine beast breaking its shell. The ratings easily broke 10 billion, this is an international superstar. It can be dragons, east and west, good and evil, represent the strongest creatures. Many of the audience's mouths were now in the shape of zero, unable to close their mouths. Some of them are eating chips, scattering them all over the place. The netizens drinking Coke choked loudly the moment they saw it. Not coming up for air. The entire network was terribly quiet, and the most dumbfounded of all was naturally the dragon audience. Claiming to be the heir of the dragon, the divine beasts out of the world is the most obvious excitement. Some people have waited all day and all night to watch the live broadcast just to find traces of their ancestors. Now that they've seen the little beast that came out of the world, they refuse to that. Unwilling to recognize themselves as ugly heirs. Where's my hot dragon? I can understand if you're not an Eastern dragon, but at least there's a Western dragon. Although it has a bad reputation, often robbing treasures and taking princesses. At least it's strong. Who are you? How did you get into the dragon's nest? Hard to fathom. Hatch it up the nest, I guess. All bruised in purple, no way to look like a god beast. It's over. 10 billion viewers are watching, making the biggest joke ever. The Dragon Nation viewers had never imagined that Sushin would surprise them this much. The jaws dropped to the ground. It's almost like a man's silence. There were old people watching Skydome live directly, rubbing their presbyopas, still in disbelief. I'm afraid it's a hybrid. Crossbred magical beasts, right? On the contrary, at this moment, in the international community, there was laughter coming from foreign users. I really thought a divine beast had been born, but it turned out to be a big oopsie. If this is a divine beast, I'll eat the computer desk. Still talking about dragons, I'm afraid it's a devil. A look of a pug, mouth so wide open, is afraid of not being able to snatch the food? Zheng is not a god, isn't this a gutter? Really want to see a miracle, but also John. It's a moment that's been splashed across Twitter, Facebook and other communities. Since the birth of Zheng, foreign netizens have been crushed without temper, and the homeland is constantly in bad luck. Occasionally there is a harvest, under the light of Zheng's bright moon, it is worse than a glowing fire. Now that he caught the opportunity, of course, he had to take the opportunity to taunt especially the cosmopolitan country netizens who had traitorous luck not long ago had their tails up in the air. Not long ago said something about an eternal god, and that's all there is to it? If you really want to see a miracle, it's still my family's Kim Yong-chul. Yes, Similac. The cosmopolitan audience has never been happier, feeling bubbly with the pleasure of punching the one they once looked up to in the face. And the Dragon Nation netizens also felt their faces red and a little swollen. Under the global live broadcast, out came this one? As soon as the program went silent, Li Hong stammered, which? Regardless, it's still a celebration that our little brother has a new helper. Bing Bing, who had come back to her senses, rushed to help out, saying that, Right, who says there has to be a dragon inside a dragon's nest? The little pets are cute, even though they look a little bit that way and their mouths are a bit big. Yeah, it's cute. And not afraid to go hungry. Icy's two little red ears betrayed her true thoughts that interpretation of what it meant to speak with one's eyes open. What a chic pet. The words popped out of the war wolf's gaping mouth. Very aggressive. Master Bass said objectively. The audience was in an uproar, disbelieving that how big the hope is, how big the disappointment is. Only the bureau chief suddenly thought of something. This indeed doesn't look like a mythical dragon, but like another kind of divine beast. The bureau stood up in excitement. Its shape is like a goat body with a human face, eyes in the armpits, tiger teeth, and human hands. This is recorded in the classic of Mountains and Seas, and is exactly like its image. Everyone listened in confusion, having never read the Shanhaijing. And now Zheng had squatted down and affectionately stroked its doggy head. Silly egg, I hope you won't let me down. Otherwise the dog meat hot pot reservation for the night is made. Goofball looked up, struggled to open his eyes, and mouthed towards Zheng, and those who didn't know thought that they wanted to bite their master. Beads of blood dripped from Zheng's fingertips and landed on the silly egg's head. Conclude the contract. He didn't know if it would work, but with innate goodwill, it wasn't much of a problem. True to form, the silly egg consciousness did not resist and accepted Zheng's contract. And at the same time, when the blood bead touched it, the 9-colored light erupted within the mother's nest, breaking through the camp all the way to let all the players see it. The busy insects looked up, and Polar Bear, Eugene, and Leng Qingyue, who were looking for food with their escorts, were hazed by the 9-colored light. This light, 9 colors, it's a myth. How is it possible? We've descended into heaven? Are myths so common? Where is the source of light? In the Dragon Kingdom, Su. I see. Oh my god. That dragon egg has broken its shell and a divine beast has emerged. All the players boiled over, not caring about the movements of their hands. They ran back to the camp to witness the miracle. And their escorts, the mummies, panthers, bear men, birdmen and others cowered on the ground in fear. Zheng learned its true name. Congratulations on successfully contracting the ancient mythological level bloodline Tao Tai. Congratulations on being the first person to take in a divine beast. Congratulations on being the first player in this batch to take in a pet, and it's a mythical beast. Congratulations to your camp for being blessed by a divine beast, and to your homeland for being blessed by a divine beast. The series of congratulations represented how amazing this feat was. A burst of 9 colored blessings enveloped the entire base, the mother nest was dyed into a divine kingdom, and the insect clans felt warm and fuzzy. Standing wonders resonated with it, while the live feed from the Earth's celestial dome, showed an unprecedented 9-colored fury color. 9 colors appearing all over the world, in places where it is still dark. Suddenly, the sky is found to be bright and the whole planet is colored into a ball of color. Countless spectators stopped talking and rushed out of the gates to look up at the sky. So a full 5 world announcements came. World announcement. Congratulations to Dragon Country's player, Zheng, for successfully hatching the mythical great ancient divine beast Tao Tai. He has been adopted as a pet and will follow him in life and death. This is the first time since its birth that Zheng himself is lucky plus 1000, while sharing the mythic level bloodline talent. Congratulations to player Zheng for becoming the first player to have a mythic bloodline. And open the pet function. Meanwhile, all soldiers in the camp you are in are lucky plus 100. Spiritual wisdom is opened and blessed by the emergence of divine beasts, and the potential of all troop types is increased by. Self genes are blessed with a Tao Tai part devouring function. The national fortune increases in the middle. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for being blessed by a divine beast to hold down the national fortune. The life expectancy of all its people is plus 1 year. And punish natural and man-made disasters by weakening their power by 30%. At the same time, disasters such as major earthquakes and floods will be predicted in advance when they occur. Increase in the density of aura, and increase in the chance of giving birth to exotic flowers and plants. The physical condition of all people will increase by 1%, and the lucky ones will be blessed by divine beasts. Disasters and diseases will disappear and hidden dangers will be eliminated. World announcement. World bulletin. A full 5 divine voices resounded through the 2 realms, blowing the players and spectators from various countries out of the water. Sure enough, it's Tao Tai. The ancient divine beast that swallows everything and eats nothing. The bureau chief received certainty, and his words trembled a bit. And whether it's Battlewolf, Beyonce, Goldlock, or the 2 beautiful hosts, the eyes were all shocked, not reacting for a moment. There were even live spectators whose colds disappeared, illuminated by the 9-colored light of the sub-healthy state was swept away. All over the Dragon Kingdom, in hospitals, I don't know how many old people and patients suddenly regained their strength and families shed tears of gratitude. Netizens from various countries who had previously mocked have been silent. Not a dragon, better than a dragon? What kind of divine beast is this Tao Tai powerful? A heated discussion unfolded on social media platforms. Some people dug out ancient books, saw the introduction and sucked in a big breath of cold air. The greatest talent is eating, and being able to absorb everything. It's just right in a survival game. Dragon Kingdom Zheng got the treasure. The netizens were envious for a while, especially when some of the Dragon Kingdom netizens pointed out that this could be the dragon's 5 sons, one of the ancient 4 plague beasts. Those who had mocked earlier wanted to run themselves over with a block of tofu. The old face of the Cosmic Nation's netizens reddened, and they moved on to the rumor that Zheng was one of theirs. The Dragon Country netizens raised their eyebrows and spat out the grievances they had just held back, and the scene was joyous. How strong is Tao Tai? Devouring all things? Where exactly is Fairy Lake and how come there are so many treasures? You guy, every time you do something it's too shocking. Ling Qingyue landed at her own campsite with a complicated heart. The heart silently blessed. I have a Tao Tai bloodline too? Zheng stroked the silly egg's head and checked the details. Name, silly egg tentative name. Race, ancient Tao Tai ancient divine beast bloodline. Rank, silver first order. Attribute, strength 3500, agility 4000, wisdom 5000, physique 10,000. Ordinary silver first order attribute 2100. Talent, devouring all things. Tao Tai's greatest talent is its ability to eat everything, and its teeth are the best raw material for artifacts. If you meet a defense or crystal that can't be broken, you can use it to deal with it with miraculous results. It can also absorb other bloodlines and master a portion of the power of others. Only in and out. Increases the effect of greed, whether it's building. Reduces the amount of raw materials of all types consumed by 10%. Tao Tai Rampage. When activated, the mouth becomes the most powerful weapon. When activated, the mouth becomes the fiercest weapon of all, rapidly tearing into the enemy, attacking it plus 1000%, and any defenses will be broken. Devour the world. The ultimate technique. Only a Tao Tai at the peak of his powers can use it. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to utilize the power of devouring to its fullest extent. Swallow the world and the universe altogether. It has the terrible power to destroy everything, and is likely to die itself. Phantom, swiftness and sensitivity, born blessed, calamity potential. Description: a Tao Tai egg that fell out of nowhere in Fairy Lake and landed in the dragon's nest. It came from a long time ago and was put to good use after being hatched. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it a calamity beast, one of the 4 fierce beasts of great fame. There are rumors that it is the fifth son of the dragon. I don't know whether it is true or not. Perhaps there is an unexpected surprise in gathering chaos, poor chi, and legend. After reading the attributes, the introduction, Zheng took a step backward and sucked in a big mouthful of cool air, like an onlooker who was shocked by himself. Worthy of being a divine beast. Ow! Taotai roared, biting Zheng's pants leg and trying to eat again. He stirred in his heart, as if he saw the rise of a superb eating snout. The food consumed daily was sky high. Congratulations, master, for having a divine beast pet. Queen of Blades was happy for Juggernaut at all times. There was not the slightest fear of being replaced in the position. She reminded, if you want to break the evolutionary boundaries, Juggernaut, you can borrow its talent and extracting the divine beast genes and letting the mother nest absorb them will have a heavenly change. At these words, there was an abrupt silence. Taotai was dumbfounded and stopped his mouth. Chapter 70 The ultimate quest is enacted, rewarding Promethean fire. Taotai didn't expect to be drawn blood just after arriving. It was said that no meal was free, and the problem was that it hadn't eaten one even now. So Taotai wailed and wailed in serious displeasure. Zheng grabbed the fur on its spine, lifted it up and placed it in front of his eyes, and smilingly said, "Silly egg, haven't you forgotten that before you were born, Have you forgotten that before you were born, you ate my 5,000 life energy meal? If you used it all to breed soldiers, you'd have almost 1,000 soldiers under you." Taotai was dumbfounded, not realizing that old debts from before his birth would have to be repaid. The Queen of Blades lost her smile as the tyrant saw the new monster defy the master's orders and showed his teeth in warning. Angry at Taotai for not being clear, he growled a word at the tyrant. "And you dare to underestimate me?" An ancient divine beast pressure struck the tyrant, causing it to retreat back and forth. Without moving for real, it made the epic hero fearful. It's hard to imagine how heroic Taotai would be at full power. Moreover, Zheng also knew that it could also be as big or small as it wanted. Until it swallows all. Finally Taotai accepted the proposal to draw blood. The price was the 10,000 units of snake meat, 10,000 units of mutant rat meat, and 10,000 various types of monstrous beasts that Zheng compensated. It had a good appetite, and its mouth widened in vain. Swallowing the small mountain of food in front of it instantly, it straightaway made the brain bugs and aliens look dumbfounded. Zheng brought Taotai and the queen to the control room, called up the panel and causing the mother nest to extend a pipe to stab Taotai. At the same time, Su was checking his own panel, and his race item, with an additional devouring bloodline. The effect was to maximize the absorption of Fey bloodline. The blood of a divine beast is being extracted. This is an ancient beast, gifted with devouring. It's a perfect fit for the mother nest's evolutionary needs. Zheng felt the mother nest's hinge shivering, it was too suitable for the mother nest. He himself was about to evolve. He had waited for this day for a long time. As the mother nest extracted, Taotai hissed in resignation, as if he felt a great loss. The Queen of Blades hugged and comforted for a while, making many promises before settling down. The mother nest is fusing the Taotai bloodline. The gene pool is increasing the Taotai gene and is absorbing the power of devouring. The mother nest bloodline is evolving. It's absorbing 10,000 genes with the help of the devouring talent, and the sea is being absorbed. It's advancing to a third-grade biofactory. The bugs were surprised to find that the mother nest seemed to be shaking and was undergoing drastic changes. Relatively, Zheng's own energy was growing rapidly. With his right hand as the starting point, drastic changes occurred around his body. If black iron was still in the mortal stage, then bronze is considered to be on the level and can be called transcendent. He was often criticized for not having enough rank in his own bloodline, but now that he had come up later, his potential was extraordinary. Congratulations to your mother nest for successfully absorbing the Taotai gene. Draw on the devouring talent. The power of devouring is greatly enhanced. The gene pool undergoes a heavenly change. The bloodline begins to advance. Congratulations to your bloodline for successfully advancing to bronze medium, jumping 2 levels in a row. Congratulations on the evolution of your mother nest biofactory to a level 3 biofactory. Unlocked features, reinforcement of all types of existing incubation chambers, important food fungus blankets, and insectoid ground turrets. Also, the ability to devour, digest, and remodel skills are fully reinforced. It can devour resources such as metals, concentrates, and precious wood to strengthen insect armor and insect limbs. Congratulations on your success in breaking the biological boundaries and advancing to black iron to reach bronze. Feedback power, it continues. You have successfully advanced to bronze 1, 2, and 3. Congratulations on your successful advancement to the first bronze player in this batch of survivalists. As a series of messages came in, Zheng's body levitated, slightly blooming with a golden glow. The power around his body surged, stronger than just a little bit or two. Taotai was not an ordinary bloodline. After the mother's nest devoured it, there was an extraordinary evolution, and along with it, Zheng himself had a full increase. The unbreakable boundaries were broken so easily, and he also rose 3 levels in a row. It wasn't over yet. Zheng didn't realize that his plugin had also started to evolve. The Divine Hero Editor activated. Congratulations on your successful promotion to Bronze, a brave step in a long evolutionary journey. The Mother Nest has been upgraded to the 3rd level, unlocking many functions, and you have passed the test. The editor has officially evolved into the Divine Hero system. Noticing that the development of your own opening insectoid mother layer is lacking, and that you are only going the creature route. Missing is another category, the plant family. The system enacts the first ultimate quest. Unlocking the Sunshine Plant Atlas. The Divine Hero system is at your service to advance to God at an early date. Hearing this reminder, any announcements Zheng didn't care anymore. Upgrading is just for fun, really want to be invincible, still have to look at the plugin. He was so moved that he burst into tears. What does it mean to be attentive? What is called service? Giving an insect mother nest is a bit monotonous and lacking. Special supplement, a botanical sunshine plant icon. He can't wait to check out how to complete the quest that. At first glance, his heart was half cold. Ultimate quest, unlock the Sunshine Plant Atlas. After completing the novice trial, achieve at least an SSS rating at the final end of the next survival game, obtain a divine item, the Heart of Civilization. Note, the sunlight icon of the plant family will be another left hand on your evolutionary path, With it, your journey will be smooth. As difficult as it is, so great are the rewards. The difficulty is too high. What do you mean by at least SSS rating? I haven't even passed the novice stage. And isn't this thing the highest rated? Zheng felt incredulous. In addition, what was meant by the Heart of Civilization? Or is it a god-level item? I've never even heard of it. Was this something he could access right now? Do you really think that any novice village has 9th rank wonders and divine weapons? It's unrepeatable. But after looking at the seal plant illustrations, Zheng suddenly thumped his heart, and the plant shadows could be seen vaguely, and among them were sunflowers that could collect sunlight and condense into crystals. There are also corn cannons like Gatling, plus pea shooters, mushrooms of doom, and nuts that are ace territorial helpers. When he saw the last illustration, Zheng's eyelids raised straight up. And what kind of wisdom tree is that? Every time it grows to a certain height, it lets you evolve once? And that last illustration of the fruit, why does it look like a mushroom cloud? A real mushroom bomb. Can you grow this? Are you kidding me? I will complete the mission. Zheng thought about the future, with his left hand on the mother nest and his right hand on the tree of wisdom. Planting a mushroom bomb on the earth, who would dare to disobey? But the ultimate mission is unlocked next time. First, let's look at the present. With Zheng upgrading to bronze, there is an immediate skyrocketing change. A series of 5 world announcements reminded the world that the road to Zheng's rise was unstoppable. World announcement. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom's Zheng for successfully advancing his bloodline, thus breaking the evolution barrier. Breaking 3 levels in a row, successfully advancing to a bronze 3rd order creature. This is the first one to advance to bronze this time. There will be rich rewards. Reward Zheng's personal upgradable special. Special bonfire, Promethean fire. We hope that all players will learn from him and strive for early evolution. Feedback from the National Luck. Congratulations to everyone in the Dragon Kingdom, 10% increase in physical fitness across the board. World announcement. World announcement. 5 simple announcements blew everyone's head off a little bit, and the contestants were looking up at the beast in all its glory. Marveled at how strong Tao Tai really was, only to receive a shocking blow. It was like being struck by thunder. And the global netizens were still heatedly discussing whether Tao Tai was a dragon divine beast, and who was stronger compared to the true dragon and the Western dragon. The foreign netizens who had mocked earlier were still talking tough and fighting furiously with the dragon country's netizens, blasted speechless by another 5 announcements. The feedback was simple, just 10% across the board. Yet it can make the physical fitness of people in the Dragon Kingdom surpass that of others across the board. The base is too large, over 2 billion. Advance to bronze now, step into the apprenticeship of evolution. Li Hong put down the microphone, witnessing some of the impurities in her arm disappear, and the skin became fairer, the essence was full, the hair was more and more beautiful, and the strength was 1/10 more. The ice on the opposite side is likewise becoming more beautiful and younger, not 1 or 2, but all. Over 2 billion people. Including the guests and audience who were dumbfounded, some didn't respond to that. Some clasped their hands and crunched them. Hearts beating strong, blood surging and flowing, Some people on the spot test, easily between the long jump, only to break the original world record, 3.4 meters. Lightly high jump, 100-meter sprint, an ordinary person physique straight after the global champion. And a few of the already good physique of an increase, but also an explosion of power. Even awakened superpower, bloodline. My body wasn't even as good as it is now when I was young. The slightly gray-haired bureau chief surprisingly turned completely black, and he stepped onto the stage to experiment for a moment with the The movement is agile, not like this age, osteoporosis and other problems with our disappeared, cell activity than young. Me too, and one of my injured legs is healed. I just went outside and broke the world record in the standing long jump by a hair, can you believe it? I lifted weights and became Hercules. A 10% increase in physical fitness across the board. It sounded like a small increase, but with a terrifying base. How terrifying was this? The members of the survival department's group couldn't hide their excitement, and began experimenting with their newly acquired powers. The leader of the group was even ordered to conduct a sub-extensive test to find potential newcomers. The Dragon Kingdom's also too cool. People sitting at home, blessings come from the sky. You can become stronger just by lying down. I'm envious to the point of being red-eyed. The novice period hasn't even passed, and Sushin is giving everyone such a big surprise. What's going to happen after that? I'm afraid you guys forgot that there's a final evaluation after the newbie period, right? That evaluation of John's, which sent the lighthouse state into a frenzy, and the country's fortunes soaring. It also resulted in a big, far-reaching private reward. It's only going to get stronger this time, and who'd dare believe he's still less than halfway through the... John's rookie rating is A+, and the number 1 player in the Dragon Kingdom, Yu Binglan, is A. I think he might pull off a miracle. We're guessing if there's an S grade, we'll find out this time. I'm going to transfer to the Dragon Kingdom, it shouldn't be too late. Even if I transfer halfway and only have half the effect, that's still enough. The netizens of the countries were really red-eyed. The Sakura Kingdom, Cosmos Kingdom, and Emerald Kingdom near the Dragon Kingdom are panicked and scared. As for the Lighthouse Kingdom, the atmosphere was even heavier. The Star Trust called his men together for an emergency meeting. The old batch of players, John and the others, fall silent and start contacting each other, discussing how to contain, or even destroy, the newcomers. They were fidgety. Chapter 71: Upgrading the base and giving away the second freshwater lake in the Dragon Kingdom. All knew that someone would upgrade to bronze during the novice period. No one expected it to be this fast. And 3 levels in a row. The global sensation created was unimaginable, and the news was urgently broadcast on different television stations around the world. Among this batch of survival contestants, Dragon Nation's superior contestant, Zheng, managed to advance to bronze, and broke the 3rd level at the same time, resulting in the impact that all 2.8 billion people in the Dragon Kingdom's physical fitness tool were enhanced by 10%. According to the current message circulating on the internet, the physique of an ordinary person in the Dragon Kingdom is equivalent to the body of others who have been working out hard for decades. This is also the reason why when a player becomes a god, his or her homeland will become a god-level civilization. Between the words of the foreign hosts was an unconcealed envy that. He also mentioned the several increases made not long ago by John of the Lighthouse State, which made the Lighthouse State a veritable lighthouse. It even cried out, Superman for all, guide for all mankind. Now it looks like the Blue Star Juggernaut is still alive and well. In addition, established in many places abroad, there are still natural disasters have not been resolved. The opposite of the Dragon Country has been increased positively. A lot of people cut their heads to try to drill in, triggering a hot debate on the internet. Promoting so quickly this time, it should be related to Tao Tai. Bing Bing's small face was flushed, cutting through the enhancement of her physique. The announcement said to share the talent. Little brother has a long way to go, and before I read the foreign netizen saying that he was inferior in his own strength. It's all about relying on his men to fight. But now, by himself, he's able to advance to bronze. The others can't even catch up. I'm looking forward to the next few days. That the final trial summary rating must have been amazing. It could be an unprecedented S. The Bureau smiled broadly, and Warwolf, Goldlock, and the others glowed and the only one in the scene who didn't have feedback was Bay, with gray skin, thus making the disparity even more apparent in comparison. No way. Master Dwarf in the hospital woke up after a day in a coma to a full 10 announcements that. Seeing the laughter of the nurses and doctors around him, he couldn't raise his breath. This is his last appearance, after a hospital study. It was found that Master Dwarf had not received a single increase, and that the gas and blood were attacked in a vicious circle. Zheng experimented with his own strength, and checked the fire drifting from the sky again. Warm and bright. He reached out to catch it. Promethean fire, special type of fire that can be fused into one's campfire. The light that shines will be 5 times the range of the same class, making the camp's defense 5 times stronger as well. It can also be upgraded. This means that under the same rank, your territory will be 5 times that of others. The bonfire dispels the darkness and provides energy that. It is a top priority. With a throw, Zheng fused the Promethean fire with the biological bonfire. The moment the two came into contact, the fire instantly skyrocketed, expanding the surrounding range by a full 5 times. Ding! Your creature bonfire is merging with the Promethean fire. The extent of your territory has increased 5-fold. A full kilometer in extent. You have met the conditions for upgrading your base. Please use the base construction order to upgrade. Good news one after another. The contestants were marveling at Zheng's inhumanity, and then they saw his camp expanding and In the blink of an eye, he was distancing himself from the crowd, vaguely out of the range of the camp group. It's not going to be a base upgrade, is it? Many people's hearts stirred, and the audience was naturally happy to see that they could accept whatever miracle the current Su Shin performed. Manina, how are the previously unlocked fungus carpets and ground-aligned turrets? After studying the fire, Su was studying the new functions of the mother nest with his eyes burning. Among them, the bug-exclusive food fungus carpet was a leaping step. The Queen of Blades pulled up a panel and pointed to a puddle of purple fungus and explained. Master, a fungal blanket is an aggregation of fungus that is spread out on the ground and is capable of reproducing itself. A staple food for the bugs. In addition to this, by moving on it, the bugs speed up by 50% and the enemy forces are instead delayed. Fungus carpets can be spread all over my territory. In this way, however, if there is an attack by a foreign enemy, it can be detected at the first opportunity. And the lurker ground stinger can take the opportunity to hide under the fungus carpet and. As for the bug-to-ground turrets, they are immovable columns of bugs that spew strong acidic spores to attack the enemy. The spores are highly corrosive and can be used against enemies with strong defenses. The three make up for each other, before the initial construction of insect defense facilities. The exact amount of resources spent to build it you need to check for yourself. It seems that with the upgrading of the mother nest and the spreading out of bug territories, there's going to be some major construction again. The base is the foundation of everything. Su Zheng thinks that survival games are similar to tower defense games. During the day, he searches for resources and completes the tasks issued by the system. At night, you have to meet the challenge of a wave of beasts attacking. Whoever holds out the longest and fends off the best will get the most kudos. Fungus blanket, the main food of the bugs, a collection of fungus laid down within the boundaries of their territory. Absorbs sunlight and nutrients from the land. Plus 50% mobility for any bug that walks on it. Also 100% increase in recovery speed and a corresponding increase in morale. Cost, x10 arbitrary meat and x10 oil per square meter. Bug-to-ground battery, a biological battery, essentially alien bugs that make up for what the bugs lack in long-range attacks. Cost, any meat x3000, oil x1000, fine iron x1000, fine copper x1000, gold x500, black iron grade crystal x1. Originally, Su Zheng felt that he had gotten rich several times and was already fearless. But realized that to build his home properly, he was still far from it. In addition to unlocking these two units, the mother lair has additional reinforcement chambers that it is capable of swallowing many hides, metals and even fats to strengthen the different limbs of the bugs. There was no doubt that this evolution was terrifying, both for Su Zheng himself and the mother nest. But the first thing was to upgrade the base. Upgrading your base allows you to have a chance to reselect your place. Su Zheng was fed up with being with a bunch of weaklings, and every time he fought monsters, he felt like he couldn't put his hands on them. He took the queen, tyrant, and other elites out of the camp. Specializing in choosing a valley location not far away, staying here for 3 days was enough. Su Zheng has walked out, walking with the wind. Which big mouth under his feet is the Taotai divine beast, right? Is it going to be heavenly? It's ugly, 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 but it's a divine beast, so it's ugly and cute. He himself has been upgraded to bronze level 3. Is there anyone else in novice land who can stop him? The contestants watched Su Zheng walk away with complexity and what does Su Zheng want to do again? The audience was still immersed in joy when they saw Su Zheng take out another base order. Upgrade level 1 base. Ding. Please determine whether or not to upgrade. Note that if you upgrade your base, it's like a bonfire in the night. Other people's camps are just a small fire, and you will attract most of the monster fire. Difficulty and rewards are both present. Okay. Su Yung, who was about to lay mines, set up turrets, and spread fungus carpets, had nothing to fear from the storm. I just hate the fact that all the monsters are small. As the command was given, the token in his hand turned into a light that. Su Zheng's camp was enveloped by the light and began to move to the valley. It's a bit of a letdown to always be in a campground group. True to form, it's an upgrade base. It's amazing, and it's detached from us. Seeing this scene, the players moved. Eugene looked indifferent. There are pros and cons, such an obvious target. And with several upgrades to his bonfire, you can see that his light range is fully 5 times that of an unusual level 1. When monsters attack at night, most of them will definitely pounce on him. He's bloated and will make it harder. It seems that our little brother can't stop his feet from. I don't think the novice trials can hold him back anymore, and all the resources in the neighborhood have been scraped up. Li Hong smiled and spoke for Su Zheng. The range of the base spread all the way out to a kilometer away. Compared to the others' humble camps, it was like a puddle than a lake. But as others have said, the territory is so much larger that both the fences and the number of people defending them need to be larger. Ding, congratulations on successfully upgrading your level 1 base. More facilities can be built, more soldiers can be accommodated, land can be reclaimed, and plants can be grown. Also will attract more firepower. As the reminder rang out, Su Zheng's campsite changed drastically. Moving to the valley, it was easy to defend and difficult to attack, and the insects were not too alarmed by the sudden change. The two brain bugs were immersed in the upgrades to the mother nest, and seeing the brand new features of all they felt was a tingle in their scalp. The master was going to make them build big again. Finally, I have my own foundation, both personally and as a force to ascend to. Su Zheng laughed out loud as Taotai urged its food. But it was about to start building one after another around the base. There wasn't enough food. Laying down a square of fungus blanket seems to be inexpensive, for as little as 10 meat or 10 oil. The problem is that 1 kilometer equals 1,000,000 square meters. And Su Zheng has a big family now, and he's going to explode the army. Building tank bugs, flying dragons, stinging snakes, lurkers, and other troop types, and there's an extra Taotai big eater. Its meal capacity is not 10,000 units of meat a day. I'm afraid it's starving. World announcement. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom Su Zheng for successfully upgrading its first level base. To encourage his progress, a special resource gift pack is presented. National Luck Feedback, a gift of a 3,000 square kilometer freshwater lake in the Dragon Kingdom. The freshwater lake comes with many seafood and fish, so please be prepared to meet them. OMG. It's not over yet. Giving away another freshwater lake, at this rate, I'm afraid the Dragon Kingdom will become a godly kingdom. I'm sure that main battle tank bugs? 5 more. Missing flying units? 5 more flying dragons. Stinging snakes and ground spikes are even less. There's also mushroom blankets to be laid, not enough meat or oil. We don't have enough iron ore either. We need to buy it from the others. The ore refinery runs all day, don't stop. What? Brain bugs 1 and 2 are giving me a hard time. Then breed brain bug number 3 again to help. While Su was modulating, she also realized that there was an advanced version of the intelligent brain bug among the unlocked units, and that the meat, oil, and crystals needed were frighteningly high. But the computing power was 10 times that of a normal brainworm. In addition, probably understanding the lack of their own airborne troops, the mother nest unlocked a type of flying stinging moth. Seeing as the description is a fusion of hedgehog, spiny moth, and part of a songbird gene. It's a small flying soldier that needs to consume oil to be bred. The way they attack is to turn their body burrs into steel needles and fly out. It is as beautiful as a rainstorm of pear blossoms, and can explode when it touches the enemy. It can also create a special bond with a flying dragon, which rides the face. Good lord, isn't that a machine gun? Su Zheng didn't hesitate to choose to make 20 of them. Wouldn't that make up an air force? The impact of this evolution was too great. Chapter 72, Spreading the Carpet of Fungus, Building a Ground-to-Ground Battery, and Flying Dragon Strike. Su Zheng disliked that the fungus blanket purple color was too eye-catching, and still replaced it with a forgiving green color. The laying of the fungus carpet obviously had to be done slowly, using the mother's nest as a starting point to slowly lay it. There were specialties in the arts, and Su Zheng cultivated another 50 master builders and 50 master tools, in order to speed up their efficiency. In the reinforcement room again, some insect limb reinforcement. Ding, do you consume wolf bone X500, snake bone X600, wolf tooth X6000? Strengthen the exoskeleton of master builder and master toolmaker? Okay. All at once the insect limbs of the worker bugs that had reified their eggs began to specialize, becoming harder, with a metallic sheen. At the same time some toolmasters began to evolve scissor-like pincers to make things easier. This was still a life system enhancement. As for the stinging snakes, ground thorns, etc., Su Zheng waved his big hand and the bones, teeth, fur, and armor recovered by the mother nest were enveloped on the combat units and began to cloak them. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully strengthened the mutant stinging snake X50 and hard ground spike X60. The troop types have now surpassed 1,000, with over 200 of them being core elites. Led by the air tyrant, 2 highly toxic aliens, and the zombie beasts. Sajin's bugs act like bees again. What's that green grass they're laying down for? The crowd watched him build the base with great interest, not getting tired of it in the least. There were those who wanted to see adventure survival, turned to Polar Bear, Eugene, and others. Could it be that they want to play soccer? The crowd was happy. Everyone understood soccer in the Dragon Kingdom. Puddles of fungal blankets produced in a steady stream from the mother lair were arranged around the base. At the same time, Su was beginning to cultivate the bugs' ground-aligned turrets, a heavy weapon that should be placed in the key areas. One by one, very different biological turrets appeared, and it was marvelous to behold. The audience didn't realize that the organs were still down there. A total of 10 ground-aligned turrets, while no less than 8 ground spikes were arranged around them, lurking underground, unknown to anyone. Su Zheng has accumulated so much family belongings for so long, all of which have been used to explode soldiers and spread fungus blankets. The huge bugs were well organized with the help of the 3 brain bugs and manhwa. The afternoon wasn't even enough for base building, as in building a house, the floor wasn't even laid. The territory has expanded so much, and the rare fences have to be reinforced. The busiest ones are the worker bugs. Zombie bugs, and stinging snakes have also been pulled in to help. The mud truck 10 tank bugs are certainly not missing, pulling a piece of fungal carpet to lay it. On the contrary, 10 flying dragons, 20 flying stinging moths, Su's heartbroken Air Force. Let them familiarize themselves with practicing combat and patrolling the airspace over the mother nest. Zheng checked himself and found that the bug race's air-to-air capability was indeed slightly weaker, but the Air Force was the monster with the greatest threat and the strongest mechanical power. Hopefully, the plant iconography in the future would help fill in the gaps. Damn, why is it getting barren around here? A lion-headed man was traveling through the dense forest with a group of his minions. Not to mention fresh fruits and beasts, not even larger timber, it was all gleaned. Many of the players have found a pitiful lack of resources, centered around the surrounding camps. The bugs are the biggest contributors to this. They can only go to more dangerous places to gather, are often hungry, and have already been betrayed by some of their soldiers. I blame Zheng. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are just greedy. This lion-headed man, who had gotten nothing, went home angrily and... However, at a bush halfway through the journey, he spotted a zombie bug carrying rocks through the forest. This zombie bug was one of the first ones that Zheng had called in. It's very old, but it can't keep up with the evolution of the mother nest. His head is still only a little bit bright after being increased by the wonders and divine beasts. He was sent to perform the simplest task of quarrying stones. Under the banner of the lion-headed man was a smaller group of half-lions, which had been starving all day and nothing to show for it, and now that they saw the culprit, they were even more furious. One of the half-lions roared down towards it and extended its lion claws to swat at it suddenly. The zombie worm had no defense, and itself was only at the beginning of the black iron stage, so it couldn't defeat the half-lion man. It was heavily slapped on the ground, and the stone in its hand grunted and flipped, smashing into its leg. It broke with a click, and the zombie bug hissed and snapped in pain. Because bugs that go out to collect inevitably meet all kinds of accidents. Therefore, Zheng didn't realize it for a while, but instead, it was the audience who accidentally discovered the Emerald Nation player's actions. What does the Lionhead want? Why did you make a move against Zheng's minions? Seeing as how it had no food in its hands, and nothing in the replay. After holding its breath all afternoon, was it planning to spill it on the SOS's bugs? The spectators chortled with righteous indignation as they saw the zombie bugs being slowly besieged by the half-lions, especially seeing its legs crushed and hissing in pain on the ground. It's just one little bug, he has over 1,000 under him. Aren't you guys hungry? The lion-headed man was at first startled, and then immediately snapped out of it, and it was the same player. Why was he so afraid of him? On the contrary, if he didn't have too many bugs, why would he need to go hungry? A new grudge plus an old one, as well as the jealousy and hatred towards him erupted all at once. He directly asked 6 of his men to round up the zombie bugs, kill, and eat them. The audience was shocked by the scene, so it turned out that the soldiers who were starving and crazy ate everything. But he's killing Zheng's soldiers, even the minions are representing his face. Ice blushed a little embarrassed and Battle Wolf voiced his thoughts. If I would have definitely made a move to bury the 6 half-lions with me. It seems like it's time to prepare how to deal with the Emerald Kingdom's condemnation. The bureau chief had already thought of the follow-up. As the Dragon Kingdom continued to grow in strength, his waistline became straighter and straighter. The scene was bloody. Zheng also received a message in time, which was fed back from Brainworm 3. Juggernaut, to disturb you for a moment. One of the zombie bugs we sent out unfortunately died. Zheng was in the reinforcement room, adding armor to the flying dragon. Receiving the message was not a surprise. It was common for accidents to happen when gathering in the wild. Bugs died every day themselves, until the brainworms said so. After a reminder, it was found that one of the lords in the camp led the half-lions to kill it. And used it as food. Zheng's fingers adjusting the panel stopped, his eyes a little cold. A player? Even dare to touch my people? Supreme Lord, do you need me to make a trip? Sensing his will, the Queen of Blades asked. No need, killing a chicken is not a good idea. Save the crowd from thinking that in our place, only you're the strongest combatant. Since you're going to make a move, give them a good warning. Zheng just wanted to test his bug core ability. He made the number 1 brain bug with the oldest qualifications the commander, deployed 10 flying dragons with 20 flying stinging moths and 2 tank bugs carrying 100 stinging moths and zombie moths, and 2 highly poisonous aliens as the vanguard. They started off from the base, pointing their swords at the Lion's Head camp. Lionhead's men, having eaten the zombie bugs, only tasted a bit of meat and were hungrier still. He even had the audacity to think that 2 days later, when food would be hard to find, directly sneak up on the fallen bugs to fill their stomachs. Anyway, with so many soldiers sent out every day, Zheng doesn't know who killed them. He quickly returned to the campsite with the 6 half-lion people, but unexpectedly, there was a loud noise from outside. It's Zheng's troopers, the insect hordes. Even the Air Force is flying in. This flying dragon can throw out air blades, just like a fighter jet. Why are there little moths by them? Could they be escort planes? Tank bugs are coming too, not towards the outside, but towards the campground. Su's about to go after the players. Did someone offend him? You guys saw two aliens with heavy killing auras, I couldn't even beat them. Some of the players were scared white as a sheet, deeply afraid that they were the ones who had caused all the trouble. Especially those who had previously offended Eugene and the deformed rats, they had to move out of their homeland to support them. Fortunately, the false alarm was a false alarm, and the regiment came over towards the Lion's Head camp. The Emerald Nation player had already stepped out of the door, and seeing the scene his feet went weak. He almost couldn't stand. The 6 half-lion men under him were no longer as arrogant as they were before the siege. Seeing the same bugs, they were scared to the point that their lion hairs were upside down and their teeth were shaking. Sushin, this is a misunderstanding. You and I are neighbors of our former countries and have a great deal of friendship. Don't ever make a fuss over such a trivial matter. The lion-headed man was terrified on the spot when he saw the airborne flying dragon come over with a spiny mouth and the Air Force attacked itself, and it didn't even have the means to fight back. Brainbug 1 didn't want to hear any of his explanations, but only wanted to fulfill his master's orders. Through the mental link, the troops were deployed. Flying dragons take over the airspace first. The 2 tank bugs take the main group head-on, destroying the primary enclosure in a volley. The 2 highly poisonous aliens jumped onto the walls in a single bound, and chased after the lionheads and killed them. At this moment, the other players from various countries also went out to watch, wanting to know the strength of the soldiers under Su Zheng. There were flying dragons flinging their tails, slices of air blades falling from the sky, directly destroying the defenses. The flying spiky moths that accompanied them turned abruptly and countless melee tilted like a torrential rain and stabbed the half-lion man with a rumbling explosion. Before the 2 tank bugs could carry their main force over, the 6 half-lion men were already dead or wounded. Seeing the others' expressions change drastically, the lion-headed man could not afford to fight back in front of the 2 highly poisonous aliens. Kneeling down and apologizing in succession, was apologizing useful? An alien swiftly stabbed a tentacle into the lion-headed man, and the fierce poison instantly gazed at the. In a split second, the lion-headed man was surrounded by iron and collapsed with a rumble. Not even a minute. A camp has been captured. The proud walls of the city have fallen at the feet of the tankworms. The archery towers, which were built with great difficulty, were destroyed by flying dragons before they could do anything. 6 soldiers didn't have to be dealt with by the main force, the Air Force died with some bombardment. Everyone was shocked when Sushin's corps attacked without even approaching the infantry. Wouldn't it have taken less than a minute to deal with them? How long can you hold out? Don't ever attack Su Zheng's bugs outside, he's got it all on the books. This is not the first time he has killed someone, before the kangaroo country and the lighthouse country people to mess with. Without the slightest regard for the consequences, it's horrible. What's even more frightening is the number of troops sent out, not even 1/5. That tyrant, the zombie beast, didn't even show up, not to mention the queen, Su Zheng himself, the new divine beast. The players were talking. From today onwards, Su Zheng's base became a forbidden place in the hearts of the people, and no one would dare to mess with or provoke it again. And this was just a small episode for Su Zheng himself. An announcement came late. World announcement. The Emerald Kingdom contestants have been arrested by Wu Zhongyong for conniving with his men to kill the bugs. Unfortunately, he was approached by Su Zheng players' corps and his entire army was wiped out. The country's luck backfired, reducing the lifespan of everyone in the Emerald Kingdom by 1 year. Friendly reminder, when the difference between your strength and that of others is too great, perhaps avoiding, from a distance. Tail between your legs is the best choice. Not to do will not die. The internet exploded with people in the Emerald Kingdom blushing and protesting frequently. Protest. Chapter 73 Dark Impact, Ghouls, Goblins, and Headless Horsemen. I think Su Zheng from the Dragon Kingdom has an anti-human mentality. Look at how many people he's killed. Behind each one is the fate of countless people. With this backlash, I don't know how many more people in my Emerald Kingdom will unfortunately die. What explanation do you have for these losses, Dragon Kingdom? Right. Netizens of the Lighthouse and Kangaroo countries, won't you come forward? Don't tell me, being called out like that. The netizens of Kangaroo and Lighthouse countries, who have been unlucky before, have come forward. Even the G side had people speak up, feeling that Su Zheng had gone too far and demanded compensation from the Dragon country. Kangaroo country is fast becoming a rat country. The rat plague in the country is getting worse and worse. Farms are being eaten up. The ecosystem is destroyed and the fields are left with no grain. Famine is about to break out. And its star system wants the Dragon Kingdom to compensate for the food. Who on earth doesn't know that after several feedbacks from Su Zheng's biotechnology has grown tremendously, and its hybrid rice and new wheat yields are staggering. Coupled with several increases in soil and fertilizer, it can be said that the Dragon Kingdom has solved the greatest problem of mankind in the 21st century. Taking control of food in a global situation that is getting worse and worse. Dragon Kingdom is invincible. Shameless, the few times Sushin made a move, that time wasn't you guys looking for trouble first? Ha, wanting us to pay compensation. Not long ago the Kangaroo Nation players teamed up with John and shaded our Binglan sister, how do you explain that? Sushin did a great job. Many neutral netizens also know right from wrong. Pointing out the unfortunate image of the zombie bug being killed, asked, wasn't it intelligent life? The trio of netizens left the field dark and vicious, and someone in the shadows made a move. Lighthouse country that side feel that their own hand sniper Zheng is too risky, looking for a little brother to try as the king. It just so happens that one of the contestants from the Emerald Kingdom survived the last survival and will soon be arriving for the second survival challenge. His name is Wu Yuntian, and his transmutation is that of a silver-blooded troll. He also established a troll base and had over 100 trolls of all sizes under his command. Of course, after returning to Earth, the base couldn't take them with them. Itself back to human, but the strength is still there. It's John personally contacted Wu Yuntian and had planned to let him take a shot at testing Zheng. Unexpectedly, the other party refused to listen to the first time. Lighthouse that side made all kinds of promises before reluctantly agreed to. In the second survival game, himself and Zheng to participate together and then take the opportunity to deal with. Zheng hadn't even returned to Earth yet, and someone had already set him up properly. Su was directing his men to build the base, and it would soon be dark again. The fourth night is approaching, and he has a hunch that something would change this time, especially for himself. Can't you see that the territory illuminated by your own campfire is several times larger? The enemy is not blind to realize that. But after a day of exertion, the many stores were pretty much used up. The meat pieces were used to cultivate the fungus carpet, and the bugs could live by lying on the ground and chewing the grass. Their strength increased instead. The day's labor disappeared, and the more they gnawed, the more energetic they became. In addition, the base is surrounded by a rare grade wall, which is 7 meters high. The outside of the fence is littered with fungus carpets, which automatically slow down the enemies once they enter. Zombie bugs, and stinging snakes patrol the top of the walls, and the gates are still made of secret silver. But it was much thicker than before. There are still flying dragons in the sky patrolling the perimeter with their spiny moths. Zheng felt that inspiring, anticipating the enemy was the key point, and that he would have to research biological radar in the future. It's time to eat. He greeted Manina as she ate barbecue at the campfire. After the base was established, Zheng moved out of the mother nest, treating it as a mere biological factory. After all, it was weird to always live within a creature. Dinner was a bit more low-key, with old duck soup, grilled steak, and roasted mushrooms. The insect race had a fungus blanket, and the food consumed made Zheng relieved. The previous dirty bone sludge ground, the immortal water spring, and even the dragon feces had benignly helped its growth. It caused the fungus carpet to fall to the ground, and a number of tumors to grow in the afternoon. A bunch of mushrooms growing on the surface of the fungus blanket are actually fungus tumors, which are food for the bugs. But to the audience, it's the bugs after a long day of labor. Zheng let them nibble on the grass and eat it, favoring it with relish. Is this something a human can do? It's very Sushin style. That said, the loyalty of his soldiers is too high. I've seen people starving their soldiers for 2 days, and those bloodthirsty ghosts have set their sights on the Lord. This group of grass is growing fast. It should be the resource points, the dragon feces that are having an effect. Just now I saw some bugs sprinkling fairy water to water them. Maybe the grass itself is their food. In addition to specializing in mushroom carpets, Zheng also set aside a few acres of land to cultivate medicinal herbs, such as blood orchid and dragon's bush. And even planting other fruits and vegetables. After all, not everyone nibbles grass, and himself, the queen, and the Tautai seek higher quality. The mother's nest had drawn on the blood orchid gene, and according to its probing, the mucus of this flower can be paired with the dragon's bane. Next time, it will make the evolution of the master's bloodline more peaceful. In the middle of the meal, Tautai returned as well, and it could be seen that woe to many communities, his mouth was crooked with laughter. The other contestants are standing by for an immediate challenge. Someone noticed how as the players got stronger, there were more henchmen. The food has gone down instead? This dense forest is gripped. Between the emotions, the system came to make an announcement. World announcement. The fourth night descends. The 7-day trial is halfway through, this time for the nodes. Consider the many players summoning their own troops and building a good camp. Therefore, this time, the difficulty of the enemy increased. Instead of being scattered, they are organized and of different types. Please take this seriously. Especially for player Zheng who just upgraded his base. The monster colony senses your threat. Has sent its elite troops. Please get ready. Hearing the increase in difficulty, one's expression tightened. Sushin has been specifically named, it's dangerous. He himself was relaxed, with the insect race gathering under his command. In the darkness, an enemy was already approaching. Surprisingly, this time the enemy has also made a campfire. Goblin horde, ghouls, and skeleton soldiers join forces. A red warning flashed across the dome of the sky. Thousands of green-skinned monsters, less than a meter tall, with green, ghostly eyes, dressed in skimpy clothing, holding bone canes, wooden sticks, and some had ice blue skin and carried a bamboo basket on their backs. I don't know what was in the basket. There is also the big brother Bryn, who is over 1.8 meters tall and holds a ghost head sword. At the very front were ghouls with rotting bodies around them, as if they had just crawled out of the ground. They were slow-moving, but they were numerous. It's estimated to be in the thousands. It's especially oppressive when it comes crawling over the hills. As for the classic monsters, the skeleton soldiers are here, too. In addition to the most unusual, shield-carrying, greatsword-carrying skeleton soldiers, there were also archers holding bows and arrows, causing the players to raise their eyebrows. Up front, who has long-range units? Even flying races like Lang Qingyu were scornful. And there were bronze skeleton soldiers coming as well, with bone spurs all over their bodies. There were even skeleton mages carrying staffs. Suddenly, the sound of a horse's hooves came. Surprisingly, they were skeletal knights holding lances and riding spectral horses. Today's event is unusual. It's darkness-based, and it has melee, meat shield, far attacker, knight, and mage. The crowd cried out in dismay, and some even looked up to the sky and, "Don't ever tell me there are flying units later. I don't know how many more people will die in battle tonight. I think some countries should be prepared." Even more anxious than the players were the spectators. Many of the G-Squad personnel were indeed prepared, and a group of observant veterans felt that their novices had never come to so many monsters. Attack! As one of the players yelled, first the ghouls rushed forward with teeth and claws. Fire arrows! Some opened drawings of bows and arrows, others built them with skill, both of different quality, but both worked now. A round of arrows fell like rain, but immediately, much to his dismay, the enemy also threw a stone. The stones were made of some unknown material, in a parabolic shape. They explode with a bang when they hit the walls, and there are stones surrounded by flames, attacked by ice, and even more ignited the night and iced the perimeter. Slowed the movement of the soldiers. Fire burned the walls and fences. Please be careful. Throwing goblins have assisted the ghouls in their attack. In the first wave, the monsters surprised the contestants by organized and unorganized, two completely different things. Their firepower was completely insufficient in front of the sky full of exploding rocks, frozen rocks, and flaming rocks. Throwing goblins, categorized into normal, green goblins, and red goblins. Some people even found stronger frost kobolds and flame kobolds. The fiery kobold is capable of casting 3 fireballs in a row, as if casting a fiery flame, and attacking a campsite that. It immediately set the fences ablaze, and a group of ghouls waited for the opportunity to rush forward. Quickly, fend it off for me. A player who had been transformed into an orc panicked and commanded, but he was unexpectedly smashed by the frost goblin with precision. Instantly the whole person was frozen. The kobolds, seeing that it worked, cheered and rushed towards this campsite. The ghouls acted as neat shields, holding off the orc contingent. The swarms of brats with bones and sticks cunningly sneak in from the corners. There were even big brother Brims rumbling and running, and with a sweep of the ghost head blade in their hands, orc soldiers were knocked down in droves. Skeleton soldiers with swords and shields killing orcs as they saw them. In time this camp was quickly overrun and the defenses were set ablaze. The elite troops were focused on freezing and burning, and the orc players were hardly thought out. He was greeted with another barrage of freezing and fiery entrapment so he was chained to death with infinite stuns. World announcement. Karami Allen, a player from the country of Rome, was unfortunately besieged to death by the goblins, and all his fighting power was not utilized. His camp was overrun by ghouls and goblins. The country's luck backfired. The lifespan of everyone in the country of Rome is reduced by 1 year. At the same time 30,000 ghouls, 10,000 goblins and ranks, big entombed goblins, throwing goblins, etc. will descend. Please get ready. It's only just begun. Organized monsters are terrifying, with melee, meat shields, and long-distance attacks that. What's even more terrifying is that there's someone in command. The netizens were abuzz. This is just the first wave. There are still skeleton soldiers that haven't made their mark. Sure enough, the camera pans out, and someone's heart goes black. Only to see thousands of skeleton archers running from the rear, skilled in there. Flames flickered in their eye sockets, shooting at the sky. Wow! A rain of arrows 10 times more numerous than the players swished down and. Many soldiers screamed miserably, and there were again skeleton knights with lances either throwing broken gates or quickly charging. The opportunity of battle was well grasped. For a time the camp was lost in succession, and many of the men's fences were toppled. Bureau Chief, how many do you think will die on the 4th night? Li Hong asked nervously under the successive attacks. At least 100 of them. I'd say it's more than that. They're too organized, and a lot of them don't have more than 10 soldiers because they all have to eat food, and with 10, how do you deal with hordes of ghouls, goblins of all kinds? And even stronger skeleton soldiers? Warwolf offered a different opinion. Master Bei's expression was serious. Long-range strikes are too terrifying. Once you're unfortunate enough to be hit, you'll be frozen or burned by fire, your movements will be slowed down, or your body will burn all around you. What's worse is to be targeted and keep chaining you to death. Monsters are smart enough to know to deal with the lords first. I hope the Dragon Kingdom players are okay. There are 3 more besides Su Shin. Jeanlock just said as 3 blood-colored exclamation points flashed across the sky dome. Difficulty elevation warning. Because Dragon Kingdom Su Zheng is too powerful. Level 1 base is too threatening, the strength of the monsters attacking it has been increased by 15%. There are even hidden bosses, Ghoul King, Thunder Goblin, and Headless Horseman appearing. Difficulty final verdict, S. Please prepare to meet player Su Zheng. The crowd suddenly turns the camera to it and one look instantly stunned, the picture was completely different from the others. Chapter 74. This is the Mother Nest Core, who is the monster. As the only base of the novice village, Su Zheng this is naturally the focus of sucking monsters. Coupled with the 5x5 range of light that comes with Promethean fire. It can be said that while others are flames, he is directly a light bulb. The way the dark camp is attacking. Generally, first the ghouls open the way. The goblins then approach slowly, using cover. But what made the kobolds depressed was how the ghouls moved so much slower when they walked onto the grass. Wobbling around, it made them all anxious. There was the Ghoul King sending out swift ghouls, an elite monster that happens to overcome the biggest problem, being 3 times as fast as normal ghouls. But walking onto the grass, it was equally as slow as if it had been planted with a retardation spell. The kobolds got antsy, and some throwing kobolds did the same trick. Under the command of the frost kobolds, the flame kobolds. Swishing and throwing stones, these stones can explode, ignite, and freeze on the city walls, which is really scary. The player just now was directly killed by a single careless move. But surprisingly, the enemy didn't shoot arrows or anything like that to counterattack. Not waiting for the kobolds to be confused, suddenly only 10 rumbles were heard. The 10 biospore bombs were fired from the base. With a loud boom, the spore swarms fall into the ghouls, goblins, and immediately exploded, corroding their bodies as if they were carrying deadly toxins. It was the turn of the ghouls and goblins to scream. Su Shin are loaded with cannons? It can't be. Can it be open drawings? Or 10 of them? The audience was shocked. Bing Lan, Wu Yuntian, John, and the other exceptional contestant in the West, Jack, were shocked that they didn't touch their heavy weapons until after the 3rd round. 10 bug-to-ground turrets fire again, teaching the monsters to be human. Ghouls and goblins are being wiped out in droves. Batches of fire dissipated, and a series of numbers and bioenergy floated out. System reminder, congratulations to your bug-to-ground battery X10, which successfully killed Ghoul X560 and Swift Ghoul X120. Goblin Kid X360, Throwing Goblin X50, Green Goblin X10, Red Goblin X15, Frost Goblin X3, and Flaming Goblin X2. A total of plus 5,000 bioenergy. Plus 5,000 fourth night points. Look, what is called a long-range attack, Su Zheng interpreted it for everyone. Seeing that the front is blocked, the skeleton troopers have timely reinforcements. They are indeed elites, with shields in their left hands and long swords in their right. Some had helmets on their heads to protect the vitals. The exact level was estimated to be around the Black Iron 5th rank, and there were other faster-moving skeleton knights that started charging. Oh no, one of the players was unfortunate enough to be shot by a knight throwing a gun, a wave of push. A spectator exclaimed in shock, as a player from the Highlander Kingdom, who had transitioned to a Silver Knight, lost his pride and joy. First, he was thwarted by the Flaming Stone and Frost Stone, and then the skeleton soldiers with their shields resisted the charge of the skeleton knight timed his spear to make a big break through the camp, skewering this Silver Knight directly on his spear. World announcement. Highlander Nation's Wyatt Barker was unfortunately killed by the skeleton knight. The lifespan of all Highlanders is reduced by 1 year. At the same time, the country's luck will backfire, and 5,000 skeleton soldiers and 1,000 skeleton knights will descend. Please prepare to meet them. No, Buck's being hailed as the hope of the Highlander nation. Everyone celebrates his one victory. How could this happen? The Highlander audience broke down and their immodest Su Zheng rushed out in a single bound. Not to mention, on the fungus carpet, the tank bugs were 50% faster. That's twice as fast. Ding! Player Su Zheng abandons his firm defense and begins to lead a counterattack. Too reckless. The insects under Su Zheng began to engage the ghouls and skeleton knights head-on. The system was explaining, apparently his move was unexpected, and the system was sidelined by it. The many players who had been in the midst of a heated battle suddenly felt that the firepower had weakened a lot. Some of the elite monsters left. Fixing my eyes on them, I realized that they had all run to the valley for support. What's the situation? Su Zheng has taken the initiative, his soldiers are so strong. Look! The airborne troops are on the move. Through the hordes. Straight at the rear remote units. Eugene, Polar Bear Belinsky, Cold Clear Moon, and Tsunami Wolf have been looking away from the deeply aware of the gap between the enemy and us. They were struggling to resist, lest they attract more enemies, but Su Zheng had already taken the initiative. With the support of the artillery fire, a skeleton soldier was blasted into broken bones, and a series of life energy floated out. Cao Tai roared, the might of a divine beast bursting forth as his body rose against the wind and, in an instant, it had transformed into 10 meters in size, with a mouth big enough to swallow a small mountain. It used a swallowing technique, and a rippling strong suction force came from its mouth, biting the dozens of skeletons around it all together. Unexpectedly, it suddenly poo-poos the many skeletons and shakes its head in disgust. Killing again at more ghouls, it's not picky about what it eats. It swallowed hundreds of ghouls with a whirring sound. No matter how high or low they were, they couldn't beat a single mouthful. Tastefully savored. Su Zheng's pet Cao Tai has devoured Skeleton Soldier X40 and Skeleton Knight X10. It spat out its mouth, disliking the bones for being old and smelly. It devoured Ghoul X125 again, and although the meat was sour, it was still palatable. Zing! Cao Tai accidentally discovered that the tastiest thing in the battlefield was the kobolds. There's less meat, but there's more people. Surprise! Cao Tai was surprised to find that the greens and russets among the kobolds tasted better. The flaming, frozen, two flavors are to his liking. Cao Tai manifested his power as a divine beast and began to kill in all directions. The crowd looks dumbfounded, no longer saying it's ugly and cute. Ghouls are eaten through. Along the way, a skeleton knight attempts to attack. Unexpectedly, the attacks couldn't even break defense on it, but instead they were flattened by a single stomp themselves. The kobolds were even more unlucky, and the other people were afraid of the long-distance combat brats. The Taotia's red eyes, like a cat that met a toy, caught the elites and ate them. The big brother goblins, frost and flame goblins, who were already timid, panicked and fled. They also couldn't care less about attacking the opposing turrets. The Queen of Blades went into killing mode, and one of the skeleton knights charged, but they were looking for their own deaths. Swept into a pile of bones by the extended whip blade. Su is setting up a tank bug, chiseling her way through the skeleton knights. 10 tanks struck, and the skeletons were just a pile of broken bones. A series of clanks ring out and hundreds and thousands of bioenergy continue to float out, becoming a beautiful sight at night. Too strong. No wonder it dares to go out of the city head-on. The elite soldiers under Su Zheng are too powerful. Just who is the boss? The queen is as valiant as ever, specializing in finding elite monsters to deal with. 2 knights were destroyed, and the system came back with an announcement. The frost goblins and the like that everyone else fears were eaten to extinction by Cao Tai. It can't form a resistance at all. Covered by 10 ground turrets, the monster line is broken. I've got a feeling there's a ghost in the grass. You guys didn't notice any of the monsters having their speed up there? While the other players were anxious to deal with it, the SOS soldiers were able to meet it without any panic. Even their speed was added. It's not just the netizens in their own countries who are watching and buzzing about it. The abused foreign netizens are also watching beautifully. The injuries suffered by their own players were brought back here. The kobold ranks are swept away, unable to form a camp. The skeletons were also defeated, and as for the ghouls? Isn't that just a dish? Killed indiscriminately by aliens, stinging snakes, etc. It's worthy of being our Su Zheng. Other people's desperate enemies, in his case, have routed without even being able to attack the city walls. Bureau, what do you think the point of this battle is? Ice picked up the microphone and asked the expert. The bureau chief stared at the live broadcast of the Union of Arms and said, the point is to join forces with each other and play to your strengths. You see, although 10 tank bugs are powerful, if they're pushed closer by a plural number of knights, they will also be attacked in the abdomen and sieged to death. But tank bugs with stinging snakes and zombie bugs on them avoid this problem. There's also the fact that Su Zheng's approach to the enemy is effective, with the most threatening long-range units being suppressed by his flying dragon unit flew out. Everyone look. The spectators immediately gazed to the rear of the battlefield, only to see the front line collapsing as skeleton archers, skeleton mages, and hordes of frost and flame goblins began to make their presence felt. There was a gathering of power, energy hovering around, poised to strike. As for the most terrifying headless horseman, he was riding a 2-meter-tall skeleton horse. Holding a 2-meter-long, 35-centimeter-wide silver broadsword, he attacked from afar. Tackling the thief, the headless horseman used the skill Fearless Charge to killed Su Zheng, who was on the tank bug straight away. His battle experience was too rich, and in front of him was an invincible general. Chapter 75 Evaluation S. Reward Dragon Kingdom Random Large Mineral. System Announcement. Due to Su Zheng's camp's performance being too superior in crushing the enemy army, the 3 bosses, the Headless Horseman, Ghoul King, and Thunder Goblin came out early. Its leader, the Headless Horseman, was a bronze high-level Lord Boss. Su Zheng has been detected. Please meet the enemy with care. The whole area is live. The area around the base has become the center of attention. Campsites such as Whistling Wolf and Arctic Fox become embellishments. Both at home and abroad, viewers tuned into Su Zheng's live broadcast. always looking at being attacked by monsters. Being on tenterhooks. What's more comforting than watching a game of grinders? This batch has Sue being in the middle of it, and there's absolutely no chance for us. Said a golden lion, a Gallic chicken player who, by all accounts, was possessing a golden bloodline. He was one of the rising stars this time, and that material glory was completely overshadowed. Originally, I was the newcomer king. Leng Qingyue looked at the bustling base from afar, silently calculating the gap between herself and him in her mind. I'm afraid I can only deal with the Air Force. The tyrant strikes, and he can't stop himself. The tyrant has been upgraded several times, housing many bloodlines. In particular, the ancient song serpent is like a tiger with wings. Now that they saw the boss coming, they flew up to block it without any hesitation. The headless horseman was coming on strong, and the fungus carpet reduced the speed of some of the. But it was still like a gust of wind. The blade in the tyrant's hand changed suddenly, longer, into an arc. The headless horseman's broadsword swung, and a powerful wind swept in and the aftershock alone cleared the small monsters. But the tyrant is much more agile, and with a flap of his wings, dodging the front of the. Instead, the knuckles shifted and another sharp claw killed the headless knight, and the two began to fight. Zheng praised, not wasting so many of his treasures. Epic hero unit. The strongest bosses are blocked. A thunderous sound broke his thoughts, and it turned out to be the thunder goblin that. It had eye-catching equipment, and it would also attack remotely, summoning falling thunder. It can't be defended against. It killed a zombie bug. Still aiming at Zheng. The elite goblins threw their blasters and started taking cover. The cannons are too much of a threat, break the turrets first. The thunder goblin's command was quite good, but Zheng was fixated on the thunder hammer in his hand. Magic equipment, or of the lightning system? Isn't that a natural strong power generator? Zheng's heart moved. As for the Ghoul King, the toxin was very strong. Surprisingly, it contaminated a piece of fungus. The highly toxic alien slaughtered him for me. Draw out its necrotic poison. The two xenomorphs shifted deftly, moving furtively, shifting like liquids at will. Even more, they got the fungus carpet edition and flew to the front of the Ghoul King. It's surrounded by elite ghouls protecting it, roaring strangely as they surrounded the alien. It carried its own necrotic poison, but the highly poisonous alien was a deadly poison itself. One drop of blood can poison thousands. Not the least bit intimidating. But the pawns don't need them to waste their efforts. I heard a rumbling sound. The strongest one, the headless horseman, can be called the leader of his class, and I thought it would take the queen to fight them. That tyrant can. It wasn't this fierce before. He's not this strong before. He's taking a potion, isn't he? I was looking forward to the headless horseman fighting Zheng, but now it looks like a small leader under his hand can handle it. Who's the boss? Look guys, Tao Tai was split. Under the anticipation of the crowd, Tao Tai, who had received the thunder head-on, squinted his eyes and the corners of his mouth formed a curve, and he was on the verge of a smile. The watching audience was baffled. This seems to express coziness in the same way that my cat is being tickled. I think it's the expression of a cat sniffing catnip. Thunder didn't break the defense, instead it made Tao Tai comfortable. True to form, a reminder immediately came. The divine beast Tao Tai took a frontal blow from the thundering goblin and did not feel any discomfort. It felt very cozy and comfortable. Even wanted to do it again. Tink, sensing the urging of his master. Tao Tai ate the thunder goblin. It's that simple. Put it in the player's camp. The thunder kobold is the god of thunder. Whoever he points at dies. Even airborne races like Leng Qingyu would be blasted down. But now, Tao Tai was like a pug, holding the thunder hammer and offering it to Zheng. This was a divine beast. Eugene and the others were secretly ruthless. Zheng laughed and held the thunder hammer to check the details. Thunder hammer, silver grade, inlaid with a silver grade crystal. The whole body is made of precious secret silver essence, capable of firing 24 thunderbolts per day, 1 recovered per hour. It also emits thunder plasma itself, driving the surrounding molecules. I think it's better as a power source as far as weapons go. Zheng held the thunder hammer in his left hand, and had the intention to experiment with it. Aimed at the Ghoul King, who was not far away from the battle with the virulent alien. A blast of blazing white light fell from the sky and straight away, the Ghoul King exploded with his hair standing on end, his attributes greatly reduced, and his actions slowed down. The two xenomorphs waited for the opportunity to attack, tentacles stabbing, and poison injections. It's kinda working. Zheng transformed into the god of thunder and slammed down on the headless horseman again. Unexpectedly, he was experienced and prejudged in advance. But if you can hide the first day, you can't hide the 15th. Several more thunderbolts blasted down one after another. Straight away, the headless horseman split his bones and was grabbed by the tyrant and, with a spread of his wings, he flew straight into the air. The air tyrant was also a combat wizard, grabbing the opportunity to immediately utilize its maximum advantage. Being able to fly would have been a gift. By the time the headless horseman came back to his senses, he was already 100 meters above the ground. Soulfire flickered to represent his panic, and he began to struggle that. The tyrant is full of this condition. Letting go of its tentacles, the Kraken headless horseman hurtled down at free fall speed. System announcement. Congratulations to the toxic alien for successfully killing the Ghoul King. Begin to draw on the Ghost King's centuries-old necrotic poison. Congratulations to Air Tyrant for successfully killing the boss leader, the Headless Horseman. Excellent performance. Bioenergy plus 3,000 plus 5,000. Fourth night points plus 8,000. The result wasn't surprising, and the audience just thought they were watching a good show. The only ones who were relieved were the other players, who were playing the game with their lives. Su Zheng's base is more powerful than a swarm of monsters. Have you guys seen the grass? I suspect that's a troop type too. A big element of the monster's great defeat this time was it. Just don't make an enemy of Su Zheng even if you're making an enemy of a boss. The two aliens are too ferocious, their tentacles are rooted in the enemy, injecting venom, and will suck out blood. While they were hotly debating, the surrounding monsters were leaderless and began to flee in droves. The three brainworms ordered the insect core to encircle from the back and began to surround the ghouls and goblins. The carrion and sour meat that the others could not eat could be fed to the fungus blankets. As for the skeleton soldiers, oh, wouldn't that make the best campfire wood? It was a battle without any suspense. A series of bioenergy floated out from the monster's head. And soon the announcement came. World announcement. Congratulations to Dragon Country's player Su Zheng for successfully defeating the Dark Camp's tentative attack on the freshman base. The elite henchmen successfully killed 3 bosses. Ghouls, goblins, and skeleton troopers were defeated and spilled blood in the territory. The mission points ended up being 16,000. Evaluation, S. Congratulations to player Su Zheng for his troop type. The novice trial can't stop you anymore. Congrats to the Dragon Kingdom for starting the national feedback. A large mining vein was randomly selected to descend into the Dragon Kingdom. Look forward to checking in. The news came, and the internet wailed again. That was naturally the sound of other netizens enviously eyeballing the Dragon Country audience revealed unsurprisingly loud laughter. The Bureau applauds the show and analyzes the outcome of the battle for everyone. First of all, in terms of hard power, Su Zheng doesn't have much of an advantage in terms of basic troop types, except for an advantage in high-end combat power. Even if we can win, we will still pay a big price. When Warwolf heard this, he wasn't sleepy anymore. I know, he's got good tactical command. Let the xenomorphs deal with the ghouls, and the flying tyrants deal with the highly agile headless horseman. The directorate shook his head. It's the soldiering against the biggest threat is the long-range corps. Have you seen the skeleton mages play a role in this battle? Everyone else has seen the frost and flaming goblins and the skeleton archers that make their heads spin. The Air Force and artillery focused on them before they could even make a move. And it's a real advantage turned into a disadvantage when the knights charge into a tank bug. In this battle, Su Zheng didn't do anything himself, but his men alone swept away the monsters. No wonder the system said that the trial ground couldn't stop him. I think we should prepare to welcome him back with honor next. The crowd applauded excitedly, anticipating the return of the player in the near future. Every time a contestant returns home with honor, it becomes the hottest event in the world. At that time, a beam of light will descend to the homeland, revealing different colors and sizes according to the player's final evaluation. Everyone believed that Su Zheng's return would be far beyond everyone. Pack up and wait for the dawn reward. Su Zheng let Brainworm 1, 2, 3 command his men to pack up, and ran to collect in front of the boss himself. First was Tao Tai, kicking it. Still not handing it over? Tao Tai twisted and turned smaller, spitting out a treasure. The brightest among them was naturally the Thundering Goblins collection. Heh, you think you can just muddle through? Su Zheng a smile. Chapter 76 Global Disaster, Divine Artifact Wonders Show Their Might. Tao Tai had eaten so many monsters, and some of the crystals and weapons were not to his liking. I have to say, this monster attack into the organization. Some of the loot, weapons, and armor have greatly enriched the needs of many camps. Your Tao Tai spits out Goblin Magic Core X365, Bronze High-Level Magic Core X1, and Thunder Crystal X5. Attribute Less Crystal X500, Ice Crystal X300, Fire Crystal X265. Among the treasures popped out by the elite monsters are very useful. The Lightning Crystal can be used as a battery. Fire and Ice Words can burn water, freeze, and breed elite soldiers of both attributes. Gathering the battlefield was always more comfortable than the battle itself, and the bugs buried some of the corpses of kobolds, ghouls, and the lichen situ as scraps for fungus blankets. Some of them were pulled to the farmland to add fertilizer to the blood orchids and dragon's whiskers. Ding, your worm soldiers fertilize the fungus carpet, and the dragon dung, springs, and silt ground effects are activated. The fertilizer effect is doubled. Your fungus blanket has begun to multiply and is absorbing ghoulish nutrients. Attempting to absorb moonlight. As far as the naked eye can see, the fungus blanket is rapidly growing outward. And where they are is where the bug territory is. Guessing the role of the fungus blanket, the bureau exclaimed. Where Brother Su's grass spreads, that is his territory. To deal with his soldiers, we must first tackle the grass. Yes. This is the other side of the coin. The lawn itself is quite a domain supreme treasure. The others deeply shared the same feeling. In addition to the largest harvest of corpses, Su was harvesting bosses on his own. The greatest treasure on the Ghoul King was the necrotic poison, which was divided between two highly poisonous aliens. The aliens are at a critical moment. Ding, congratulations, your poisonous alien has successfully advanced to bronze level. By devouring more poisonous things, it will soon genetically mutate and evolve into an alien queen. Please keep up the good work. Su Zheng sked and gave a collection to the Ghost King as reminders came one after another. Congratulations on successfully collecting the Ghost King's inner elixir X1, poison bead X1, and a map of a mysterious graveyard. A map that looked like human skin caught Su Zheng's attention. It found that it pointed to a mysterious place more than 20 kilometers away from this place. A hidden quest? I wonder if there are any resource points, big bosses, and tomorrow, let Tyrant and Brainworm take a group of people over there. Su Zheng is coming more and more like a big brother. He doesn't move himself, his little brother accomplishes everything. None of the other players are qualified to be on the same stage with him. The Headless Horseman was the strongest, and therefore the most rewarding, of the bones were amazing and were excellent materials in their own right. Ding, you have successfully collected Bone Surprise X365 and Silver Grade Broadsword X1. Scattered Soul Flame X1, Bone Horse Soul X1. He swings his broadsword a few times, it's a lot of power to ask. He himself was now considered to be driving a double blade, lightsaber in his left hand, broadsword in his right. As for the Soul Flame, it was a rare and good thing. Soul Flame, a treasure that replenishes mental power and soul, only those with extremely high luck have a tiny chance of popping it out. Su Zheng did not hesitate to take it for himself, a ding sounded, spirit plus 50. As for the Bone Horse's soul that can be recycled for the mother nest to be able to breed mounted units of soldiers, saving Su Zheng from always riding a tank bug. On the fourth night, thanks to Su Zheng, the number of dead and wounded was very small. It also made the players realize the gap between themselves and him. Su Zheng also went back and had a late-night snack before resting. The three brainworms and the queen arranged everything. When he woke up again, the sound of dripping rain came from outside. At the same time an announcement appeared. System announcement. Congratulations to Longhua Su Zheng for his outstanding performance in last night's event activity, earning him an S-rank evaluation. Special award for silver-ranked boots, Wind Spirit Golden Boots. A pair of blue-colored shoes with small wings embroidered on their surface fell from the sky. Made up for Su Zheng's lack. But before he could put it on, another announcement came. World announcement. Halfway through the trial, the weak have been eliminated. Look for the surviving 623 runners to continue to persevere and overtake in this second half. The game will combine 7 days of performance with a final evaluation that, the higher the rating, the greater the reward. Feedback will also be given to the homeland. Meanwhile, the sky is full of stormy weather, and suddenly the wind and rain arrive. All players have been prevented from going out to the field to gather resources. Walking outside is slowed down by 20%. Also comes with effects such as cold and weakness. It's time to test your resource reserves. No way, gave us this surprise in the morning? The contestants wailed, and some, whose gift for predicting changes in the weather, sighed even more. It's still drizzling, it's about to turn to moderate rain, and I'm guessing it'll get to heavy rain in the afternoon. Those who don't have food at home rush out to look for food, otherwise we don't know how many days it will rain. Soldiers starved and mixed up, their loyalty plummets, and they might even commit regicide. @ Last night favored creatures of darkness, can ghouls and goblins eat them? The rain is going to change, I'm going to take the panther out to hunt. There's no more food around the neighborhood, it's going to be farther out. The campsite blew up, having only just familiarized itself with the environment when the weather changed again. Su Zheng pushed out the door from the hut, which had been built with sedum wood, and the fine rain wavered in. An insect race was working diligently, some reinforcing the fence to prevent collapse. Some dug ditches around the base to prevent flooding. Needless to say, it must have been the brainworm's command. Juggernaut, you're awake from your nap? The Queen of Blades approached with a hearty breakfast, which was still generally lighter with milk and fruit. During the meal, Manhwa and he explained the changes in the rain. The bugs going out will also be affected, with a drop in attributes and injuries for the weaker ones. However, the rainy environment is great for growing plants. The mushrooms on the carpet sway and grow with the wind, voraciously devouring the rain and the dim sunlight. In addition, the fairy water springs replenished a wave of springs, and the richness of the tainted bone silt ground increased again. Su Zheng calculated the reserves. The insect race was good to feed, as long as the Tao Tai was kicked out to find their own food. Not to mention 1 or 2 days, 7 days will last. Compared to his optimism, the other contestants were anxious as hell. In keeping with their style of just-in-time fun. It's a victory not to go hungry, so what's left to stock up on? And so, in a rather spectacular scene at the camp, hordes and hordes of lords with their own troopers hurrying, braving the rain to go out. Even the top batch of players, Polar Bear, Cold Clear Moon, and others went out. The landlord's family doesn't have any food left over. It's dangerous when it rains, this is bad. The difficulty has escalated, in nature. Every time it rains it's a major test for living things. The best will win and the worst will lose. Oh my god, my house is already fighting zombies. Don't ever tell me it's going to storm again and Quinel mustn't drown. When Rainbow Lee asks Master Bay about the dangers of rain, the Master Bay concludes that a group of contestants will be eliminated this time. This time, it's only Zheng who still has food, especially since his soldiers can live by chewing on the grass. Can't you see the grass thriving under the rain? The audience saw that, and really, compared to the others' rainy walks, anxious search for resources, wet forests, and woefully inadequate. Sue was carrying a glass of milk, sitting on the pearwood chair that the toolmaster had helped him to build, cozily looking at the rainy landscape. There are panthers plowing the ground in the woodland, and dwarves cutting trees in the rain to prepare timber. On the swamps there are alligator men with their minions venturing to cut reeds for fruit. In contrast, he's in heaven here. Zheng looked at the scenery of others again, and the audience looked at his back as he looked at the scenery again. The hearts of the global audience were gripped, and many had already prepared warnings against disaster. Unsurprisingly, light rain turned into moderate rain, and then into torrential downpours in the blink of an eye. Crackling. Pouring rain blurred vision and the system issued a red warning. World announcement. Attention, the rain is escalating. It has entered into a state of torrential rain. Being outside the camp, attributes drop by 50%, moreover accompanied by debuffs such as icy cold, weakness, and slipping. Sincerely advising all players to stay out of the wilderness outside. Perhaps this time of year is best spent holed up at home with a campfire. Provided you have enough food and wood. The storm is too fierce to gather, and the road is dangerous. Slipping away and starving. There's not enough wood only to tear down the beams and burn them. It's over, my troopers are sick. No, how come my own attributes keep dropping? I have a cold too. Bad news after bad news, the Earth's sky is the color of smoke and rain. Shortly afterward came a world announcement. World announcement. Thousand Islander JS unfortunately slipped and fell in the rain. Drowned in the gravel, and the country's luck backfired. The lifespan of the people of the Thousand Islands has been reduced by 1 year, while torrential rains will randomly descend on 10 cities. World announcement. Chihuli's contestant, Shirley, was unfortunately hiding from the rain under a tree and was killed by a lightning strike. The country's luck backfired. The life expectancy of the people of Thousand Lakes has been reduced by 1 year. At the same time there will be thunderbolts descending on the 5 metropolises, get ready. This is just the beginning, the rain is just falling. The contestants realized it wasn't the monsters that were the hardest to deal with. Rather, it was nature itself. There are natural calamities that have struck all over the earth, and the cities of the land of 1,000 lakes have been shut down by thunder. Many facilities have been destroyed and the residents are suffering. Thousand Islands is an island type of country, and as a result, there were 10 major rainstorms that fell on turned the island country straight into Haiti. Everyone watching on the global broadcast was dumbfounded. It wasn't the 2 countries that were unlucky. Soon another person was killed by a rolling stone. As a direct result, flash floods have appeared in his homeland. More than just individuals, there are mudslides attached to heavy rains under they. Is the game trying to play kill us? The players wailed, and the camp couldn't hold out much longer. The torrential rains poured down, blowing down tents, thatched huts, and the campfire's flames went out, announcing the players' exit. There were even more unlucky ones whose campsites adjoined the cliffs and were pushed directly across by the flow of muddy water. World announcement. Desert Nations player, Roar's camp has been collapsed by a mudslide. I was flooded along with my troop gear. The nation's luck has backfired, reducing the lifespan of all desert people by 1 year. At the same time there will be a heavenly mudslide rushing into the desert kingdom, please get ready. It was already a bad environment within the desert country, but now it's even worse, they were hoping for rain before. Instead of that, it's better to be drowned. Desert Nations netizens cried, but an announcement that came immediately afterward stood out. World announcement. Dragon Kingdom's player, Hong Gaohan, was unfortunately taken away by a wave of torrential rains and gales. The country's luck backfired, and the lifespan of all Dragon Kingdom's people was reduced by 1 year. At the same time there will be 10 rainstorm hurricanes descending on the metropolis, please be prepared to meet them. It's another dragon contestant, and he's been eliminated. Everyone was shocked in their hearts. Now only Zheng, Lung Qingyue, and Whistling Wind Wolf Dinglu were left behind. Ha, you guys are going to have bad luck too. Some netizens from the Lighthouse and Sakura countries gloated. The survival department's group was in a bad mood and reacted quickly to that. Pull up the satellite surveillance. However, there was also an announcement immediately following. World announcement. Having been sheltered by the Great Yu Divine Tablet, Taotai, and many others, the power of the natural disaster that befell the Dragon Kingdom has been weakened by 70%. At the same time, the reduced lifespan is blessed by the divine beasts, cutting it in half. Against the backdrop of a global disaster, this announcement seemed so abrupt and obvious. Netizens around the globe were stunned. Chapter 77, 700 players dead, 7th Night Darkness Riot. According to foreign netizens, not every Dragon Kingdom player was as powerful as Zheng. One had fallen not long ago, and now there was another one. But why do you have to cut the power by 70% when it's the same damage? An emergency satellite check reveals that. Originally, in the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, there were 10 heavenly hurricanes converging invisibly. However, the shadow of a stone monument appeared with a tremor. Another Taotai roared, and soon 7 hurricanes disappeared. The other 3 hurricanes headed for the coast. Emergency evacuation of people, just 3 wins. The survival guys made a quick choice, and the directorate breathed a sigh of relief. Praise be to Sushin, with him, the 9 states are free. This was a phrase that swiped across the screen in the Dragon Kingdom community. And foreign netizens could only look on in envy. How great would it be if he was from our country? We're going to return soon, so we must go and invite Su Zheng to travel to our place then. Feel the charm, and there's no telling if you'll transfer your nationality. Both the folk and the G side are envious. The old players felt the shock of the artifacts and were even more jealous of the newcomers. Only Yu Binglan of the Dragon Kingdom sincerely wished Su Zheng peace. The game teaches everyone to know who is really the ultimate enemy. The action is hampered by a rainstorm that. Many campsites were blown apart and miserable. It brought hunger, cold, and froze a number of soldiers to death. Even the players were eliminated in many cases. In previous games, many relied on large camps that. Su Zheng's base to muddle through monster activity. Before the natural disaster, it is now clear who was the dragon and snake. This heavy rain, which extended for 2 days and 2 nights, after the aftermath, more than 200 players died unfortunately. In contrast, the Earth is plagued by natural disasters, food crises in many countries. Not only do we have to fight against man-made disasters such as zombies, and rodents. You also have to deal with floods, mudslides, and even thunderstorms. The economic and life losses are great. And the 3 hurricanes in the Dragon Kingdom were quickly resolved, with great impact from the artifacts. The Dragon Kingdom's physique has also changed radically, and with the addition of biotechnology and increased soil fertility, resulting in an explosion of productivity, with bags of food being pulled back to the warehouse in a steady stream. An envious group of affected countries turned to the Dragon Kingdom for help. The Dragon State's national power and international status have risen far and wide. As the weather changes and monsters seek warmth, campfires are naturally targeted. Some contestants have torn down their homes to maintain the bonfire. But a swarm of dingoes attacked, along with airborne monsters, blood-sucking bats, mutant monster birds and more. Many contestants are eliminated, and every day the numbers dwindle. By the time the 6th day rolled around, the original number of 1,000 turned out to be only 253. They were all the best of the best from various countries, including Polar Bear from the Big Hairy Country, and Eugene from the Lighthouse Country. Ra of the Pharaoh's Kingdom, Leng Qingyue of the Dragon Kingdom, Radiant Trio of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, and Single of the White Elephant Kingdom. One of the contestants from the Pharaoh's Kingdom was randomly selected to be mummified, and was supposed to be washed away by the great flood of water. That expected the bloodline to mutate and begin to return, thus changing the name to the deity of faith, Ra. Everyone basically went out to gather food during the past 2 days while the rain was lighter, barely making it through the day. The beast-tided night, on the other hand, sticking it out until dawn was a victory. As for Su Zheng, look at the territory expanding again, with grass covering 1 kilometer. The mother's nest is even more ancient and majestic to know that he is the biggest winner. Even as the others were living and breathing, he had the strength to send out his men, with a map, to a graveyard to dig up a Tier 1 resource point death tombstone. It also feeds back to the Dragon Kingdom, so that when a person in the Dragon Kingdom suffers an accidental death, could be detected 3 seconds in advance, avoiding many deaths from car accident and such. As a result, there are more and more people who believe in Sushin on the internet, and his popularity is catching up with that of the ancient saints. This day is over, and the 7th night is spent until the dawn of time. It will be officially declared that the 6th batch of survival contestants have successfully passed the trial, and it's time to return to Earth. We'll welcome Sushin's return with the grandest ceremony. We can't be cut off. I don't know how splendid Sushin's return light pillar is. The higher the rating, the more eye-catching the return. Many countries had already been beating their gongs and drums in preparation for the hero's return. The lights and colors were put up all over the Dragon Kingdom, except for the banners pulled by the G Square. Many people in the folklore spontaneously made Su Zheng dolls, amulets and so on. Hooray, my 2 contestants from the Lighthouse Nation were not eliminated at all. The people from Lighthouse Nation were also celebrating, although this time the newcomers came with a bit of an overachiever. But they minimized their losses, which would have been a victory. After all, John, the #1 player in the world, was still with them. It has come to this. In the refreshed base, Zheng examined a lazy waste and in front of him was the Queen of Blades who had advanced to the silver level 3 level. The tyrant that had evolved to bronze high rank, as well as bronze middle rank zombie beasts, highly poisonous aliens, and so on. As for himself, he had also reached a foreign treasure that has strange effects when utilized properly, but all things considered, it doesn't have much soft use. With you, I dared to act without wasting so much of my time building it. Zheng couldn't wait to experiment with it, and the effect was very good. Having chameleon-like skills, hiding and Queen of Blades' spiritual power couldn't even detect it. Manhwa and Tyrant watched the juggernaut move with curiosity, not knowing why he was so happy. Wasn't it just a piece of equipment? Manhwa, what do you think of our strength in this dense forest? After a long time, Zheng held the transparent cloak and asked. Manhwa recalled the crushing game of the previous 2 days and the increasingly barren resources around her and said, the mother nest has grown to its peak here. The only way to make a big breakthrough is to change places. We're kind of the bully dominant around here for the last 2 days, except for the bad weather. Hasn't posed much of a threat to us. The bugs have multiplied to 2,000 and have stopped their rapid expansion. Juggernaut, are you asking us to move? It's true that after the 7th night, the mother nest base will disappear with you. Until you take up the survival challenge again and head out together again. No, home is definitely moving, and fast. But we're not exactly a bully here, and there's a place that hasn't been conquered, and I've got a lump in my throat. Zheng looked into the distance and suddenly smiled. The Blade Queen naturally knew which one he was talking about, and there was a heartfelt look on her face. Juggernaut, are you still not dead to wear? I wanted to go there before I left, so I had this equipment built. Zheng nodded. This is just a supplement, the real key still lies in it. Zheng carried Taotai up. It was very heavy. Taotai didn't have the good sense to open his mouth and bite Zheng, asking him for food again. In the past few days, coinciding with heavy rain, it was difficult to gather resources and the owner let it find its own food, but it was so depressed. Next, Zheng told the 3 brainworms to guard their home and plotted with Taotai to act at night. Unexpectedly, Taotai hears that he has to return to his birthplace. Shocked, he shook his head vigorously to indicate that he refused. Don't you like eating meat? Interested in farmland-grown vegetables, fruits, and even blood orchids? This time, as long as you promise me, then I declare that these are at your disposal to taste. Under Zheng's coercion. Enticement, Taotai reluctantly agreed to take action. He even said that if he really caused a big trouble, it's not to blame for not being sincere enough when it's patting itself on the back and running away. Juggernaut, even Taotai is so scared fearful. You really want the treasures inside? I can bring the cloak and Taotai over. The Queen of Blades was worried. Zheng's intention to go was set, and both of them were going. At this time, the rain that had been falling for 3 days gradually became lighter. The rain cleared up, and at 17:54 p.m. the rain stopped completely and the remaining 200 or so runners cheered. After tonight, it's time to go home. Earth, I miss you. The rain has finally stopped, very fitting. I hope the last night's challenge isn't too hard. Hopefully I have an A rating. You're afraid you're dreaming. Zheng is the only one who could possibly have a superior rating. It's a victory if we can survive. Think about it when we cross the. There were a total of 1,000 men, how many are left? Zheng is afraid that he can't even hold back an A. No one has ever had an S rating. Not only were the players celebrating, but the planet was equally abuzz with. There was a lot of buzz about the final evaluations, and discussion about what was going to be different about Earth when they returned. And the welcoming ceremony of that new star, Zheng. The gray dome of the sky was once again refreshed, as if it had been made clear by rain. The scene was beautiful as the sun was setting. A world announcement came. World announcement. The rain that has been raining for 3 days and 3 nights in a row has finally stopped. Celebrating the new life of the players through the 7th night of monster attacks. Final rookie evaluations will take place. Meanwhile, the players were able to have 7 days to return to Earth for vacation. After 7 days of rest, there will be an official survival challenge, a harsher environment. Forbidden lands, alien civilizations, trickster creatures, alien races, and even system missions. Congratulations to the 253 players present. Lamenting the 747 players who will forever remain in this land. Night 7's challenge is the Great Dark Upheaval. With enhanced zombies, cave spiders, spirit monsters, death vultures, digging goblins, and more. And even many hidden bosses along for the ride. Please, players, stick it out until dawn and you've already won. Difficulty verdict, S. Note, reasonable arrangement of one's troop types and proper use of tactics. Conserve your strength is the key to your victory. He's coming. He's coming over with the return. The players are seething, terrified and frightened, and watching the sunset as if celebrating themselves. The audience watching the live broadcast is extra particularly large tonight. Many people have eaten dinner early and are waiting. Some of them happen to be late at night during the live stream and were woken up in a hurry, or by a preset alarm clock. The number of viewers quickly broke 4 billion, 5.5 billion, 0.8.5 billion, 10 billion, 12 billion, 15 billion, 18 billion. There's just over 20 billion people worldwide, which means that more than 2/3 of the world's population is watching. It's an orgy for all of humanity. The contestants are both happy and worried that it's an S-rank difficulty, with many armies united. The sky and the ground are full of monsters. Unlike the crowd's reaction, Su Zheng's ears were as if he hadn't heard anything. He just brought the Queen of Blades, Treasure Bug, and Tao Tai to look in a certain direction. The expression was quiet and deep, as well as a wisp of imperceptible tension. My strike is bound to be a stone's throw, the monster of the 7th night of the district. It is not enough to satisfy my appetite. This is just an appetizer. Chapter 78 Last Night, Final Challenge. There are 253 contestants left, hopefully all of them will survive tonight. Better prepare for the worst, the G side of each country is said to be prepared for disaster. There's also a welcoming ceremony. You guys, look at the other contestants. They're all nervous. Ra's mummy army is starting to patrol, fortifying the walls. Lang Chengyu's firebird flock has advanced, and there's an elite monster. Everyone rushed through dinner and couldn't wait to get ready for the night's battle. Even better, is it as good as an Earth meal? After tonight, I'm the nation's hero. I'll be honored with the highest ceremony. After this battle, I'll go back home and get married. After tonight, I'm going to have the Earth seafood dinner that I can't forget. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. The atmosphere was tense, serious, and revealingly hopeful. Through the screen, we could all feel the feelings of the 253 players who were eager to return. Every one of them is a hero and has become a qualified warrior after 7 days of training. Dressed in a colorful red evening gown, Li Hong smiled as she introduced the players to the camp. Everyone's on the prowl. There's orcs, dwarves. There are also mummies, animal-based soldiers, and so on. Look at Su Xin. With the crowd cheering, Ice turns the camera to Su Zheng here. Unlike the tense atmosphere of the others, Su Zheng's mother nest base, the bugs were still doing what they should be doing. Munching on grass and having a good time. Twice as many 20 tankworms slow walk slowly. In the air, 20 flying dragons with 50 flying stinging moths patrolled the area, giving it the air of a small campground in the middle of the year. There is no pre-war tension. Su Xin is just confident, this time he should also be focused on fire. The crowd laughed, reassuring Su Xin. He's the man of miracles. Battle Wolf admired him quite a bit, while Su Zheng himself was eating dinner with the queen. And there was mention of security after the return. Master, upon your return. In fact, the bases and forces you have established are all frozen in subtemporal space. The Queen of Blades explained the principle to Su Zheng, but since I was the initial hero of the mother nest, I can parasitize in your right hand, and when I really encounter any crisis, I will be able to protect each other in time. Is that so? Then you're rather an ambush soldier. Su Zheng had a premonition of what might happen when he went back end. After all, he had performed so well. He picked up Tao Tai, who was a licking dog on the ground, again. Dumbass, Ma Nina can follow me back. As an ancient beast, do you have any special features? Tao Tai shook his head in disbelief when he heard the plans for the evening. No one had ever touched a divine beast before, so I don't know if they can bring it back. Su Zheng's eyes dripped and suddenly said, Fool, look at the dense forest we're in, with its lack of resources. When you walk to the border, it's like a layer of unevolved universe that you can't walk out of. Been hungry for a long time, huh? Su Zheng followed the guidance and drew big cakes to Tao Tai, praising Earth for having an endless supply of food. What with the Golden Jade Hall, the 8-course system, the 5 oceans with endless seafood, and so on. That is, let go of the stomach to eat a lifetime cannot be finished. Straight away, Tao Tai was so gluttonous that his mouth water flooded the foot of the table. It nods heavily, emitting a hazy realization that it seemed to be saying that it had a big mouth, being a divine beast. Especially where one's own chi takes refuge, being able to descend. This made Su Zheng happy, and after this period of research, he found that the space that came with Tao Tai's mouth was even larger than his own 9 rainbow. Worthy of being the greatest aptitude of a divine beast, Tao Tai was able to go back end. He will be able to perform the art of interoperability between the 2 realms. Su Zheng felt that he might be about to become the richest man in the world. Tyrant, go inform Brainbug 2. Tell it to go to the mother nest to cultivate zombie serum and antidote to corpse poison. Remember to have more. That's right, any other life-activating and strengthening potions, create some for me. Among them, the longevity potion configured with blood orchid, which can slow down the lifespan of cells, is the key point. There's also the dragon's blood potion made from the dragon's beard grass as well. Su Zheng quickly set up his tasks. He felt that he wanted to give everyone a surprise when he returned. Among the old batch of contestants, some people did get heavenly materials and treasures. It was more or less like eating them themselves, and they couldn't bring them back to Earth. But he himself was different. Tao Tai's strongest devouring talent was surprisingly fearless of the rules of the two worlds. He suspected that if his 9 rainbows failed, Tao Tai wouldn't even fail. This wasn't just any other divine beast, it was of the ancient lineage, space-like. He's picked up a treasure. The campfire was roaring, and since it was the last night, no one was skimping on wood. There was a flurry of fuel thrown in, and the camp was brightly lit, and the walls were strengthened. Su was waiting leisurely for night to fall. Unexpectedly, he waited for an unexpected guest. What does Goddess Qing Yu want with Su Shun? Is she planning to seek help? The last time the dread crocodile attacked, Dingle's camp was in jeopardy, so the Su gods sent for support. The audience looked at the scene curiously. In this selection, although Su Zhang was shining brightly, but originally, the new star should have been Leng Qingyue, who, as an immortal bird with an epic bloodline, amazing potential, coupled with her extraordinary birth and pretty appearance, she had a large number of fans on the internet. What's up, little beauty, you're free to play here today. Su Zhang raised his head and waved at the little phoenix. The area over the mother nest was heavily fortified. The flying dragon forces were already coming from all directions. 50 stinging moths were about to fire machine guns at the drop of a hat. Leng Qingyue made a long cry. After tonight, the sun appears the next day. You and I will return to Earth. Where are you from? I'll leave you a number code. Have dinner sometime then and discuss the next survival challenge. Su Zheng smiled, so it was this. However, all he had been looking at was her transmogrified appearance, and he didn't know how her real face looked. Yes, I'm in Linan City. There should be a big commotion when it's time to return. The two people exchanged numbers with each other before Leng Qingyue happily flew away. But soon secretly spat on herself again. It was never the boys who took the initiative to pursue themselves. When did they have to be so humble? Juggernaut, that girl is interested in you. Even the Queen of Blades could see that. Su Zhanghe silently noted down the number, and decided in his heart to look at the face value before deciding the attitude. After a little interlude, it was completely dark and beyond the range of the bonfire, a pair of green and scarlet eyes appeared to appear, appalling. World announcement. The great dark upheaval now begins. The first wave will be all types of zombies attacking as the front line. Other types of soldiers sneak in, so please be ready. First to make an appearance is an old familiar face. However, today's zombie was clearly strengthened, with strength and attributes that were several times higher than before. Densely packed into a tide of zombies coming from the rear. Not break jumping forward, some are still red-eyed zombies. Even more zip wires, and even zombie generals descending. Even Su Zhang realized that at the end, there was a zombie king wearing a royal robe with a crown. Tonight is a sleepless night. The global audience of 18 billion viewers is still climbing. Everyone was shocked by the scene as if they were watching a horror movie late at night. At least the two hosts, Li Hong and Bing Bing, were so scared that their little faces turned white. Attack me. Some players seized bows and arrows from the monsters and started firing them. But with little success, the zombies have a scary defense, as well as a high level of mobility. There are even throwing kobolds and stone-throwing kobolds coming in for support. There's a zombie general who leaps dozens of meters and easily crosses the fence. Under the illumination of the bonfire, they made noise and forced their way through the defenses. A player transmogrified into a rhinoceros man is caught and drained of blood. Right at the beginning, someone falls, and the sky is blood red. Many of the spectators shrieked. And that's not all, there were mountains of cave spiders coming to reinforce them. They're fast and agile, and they can attack from a distance with their spider silk. They can also attack from a distance, causing a lot of trouble for the players. Also, the lordly monsters, the human-faced spiders, ghosted forward and extinguish the campfire and carry out a decapitation operation. Juggernaut, there are monsters approaching overhead, and kobolds digging in the soil below. The monsters in the rear are pulling stone throwers, bed crossbows, and other heavy weapons. The Queen of Blades reported in time. Su Zheng coldly grunted, tonight's focus is not them, a small plate of food others can't deal with. Brainworm, 1, 2, 3. Control is yours. Tao Tai can eat as much as you like. Tank bug strikes with the main battle zombie bug and stinging snake. Tyranids, virulent aliens, and zombie beasts take on the bosses. Flying dragon unit to blow up enemy fire units. 20 ground batteries, full bombardment. Remember, don't underestimate the bioenergy, the crystals. Let's have a good big fight today. As for the digging kobolds? Oh, the spikes in the ground will surprise them. Tonight, Su is making quick work of the Yuan Divine Tablet as he drives the approaching tide of corpses clattered to a halt. He had 10 times as many monsters here as the others. Especially the elite monsters, the bosses. At least that zombie king was flying towards this side. The human-faced Spider King also lurked, but they didn't know what they were facing today. Zheng was very violent, irritable tonight, directly crushing with firepower. At the same time, the normally unused 9 rainbows spread out, a layer of rainbow mist enveloping the base surroundings. There was a fungus carpet underfoot, a mist in the air, and a divine monument suppressing restraining on the soul. Rumbling 20 ground-to-ground batteries activated, strong acid spores hitting the approaching tide of corpses. The dense damage numbers appeared as endless amounts of bioenergy poured in. The cannon couldn't stop. Another round of strafing that, specializing in aiming at fire units, blowing them up. At the same time, the Air Force strikes. The flying dragons are attacking the rear quickly, throwing out air blades. 50 flying thorn moths flung their spikes like mad crazy, like a rainstorm that attacked the blasting stone throwers and bed crossbows to pieces. Even the kobold engineers fled. The tank bugs are coming too. It's like a steel cross-current, carrying the Stinger and other main battle infantry chiseling through the tide of corpses, against the current. A steady stream of insect armies poured out of the base, unbeknownst to the crowd that after a few days of stockpiling, the Zheng's troop strength had reached this level. 2 of the highly poisonous aliens, the zombie beasts, and the air tyrants were transformed into war machines, specializing in cutting down bosses. A zombie general tried to resist, and with a leap of 50 meters. But he couldn't block the tyrant's drenching move from the sky and was directly killed in seconds. Only the zombie king in royal robes could fight it off a bit. The completely overwhelming situation left the audience stunned, and Li Hong and Bing Bing were shrieking that they didn't want to see a horror movie, but immediately the picture changed. It became a lawn-mowing, tower defense game. The Bureau, Battle Wolf, Golden Locker, Beyoncé, and other guests were stunned that I don't know why Zheng was on fire so fiercely as soon as he began tonight. Not only the Dragon Kingdom, the number of people watching the battle surpassed 20 billion. Among them, more than 18 billion watched Zheng's side. The others are facing the tide of corpses, shivering, and Zheng this, however, killed in a big way. As soon as the turret blasted, pieces and pieces of zombies fell, and the zombie generals, human-faced demon spiders, and Big Brother Breen were focused on sniping. The scene was quite spectacular. Even the system alerts were sharp, ringing through the night, echoing in the skies of both worlds. World announcement. Dragon Kingdom Zheng didn't know what he had eaten tonight, and opened the game with an active attack. His tank bug and flying dragon units have begun to counterattack. Gosh, the waves of corpses in patches became rice to be harvested. The bioenergy was too late to retrieve. Air Tyrant kills Zombie General X-100, and the Zombie King in a fierce battle. Highly poisonous alien sucks dries up human-faced demon spiders X-32, zombie beasts go crazy and chisel through the horde of goblins. Zheng is unstoppable. That's it? Zheng waved his hand, the Taotai who had been waiting for a long time wailed a sound, and the heaven and earth were quiet. With a shake, its body increased in size tenfold and began to devour towards the tide of corpses, the spider swarms, and the horde of goblins. Chapter 79, Successive World Announcements, Divine Beast Swallows Corpse Tide. This base is poison, the firepower of the 20 turrets is too strong. The strong acid fired corrodes the armor and the zombies can't stop it. The monsters realized in horror, who was the monster? The lawn on the ground crippled half of our mobility, and with the ubiquitous mist that the home field advantage is too great. The turrets must be destroyed first. Get the digger goblins on. The Goblin King himself leads the way. The swarm of monsters that formed an organization increased in strength by more than a point or two. Soon, the secret army of digging goblins that, with miners' hats and hand-held picks digging from a corner. They move quickly, like earthworms, weaving under the blanket of fungus, pointing directly at the 20 ground-to-ground batteries. Already, other players have had their proud walls breached. They were able to bypass many defenses, and no amount of hardened fences could stop a detour attack from underground. I think digging monsters are still more threatening than long-range units. A spectator who had seen the camp fall and be attacked by the goblin horde exclaimed. The most feared thing in war is a surprise attack. Zheng must be careful. Seeing the turrets firing, Bing Bing's eyes were worried. The bureau chief instead comforted, he's very strategic, I'm sure there's a good countermeasure. And it's now that the monsters have been repulsed, and the heavy weapons and firepower units have been attacked by the Air Force in a surprise attack. With the lawn on the ground, he'll be able to back it up in time. On the other side, Taotai began to devour everything, it's the strategic killer. Once it was sacrificed, not an inch of grass would grow. An endless tide of several thousand corpses, coupled with an excellent jumping ability. It made the players' scalps numb, but in Taotai it was a dish that could jump. It opened its mouth and proceeded to do so, with violent suction continuously coming from it. The space seemed to be distorted, and the tide of corpses was swallowed up like a collapse, clattering. The divine beast Taotai began to devour the tide of corpses. The iron rope zombies and zombie generals realized that their corpse poisons had no soft use. The Taotai chewed and found the zombies' meat unpalatable, sour, and old. It's like bacon, but it's better than nothing. Who's the MVP every time? It's not the cannon, it's not the queen. Not even the tyrant, but the Tao Tai. Except it's in and out, and it doesn't even feed back bioenergy to the mother nest. Therefore Zheng easily did not put it on the field, but this time a quick battle. Tao Tai was eating happily, the zombie king was anxious, his pale arms suddenly became longer and it was like a javelin sneak attack. At the same time, there was a stream of blood injected under his feet, it was like 2 rivers of blood. He performed a big move. The airborne tyrant spread his wings and flew away just in the nick of time. Instead, he threw out a flying blade to interrupt the zombie king's spell casting. The horde of monsters was blasted to death in pieces. There were more than 2,000 insects today, and they were frighteningly powerful. The heart of the digging kobolds that had managed to get close to the ground-to-ground turret was so happy that they were just about to bury explosive stones to bombard it. Unexpectedly, his feet suddenly predictably loosened, and suddenly a piece of bone spikes killed him from under his feet. Straight away, a digger goblin was brought out of the ground, screaming as it was pierced through the bone spike and appeared around the turret. A bone spike was suddenly unleashed, killing the secret troops straight away. Ding! Evil digging kobolds attempt to sneak up on the opposing turrets by going underground. But it couldn't escape the eyes of the wise Zheng. Ground stab was unleashed. The digger goblins were all destroyed. The goblin horde's morale has plummeted, reducing their combat power by 20%. The zombie king was sneak attacked by the air tyrant, one of his arms was chopped off, reducing his battle power by 30%. 2 highly poisonous aliens surround the Sphinx Tarantula King. Highly poisonous against highly poisonous. High sensitivity against high sensitivity. The Tarantula King's web is corroded, and his 8 legs are no match for his tentacles. Flying Dragon Unit makes a surprise attack on the monster's rear, and the fire units are all destroyed. The third wave of hidden monsters, the Death Raven Swarm, came out early to meet them. Duel of the Air Force. Sure enough, the biggest threat is still the Air Force. Zhen's Air Force is limited and outnumbered, and the artillery can't hit overhead. With the overwhelming situation, the audience suddenly raised their hearts. In modern warfare, everyone knows that whoever holds air power, whoever has control of the air, wins most of the battle. But what was disconcerting was that, in the face of the swarm of death crows that swooped down on them, Zheng actually took to the field himself, dressed in battle attire, with his feet on wind spirit golden boots and feathered serpent wings on his back. The 3 pieces of the suit worked together and moved like the wind. It also spreads opens the palms of the hands, and 2 familiar lasers burn the sky in great whiteness. The mutant crows that had just made their debut fell to the ground in a burnt, clattering heap. The sky plummeted. The crowd was stunned, expecting to see a dragon fight. System announcement. Zheng is heartbroken about his own air force and is afraid of a slip-up. He personally fired the lasers and swarmed out the death crow flock. Bioenergy plus 5,000. Even on the last night, it's still a crushing game. And so Young drew more than 90% of the firepower that. Invariably, the number of monsters for the others was much less. But this time, the quality of the monsters, the combination of soldiers, the above and below the ground, in the air, in melee and far away, cooperating with each other. Still leaving the players dead and wounded. This is the Elite World announcement. Marlo Humphrey, a player from the country of Jamaica, has been tragically attacked by the digger goblins. Frozen to death by a frost goblin throwing an ice blast. The nation's luck backfires, reducing the lifespan of all toothsayers by 1 year. At the same time, 50,000 goblin warriors, 3,000 frost goblins, and 3,000 digging goblins have been released into the territory of Jamaica. Please get ready. No way? Tonight's are all elite monsters, and humanoid-type intelligent creatures at that. The Tooth Plus webmasters cried, they were still at dawn. In the northern part of the territory, a group of streams of light fell from the sky, and suddenly nearly 60,000 kobolds dropped over the green-skinned monsters carried sticks and machetes, led by frost kobolds, digging kobolds. Advanced towards a city. Along the way there are villages in the way, which are eliminated by them as enemies. It soon attracts the attention of the G side. Immediately, fire units, machine guns, tanks and artillery greeted them. But what shocked the crowd was that the elite kobolds could do magic. The iceburst stones cast could freeze tanks, and the handcasts were no worse than cannonballs. Plus the digging kobolds are a godsend. The Yodel sent Air Force fighters to support them as a matter of urgency. One artillery shell after another smashed down, which was able to contain the advance of the kobold horde. But most of them were still there, hidden by the dugout kobolds digging holes. Fighting the locals in a guerrilla fight, they became a heartbreaker. This is just the tip of the global village, except for the Dragon Kingdom. Many small countries are urgently asking for international help, and the Lighthouse State and the Great Mouse State have expressed their love for them. Only the Dragon State had any spare capacity to bring a shipment of food to the rescue for reasons of exercise and data collection. Manina, Tao Tai, come with me and snipe the boss. It's enough to take care of them and leave them to the brainworm's command. Zheng floated in the air, carrying his twin swords in a majestic manner. Hearing that he was doing the right thing, Tao Tai ran happily towards the cave demon spider to go after the tide of corpses was all destroyed. Don't you come over This was the true feeling of the magic spiders as they spat spider silk, made webs, and laid poison. The beasts, however, seem to be their natural predators. It opens its mouth and devours them, even the spider web and the human being are eaten together. The proud spider venom was just a burp. Su Zheng's hands danced with his double swords, and his 2-meter broadsword was like a steel plate. Cut one zombie general in two. The lightsaber swung out to 3 meters, making it even more gorgeous in the mist. The zombie king knew it was bad and tried to escape. I didn't realize that Su Zhang was amazingly fast under the multiple enhancements, and swung his sword to chop end. Coupled with the tyrant insect limbs entangled like a drill to break through the body. The zombie king was killed in seconds. Good news from the Queen of Blades. A Death Raven King was planning to sneak in and attack the nest from the rear. It was hunted down and killed by the queen after she discovered it in time. Meanwhile, the battle between the two highly poisonous aliens came to a close, with the Sphinx Demon Spider King's virulent poison was restrained and was drained of its blood and died. The audience cheered for Su Zhang, and the other contestants breathed a sigh of relief. A boss attacking their camp declared its own defeat. You're still as strong as ever, but aren't you shining too brightly tonight? Ling Qingyue was in the air fighting the hawk-bodied demoness and glanced over in her busy schedule and he felt that this was not like Su Zhang's style. He usually sits steady, drinking tea and eating cookies and letting his men deal with just that. Could it be that because he's returning home in glory, he wants to raise his eyebrows, too? To make a good impression in front of everyone? He's really too good. I reckon one person can break our camp. There was fear in the pitch black panther's eyes, and Eugene's face was blue. Don't worry, when we get back, we'll give him a big gift that. Killing our companion didn't end so well. Unite with the Maple Leaf Kingdom and the Emerald Kingdom again to put pressure together, and bring out John. This is your territory, but Earth isn't anymore. Since you can't win inside the bureau, you'll use outside tricks. World announcement. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom Su Zhang for successfully killing the bronze high-level boss Zombie King. Bioenergy plus 5,000. Exploded 100 years of zombie inner pills. There are also royal robes, crowns, zombie poison and other unexpected rewards. World announcement. Congratulations to Tao Tai for devouring the cave demon spider and scaring off the spider swarm. The tide of 2,000 corpses has been devoured by it and will not dare to come back again. It is the MVP of this battle. World announcement. The cunning Death Crow King is attempting to raid the mother nest. Unexpectedly discovered and put to death by the loyal Queen of Blades, bioenergy plus 7,000. In tonight's battle, Su Zhang's camp was extraordinarily brave. The tide of corpses is being pushed back. The zombies are being bombarded. Goblins like little kids fleeing, bosses bleeding. The system celebrated Su Zhang's feat again, and a colorful firework appeared in the sky dome, seemingly wishing him victory in advance again. The spectators of the Dragon Kingdom had a hard time sleeping all night, and when they saw the scene, many of them immediately jumped up and shouting and cheering for Su Zhang. Our little brother, he is exceptionally brave today. Not only is he the first one to fight, he also focused on dealing with the boss, and before an hour was up, he killed the toughest monster. Li Hong cheered for him and resolved to grab an interview herself when the time came to return. On the other side of the room, Bing Bing, not to be outdone by the. It seems that little brother also wants to come back soon. I wonder if after 7 days, returning to Earth again, I wonder what his face will be like when he realizes there are so many fangirls. I can't wait for the interview. The two hosts were actually fighting in plain sight, and the guests pretended not to know that They began to comment on the layout of the battle strengths of both sides, and the camps. And what no one knew was that, outside of killing the possible variables, Su Zhang had already exited with the queen and Tao Tai. Change for me. He ordered Tao Tai to transform, after which he donned a transparent cloak and, taking the Queen of Blades' hand, one-up the cloak. Jumps into Tao Tai's mouth afterward. Ow. Being back in my hometown, and still going to do bad things. Tao Tai was a little weak in the heart, but with the promise of food from his master, he could only do it. It changed to 3 meters tall and carefully slipped away from the corner of the battlefield. In the darkness, no one noticed his little movement action. This trip is bound to be a shock, a stone's throw away. Chapter 80 Cave of Sorrow, Epic Shadowless Sword. Why don't we see Su Zhang continue on? It's only been an hour since the 7th night, but it's already bursting firing with boss battles. The Zombie King and the human-faced Demon Spider King have fallen, and the audience is watching. The pressure on the other players also suddenly relaxed and, as for Su Zhang's side, the mother nest was still surging emerging bugs. It was just like the previous nights, wrapping up dumplings and closing in. Some people noticed the disappearance of Su Zhang's trio, and the audience speculated that they were probably hiding on the sidelines to watch their little brother fight. And in the darkness of the night, a beastly shadow traveled fast and out of the light of the campfire, there is danger everywhere. Unseen enemies attempt to sneak up on Tao Tai, not realizing that its gift, the swallowing of all things. With an open mouth, darkness was sucked into the stomach like a tidal wave. Ding, your pet Tao Tai devours Shadow Monster X145. Enemies in the darkness are too scared to approach. Zheng, who was hiding in Tao Tai's mouth, received the message, and he was still a bit surprised that the monster with the greatest hidden danger was solved just like that? Master, when we arrive at Fairy Lake, are you going to collect the dragon beads and dragon corpses? The Queen of Blades, who was embracing him, asked darkly. I've taken on a mission to discover the secrets of the molding of Fairy Lake and the fall of the dragon corpse. There's a big reward for success. 7 days are over. I don't know when I'll be back. Since that's the case, I naturally want to collect as many clues as possible. Zheng pulled the treasure worm up over, allowing it to guide Tao Tai back to his homeland. The treasure worm was in the darkness of the Tao Tai's mouth and made sounds in fear. Outside, the Tao Tai moves with agility. To Zheng's surprise, the Fairy Lake was still moving. The location was different from last time. Lying in the Tauntaun's mouth inside, it's really safe, like in an airplane. Straight away I felt shaking, and the system suddenly sounded a warning. System alert, attention, bold Zheng. You have entered the mysterious map Fairy Lake. What's more, because the last time he escaped with his treasure, he angered the hidden bosses inside, the Dragon Blood Compass King and the Sinister Dragon. The super boss was in a light sleep. Repeated provocations by you draw its attention. Friendly reminder, not to make a mistake is not to die, honestly go back and stay until dawn is the wisest choice. A man can't get rich without a fortune. Just following the norm, when do I achieve a bend in the road? When will the Transmutation Pureblood True Dragon and the Divine Grade 8 Treasures Dragon Transformation Pool rewarded by the Divine Grade Quest arrive? Zheng was bold. How can you come here and not bring something home? A tertiary resource, a spring of immortal water. How can I satisfy my appetite? Master, I can sense that the Dragon Blood Compass King is still alive. Instead, it's been blessed by the disaster and has advanced to the next level. Currently it should be at the Bronze High rank. The Queen of Blades told her in time, and she planted her mark on the Compass King's body. Oh sinful fate, that has kept you alive so long. It's time to reap the harvest. Zheng maneuvered Tao Tai to the Compassion King's hiding place through the spiritual connection. It was an underground cave. Tao Tai's method of getting in was simple, directly digging with both claws. Mouth wide open. Swallowing the wasteland up. Feeling the aura of a divine beast, the Compound King was instead scared out of his wits. Hiding inside and shivering. A cave appears on the shores of Fairy Lake, vaguely visible below curving like a labyrinth. Ding, you have discovered the hidden map of the Trial Grounds, Sorrowful Cave. This place was formed by the power overflowing from Fairy Lake. The Dragon Blood Compass King residing inside has been scared by you and is trembling in fear. His little brother, the Killing Compass, is trembling. Friendly reminder, perhaps you should go inside and investigate, there may be unexpected gains. Tao Tai, drive out the Dragon Bone Compass King and the Killing Compasses, all of them. The place is already ours. Remember, head for the camp in the Lighthouse Country. Zheng ordered without hesitation. He didn't expect to leave the Compound King with a dog's life, had brought such a big surprise to himself. Tao Tai wailed but immediately remembered something and lowered his voice again. The sad cave vibrates. Divine beasts leap down, dragons marching. The Dragon Blood Compass King took the killing worm and was driven out in a farting manner to see the moonlight again. Harboring hatred for the newcomers, they ran in the direction they remembered to the campfire. System alert, because of your evil deeds, the Tao Tai have overrun the Cave of Sorrows. The Dragon Blood Compass King has fled with his minions in anger, intending to reclaim his territory at a later date. It's safe for now. As Tao Tai jumped into the Cave of Sorrows and opened his mouth, Zheng and the Queen jumped out of it, a labyrinth of winding and coiled caves. There were remnants of food eaten by the killer worms at the halls, and a fishy stench permeated the surroundings. At the same time Zheng also smelled the vapor of Fairy Lake above his head. It could be that it was affected by the divine energy that. This cave has birthed quite a few crystals, and a few dragon's blood herbs. The Queen of Blades flew up and gathered treasures in the labyrinth. As a bug, she is even more familiar with the master's nature. She knew that thieves don't go empty, and that if she came over for a trip, she would definitely have to take away some treasures. This is just a small addendum, think of it as interest collected after letting the Compound King go for so long. Zheng didn't have time to delay with it, the treasure dragon's nest was still on the side. He offered up the treasure bug, and it appeared to be very excited, energetic. Chatter. A quick treasure hunt along the maze like a gust of wind. Zheng flapped his feathered serpent wings to follow, the queen's side had already gained something. The gluttonous Tao Tai is not very interested in this place, but seeing the crystal, the eyes lit up and wanted to devour it. Stopped by the queen tapping her nose. Ding, your Queen of Blades has successfully collected natural crystals X100 and X300, and Dragon's Blood Grass X100. Bronze Magic Core X1, Black Iron Magic Core X100, and a skin left over from the Dragon Blood Compass King's metamorphosis. The treasure bug was very excited to lead Su Zheng around and around. Wandered the labyrinth all over and finally stopped at a rock pile. One jumped on it with vigor. Nothing, huh? Su Zheng carefully observed that this cave was considered to be the deepest part of the sorrowful cave. It might be the Compass King's habitat, and there was blood-colored moss spreading around it. He checked it out and it was still a rare species. Dragon's blood moss, a moss that has been cultivated by thin dragon's blood for years and years, containing thin dragon's blood. It is effective in various ways such as awakening cells and increasing activity. It also cleanses dirt and devours blood, flesh, and debris. It can be gathered back into your own territory and spread on the ground. Just because you have a fungus blanket doesn't mean you can't collect other treasures. The fungus blanket is also going to be upgraded. Let the mother nest fuse a few more genes in the future. Su Zheng squatted down and collected at the dragon blood moss in succession. The +1, +2, +3 numbers floated up unintermittently. The treasure bug urges him to hurry up and get down to business. Su was looking around the rock band, not seeing anything. Suddenly, there was a flash of light in his mind. Inside the stone. He raised his silver broadsword from the 9-colored rainbow of. Clanging with a sound, it slashed straight at the rock. At the sound of a clang, the surface of the rock broke open, revealing a wisp of golden color. Su Zheng dazedly held up the broadsword, only to see a gaping hole in the 35-centimeter wide blade that. Ding! Congratulations to you, the lucky one, who may have been blessed with dragon luck. You have accidentally discovered the golden treasure chest, the greatest treasure in the Cave of Sorrows. Note, if you are lucky, you have a chance to get the special title, the God of Luck's favorite. I Lua Go, Novice Village. And still Fairy Lake overflow energy can cohesion out of a gold treasure box? If I go to the deepest part of the dragon's nest, or even to the bottom of the fairy lake, wouldn't I be able to dig out a divine treasure chest? Su Zheng squatted down and rubbed the material of the golden treasure chest carefully. It wasn't just gold. It carried magical power. Otherwise the silver broadsword wouldn't have chipped. This should be fine gold, and there's another metal called mountain copper. Both are fantastically excellent materials. He was tempted to open the golden treasure chest right away, but reason told him to. If it was noticeable, in case it interfered with the collection of the 9 dragons' wonders. That would be a major delay. Let's take the golden treasure chest back into the 9 rainbows first. Su Zheng just wanted to bring the treasure bug to join the queen. Unexpectedly, the little family guy bites his battlesuit and refuses to let him go. Instead, he stomped his feet anxiously. Felix darkens shows the treasure worms scrabbling among the rocks, dust gusting and stepping on a piece of metal fast rushed the juggernaut and called. And baby? Su Zheng didn't expect the district's sorrowful cave to have so many good things as well, and he wiped away the messy rocks that concealed the. A gray, sword hilt of a color similar to the general surrounding appeared in front of him. A hilt? Disappointed in his heart, Su Zheng held this gray sword hilt with its unimpressive appearance and extremely low presence and the weight was extremely light, and there was almost no sense of feeling. What's even more amazing is the gray handle partially changes to a flesh color when gripped. It's almost impossible to tell what he's holding in his hand. What good is a broken handle? It's not like it's the equipment itself, though it feels like its material is unique special. He swung it around a few times, not expecting the rock aside to be cut away with a clatter. Kiki. It was only at this time that the treasure bug flaunted its feats. A transparent sword? Su Zheng was shocked and hurriedly looked at the attributes of this sword. At the same time, he gently touched the sword with his hand, wanting to see just how long and wide the sword was. Wouldn't this be cheating even more than one's own lightsaber? When the time comes to carry the obvious broadsword in your right hand to attract attention, and hold it in your left hand ready to sneak up on you. Who would have thought? A small line appeared to the eye. Sealed shadowless sword, a peculiar piece of equipment that has been sealed for over 10,000 years. The entire body is made of an aurora borealis crystal, with special effects such as invisibility, elimination of presence, color changing, and refraction. It is very easy to ignore as it is empty in one's hand. Epic Excalibur. However, due to being dusty for too long, its attributes were sealed and even its true form was not visible. The sharpness is greatly reduced, and to see the light of day again, it needs to be opened with the blood of a divine beast. Surprisingly, it was an epic divine sword. And it's still a special type. A must-have divine artifact for hitting home and sneak attacks. Su Zheng held the shadowless sword instead. As for unsealing the, isn't there still Tao Tai? For the others, it's a big problem. For myself, it's nothing more than that. You surprise me too much. But maybe it's also because I'm so lucky right now, with the divine tablet and dragon dung plus other rewards and such. It's already over 1,500 points, and everyone else's average lucky value is only 10. Strive to get a lucky title in the future. Su Zheng joyfully hugged the treasure bug and rejoined the queen in Tao Tai. The Cave of Sorrows had given itself a nasty surprise. And if it wasn't for the reminder of the treasure bug, Zheng would have missed out on a couple of treasures. He decided in his heart that when the next descent, he himself would specialize in finding treasure rats and highly fortunate biogens to strengthen the treasure bugs. Juggernaut, you are in a good mood. It seems that the harvest is not small. The Queen of Blades searched a bunch of crystals. This kind of universal energy, no amount of coming would be enough to use it. Zheng has his own resource points, and he only has 100 crystals a day for the worker worms to mine. When will he be able to activate the Divine Tablet effect? When will we be able to activate the Divine Tablet effect? Ha, it's a surprise. Taodai, Master usually treats you well, it's okay to use a little of your blood now. Zheng smilingly took back these treasures on the ground to the 9 rainbow. Both eyes smiled into a line, and his right hand was empty as he walked towards Taodai. Taodai was yawning when suddenly his cold hairs stood up. Chapter 81 No Shadow Unsealed, World Announcement. Just cut 1-1. Zheng walked towards Taodai with his shadowless sword. Unexpectedly, it desperately threw its head and backed away, saying nothing. It even used the excuse that it was about to arrive at Fairy Lake. The Excalibur's unsealing will make too much noise to block Zheng. It's fine, hide in your mouth later, in the unsealing. Zheng thought quite beautifully. Taodai was the first to say no. After that, Zheng used the old trick of, it will be dawn in a few hours. At that time, take it to earth, mountains and seas, eat whatever you want. Zheng was extremely eloquent, depicting the food on TV and anime in a heavenly manner. Taodai really left a shameful mouth water. Finally, it reluctantly agrees and says it will eat 10 servings. Good deal. Zheng took the Queen of Blades and redug into the Taotia's mouth. The Taotia's body formed its own space, so it was not congested. Its strongest talent was eating. It was only Zheng's master that could stay inside, otherwise the monster swallowed and would have to encounter chaos like erosion. The Queen of Blades watched curiously as the master wielded the invisible sword, and stabbed the corner of the wall. Immediately, the outside world Taodai screamed in displeasure. A strand of crimson blood seeped out from it. My lord, this sword you have newly acquired is rather similar to a divine weapon of the legendary spider goddess Rose. The Sword of Shadows is very similar. Being unsealed by divine blood, the shadowless sword revealed its true form. The Taotia's body was so dark that even the light was swallowed. But now there was light reflection. The shadowless sword was 1.5 meters long, and its body was as if it was transparent glass, colorless and invisible. Zheng held it in his hand, and saw the drops of blood flowing through the sword's body, awakening its sharpness and unsealing its attributes. System alert, congratulations on successfully unsealing the epic shadowless sword. Please check the specific attributes. Zheng held the sword across his eyes. Rather than calling it a murderous weapon, it was more like a work of art. Name, Shadowless Sword. Grade, Epic. Effect, Shadowless, Disappearance, Light Body, Guardian of Wind, Attack plus 500%, and Epic or below, 100% defense breakage, attack speed plus 1000%. Skill, Shadowless. This sword's most distinctive feature is that it is invisible, and cannot be detected by spiritual power. At the same time, after unsealing, it can also have the effect of virtualization. Except for the owner, other people cannot be detected even if they touch it. Only when attacking does it reveal its true form. Shadowless Backstab. Plus 500 attack power when sneak attacking. Strike probability plus 50%. Description: this is made from a very rare material, Aurora Phantom Crystal, and then crafted through the exquisite handiwork of the underground dwarves. It is very similar to a legendary Excalibur. If you can find more Aurora Phantom Crystals in the future, and then with the help of a dwarf master, it may not be impossible to continue upgrading it. This is an extremely B grade, very understated and gorgeous sword. Zheng swung a few times. There was no sense of weight at all, and there was no wind resistance. His own attack speed had doubled at least tenfold. He also tried it with the Queen's armor. Well, it won't cut break. That's legendary material. Having it is simply like a tiger with wings. It fits my old ENB temperament perfectly. Zheng could not wait to fantasize that. Waiting for the enemy to put their best foot forward, risking their lives to break through the insect barrier, to come to their nearness, only to be killed by the invisible sword's expression. Taodai has approached the fairy lake, becoming tense, and the moon was like a silver disc, reflecting in the lake, intersecting with each other, not knowing if it was real or not. The lake was calm, in stark contrast to the noisy camp engagement in the distance. The tide of corpses hasn't receded yet. It's too fierce to block. That's still 90% of the firepower attracted by Zheng, and after that divine beast disappeared, another large number of zombies came over, and even its close relatives, the living dead, came to help. More than 50 people have already died. These are all elites who have lived for 6 days and 6 nights. The number has now fallen below 200. How long until dawn? The campfire is extinguished, and there are death crows cawing in the air. The crowd is dizzy, and flying species such as hawks, red-eyed nighthawks, and other flying species are dropping rocks, and other attacks. The lords were in a state of agony. The captured bows and arrows had little effect, and what was more, the wave of corpses coming from the front of the underground green-skinned brats sneaked in from time to time, and long-range arrows and stone throwing came one after another. It's like a tower defense for two parties. The players are successful if they can hold on by virtue of their location. The audience watched with trepidation as the players led their men against the foreign enemy in their sights. The damage inflicted formed a number that floated out, with other bioenergy bursts. The scene was spectacular. It's the same as watching a zombie world war, only lacking the heavy weapons to be extremely powerful. It would be fine if it was simply a movie. The problem is that it involves the hearts and minds of people all over the globe. The 50 people who died all represented the hopes of a nation, especially since today it was all about elite monsters and bosses, and the disaster that befell them was much the same. According to the satellite investigation, there are already more than 50 countries in which there are zombies jumping forward in legions, and even some unlucky ones. Even the zombie king came out, specializing in running to the city to suck blood, causing a big stir. Luckily, we're still okay in the Lighthouse state. And the hearts of the Lighthouse Nation audience were gripped by their players are trained by the old man and have experience in survival. On the first night 2 people gave up their chance to hold a camp, naturally consuming much less resources, manpower, and it's just a bit of a loss right now from being slammed by the Air Force. If that little girl from the Half-Hawks was still alive and had air support, I can't say I wouldn't be in such a mess. I'm worried sick about you. It's all the fault of the Dragon Kingdom, Zheng. This time when he comes back, let him meet my Lighthouse Kingdom's Taekwon. Certain leaders in the Lighthouse state have already done their accountability programs, especially with the old players acting behind the scenes. Let them try and curb the progress of newcomers or even just kill them. After all, there's only one who can become a god, and there's only one god-level civilization that all other civilization forces would be subordinate. Go back and take revenge. Eugene led the orangutans and began to throw stones in a counterattack, his troopers being the highly sensitive long-armed orangutans that the potential was still there, and with no shortage of intelligence, Still, it depends on who you're comparing it to. Suddenly, fluctuations came from the tide of corpses, and it seemed that something had changed in the rear. Monster civil unrest? The players were surprised when they realized that the attack had weakened. Unexpectedly, an announcement immediately followed that made the crowd dumbfounded. World announcement. Don't forget the beginning of the world. The contestants descended upon this place 7 days ago, and were drawn to the first monster, the hidden boss Dragon Blood Compass King, with his minions, thousands of killing compasses from the cave, coming with the flames of anger and revenge. The Dragon Blood Compass King and Killing Compass are empowered by vengeance, with a short period of plus 15% to their overall attributes. Please note that this is an accidental event activity that. Please seek your own luck and use the formula Needle of Go, concession, and stick to it. Whoever encounters it is unlucky. No way, there's a surprise? Is God trying to play with us? Why is this Compulsion King here again? Quick, Zheng's base has a bright bonfire, it's a few times bigger than ours, hurry up and go somewhere. The contestants prayed, dying on the road. The audience folded their hands and hoped that the people were okay. I hope something happens to Zheng. Li Hong blushed strangely. It seems that in everyone's mind, little brother's strength is recognized. Logically speaking, this group of monsters will indeed be attracted to the place where the firelight is the brightest. Not necessarily, sisterly. I remember that this Compass King was violently beaten by Sushin twice, so there might be a shadow. Bing Bing was of a different opinion. Some viewers have already noticed how the two hosts are on fire today. I think so. Monsters hold grudges, too. Especially since the base is so obvious, and the Bug Legion is still wiping out the corpse wave right now, and the monsters are becoming fertilizer for the lawn. Master Bay felt it had even less chance of attacking the base, and fighting to this point, this force of the Compass King is the last straw that weighs down the camel. Where is our little brother? Why haven't you done anything? Are you ready to go home? Ice tuned the camera to Zheng. This, reflected in front of the eyes, is a dark end. The audience, Bureau Chief, and Battle Wolf all froze. What is this situation? I got disconnected. I haven't seen you for a while. Why is it so dark? What happened while we had our eyes drawn to the tide of corpses? Li Hong's red lips were slightly parted in confusion. Ice quickly adjusts the camera to play back. However, the replay could only see that Su was bringing the Queen of Blades with a cloak before going black instantly. Shocking mystery. Su God mystery disconnect. What is this? Big brother, Sushin, don't scare me. There are only 5 hours left until the return, where have you been? The audience has noticed a change in. The internet exploded with people missing at key moments. There's still a big battle ahead, the tide of corpses keeps coming, your heart is so big? This is the first time since the survival game. The previous 5 groups of players even if they're in some kind of desperate, forbidden place. Fall, the audience is also supported to play back and learn from it. Soon after, the message came out of the ringnat. It sparked a nationwide fervor, and even Startoon was knocked on the door by his secretary to urgently deal with the aftermath of the incident. That Dragon Nation player who was known as the strongest contender as a hero is missing? Foreign netizens were overjoyed when they heard about this. I told you, not everyone is like John. Don't have too many rising stars like him crossing like shooting stars in history. John is the eternal god. One of the most heated comments was made by netizens in the Lighthouse country, who mocked that, spewing out the suffocation they had previously received from the Dragon Nation's one brain. Especially when a few former dragons, who migrated to the Lighthouse country, are the ones who are the most energized by the smear campaign. But soon enough, they couldn't stop laughing. How did the new Dragon Blood Compass King come towards Eugene's camp with his minions, like a fierce dragon crossing a river? Don't you come over, ah! Eugene panicked and sent his men, the apes, to venture out of the city and, using his body as bait in an attempt to lure the group of monsters in the direction of the base. Just out of the light, however, the orangutan is killed by an enemy in the darkness. The Dragon Blood Compass King was furious, and with a layer of blood aura surrounding him, he rushed into the camp with a murderous aura. He was also surrounded by densely packed killing parasites, defended by a layer of clay skin on the surface, with no five senses, only thousands of fangs, appalling. God, what's going on? The obvious are returning? Are we Lighthouse Nation players cursed with this pick? Twitter was abuzz as hundreds of millions of Lighthouse Nation netizens had a premonition of what was to come and were smashing their cups in emotional defeat. In the Lighthouse state, the old man who liked to sleep opened his eyes and told his men to get ready for the compulsion to descend. How did this happen? A minister had just received the good news that Zheng of the Dragon Kingdom had disappeared, but now he was grimacing. The Dragon Blood Compass King was brave and unusual, and vented his full fury rage on this. It flung its body, and the primary enclosure rumbled and collapsed. Eugene had his men block it, and an ape was crushed. Others were devoured and chewed by the killing parasites. It was unstoppable. Let's escape. Escape to the other camp areas, and if we hold out for just a few more hours, we'll be able to return to Earth. Pitch Black Panther carried Eugene as he tried to escape. However, not before they had taken a few steps. As soon as they were out of the darkness, they were instantly attacked. Who is it? It's the shadow monsters. Why can't they fight back? They're not physical. No. I recognize. It's Charlie from the Windmill Kingdom. He died in the darkness, and he became a monster, too. The face is hideous, so horrible. I would rather be bitten to death by the Compass King than have my soul imprisoned in darkness forever. From the darkness came the two peoples terrified to death pleas for help. But their last hope was not realized. The Black Panther put up a good fight and just escaped the upper cutoff. Then he felt his hind limbs being pulled by the monster with great force. Hard enough to yank him back into the darkness and kill him in terror-fear. Help me, Mom. The Lacerda Panther shook the Lighthouse Nation with snot and tears streaming out of his nose in front of the camera, terrified to the core. Then there's the even stronger Eugene, who sees the situation and, kicking his companion into deeper darkness, he used him to draw the shadow monster's fire and scrambled to rerun into the campfire's illumination. The audience suddenly shrieked and Eugene's eyes went black and he looked up in bewilderment. A fanged mouthbar lunged straight up from above. Put. The Lighthouse Nation players are all but wiped out in this survival game. Meanwhile, two shocking world announcements came. Chapter 82 Dragon Compass Heavenly Tribulation descends on the Lighthouse, great treasure at the bottom of the lake. World announcement. Lighthouse Nation player Eugene was unfortunately killed before the dawn of the seventh night. The nation's luck backfired. The life expectancy of all Lighthouse Nation people is reduced by 1 year. At the same time, tens of thousands of mutated parasites and a dragon blood parasitic king will descend upon the Lighthouse Kingdom. Please be prepared to meet them. Note, a friendly reminder that parasites are good at digging holes and can lurk under the ground. The early discovery and early resolution can minimize losses. World announcement. Lighthouse Nation contestant Bulwer was tragically killed by Charlie, the vengeful spirit of darkness. The nation's luck backfired. The life expectancy of all Lighthouse Nation people is reduced by 1 year. At the same time, a dark plague will descend upon a random city in the Lighthouse Kingdom. Please destroy it as soon as possible or it will get worse. The two announcements came, causing a global sensation. The Lighthouse State, being the #1 power, towed the line and, with the presence of the superhero John before it, it even thinks of itself as the leader of civilization. Plus, many countries have been affected by the disaster and are trying to get its assistance, so they hold back. That was not expected this time, so cold. The 3 players who crossed the line were eliminated. That's 3 years of lost life expectancy alone, plus it's the 7th night of elite monsters. The Lighthouse Nations are too miserable too? Gah, but why am I happy? It's all because they were so arrogant before, and there's John there, reinforcing their universal physique that Often there are news that people in the lighthouse country use force to bully tourists and despise people from other countries. And really think of themselves as new humans, a lot of halfway migrants people who go there. They didn't get any positive feedback, and now they're losing 3 years of their life expectancy in one fell swoop. You deserve it. Ha, there's still the Compass King and the dark heavenly tribulation descending upon us. Saves them from always putting excess firepower into other countries. The internet was actually mostly mocking, but it was because the lighthouse state's previous attitude was too arrogant. Those who migrated to the Dragon Nation even screamed. Some are in middle age, thinking of their original homeland. Several feedbacks, life expectancy has been plus 5 years. They also have a revitalized aura and are about to cultivate immortality for all, but their life expectancy has been reduced by 3 years instead. Howling up down, his hair turned white with the naked eye. Many public knowledgeable people panicked. They liked to smear their homeland before. Now they are snotty and cry for help. Come on, get moving. Mobilize the satellites. Look for the killing parasites. Computerized research has revealed the fastest time to find and destroy, in order to minimize damage. Otherwise, when they familiarize themselves with the environment and hibernate come up in the ground, reproduce, it's even more remarkable. The leaders of the Lighthouse Kingdom panicked and began searching for the descending figure of the Compass King, With the leader at the helm, the group of demonic parasites quickly lurked underground. Suddenly there came the startling news that the city of Bordeaux, a landlocked, 10 million population metropolis, suddenly the earth rumbled and an endless number of killing parasites burrowed out of the ground and went on a killing spree. For a while, it was like a horror movie had descended. The city of Bordeaux was bombarded with high-rise buildings, screams and cries for help. There are nearby troops coming quickly to support the bullets hit the monsters and only a few slightly weaker ones died. More were enraged instead, and rushing forward, wild sexual, toppling the chariot. The layer of dirt on their surface is the best defense belt. Monsters that are invulnerable to swords and guns, and they can hide. The warriors of the Lighthouse Kingdom panicked. They were good against their own people, but against monsters they were out of luck. Luckily, they were reinforced by tanks and air force. The killing parasites were repulsed in time and burrowed back into the ground, God forbid. The people of the Lighthouse Nation are terrified, fearful, sobbing and hoping for the hero's entrance. Where's John? Isn't he the universal hero? He also brought out godly power in the game. Why don't we see him come out at such a critical moment? There was not only one place, but there was even a dragon blood Compass King who made use of his natural skill causing the earth to shake and a not-so-small city to be dragged into the abyss by it. Global shock. The Lighthouse State Star President urgently ordered missiles to be launched, and a costly missile fell from the sky. Star Unity, according to our research, the transcendent monster, especially the Lords, are born with a premonition of crisis. A counselor said with embarrassment, and true to form, in the satellite footage, before the missiles descended, the Dragon Blood Compass King had tumbled back into the ground. It was in the land like a fish in water, and quickly disappeared. Not even life heat can be detected. It has thin dragon blood on it. You should kill it at all costs, or even capture it alive. Don't think it's a disaster, it could also be a God-given treasure. These were the words of John when the staff officer asked him to step in. Specialize 3 satellites and form an elite stakeout of the Compound King. Have the research lab research a freezing missile. One that inhibits activity and can penetrate 50 meters of land. The order was given quickly, yet one thing led to another. Another city disappears from the face of the earth. Through the satellite feed, that city suddenly darkened, as if it had been wiped off the map, and the light inside, no light from outside shines through. There's unseen enemies killing indiscriminately. The lighthouse is in chaos. Many are horrified that none of the rewards are available for this survival challenge. And in the end it was so unlucky. The Mystic System's natural disasters are the hardest to deal with, at least the others have entities that can deal with them. How to deal with this kind? You can only dislike them with UV spotlights and sunglasses. Did you hear what the Lighthouse Nation player said before he died? The last time he died in the Darkness Windmill Nation, Charlie wandered forever, taking revenge on people. It was horrible. The survival game is but a manifestation of the 9 nines. It's a very lively night. More than 2 billion netizens are worried and upset after the loss of Zheng of the Dragon Kingdom. I don't know how many big names have cold sweat on their heads, expecting nothing to happen to him. Probably in a dark environment. A beautiful woman with a pale face and a cold temperament judged thus. She was Yu Binglan, who was also waiting for Zheng's return. She wasn't too worried about Zheng's safety. This was someone who was guarded by a mysterious queen and a divine beast. On the contrary, she was curious in her heart as to where exactly he was and what he intended to do. Arrived. Su was in the mouth of the Tao Tai when he heard the 2 announcements, and the corner of his mouth lifted up, and the hatred and calculations that extended for 7 days were drawn to a close today, perfectly. Now it's time to focus on Fairy Lake above. The Tao Tai is sneaking into Fairy Lake. It originated here. The atmosphere is quite melting. That sinister dragon was still sleeping inside the lake and had upgraded without realizing it. It has actually reached the high silver level. I don't know what it ate to grow up. Zheng saw it through Taotia's line of sight, and his heart tightened. Pulling the cloak on his head tighter, he hugged manhwa a little tighter. In turn, it caused an imperceptible blush to flash across the queen's face, and, unfortunately, it was too dark. Zheng missed a glimpse of the beauty. The evil dragon did not wake up. Tao Tai waited for the opportunity to open his mouth and quietly drank a lot of immortal water. Angry Zheng kicked it a few times. Greedy fellow, what are these? When the wonders and dragon corpses are harvested, everything will be ours. What Zheng was afraid of wasn't the sinister dragon. Even if it escalated, he still had Tao Tai, and even more so, he had the queen to guard him. What he is afraid of is the mysterious ultimate boss that doesn't see its form and doesn't know its exact strength. The last time it awakened, it caused the earth to shake. It was so scary. He was skeptical that Tao Tai, evolved to its peak, was this powerful? There's the Du Divine tablet at the base. As long as we win this side, we'll immediately recycle the base and return to Earth. At that time, he won't be able to find me even if he's strong. Zheng held the mentality of grabbing and running, driving Tao Tai to secretly search for the dragon's nest. The dragon's nest was buried deep in the bottom of the lake, and there were no sinful dragons to stir things up. Bringing out the water dragon scroll, it's not really good to enter. Fortunately, Tao Tai had been in there for tens of thousands of years, and made light work of getting to the bottom of the lake. Through Taotia's line of sight, Zheng realized that the bottom of Fairy Lake was as clear as jade, and the layers of silt at the bottom of the lake were unexpectedly rare heavenly treasures. Even collecting more, amassing. It can also become a tier 1 resource point like the tainted bone silt pool. Zheng was dumbfounded. The quality of the treasures here was also too good. Even the silt was vaguely glittering and staring. Ding, you've successfully dived into the bottom of Fairy Lake and are approaching the dragon's nest. A friendly reminder that turning around and running away now might be your best option. You never know where you are now. Ding, congratulations on successfully discovering the precious resource, Immortal Spirit Soil. This item has a miraculous effect on cultivating many precious medicinal herbs and species of plants. You may also need it for your mushroom blankets, vegetables, etc. Ding. Congratulations on your successful discovery of silver-ranked crystals and gold-ranked crystals submerged at the bottom of the lake. Corroded diamond grade ancient sword, rusty mysterious ring, diamond grade inner armor. In addition to the red warning that had appeared since a while ago, Zheng had also discovered numerous treasures that, quite a few were heart-thumping. He wanted straight away for Tao Tai to open his big mouth and take in all the treasures at the bottom of the lake. But it's too noisy, it'll startle the evil dragon. It's a small matter, it's not good to startle the big guy underground. Therefore he could only endure the pain and not smell it. The quality of the babies grew higher and higher as the tinkling sounds went on and on. Ding, congratulations on your lucky break. You have successfully discovered the sword of the lake buried at the bottom of the lake, the epic sea monster's magic core, and the long-lost dwarf clan suit. It's getting outrageous. If it wasn't for the 9th level wonder, the dragon ball hanging on, Zheng would have stopped long ago. It was only when he stepped into the dragon's nest that a reminder that rang rose made him puzzled. Ding. Attention. You have rejected many discoveries and successfully found 3 mysterious keys buried in the center of the lake. A solemn reminder. You should probably take advantage of the great opportunity that. Put away the 3 mysterious keys, which could be of great use to you for the rest of your journey. The system was in a rare solemn state, as if it was because of the opportunity it had gotten because of its own lucky break. Zheng borrowed Taotia's line of sight to look over, only to see buried at the bottom of the lake, covered by silt, an inconspicuous golden lock reflected its luster, and a rusty iron ring strung with 3 keys. Most of them are buried, can't see exactly what they look like, I don't know how long they've been buried here. The key is used to unlock the door, otherwise it has no value at all. The problem is having to go to them to find the locks? While Zheng was speculating, another reminder came through that. And it was still a god-level reminder. Divine hidden quest clue found, the lucky person who takes this quest, maybe you should hold on to 3 keys that. They will unveil the secret of why Fairy Lake is molding and why it is so mysterious. Still related to the mission clues, Zheng's eyes changed. The queen on the side felt that the sovereign's expression had solemnized. Go into the dragon's lair first, and when you come back, get it. Seeing the cave entrance of the dragon's nest that was close at hand, Zheng gritted his teeth and ordered Tao Tai to drill into it. Now that he had to take the key himself. You can only make Tao Tai open his mouth, and it's too dangerous to wear a transparent cloak. As Tao Tai set foot on his hometown, the Zheng thought for 6 days and 7 nights. The treasure land that has haunted him for 6 days and 7 nights is finally here again. System alert. You have entered the dragon's nest for the 2nd time. If any accidents occur and alert the hidden superboss, the consequences will be unimaginable. Please return it immediately. Su Zheng did not listen with both ears, but instead ordered Tao Tai to spit them out without hesitation. Chapter 83 World Announcement Dragon Nest, Global Sensation. The mysterious dragon's nest seemed to be breathing like it was alive. The water flow was blocked outside, with a curtain of light separating the two. Tao Tai had a special status and entered this place without alerting anyone. It wasn't until it spat out Su Zheng and the two of them that there was a slight movement. Su Zheng got out of the Tao Tai's mouth in time and brought the Queen of Blades with him, who was also wearing a transparent cloak. He felt like he was now dancing on the tip of a blade, surrounded by omnipresent pressure. Be careful, Juggernaut, I think that being may be in between half asleep and half awake. The Queen of Blades said in time, using a hidden skill that tucked away her breath, her mental apparatus. There were also many insects in nature that would shapeshift and minimize their presence. On the contrary, Su Zheng, who was out of place here, could only keep his cloak on. Soldiers split into two. The dragon's nest is so big, there must be more than one treasure. I'll take you the right way, straight to the yellow dragon, to collect the wonders. Tao Tai, you go to the other caves and find the treasure. Su Zheng stroked Tao Tai's head and laughed. You were bred here, so you must know where there are good things. Go and bring it. Tao Tai didn't look like he was paying attention to Su Zheng, wagging his tail as he walked towards a corner of the cave. Soon his back disappeared. And Su was cloaked in a transparent cloak, leading the Queen of Blades at a fast pace. The last time he came over, he was too hasty and didn't collect many good things. This time, it was obvious to see treasures such as dragon's beard grass and creepers growing in the corners. This kind of creeper is not unusual, is to suck the dragon's breath and born. Su Zheng is more willing to call it a creeper dragon. It should be of great help to the mother nest in studying plants. The exact efficacy would have to be checked again, and along the way, he took the queen with him and secretly began to collect the scavenging. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully collected fresh dragon's beard grass X500, climbing dragon X600. Dragonized crystals X1000, dragon chi soil X1000. But anything that is even remotely related to a dragon is a pile of rice field altogether can become dragon feces. As Su Zheng kept going deeper and deeper, the space of the 9 rainbow was stuffed to the brim with. If he had relied on the system space, it would have been insufficient long ago. He once again saw that 9 dragons spitting out pearl spectacle, as if the 9 dragon peaks were about to rise up the next moment. The place where the 9 dragons converge is exactly where the dragon pearl and the dragon corpse are located. Compared to before, the dragon pearl is a bit shrunken, as if the eye of the sea slowly rotating. It was surrounded by a layer of crystal clear unknown liquid. Su Zheng felt the pressure around him getting bigger and bigger. He knew it was dragon pressure. Ding! You have successfully penetrated into the natural wonders of the 9 dragons spitting pearls. You have entered the realm of divine might. You are searching for the mystery of the fall of the dragon corpse. Attention! You have discovered the wondrous treasure of heaven and earth, the dragon's ambergris pearl. This item is 100 years of the 9 dragons' peak coalescing out of a strand, after being soaked by the dragon pearl. It took tens of thousands of years of convergence to become a pool. In terms of value, it's comparable to a divine weapon. Swallow it. It's soft and medicinal. It can activate the potential of the bloodline, and can help people lay the strongest foundation. Upgrading the bloodline is wonderful. This is a supreme treasure that affects the evolution of a creature's entire life, and it is highly recommended to collect it. Note, collecting this pool will be fine if you are careful. Don't be bold enough to move the dragon beads and dragon corpses. Su Zheng's heart is on fire hot, everything is a treasure, come what may. Naturally want to take away. Multiple choice questions are for kids, adults want them all. Manina, you go and collect this pool of dragon's birthday pearls. I'll go around the 9 dragon peak to see how to collect this wonder and if there are any other treasures yet. The Queen of Blades shielded her chi, like a dormant winter stinging insect. Instead, it was Su Zheng himself who had to use his cloak to conceal his aura. The Queen of Blades didn't dare to step on the ground and hovered slightly, close to the dragon pearl, mesmerized by the splendor of the pool. Carefully bending down to collect it. Ding! Please note that your Queen of Blades is collecting the dragon's ambergris pearls. I'm afraid this action has a bit of an effect on the surroundings. Time required, 7 minutes. The more precious the treasure, the longer it takes. Su Zheng carefully put on his cloak and began to climb up the 9 dragon peak. The peaks were connected to each other, and each one was as lifelike as if it was generated by heaven and earth. Su Zheng checked up on the attributes, and a line of small words was revealed. One of the 9 dragon peaks, the wonders of heaven and earth. I don't know how much time has passed. Nature's ghostly craftsmanship, coupled with the coalescence of dragon beads and dragon corpses. In itself, it is a supreme treasure. The 9-9 multiplication is even the best of the wonders. It's marvelous. It forms its own 9 dragons supreme formation, capable of attacking and defending. It can also gather heaven and earth's chi and raise people and soldiers. Note, if you are bold enough to collect it, it may cause a stir in the dragon's nest, so please be careful. To be collected. Su was staring at it very hot, so beautiful and I think it must be very spectacular to move back to the base and use it as a town treasure. However, Zheng also realized that the time needed to charge 119 Dragon's Peak would take 3 minutes. The total time needed to collect one of the 9 dragons was more than 30 minutes. He's bound to uproot the spectacle, but before he does it, begin to collect the other treasures around him. Among them was a vermilion red fruit that stood out. Blood Bodhi, it is an exotic fruit that was created by pouring dragon's blood. Eating one will increase your strength by 100 years abundant energy. It can also heal serious injuries, increase reserves, and make up for congenital defects, so it's really a precious product. Red Bodhi Vine, the vine of the Fey climbing dragon, perhaps you'd like to take it out. But it will wither rapidly quickly once it's out of the dragon's nest, not recommended for collection. Rotting in my mother's nest would be a better waste than leaving it here. Zheng acted quickly, his eyes red, brushing and collecting the blood-red vines and fruits on the walls. Fortune, a fortune will be made tonight. Zheng's eyes are on fire. How can it be done according to the usual practice? There have been 5 groups of players before, and their accumulations are deeper than his own. Definitely have to do what the regulars can't do to make it. Ding, congratulations on successfully collecting Blood Bodhi X8, X9. Red Bodhi Vine X3. After a lot of work, I collected all the Blood Bodhi and Bodhi vines that I could find. Zheng's heart was pounding, there were 86 Bodhi seeds. One reckoned that they could all be eaten as food. Think there's enough resources to upgrade to silver, I just don't know if there's any resistance to the drug that. Will it be ineffective if you take too much? After eating the small dishes, Zheng set his eyes on the 9 Dragon Peak at his feet for a total of more than half an hour. It was a bit scary, fortunately he was wimpy enough to sneak in with a cloak. He contacted Manhwa at the bottom of the hill through his spirit. Manhwa, I'll start collecting the 9 peaks, it'll take at least half an hour. Don't move after you've collected the dragon's ambergris juhua, and meet me at any time. When the spectacle disappears, the dragon's nest will surely shake and change. When the time comes, wait for the opportunity to collect the dragon pearl and the dragon corpse together. Aha, Juggernaut, be careful. We'll escape back to the base, once that big guy finds out. It didn't take long for dawn to break, and by the time you returned to your homeland, it couldn't find it. Zheng was relieved and placed his hand on top of the 9 Dragon Peak, silently chanting. Collect. Zheng reminded. Is it confirmed to collect the 9th level resource point 9 Dragon Spitting Pearl? This action is feared to trigger a heavenly chain of changes. Please be extremely cautious and careful. Note, don't lose sight of the dangers beneath your feet because of the treasures in front of you. A large person has awakened, especially after you collected the divine tablet. It's even more free from bondage. Okay. Zheng's eyes remained unchanged and, in an instant, the 9 Dragon Peak seemed to vibrate and, covered by a halo of light, a blood-colored countdown appeared. At the same time, a grand world announcement appeared in everyone's ears. World announcement. Dragon Country's player Zheng chose to steal the chicken on the last night, lurking into the fairy lake, the dragon's nest, and making a big score. What's more, the thieves are bold enough to be collecting the top spectacle, the 9 dragons spitting pearls. Time required, 30 minutes. Wow. That side of the campsite, everyone's hitting it out of the park. In the mother nest, 3 brain bugs commanded an army of bugs to surround the tide of corpses. The tyrant soars in the air, looking for bosses to slash. 2 poisonous aliens and zombie beasts lead a force of tankworms and flying dragons. Everything was in order. The other players were generally guided by the policy of fending off and delaying, and as long as they waited until dawn they were victorious. That king of the dragon blood parasites, after having destroyed the camp of the lighthouse, stayed in a fit of rage. It trashed 3 more players' camps. Just retreated to a corner, and the total number of players is now less than 180. Everyone waits for dawn with trepidation, lest there be a change of heart. A global audience, 20 billion people stayed awake, many anxious to the point of frenzy. The mysterious disappearance of Zheng, the total annihilation of the lighthouse contestants. Whether that piece of information be tomorrow's headlines. And now the sudden world announcement reveals to everyone that Su is moving. He didn't die, he didn't have an accident, and he did something big. This moment is a global sensation. Langqing Yue's flames were no longer radiant, leading the flocks of firebirds to lay out a wall of fire that, with defense as the main focus, her lips didn't close when she heard the news. No wonder, this night is so perverse. After killing the strongest boss in the beginning, and then hiding it from everyone, returned to Fairy Lake to steal chickens. You've got too much guts. Obviously you're close to returning, but you still dare to steal chickens. No, maybe it's precisely because it's about to return that it's stealing chickens. The players from the other countries were restless, troubled, and looked at each other. We'll risk our lives here against the necrotic tide, and wait until dawn to. What is Su doing? No wonder we haven't seen anyone for so long, he ran away long ago. The guts are too fat, the last time he made a commotion, wasn't there a super big boss out there? Moving one, the next is the ground shaking. We just want to live, and now he wants to collect wonders. As for Earth's network, it was even more hotly debated to the point of boiling. The netizens were all dumbfounded, and no one with a bigger brain had ever thought that. Su was immediately returned to the background to make such a mess. Quick, go check out his livestream, there must be light. The audience at home and abroad panicked and turned to Su Zheng's side. At a glance, it was a bit dumbfounded. The towering Nine Dragons Peak, the pool below the mountain, the eye of the sea, vaguely even more visible is a white-boned dragon corpse. Magnificent atmosphere, this is the deepest secrets of the dragon nest. This. The audience was too shocked to attach, the one they had their hearts and minds set on, was squatting on the hill to collect, looking solemn. The red countdown, reminding the crowd that this is a treasure like no other. No one has ever had such a long time to collect that. He didn't collect the divine tablet for more than 10 minutes last time. It's horrible. Sushin, you've turned a surprise into a scare, too much guts. Sushin YYDS. There's one more big job to do before we return from the beginning of time. Who's had the courage to do so? The online buzz came in waves, and the major communities in the Dragon Kingdom were on fire for days. I do not know how many people are shouting to the countdown. Yu Binglan and the leaders of the Ministry of Survival were stunned and never dreamed of it. Little brother, your guts are also too big, born with adventurers in. The bureau chief took out a handkerchief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He was also startled just now, and now staring at the countdown on the big screen, felt his heart beating along with it. There's something wild and unorthodox about him. Battlewolf expressed his great admiration for him, and was inspired to want to use tonight as an opportunity to make a big-budget movie. The name of the movie will be The Hour of Disappearance. He would have been an explorer later, even if he hadn't crossed over, said Bei. When I come back, I must share my survival experience with him. The two beautiful hosts flushed their cheeks with excitement. Looks like our little brother didn't let us down. Rather, he wants to wrestle for the big one. Look, you guys, even the queen has brought is collecting the treasure at the eye of the sea. Ice pulled the TV view away and said excitedly, look around, this is the dragon's nest, what the Queen of Blades is collecting should be the legendary dragon's saliva. The audience yelled, fighting a bike into a motorcycle. Gamble a motorcycle into a Land Rover. The crowd blushed and shouted in unison. Stud up. Chapter 84 The Nine Dragons Soar, collecting the dragon's ambergris beads and 9 dragons spitting pearls. Ministry of Survival. The leader of the group saw Su Zhang's livestream lit up, surrounded by a dense and beautiful atmosphere of air and mist. Taking a long breath of relief, he sat down on the chair with a but share. The surprise you gave me almost turned into a shock. A female member of the group in a women's suit asked with a smirk. Group leader, can we have those men from the force withdrawn? It's better to stay on guard for now. Who knows what he'll get up to again. The leader of the group relaxes and also reports with Star Trust that all is safe and sound. The Dragon State star system, the leaders were relieved and started tension countdown again. The star president of the Lighthouse Kingdom received the news with even more of a giddiness. Woe betide him. We're here in the disaster, and the dragon players are collecting wonders? The speakers of the Black Palace grew more and more irritable, in which the dark heavenly tribulation had yet to be resolved. They took the risk of dropping ICBMs, only to be engulfed. They had to urgently develop high-powered ultraviolet lamps. We have to turn disaster into gospel. Some people are interested in the genes on the body of the king of the dragon blood parasites. It should be possible to extract the dragon genes from it, which could lead to a great degree of advancement in our country's biotechnology and longevity technology. The Lighthouse Nation was fretting, and the hearts of the global audience were lifted. The camps that were the original focus were neglected. The players were also all distracted. Su Zhang was tight during the collection process, and could see some of the spiritual essence on the 9 Dragons Peak being collected away by himself, and the ground was vaguely bulging a bit. At first, the spirit essence was not collected much, and there was still no difference. But as time passed, the movement began to become larger. On the other side, the ambergris beads harvested by the Queen of Blades Hua succeeded first. With a burst of 9-colored dazzling light, the dragon's nest brightened up greatly. In an instant's effort, the fairy lake in the darkness of the night was dyed into a piece of 9-colored emerald, very eye-catching. The camp's players, soldiers, and corpse tide were attracted by the distant aurora borealis. Under the starlight, the 9-colored aurora stood out. Where is the fairy lake? Su was charging the wondrous 9 dragons spitting pearls. The contestants were abuzz, unable to care about fighting off the tide of corpses that, standing on the wall, they struggled to look into the distance. The tide of corpses was terrified, and the zombie generals, Big Brother Bryn, and Crow King among them all felt their hearts trembling with fear. It was as if a natural disaster was about to descend. The most fearful of all was the Dragon Blood Compass King, who had been driven out of to the city, and it was so frightened that it couldn't care less about attacking the players. Instead, it took its little brother and desperately dug into the ground, as if it wanted to hide itself deeply. And the sleeping sinister dragon in the lake was awakened by the change, and he was bewildered and, how is it that after a good night's sleep, a light appeared again? Panicked, he flapped his wings and went inside the dragon's nest to check. System alert, congratulations to your queen for successfully collecting a pool of dragon's ambergris pearls totaling 5,000 units. The 9-colored aurora borealis has appeared, and you have alarmed one of the bosses. Perhaps it is time to interrupt the collection of the spectacle and run away is your best option. The mother nest is trembling due to the influence of the dragon's ambergris jewelry. Very eager to absorb it, this divine object will be crucial to its evolution. A reminder rang in his ears, and Zheng had a serious expression. Charging in his hand remained unchanged, followed by 3 more world announcements. World announcement. Dragon Kingdom Zheng successfully collected the divine tier treasure, Dragon Ambergris Pearl Hua. All soldiers in the base have potential +2 and wisdom +5. All wounds sustained are repaired. At the same time, the country's luck feeds back. Congratulations to everyone in the Dragon Kingdom for strengthening their physique by 5 points across the board. Life expectancy increased by 1 year. Those who are even more terminally ill and difficult to cure will have a 30% chance of being repaired completely. The other 70% chance will produce a benign cure. Meanwhile, newborns are born in the Dragon Kingdom within a month, doubling their physical fitness and potential across the board. There's a greater chance that great scientists, world champions, and other talents will emerge. World announcement. World announcement. 3 consecutive announcements awakened the crowd who were deep in sleep. The Dragon Country audience was already in a high mental tightness tension, and many of them had bloodshot pairs' eyes that did not blink. Now it was like sweetness in their mouths, only to feel a burst of refreshing. After staying up all night exhaustion, the essence of the spirit are restored, then 8 Red Bull to give strength. This is even more powerful than the feedback from the player's evolution, the divine dragon ambergris pearl Hua. What kind of heavenly treasure is this? I'm afraid it's more useful than dragon blood. I can practically feel the enhancement of my physique. On the internet, Zheng's #1 fan, a rich girl, Zhuang Mengzhu, who was originally a vegetable, jumped up down with excitement. Waving her small fists, unable to hide her mood. Worthy of being the Sushin who saved me, I really don't go out of my way to. The muscles that had atrophied because of years and years of lying in bed have all recovered. Even stronger than before. Zhuang Mengzhu bounced around the pink room as her parents, who had heard the commotion, rushed helplessly to the. She even begged her parents to let Sushin return as the leader of Sushin's support group herself, representing online and national fans to lay flowers. Dream, it's not that we won't, the truth is that it's too hard to get to him. Her parents are famously wealthy, and they fund an international hospital. They also fund an international hospital that specializes in treating their daughter's ailments. The daughter is naturally happy that she has been restored to health by him. But so addicted in headache. There must be many more saved through him, after tonight. I'm going to get the word out about everyone's newness. Zhuang Mengzhu's eyes fire and she begins to make frequent contacts on the internet. In the land of the Dragon Kingdom, the physical fitness of the entire population is enhanced by 5 points. A normal adult would only have 10 points. With the feedback from before. All at once, Hercules for all. If we had a global games now. Then the Dragon Kingdom gold medal would crush the Lighthouse Kingdom. In the hospital, many seriously ill people recovered because of Zheng's feedback. They are genuinely grateful to him on the ground, and were contacted by Zhuang Mengzhu in it together. Forming a significant force. Thank you to our little brother, he is the pride of all the Dragon Kingdom. Witnessing the skin whitening with their own eyes, the fatigue of continuous anchoring was swept away. Li Hong has tears in her eyes and is truly grateful. This is just the beginning. The bureau said to Beyonce as he leaned back an international amount. You should have made up your mind earlier, I would have accepted you. The only person in the room who wasn't enhanced was Baymax, so the contrast was obvious. On the sidelines, Golden Lot jumped at the chance to feel the side effects of taking multiple anti-aging potions disappear. Body regained its youthfulness. She tried her hand at a daring arm wrestling match with Bay, in front of an audience of. Being a weak woman, or someone who shoots all the time and doesn't work out. The crowd was blown away by the fact that she had won against Bay, a master of survival. At this rate, the people of the Dragon Kingdom will evolve even faster than those of the Lighthouse Kingdom. They're the ones who will lead humanity's hope. As the story spread, foreign netizens also roared with envy. And as others have said, this announcement is just the beginning of the. Zheng is also more nervous after he notices the movement getting bigger and bigger. The angry roar of the sinister dragon was faintly heard from outside, seemingly realizing that someone had invaded. Suddenly, a rustling sound came. Look out! The Queen of Blades quickly transformed and stood by, waiting for. Unexpectedly, it was Tao Tai who came. After a while, his belly has grown bigger. And the evolution level had also reached the silver high rank. A full silver 8th order strength, a leap forward all of a sudden. My goodness, what kind of tonic pill did you take that? So scary to have your upgrade experience bar filled up. Su Zheng was dumbfounded. Tao Tai had eaten so many corpse tides, but there was no reaction. Now back to the dragon blood of formation, but there is such a skyrocketing change, there must be not small strange encounter. But there was no point in looking deeper into it now. The sinister dragon ran in. Seeing it was him and the Queen of Blades again, the anger of how did they lurk by them again? Tao Tai strikes, don't eat him, don't defeat him. Move as little as possible, just stall. Su Zheng quickly ordered Tao Tai to strike. Tao Tai had just finished eating and wanted to exercise as well. His eyes lit up when he saw the Sin Dragon, legendary level bloodline. It must taste good. It rushed forward with gusto and opened its mouth. The sinister dragon was startled by the ugly, cute monster that. But unexpectedly, a terrifying suction gravity force came from his mouth, and he couldn't stay on his feet. He flapped his wings in fear in an attempt to escape. Tao Tai was mindful of Su Zheng's arrangement, and in his heart, he was also afraid of the inexplicable boss. Estimated to let go of swallowing and sucking, the two beasts ran out of the dragon's nest and went to the fairy lake to fight fiercely. Of course, Tao Tai won overwhelmingly. Being of the same silver high rank, it was useless even if the sinister dragon occupied the ground. Tao Tai is not an ordinary divine beast. In the globally broadcasted footage, it opened its mouth and sucked. Space rippled and the entire lake kicked up a storm. The angry Su Zheng cursed, "Didn't I tell you to move, act less?" Lighthouse Country's experts waited for the opportunity to establish the divine beast model, and then matched with its talent, it was even judged. A divine beast of the heavenly tribulation class. It's even more terrifying than ordinary divine beasts, capable of destroying a city in its infancy. By the time it reaches adulthood, it's estimated to be able to devour a planet. Such a terrifying strategic monster is from the Dragon Kingdom, in case of a conflict. The people of the Lighthouse Kingdom are terrified, fearing that they'll fall from the #1 throne. Capital seeks profit, and some even see a big business opportunity in the one and only divine beast. And even the hope of immortality and Superman. Juggernaut, my gift senses a presence slowly awakening at my feet, you hurry. The Queen of Blades guarded beside Su Zheng, feeling tight. Soon, come here today. Just to have an understanding. The Tao Tai had upgraded to a higher level, and he himself had harvested many treasures such as the Blood Bodhi, Dragon Ambergris Juhua, Bodhi Vine, and so on. But this was the last time, so it was natural to glean the light. The red countdown slowly disappeared as the global audience watched. Meanwhile, the atmosphere grew more and more serious, and the 9 Dragons' peak began to vibrate. The slowly detached from the dragon's nest. The light in Su Zheng's hand grew more and more brilliant. It's going to be a successful collection of wonders. The water of Fairy Lake suddenly rushed up and, in the center of the lake, a super big vortex appeared. With a crash sound, the water tornado exploded. The sinister dragons fighting above sent out a roar of terror. Tao Tai was also disturbed, anxiously calling for his master to bolt. Is the dragon's nest going to collapse? The dragon pearl is still here. Feeling the vibration of the earth beneath his feet, Su Zheng was in a cold sweat. Still didn't go, it's getting faster and faster. The earthquakes are getting more intense. Meanwhile 9 Dragons' peak opens and begins to rise, such a great spectacle soaring. One can imagine the spectacle. Because of its ascension, all kinds of visions occurred in the dragon's nest and Fairy Lake. In the darkness, the mountains and forests were in an uproar, and the sleeping beast kings, clans, and monsters were awakened. Owls and nightingales take flight. Another earthquake? The campfire fluttered and the players were confused. Boom! A 9-colored halo that illuminated everything in the sky burst out. Aang! The only sound heard in the sky and earth was the long roar of the 9 dragons, as the 9 true dragons got rid of the earth's restraints and soared up. At this moment, the half-hour countdown returned to 0. Su Zheng roared A. All the light under his hand wrapped around the 9 dragons' spitting bead, and the heart's treasure was finally recovered successfully. Congratulations on successfully collecting the 9th Order Wonder 9 Dragons Spitting Pearl. The sparse and normal system announcement now sounded so pleasing to the ears. Chapter 85 Reward, the 9 dragons guard the 9 states, and the heavens will turn upside down. Affected by the spectacle, your base's power is slashed by 50% when attacked by all types of natural disasters and earthquakes. Meanwhile, please check the specific effects of the spectacle after placing your base. Note, this wonder comes with a heaven and earth formation. It contains biological wonders, please study it carefully. Ding, as you have absorbed many dragon and immortal chi, and have gained a slight insight when collecting the 9 dragon spitballs. Explored a hint of the mysteries of biological evolution, your realm is elevated. Congratulations, you have successfully upgraded to a bronze high 7th order creature. There is a significant increase in your full body attributes. The reminder sound was so pleasant to the ear, Su Zheng was surging with energy in his body. Self also began to evolve. The 9 dragon peaks suddenly disappeared from the dragon's nest, the grounds were empty, and deep pits appeared on the ground. It was now in an otherworldly space, waiting for Su Zheng to choose an address to place it. And as he closed his eyes to accept the results, the grand 5 world announcements came. World announcement. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom, Zheng, for having the audacity to be a thief. Successfully collecting the 9th level wonder 9 dragons spitting pearls. All soldiers in the base are +1 level, and their potential and bloodline are all raised by 1 notch. At the same time, the country's luck feeds back. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for doubling the level of aura recovery. The amount of aura in the air has increased, while the probability of heavenly treasures being born from famous places has doubled. The probability of its dragon blood warriors being born doubles tenfold. The land of the Dragon Kingdom will have favorable winds and rains, and the power will be reduced by another 90% in the event of disasters such as torrential rains and earthquakes. At the same time will regulate the wind and rain, storms near the desert, dead trees spring. Flooded places will have riverbanks born, and the land harvest will triple in the coming year. At the same time there will be 9 special other 1,000 square kilometer dragon-shaped rivers crossing Kyushu, bringing life to both sides of the river. Responsible for calming guarding the energy of the state. In case of natural or man-made disasters can predict in advance. World announcement. World announcement. A full 5 world announcements. This is the spectacle of 9 dragons spitting out pearls, affecting the entire country's chi. The audience, the guests, the hosts, the global audience is in shock. And according to the satellite view, 9 dragon-shaped rivers descended abruptly on the land of the Dragon Kingdom, running through the north and south domains, affecting the feng shui layout. What's even more amazing is that it turns out there are dark clouds over a city, and there's a torrential downpour that's about to dump. Suddenly the clouds disappeared. When it reappeared, it was a desert. A torrential downpour comes down, bringing life to the desert. The dry lakes reappear, a green shoot reawakens. Unbelievable. Is Zheng of the Dragon Kingdom a god? This power to change the heavens and the earth is awe-inspiring. Have you seen 3 dragons descending down from the universe? Foreign netizens were shocked, including many G-side personnel, who stood up in shock. Zoom in on the satellite image and zoom out again. The 9 dragons spitting pearls is supposed to be a feng shui wonder. Now it has invariably changed the layout of the mountains, rivers, etc. in Kyushu, making this place a place of great talent. The amount of aura in the air began to double. The 1,000-year wonder pine bears fruit on Mount Hua, and a 5-colored altar appears on Mount Tai. Bringing about collateral effects, there are strange flowers and exotic flowers born in all kinds of places of interest. Scientists are thirsty for knowledge and treat every spiritual object as a ladder of human evolution. In it they can peer into the wonders of biological evolution. And as the leaders watched the satellite in which the dark cloud was moved to the desert, and the heat of the desert changed for the better. Dumbfounded. The biggest problem that's plagued us all these years is the greenhouse effect. The desert was expanding. Before there was an oasis descending, now it's the winds and rains of Kyushu. The desert reawakens to new opportunities. Zheng can be called a saint when placed in ancient times. Upon his return, we shall welcome him with the grandest of ceremonies. As for the program, the audience called out Su God's real name in unison. His popularity in the folk and G side reached its peak. Don't get too happy, you guys. Look, the dragon's nest is collapsing. According to the game settings, wherever there is a place of treasures and tombs, taking away the treasures will surely lead to a cave-in. Your gods can't come back. In the midst of the nation's rejoicing, sour foreign netizens were unconvinced. Everyone rushed to look at the live broadcast, only to see that after charging the spectacle, the corners of Zheng's mouth hadn't even opened up in a smile, and the ground was already shaking. Zheng, who is familiar with the process, naturally understands that it is the big persons underground that are awakening. And it is to come true. 36 plans, walking is the best plan. Man, get the Dragon Balls. Zheng had wings on his back, his battle fighting suit activated at maximum power, and he flew downward. Unexpectedly this time he made too much noise, the water surface of the fairy lake exploded. The sinful dragon's long, terrified cry was like a mournful song of doom. The tide of advancing attacking corpses, zombies, and kobolds in the distance shrieked and fell to their knees, shivering, including the boss, unable to care about advancing attacking. Instead, terrified to the core, they hid in the corner and... What's going on? Zheng made such a big storm? Then is our 7th night event ending early? All of us survived? The contestants were dismayed, just feeling the ground shake and scrambling to hide inside the campsite. They realized that the soldiers were also in a state of panic, not listening to their commands. Quite a bit. Once they were out in the world, the ghosts cried out. The juggernaut has gained the upper hand. Hurry up and order the warriors to return to the mother nest and preserve their strength. The 3 brainworms gave the order, and the insect race led by the tyrant poured into the mother nest in droves. With the fungus carpet in place, and the various types of bug nests, they weren't worried about safety. Only in their hearts, they still felt an oppressive feeling that the sky was about to step down. The monster in the darkness faded. World warning. You have been warned repeatedly, but you have not changed. Your greed has blinded both eyes. The final boss of the trial lands, awakens and begins to turn the tables. Please run away quickly, there is no chance of resistance. This is the real ancient divine beast itself, surviving for more than 10,000 years. This was the red warning that the system gave to Zheng, a blood color that had never been seen before. The three giant large blood droplet exclamation marks were palpitating. And as if that wasn't enough, a grand, loud world announcement appeared. World announcement. Because of the audacity of the Dragon Kingdom, Zheng infiltrated the dragon's nest for the second time and successfully collected the 9 dragons spitting pearl spectacle. Having thoroughly enraged the ultimate boss, he has rolled over and the 7th night of the city guard mission has ended unexpectedly, and the final mission has been urgently issued. Everyone holds their breath. The contestants look away. East. The original 9-colored aurora borealis has disappeared. In its place is a reddish evening sun. Like a volcano erupting, the original darkness was colored red. The monsters and the tide of corpses were all terrified. And on the live broadcast from Earth's skydome, that's when the picture suddenly changed to a blood red one patch against a backdrop of doom. A super volcano rising up, about to explode. The darkness fades and is replaced by an apocalyptic scene. Live. This was the final mission that appeared in the skydome, and the contestants couldn't even make a shocked expression that fled back to what they thought was the safest place. The Earth's networks went on hiatus, too late to discuss and tear each other apart. Tens of billions of viewers watched the scene in shock. Some of the contestants had been to the boundary of the trial site, which was the heavenly abyss that seemed like a spatial barrier. At this moment, it was collapsing. And it's only because of his awakening. The most dangerous one was naturally Zheng, who panicked and fled through the collapsing dragon's nest, rather like the protagonist of an adventure movie. But while escaping, he didn't forget about the main event. His heart suddenly thumped, and for some reason the shadow of the Great Divine Tablet appeared in his mind. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly glimpsed the deep pit where the 9-dragon peak had been collected after There was something there shining. System alert, because of the guidance of the Great Divine Tablet, your high fortune protects accidentally discovered the mysterious dragon vein left behind after the 9 dragon peaks were collected. This dragon vein may concern one of the 3 civilization dragon veins that are part of your civilization mission. This is a special resource point. Do you want to collect it? Come all the way. Zheng suddenly shouted and shouted out a million words that the bodies turned sharply and reverted back to deep resistance. Grabbed his broadsword and used it as a shovel to quickly dig the game. Juggernaut, get down here, it's dangerous. The Queen of Blades was calling out, anxiously. She went to fetch the dragon pearl and was restrained by the dragon corpse's pressure, which was very stressful. What else does Zheng want to do? The dragon's nest has collapsed. It's going to close soon. He's still not leaving? The hearts of the audience were seized with. The 2 hosts were pale and nervous, not wanting to speak. One of the guests could not analyze the bragging rights in time, with the audience in general staring at the live broadcast. What appeared in the deep pit was an ice-blue dragon-shaped jade vein that Zheng did not have time to take a closer look, grabbed it and hurriedly fled with his wings. Just not a second after leaving, there was a rumbling sound from behind him. It was buried. System alert, congratulations on your big bold success in collecting the civilization quest of the 3 mountains and 5 hills of the Himalayas derived from the subsidiary small dragon vein, the ice and snow dragon vein. There may be a surprise when you go back and bury it under the campfire at the base. Provided you can get back. It's too late to spit out a reminder. Su is crashing into the queen like a meteor. At least one of the treasures of the town cave must be pulled out. Thieves don't go empty. World announcement. Greed is not enough to swallow a snake. Dragon Kingdom Zheng accidentally discovers the ice and snow mountain range hidden under the wonders and successfully collects it. This divine object buried in the base can greatly increase the burning speed degree of the campfire, the protection provided, etc. National luck feedback. The Dragon Kingdom's fortunes have risen dramatically, increasing the chances of all kinds of precious talents being born by 50%. Meanwhile, the greenhouse effect, the side effects of air pollution. Under the purification of the dragon vein, it completely disappears. Wow! The crowd didn't expect him to surprise everyone in such a tight situation. Zheng, look at this situation, too. The maps are all gone, the volcano is going to erupt. The emperor is not in a hurry, the eunuch is in a hurry. Zheng is still trying to figure out how to get the dragon pearl, the dragon corpse. The audience, however, were sweating for him. Juggernaut, if that dragon corpse can be recovered. That has been transformed by the mother's nest, it can create a divine-grade frost dragon. The Queen of Blades was more interested in the dragon corpses that. Zheng, however, had his eyes on the dragon pearl further up. Wasn't this a divine-level energy source? With it, it was estimated that the mother nest could run at full power in advance in the fastest time possible. 9 Rainbow. The more coming around him, the more dangerous it gets, and he offers up rainbow mist. Taking the queen with him, he cloaks himself and eliminates his presence to quickly feel his way into the cave. And the ground has risen, with the dragon's lair mostly collapsed. The waters of Fairy Lake boiled like boiling water. Tao Tai anxiously called out to Su Zheng. A long, deep roar came from the ground and the entire novice land rose. Hundreds of kilometers of land no longer shook, it was lifted straight up. Monsters were being spooked out of the forests and valleys, and the blood-red sky was filled with ferocious birds of all kinds. Everyone felt the signs of a heavenly disaster. Don't tell me we're on the ground all standing on the back of a boss. His awakening and turning over is the sky turning over. One player thought of something and said with difficulty belief. Then how big is he? Rumble. The dragon's nest has completely collapsed. Su was escaping with the queen in the nick of time, and his face was ecstatic that there was also a 9-colored dragon pearl held in his right hand. Chapter 86, Reaching the Achievement Extinction, Ultimate Reward, the 5 Rings of Civilization. Congratulations on your tiger's mouth and successfully capturing a mystic Dragon Ball. Please check it out for yourself. Hearing this reminder, Su Zheng thumped his heart and as he exited the dragon's nest, the booming world announcement came. World announcement. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom player for successfully capturing a mystic Dragon Pearl. This is condensed from a divine essence, and will be a heavenly boost to the base's development. Let's wish player Su Zheng will continue to stand out in the next survival trial. Meanwhile, start the national luck feedback. Cultivation talent plus 10 for everyone in the Dragon Kingdom. There will be a birth of cultivation geniuses. At the same time, everyone will awaken their dragon bloodline. All people are able to sense the aura in the air and embark on the apprenticeship of cultivation. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for gradually surpassing the nations. World announcement. Another full 5 announcements to collect the feedback obtained from the Dragon Balls. It was not in any way worse than the spectacle. The crowd couldn't stop partying. I'm a dragon. My full body attributes have been enhanced, awakening the dragon scale talent that swords and spears are invulnerable. Haha. I'll be the main character from now on, Superman. I perceive a thin aura in the air that can be absorbed through the 7 orifices that. Am I going to cultivate immortality? Crazy, as in human beings emerging from the apes. We, the Dragon Kingdom, will also surpass the nations. The whole dragon nation boiled over as they clasped their hands and feeling the changes in themselves, the boiling of their blood veins, and the activation of the aura around them. There are even lucky people who activate their talent for immortal cultivation. 1 eye, 10 lines, mental mutation. Others awaken talents such as dragon scales, dragon eyes, and even fire breathing. A series of short videos were posted on the internet, triggering a global buzz that it was supposed to be a night when everyone was on tenterhooks waiting for the contestants to return. The intensity of the beast in corpse tides was also terrifying, and many of the contestants fell. Even the entire lighthouse nation was wiped out. Many countries were affected that expected Su Zheng to give the crowd such a big surprise. The 2 hosts tested it on the spot. One of them, Ice, also awakened the ice dragon spit, a bout of brain shaking. The guests were also feeling the aura in the air in an attempt to cultivate immortality. The only one who was envious was Master Pei. Foreign leaders have already met urgently to check the situation after the change of the Dragon Kingdom. The real protagonist ran for his life after pulling out the Dragon Balls. Just after rushing out of the dragon's lair, he suddenly thought of something that folded back again and pulled out a set of keys from the bottom of the lake. Juggernaut, look out, it's too late. Suddenly, the queen's panicked calls came from her ears, and Fairy Lake boiled over. The underground volcano finally erupted, and an endless amount of fiery flames filled out from it. A huge boulder pressed towards Su Zheng, and the Queen of Blades quickly stepped forward to change her form, becoming a semi-circular armor protective shield to protect Su Zheng. At the same time, Su Zheng also saw that existence for the first time. The previous conception was correct. Fairy Lake and the dragon's nest are really hidden in his eye socket. His pupils were even larger than the Fairy Lake. At this time, awakening from a 10,000-year slumber, he opened his eyes to view the world. Rumble. The entire trial ground is collapsing, and the barrier at the border is falling apart in pieces. Dense forests, swamps, and lakes were inverted. They were all on the back of a being. That's hundreds of kilometers. The contestants hid inside amidst the sky and prayed that the volcano wouldn't erupt in. The mother lair waits for the juggernaut to return and contract its range. And the spectators on the outside see what's in front of them. It was a divine beast, so massive that it supported the earth, slowly rising from the ground. The appearance was more similar to the Xuanwu in the Dragon Kingdom's legends, but it appeared much more hideous and hostile. There are also no tortoises or snakes to twine around, but instead they carry mountains, land, rivers, etc. on their backs. A volcano on his back erupted, flooding the earth with magma. The darkness was especially striking this time. Not to mention the other spectators, even the veteran players were dumbfounded. No wonder the newcomers this time are so perverted. This time, the trial grounds are all different from ours. On the back of a divine beast. The reason why there are wonders and divine artifacts coming out of the novice village is explained. The crowd was then glowing with realization, speculating on what kind of divine beast this was and what its strength was. It's kind of like the Xuanwu of the Dragon Kingdom, but it's not the same. Much more fierce. Can't you see his eyes spitting fire again? He is beginning to rage, and the land on his back is in tatters. The novice trial land is going to collapse. The Ministry of Survival, emergency mythologists were called in, and someone guessed the real name. Could it be it? Bai Tuo? All sorts of speculations were made online, and the blood-red dome of the sky answered the crowd's doubts. World announcement. Because of a certain player's wanton behavior. After the two wonders were collected, the 10,000 years old divine beast of Baishi awakened and came out of the world. The sky has turned upside down. The real name of this new trial site is Basha Forest. Is in the process of destruction. All contestants will be victorious when they return at dawn. I at hashtag at. Surprisingly, it's Basho. Legend has it that the descendant of the dragon and the tortoise, who can carry 3 mountains in 5. He was instrumental in the water treatment for King Yu. Later, he was suppressed by a divine monument, leaving behind the beautiful story of the divine turtle humping the monument. Sushin collected the Yuwang divine steel in the last earthquake before releasing him from. It dawned on the Dragon Kingdom audience that after they told each other that. The other netizens also became aware of it and were instantly stunned. All the clues, the anomalies, could be linked up to the. This is the place where the beasts are guarded, and it is only because the wonders were taken that they awakened. The global audience also knows the true name of this trial site, Ba Forest. Where's Su Shen? Where did he go? The people of the Dragon Kingdom panicked and hurriedly searched for Su Zhang's shadow. Unfortunately, on the live broadcast, the volcano erupted and the earth crumbled. A scene of doom, just no shadow of Su Zhang. Everyone's hearts sank. It was over. I'm watching the final broadcast. Su Shen is too greedy. After collecting the Dragon Balls, he went back to the bottom of the lake to get some kind of treasure. This is finished. There's no announcement out coming yet, so maybe there's hope. The audience was abuzz with mad fervor. Foreign netizens were celebrating, especially those in the lighthouse countries. All of their players are dead, barefoot, and not afraid to wear shoes. But soon, the others couldn't laugh out loud. For the earth gradually crumbled as Basho began to activate. The rivers broke up, the plates buckled, and everything ran wild, quite spectacularly. But the unlucky players also began to suffer and fall. An announcement came, symbolizing the natural disaster that had descended upon the territory of the. But the Dragon Kingdom is guarded by wonders and is safe and sound. As time passed, the hearts of the people became more and more desperate. They felt that Su Zhan might be crushed at the bottom of the lake with no hope of survival. You'll be fine. Yubanlin was in front of the TV, holding her remaining left hand tightly as she looked forward to meeting him. Su Zhang? He naturally didn't die. The Queen of Blades used her body as a shield to protect him at the critical moment. Ding, you have successfully awakened the ancient divine beast, Basho. It is destroying everything on its back and is in a rage. Friendly reminder that it's best not to be spotted or you'll be slapped to death. You're okay. Su Zhang had gotten Manhwa back and she was under a lot of stress. On her back was a pile of messy rocks, blood spilled from the corner of her mouth, and her internal organs were shocked. It's good that Juggernaut is fine. She was still thinking about Su Zhang's safety, fearing a cave-in, and holding on. Now that they were deep in the ground, Fairy Lake was cracking. The two people were smashed into the depths of the lake by the rocks. Su Zhang saw the queen's attributes continue to fall, and the red, serious injury status, made his heart ache. He hurriedly took out the blood bodhi and gave it to him. Without even looking at it, Manhwa opened her mouth and swallowed it. At once a warmth flowed into her body, healing everything. Ding, your Queen of Blades has successfully taken one blood bodhi. She is rapidly recovering from her injuries and is in the process of evolving. The red status quickly disappeared. Manhwa didn't expect the blood bodhi to be so effective. Juggernaut, how are we going to get out now? The air oxygen is getting less and less. I am able to extract it. It's you. Su Zhan confidently smiled and, anticipating this situation, I specifically brought helpers. He took out a living insectoid from the 9-colored rainbow and, not a treasure bug, but a digging bug very similar to the Compass King. Elite digger worm, a tool worm urgently bred by the Lord. The tool worms quickly dig underground, with a meditative sense of directness that leads to a living path. Manhwa quickly freed herself and regained her original form. The negative statuses are all gone, and slightly refined. Su Zhang also took the opportunity to examine the 3 keys in his hand. The colors were gold, crystal white, and black. Over 10,000 years old, the iron rings that hold the keys together have rusted, and they remain the same. Mysterious 3 keys, clues to the quest, which are the golden key, the crystal key, and the key of unknown materials. When you unlock the 3 keys in this way, you may have completed the divine hidden quest. Before he could think about it in detail, a surprised voice suddenly came from manhwa on the side. At the same time, a reminder resounded in his ears. Zheng, you have successfully entered into the deepest part of the fairy lake and accidentally discovered the secret hidden therein. What's going on? He looked down the passageway dug out by the toolbug. There. An immortal water crystal. Inside was a fairy with the most beautiful face and the best temperament Zheng had ever seen in his life. Her black hair was like a waterfall, her hands resting quietly on her chest, now peaceful. Juggernaut, I remember when I took the Dragon Balls earlier. There was a divine sword on the body of the dragon corpse that I saw. The real Excalibur could be hers. Suddenly, manhwa said. Zheng had an epiphany. The system reminded him that he had solved the mystery of the fall of half of the dragon corpses. He also had to make further efforts to find the identity of the dragon corpse and the identity of the fairy. That's half of it? Zheng was a bit confused. Could it be that the mission focused on the molding of the fairy lake? But it should be related to her as well, right? Zheng wanted to go and study it, but he realized that he couldn't even get closer and could only watch from afar. What is this situation? An untouchable object? Upon closer inspection, Zheng realized that the crystal was inlaid with the lake. No, it was frozen together. This was clearly not an ordinary crystal, and like the key just now, it was suspected to be god level. Since he couldn't collect it, Zheng could only wait for the toolbug to dig it out with peace of mind. That material midway above the external rustling sound. A large, familiar mouth appeared. Swallowing the soil around it, the surroundings suddenly emptied. Tao Tai? Fool, you didn't forget about me. Zheng was overjoyed and hurriedly hugged the visitor in love. I can't imagine that Tao Tai, who usually couldn't care less about himself, is so reliable in critical moments. Tao Tai broke free in Zheng's arms without a trace of anger. It seemed to express that if it wasn't for the food, it wouldn't have come to you. So with the road opened by Tao Tai, Zheng was much safer with the queen. It's just a pity that we didn't see that sinister dragon in the ground. Otherwise, Zheng would have drawn its blood and studied it. Outside, the audience was still terrified that the Basharans could collapse at any moment. The players' camps are also in turmoil as the section moves to With the crowd waiting in despair, the first light in the sky finally appeared. This moment. The people of the two realms. Finally it was over. The dome of the sky appeared with colorful cannons, fireworks, and other grand closing ceremonies. An eye-catching golden subtitle waffle crossed the sky. World announcement. Congratulations to the remaining 99 players who have successfully survived the brutal 7 days of the novice trial and formed their own camps and armies to fight for their homeland. This trial has been full of surprises. The Basharan is being destroyed. Recall all players in advance. 99 beams of heavenly light descended on each survivor's body. With my Pharaoh's kingdoms RA around, haha, he's not dead. My Cherry Blossom kingdom gambled on the country's luck and got it right. The 3-headed snake didn't die either. The internet was completely abuzz, and everyone was celebrating. And the first thing the Dragon Country viewers did was to look for Zheng's figure. The person was not found. The announcement came again. World trial. Scoring begins for the surviving 99 players. The planet is silent. Everyone holds their breath, waiting for a miracle. So far, the highest rating is just John from Lighthouse Nation, a plus, who has been amazed. Now, will there be a miracle? The magnificent voice came again from the sky. Novice trial, ranked first is Dragon Kingdom Zheng. Crowd points over 1 million. Upgrading the base ahead of schedule, promoting it to bronze, collecting the Great U Divine Tablet, the 9 Dragons Spitting Pearls, the Dragon Pearls, and many other resource points and divine collections. And even stirring up the world's wind and clouds, unearthing the greatest secrets of the novice land. Reveal the true name of the newbie, Bashalin. Enrage the Ba God Beast, unseal him, and succeed in destroying the novice trial ground. Reach the special achievement, the extermination of the world. Temporary additional points, 9 million. Total points over 10 million to unlock the highest rating. Beyond Myth. Beyond SSS. In honor of his divine act, while specifically rewarding him. Survival Challenge Ultimate Divine Object. The 5 Rings of Civilization's Yellow Asiatic Ring. Friendly reminder that this is the highest level of divine artifact in the survival game of. There are 5 in total: blue, yellow, black, green, and red. If all 5 rings are set, unconditionally anyone, directly declare the game challenge successful and evolve into a god. His or her homeland will all be promoted to the civilization of God. Unprecedented announcement, unprecedented evaluation. More than 20 billion people around the world were stunned for a long time. Everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 87 9 Colored Pillars of Light Return, Global Sensation. The 99 Pillars of Light were received back from the Basya Forest, and it also officially declared the end of the 6th batch of players' novice trials. Accompanied by the sound of a grand announcement, the Basya Forest completely collapsed in the background. The volcanoes exploded, erupted, floods tilted, everything sank, and this map reverted to zero. This is extinction. And Su, who accidentally reached this achievement, was being guided by a pillar of light. If other people's light pillars were chopsticks, then he was a giant tree. It could not be compared to the same day. Su Zheng was quite surprised when he was recovered from the ground by the pillar of light. Tao Dai, the Queen of Blades utensils are all transformed into light and integrated into themselves, including the base, with the 9 dragons spectacle in general. Was placed in an otherworldly space bound to itself. He was a bit confused when he heard the final evaluation and the reward. Unintentionally messing things up and getting a big surprise? According to the regular evaluation, one has gained 1 million points. Is it because you messed with Basha and destroyed the newbie village that you reached 10 million points? In the past, the highest rating was only an A. We were still guessing if there was an S. Su Zheng, no, Su Shen. Directly jumping 4 levels in a row, beyond SSS. Reaching the super god that no one has ever seen before or since. The earth was completely abuzz with. The fireworks in the dome of the sky looked like they were blooming for Su Zheng, and what was even more amazing was the inquisitive reward. The never heard of 5 rings of civilization. In the most dazzling column of light, a yellow ring slowly coalesced and descended onto Su Zheng's head. It was as if it was crowning him as a king, and it was like an angel's ring, with warm holy light showering down on him. Divine, holy, bright, and righteous. Su Zheng looked up with full curiosity, feeling all warmth in his body. More than 20 billion viewers around the world were dumbfounded as they watched the scene that. The moment they saw this ring, for some reason, the mind trembled. Master Bei said intermittently in a trembling voice. This could be the highest reward in the game, bar none. Symbol of Civilization 1 Unity, Peace. Raise all 5 rings, declare success directly and unconditionally, and become a god. Doesn't that mean that my dragon kingdom has already succeeded 1/5? The bureau chiefs and the battle wolves were moved, not to mention the 2 hosts, and it was hard to put it into words. That light of civilization was as if it could pass through the subdimension and reach other people. This can't be. Foul. Lighthouse Nation, John's face color changed dramatically as he smashed vases, antiques, and each piece is a valuable treasure, shocking the guards aside into silence. John's proud a great evaluation, rewards, all turned into nothing. What's more, he learned that the highest rewards came out of the world, and directly declared unconditional godhood after collecting them all. The 5 rings of civilization, there are 4 more, I must get it. John's eyes were terrified, his face grimacing. No, I want the Asiatic ring in the hands of this dragonborn, too. I'm the protagonist, the superhero, the beacon of humanity. The old players, Wu Yuntian and Yu Binglan, were stunned, not expecting such a big surprise. Points ranking number 2, Ling Qingyue of the Dragon Kingdom. Total points reached 9,560. Courageous and excellent call on his abilities. Overall rating, A+. Rewarding her with a bloodline lead, activated on her next copy of the. Can have a chance to find the chance of advancing one's own bloodline. Points ranking number 3, Great Mao Kingdom Belinsky, with a total of 8,660 points. Overall rating, A. Excellent use of racial talents to guard the camp extremely well. Rewarded with a jar of bear honey for his needs. The announcements continue, and the unprecedented extravaganza of. But there's an abyss of points between first and second. The difference is too great. The second 10,000 didn't make it, the first went straight to 10 million. The crowd was still mesmerized by Su Zheng's amazing feat and the ultimate reward. If it wasn't for him, everyone would have no idea. Hurry and welcome back our hero. Skydome Live was slowly falling as the announcement rang out in this way. Returning light pillars have also descended to their respective homelands, with a total of 99 wanderers returning. A total of 1,000 people went, shouldering the fate of the nation. A total of 901 died, no less than the entirety of the country's players. There are still monsters ravaging the territory to this day, including the Lighthouse State. The pillars of light vary in color and size according to different ratings. Among them, there were a total of 3 in the Dragon Kingdom, with Lang Qingyue descending to the capital as a pillar of fiery red light. It was as fiery hot and proud as she herself. And Su Zheng is a never-before-seen 9-colored rainbow. Descended to the Linan city before he crossed over, and there was a grand welcome ceremony prepared long ago. The host, Li Hong, was excited to leave a message on the program. Ladies and gentlemen, now is the time for the return of the heroes, raise the nation in celebration. I'm going to interview my little brother. Of course we can't overlook, because of his radiance, our little beauty, the famous school flower Ling Chengyu. Bing Bing smiled peevishly from the side. Sisterly, why do I remember it seems like I'm the one going for the interview, the special airplane is ready. 2 for 1 then. The guests were excited and tired, and it was finally over. The globe was enveloped in a celebratory atmosphere, like an extravaganza. And with the 99th player's evaluation completed, the Sky Dome live broadcast was officially declared over. But there was a final reminder. Congratulations to the 99 players who have emerged from become official Survival Challenge players. This is a 7-day rest period. After 7 days, please prepare yourselves. The second official survival challenge is about to begin, with increased difficulty and penalties. Selected worlds, uninformable for now. Please be prepared for next time. The message calmed the crowd slightly, and the Skydome live broadcast that had enveloped the globe dissipated. But the effects it brought continued, in addition to the natural disasters and monsters among the countries. There are also failed states, led by the Lighthouse State, attempting to claim the Dragon State. In particular, the crusade against Zheng has been incessant. This time, the Dragon Kingdom has increased so much, everyone has an extra 10 years of life expectancy, and the physical fitness of all the people has been enhanced. The awakening of the dragon's bloodline, the increase in territory, and the revival of the aura. Cultivation of immortality for all, who wouldn't be envious? Prepare the Honor Warrior Guard. Linen City, itself only a second-tier city. Zheng's location is even the outskirts, but at this time, it is surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Lift the city sensation, 3 days in advance, there are all over the audience way come, a sea of people. Dense crowds of onlookers surrounded the outer perimeter, and inside there were ministries teams to maintain governance security. When the 9-colored pillar of light descended, the entire audience cheered, and sensational clapping and cheering came from the room. Su God, God forever. Su was coming out arriving with an Asian aura on his head, and was a bit confused to see this. Especially since there was also the 3 Army Honor Guard playing music to welcome him that you only see on TV. Looking up into the air, there were actually dozens of airplanes, showering rainbows in welcome. He even saw cameras snapping away, thinking it was a global broadcast. Welcome home, our hero, Mr. Su. A middle-aged man in a military uniform, looking solemn and tinged with excitement came out of the crowd and he was group leader Yun of the Survival Strategy Department, responsible for all matters of the survival game. Hello. Zheng smiled and walked forward to shake hands with him. The surrounding photo-taking sound was not broken, the reporters could not hide their excitement. They wanted to ask him questions about all kinds of things about the game, and some even wanted to ask about the secret of his reincarnated race. These people were chased away by the warriors, and those suspected of spying were caught and locked up. The next time, Zheng and Yun, the leader of the group, had a series of friendly meetings talks. He also showed his warmth and harmlessness in front of the world, and it made the internet even more popular. It is the live broadcast, the head of the yellow halo is too eye-catching, attracting frequent side glances from the group leader and others. Mr. Su is really childish. Not the slightest hint of coming to see your dominance in the game. Team leader Yun secretly suggested that the Dragon Kingdom Star Unity was waiting to meet with him in the capital. At the same time there was another Dragon Kingdom's number 1, Yu Binglan, waiting to meet with him, as well. There was also a special interview with a TV station asking him about the changes in the situation in the future, the changes in the Dragon Kingdom and so on. In response, Zheng thought of a numbers that he had secretly memorized. It seems that Lang Qingyue is also in the capital? Go back and check out her live stream. If her face is okay, we can deepen our friendship. If that's the case, it's a 5-way tie. Team leader Yun, having just returned from the survival game, I'm quite tired physically and mentally. I want to rest today and go to the capital tomorrow. Regarding Zheng's opinion, the crowd self-naturally smiled and agreed. He was now the star of the Dragon Kingdom, the hope of the future. Although there were still many trivial matters, everything was done with his will as the highest. But team leader Yin took him not to the original hut, rather, it was a luxurious 10-story villa, specially equipped with police security, servants, etc. The surrounding area was even cleared, very clean and safe. It was also stated that this was only a temporary residence and that the capital had already arranged a house for him. Zheng did not comment on the material conditions, but only had people prepare what could be described as a huge amount of food. People were not surprised to see that many players, because of the harsh conditions of the survival game, were. When they come back, they go on a feeding frenzy crazy like a wild man returning home. Still, Zheng's meal size was greatly unexpected. Table after table of food, soy sauce beef, braised elbow, braised fish, 5 flower meat, etc., simply could not stop. Not the least bit afraid of bursting their stomachs, they ate for 2 hours. Wiped out over 100 tables. Until the leader guide urgently pulled all the cooks from Linen City, it was barely maintained. Naturally, they didn't know that. Zheng himself ate less, but Tao Tai also followed him over. On the first day after the return of. It ended in noise and bustle and endless praise. Today's global trending topic is the return of #Dragon Kingdom Zheng with a divine ring around his head. Zheng meets not few big names that you can only see on TV and doesn't seem to find it difficult to get along. Meanwhile, there were interviews with TV stations from all over the world, which he mostly shrugged off, but took the time to watch the live TV broadcast. No matter which station, it was showing its own coattails. In addition to this, there were also images of Leng Qingyue and Tsunami Wolfdingle. Seeing Leng Qingyu talking in front of the camera, with a head of beautiful black hair and bright peach blossom eyes, is particularly attractive. At that time, Su Zheng clapped his hands to make sure. The capital, tomorrow. Bidding everyone farewell, Su Zheng breathed a sigh of relief and, beginning to accept the rewards, the halo above his head was truly dazzling. Not bad for one of the 5 ultimate rewards. Reality can still be transcendent. The internet has been in an uproar around the halo comment on his head. Both at home and abroad, they all claimed that he had divinity. What's more, because of his honeyed resemblance to the Western saints, his popularity actually skyrocketed abroad. Sushin, with a halo on his head, manifests himself as a saint on earth. He may be the son of God, the one destined to become a god. Didn't you hear the game? This is the highest level of reward, raise all 5 and you'll be declared a god. I wonder if I can touch it, take it down, and if it can be snatched away. What are you trying to do? Thoughts are dangerous, stop it now. The countries even launched a series of studies and analyses because of the Ring of Asia, through the light, the live feeds, and to determine that there is no entity on Earth, but rather a projection, similar to that of the higher planes. As to what the incidental effects are and whether they can be manifested on Earth, that is unknown. Can we rob it or not? This was the doubt that lingered in the minds of the lighthouse men, the veteran players. Su Zheng also finally a personal quiet down, study carefully. He looked at the halo above his head and reached for it. With a tick sound, the yellow halo was taken off of him. That's it? Chapter 88 The Adversary Effect of the Sublime Ring, Oliphant's Sacred Fire? It's awkward. It's amazing that the Sublime Ring can be removed, as if it were a unique hidden weapon from a martial arts novel. Su Zheng checked up the attributes. After returning to Earth, many things could not be displayed. At the very least, the treasures in the system's own space couldn't be taken out, but the 9 rainbows seemed to be tainted with the aura of a divine artifact, could bring out the treasures he had stored in it. The introductory message, though, since it wasn't inside a survival game, and choosing to look around, didn't have small print pop up. But that obviously doesn't include the Ring of Asia, which is the highest ranked divine artifact with all sorts of unimaginable powers. Name, Ring of Asia Yellow. Rank? Supreme, unknown. Owner, Su Zheng. Bound to die, not to be dropped, not to be abandoned. Non-tradable, non-losable. Effect, owner's luck plus 1000, attack power plus 2000%, defense power plus 2000%, and movement speed degree plus 2000%, hangs overhead, all things unbreakable. If you collect all 5 rings, the rings are interlocked and civilization is in great peace harmony. And even more so, invulnerable to any harm from the world. Including world destruction. Skill, Oliphant Holy Fire. Symbolizing light, unity, friendship, peace, and justice. And justice will prevail. It's not just a simple flame. Rather, it's a superpower that transcends the divine level, containing laws and essence gods. Unfortunately, it's only 1/5 of it, and it's not perfect. After using it, the whole body recovers instantly from injuries. Attack power skyrockets, and comes with a field of holy fire that impervious to darkness, evil. Plus 1000% to darkness, evil special attack. Blessing of Asia. This ring represents the largest part of the earth, in which you will enjoy shelter and all kinds of miracles. You will also be able to unleash the skill when fighting a hostile battle. Reduces the strength of the opposing party by 20%. Note, if 5 rings are collected, reduce the strength of the opposing party by 100% without fighting. Immortality. This object has the highest priority and is impervious to any harm. It can also change at will, becoming larger and smaller, attacking and binding the enemy. Ignite the divine fire and leave the ground to become a god. Collect all 5 rings and become a god unconditionally. The other 4, respectively, are Blue Europa, Black Africa, Green Ocean, and Red America. There weren't many skills, but the priority was so high that it overrode everything. He had never seen a treasure with such a high bit rank. Su was toying with it, and summoned came back the sacred flame of the Olympics, At once with a blazing white warm flame burning around him, Su Zheng instantly doubled his attributes, Obviously, he was a bronze high rank, but he had the strength to be able to compete with silver, and even kill his enemies. In 1 second, his entire body attributes doubled 20 times. Su Zheng felt the power around his body with difficulty belief. He touched the sofa on the side, and it didn't cause any damage. But with a thought of his own, the holy fire transformed back into an offensive strike engulfing the couch in an instant. All of space seemed to be on fire, it was superhuman. In an instant of effort, only a stain was left on the ground. I'm sure it was from this moment of getting it that I opened up. Su is having a good rehearsal in the hall a lot of wonderful uses. Especially standing in the land of Asia, he feels he's gotten smarter and able to feel the changes around him, and all the things he couldn't figure out before slipped through. The cultivation speed degree went up by leaps and bounds. He was so shocked that he hurriedly stopped. Afterward, it was used as a weapon again, in addition to hard smashing enemies. It can also be used as a magic weapon to trap and collect the enemy. So much for 1 ring, 5 rings raised. Wouldn't it be heavenly, 100 times the full attributes? He was a bit dumbfounded, but while surrounded by the holy fire, suddenly, he felt a sense of consciousness trying to break free and out. A movement in his mind releases it to come out of. Ow! From Su Zheng's chest jumped an ugly monster with a big mouth bucket. It was none other than Tao Tai, a god-level item that was not affected by the laws of the two realms and could travel directly. It circled around Su as Era did, wanting to approach but not daring to. It's a god feeling that's never been seen before. The Tao Tai from before was arrogant. It was simply the boss of the sky, the second of the earth, and it was the third. It's always got its mouth on Su Zheng. That want to be so humble now, living like a licking dog. Su Zheng was overjoyed to pick up Tao Tai, and at once the pair party was flattered and didn't dare to move. What's going on here? Master, it is because the bit of flame in on your body is too high. The lawless pet also behaves down. Suddenly, Su Zheng had a fleshy bulge rise in his right hand. It was Manina's consciousness. Su Zheng was delighted and hurriedly asked. Manina, calling out to you from the return of the... Why is there no response? I thought you had fallen into a deep sleep. Just returned his slumber. There is no spiritual energy in this also just the dragon country, just spiritual energy awakening. Divine objects obscure themselves, and I was only restored by being surrounded by holy fire. Suddenly, a purple light drilled out from Su Zheng's right hand, transforming into the form of Manina. She kneeled down on one knee, adhering to the mission of protecting the juggernaut. Rise, come, we don't have so much red tape here. Thinking that it wasn't safe to be around, Su was taking Manina back into her right hand and, with a bodyguard on guard, he was much safer. However, with the help of the holy fire, Su Zheng was now puffed up, swollen, and thought that his battle power was not inferior to silver. Anyone who tried to beat themselves up would die a horrible death. Your divine beast Tao Tai has been baptized with holy fire, loyalty plus 10. The sudden reminder caused Su Zheng to freeze, and he was in an odd state of mind, feeling, Tao Tai, if I release you now, I'm afraid I'll be dragged off to be sliced up. As powerful as you are, you can't destroy an aircraft air mothership. Can you change your appearance? Tao Tai gave him a haughty look that, Toodles, changing into an oddly large bulldog with a big belly, causing Su Zheng to lament that. The outer appearance has changed, the inner core remains the same, you are still as ugly as ever. Tao Tai ignored him, instead pulling on Su Zheng's pants leg to find food to make him fulfill his promise. In the final battle, Tao Tai gets a lot of credit. In the future, he would need to serve Tao Tai more. Su Zheng could only call and ask the chef to prepare a big meal. At the same time, he also started to count some of the treasures that Tao Tai had brought back with the help of Tao Tai. A few of them could have a big impact on the globe. Those are the zombie antidote serum, the zombie corpse poison antidote, and the primary gene enhancement potion. A cell-activated potion that can extend your lifespan by 4 or 5 years. There are even longevity potions 20 to 30 years configured with blood orchids and dragon's beard grass, and dragon's blood potions. This was exactly what the mother nest was so proud of. As for the blood bodhi and dragon's ambergris pearl hua, which could be called holy products, Su Zheng would never share them. And while Su Zheng was transforming into a Tao Tai and devouring the world, the outside world had already exploded with hot debates about the 99 contestants that, and the brightest new star, Su Zheng. Domestic microblogging and posting, hashtag Su Zheng returns is the undisputed #1 on the list. Twitter and Facebook were also discussing the images of his return. Shocked. The yellow halo on Longguasu's head actually signifies that he is dead. No Turn is not a lighthouse man. Longguasu called 100 women into the palace immediately after his return. Shocking. What 99% of Sakura people don't know. Su Young himself said he's out of the transmutation race. Shocked. Lighthouse star Unity was stunned when they saw it. Su Young's detailed account of his last night's action. It's a traffic bonanza with all kinds of real and fake headlines flooding the web. The welcome video of the subject's return has been turned over and over again by countless others, as well, attempting to get a glimpse of his feelings for the Dragon Kingdom. Some watched the live broadcast, filled with longing, wanting to make a pilgrimage to the. This was the large number of fans led by Zhuang Mengzhu. There were those who were silent, which were many leaders of other countries. Some sneered, calculating something in their minds, wondering if many accidents could happen during the 7 days of vacation. These were the old players, led by Wu Yuntian of the Emerald Kingdom and John of the Lighthouse Kingdom. Seeing the newcomers being fierce, they were like ons. Some of them were hoping for in-person interviews, and these were the two hosts, Li Hong and Bing Bing. Some are looking forward to meeting with him to find out what they think. This is the Dragon State Star System, Yu Binglan, the bureau chief, and many academicians. Others are complaining that he doesn't call them and only focuses on pretending to be bee and eating. This is some teenage girl waiting for a call. First night of return. Inside the villa, Zheng drank away everyone. On the seats of the terrace, a man and a dog. Drinking red wine, enjoying the moon and stars. The outside world is still vaguely noisy, but the vault of the sky is as clear as a wash. Unfortunately, 7 days later, it's going to be broadcast globally again. Why doesn't the system tell us that the official challenge is on that map? Afraid we'll be prepared. Zheng stroked Taoge's dog head and muttered. Wherever the master is, there's still us. Vaguely, Menina's voice tone came through. Something's coming up. The next day, Zheng had gotten on a special airplane and, under the escort of many war fighters, it flew straight to the capital. On the way, he also witnessed the changes he had brought about. The air around him had gotten much better. There are even 9 long dragons creeping on the ground, calming guarding the 9 states, watering flooding both sides of the river, and cultivating talents. A desertified oasis in the western region, and the birth of a large freshwater lake, all of which were changes brought about by him. Behold, everyone, our great hero. Zheng has flown in from Linan City. His journey along the way was broadcast live across the globe. It's safe to say he's now the most oldest international superstar of all time, bar none. The capital city began to be on alert a few days ago, and there are still many people coming under the banner of journalists. International TV stations also broadcast his footage live. And when Zheng came down from the airport, he was greeted by a crowd of flowers from children, old people, and at the head of the group was a little girl with a ponytail and a pretty face, dressed in a simple, clean and not too extravagant white dress, her face flushed, very tightly openly holding a bunch of sunflowers, bluebells offered to Zheng. Obviously rehearsed countless times last night. On the ground, she was nervous and stuttered. Brother Tree, hello. I'm Zhuang Mengzhu. A few days ago I was lying in bed, unable to move a muscle. In order for me to regain my health, my mom and dad have grayed their hair and aged for decades. You brought me, and thousands of children and elderly people behind me, a new life. Please allow me to offer flowers in gratitude on behalf of all those who have been saved by you, said excited bowing in flowers. Zheng smiled and took it, helping the little girl up gently. A hand up. What he didn't realize was that the group of old people, children, and the disabled person who stood up in front of him were the ones who had been saved because of him. Just listening to the game announcements alone might not have made much sense. At this moment, Zheng only felt that his struggle and adventure had meaning. What followed was naturally a series of friendly talks, in order to show off the great national style. The Dragon Kingdom also led a group of international reporters over, and at once they rushed in like pugs. Someone saw the same kind at Zheng's feet and asked, Mr. Su, where did the bulldog under your feet come from? As far as I know, you didn't have one before you left the house. Zheng looked up absently and returned. Just picked it up, right at the airport, probably too many barking dogs. Another reporter from John Bull country seized the opportunity to ask, Mr. Su, the bullfighting country is from the John Bull country. Does this mean that you are very interested in my country and have a good feeling about it? Have you considered emigrating too? Her Majesty the Queen and Lord Star Commander are more than welcome. Go and play sometime. Zheng didn't really feel like answering all this bull. But in order to maintain a high profile in front of the globe, he could only maintain politeness. Mr. Su, why has the Asian aura on your head disappeared? It was still visible yesterday. Some people on the internet say you're the son of God, with the same divine halo hanging over your head. What do you think about that? I got tired of it getting in the way and took it down and threw it away as a dart. Whoever wants to go and be God his old man's son can go and find out. Answering, while walking out of the airport. Seeing that people were about to leave, suddenly a reporter with glasses asked in a loud voice. Mr. Su, as far as I know, the current group of people led by the lighthouse and kangaroo countries ask for blame by the fact that you have reduced life expectancy and natural disasters by harming citizens of other countries. There are others who find the deaths of the Eugene duo on the last night a bit fishy. Asked you to give a plausible explanation. Or even try to lure you to the lighthouse. Do you harbor uneasy, guilty feelings about this? What is the explanation? Huzzah! The scene went suddenly silent and the students and the old people cursed in their hearts that the reporter was not as good as Wang. Team leader Yun even gave a wink god and asked people to take this group of suspected spies away for interrogation. Zheng's footsteps stopped, looked at the questioner and, I have a guilty conscience? No. I feel clear in my thoughts and refreshed. I even managed to eat 2 more bowls of rice at lunch. The half-hawk of the lighthouse, the treasure-seeking rat of the kangaroo, and the half-lion of the emerald are all people who have gotten into trouble and even killed me because of their own initiative. It's what triggered the subsequent series of events. Let me explain the compensation and ask the people who died under their knives. As for the allegations about the Eugene duo, I'd like to say, who would have had the time to check on them when they were busy going to the dragon's lair? Instead of having the time to ask for my pardon, it would have been better to kill the culprit, the Compassion King. Oh, right. I've heard that the Dragon Blood Compass King from the Lighthouse Kingdom is still around, lurking in the ground and has evolved to silver. It's better to care less about others and take care of your own home. The reporter was dumbfounded by the question. The guards who came threw them out. Zheng also went to the council chamber to meet with the Dragon Kingdom Star Commander, as well as a mysterious woman. Chapter 89 News of the Heart of Civilization, launching the longevity potion. The old man who was often seen on TV looked and amiable, and along with him came the academician. As well as the right sleeve is empty, pale appearance, temperament of the cold leaks a trace of tenderness. Yu Binglan. I wanted to meet you a long time ago. How was your rest last night? The old man smiled amiably and offered to extend his hand. You are a great hero of the Dragon Kingdom, and because of you, the country's fortunes have flourished for 100 years. We're just doing something meager. The next challenge is the point. Zheng politely smiled and heckled the handshake, sensing that the old man's body was hard. Afterwards, he looks curiously at Yu Binglan. At the time he was selected into the game. Had already seen her before, very charismatic. She's very hardy, hibernating in the snow for 3 days and nights. Just to obtain an iceberg snow lotus, but unfortunately, something happened in the last adventure, and he was sneak attacked by the people of the lighthouse country. Green is better than blue. I'm curious if the Ring of Asia you rewarded is really that amazing? Yu Binglan smiled and lifted her other small hand and shook it. It's also because I'm lucky. Who would have thought that the novice land is built on the back of a divine beast? And the divine monuments and wonders that were suppressed were all taken away by me. Zheng snorted. Yu Binglan was very interested in him, and the two people exchanged numerous information with each other. Among them, she specifically mentioned that the survival game of the greatest danger may not come from otherworldly enemies, but from earthlings. Especially if he is so radiant now, when a group of old men would have had an inherent advantage of. Such as John was known as the man closest to God, but Zheng's sudden emergence, bringing out the Ring of Asia, came directly later. I don't know, what's the next survival copy? I've laid many foundations and have no fear of them challenging me. Perhaps, not even qualified to walk in front of me. Zheng was quite confident, having the mother nest and the divine ring protecting his body. Two great wonders, unopened golden treasure chests, dragon beads, and many other exotic treasures. The next copy of himself will still be a ride. The first task enacted by the Divine Hero system is to achieve an SSS evaluation in the official replica, obtain the Heart of Civilization and activate another plant-based exo. Thinking of this, Zheng curiously asked Yu Binglan. Sister Binglan, have you heard of the Heart of Civilization? The opposite party was indeed bigger than him. Yu Binglan's face is slightly surprised when she hears that Where did you hear the news from? This can't be a high-level item that was contacted in the Bashful Forest. I also heard about it from a goblin high priest that talked about it. It's a god-level item, and if you can collect it, it will be a huge great boost to the country's fortunes, the people's wisdom, and civilization. It's even more precious than an unusual god-level treasure, because it's the cohesion of wisdom that there could only be a tiny chance of it being born in the altars and temples of civilized races. And not just by foolish kobolds, briefly hundreds of years old tribes. At least a few thousand years of civilization coalesced, if not tens of thousands of years. A god with its own writing, history, wisdom, and beliefs can only be born, precious and extraordinary. Is it that hard to get? Zheng was in trouble. I thought that catching a kobold horde gripping would be fine, but now it seems that the kobold kingdom is more like it. Yu Binglan had experienced 5 survival adventures, and her familiarity with different copies far exceeded Zheng's. Some of her experience in searching for water sources, treasures, and resource points was poured out to her. And Zheng was reminded to be careful of John, whose talent was a 100-fold blitzkrieg that. And also successfully transmigrated to a darkness-type Death Knight, going for the elite stream, summoning the Death Knights and charging a wave to push is very strong. Ha! To this Zheng said that when he met. I'll make sure he meets the coveted Olympic light. Just going back to do some research on the resistance of bugs to darkness and eat more carrion. Isn't it a cavalry charge stream? Drown in a sea of bugs, ga ga ga. Afterward, the old man inquired about Zheng's requirements for his own conditions and position. Zheng did not ask for much, just to be able to live. It is to eat better and more. To which Wolf, the bulldog at his feet, agreed. The crowd curiously turned their attention to the ugly family guy at his feet. It was rumored that there hadn't been this dog before arriving at the villa, so where did he pick it up from? My own dog doesn't know what it's doing, forgive me. Zheng stroked Taotia's dog head to calm it down. On the contrary, it was Yu Binglan on the side who looked at it again and again. In fact, I came here this time because the environment has changed too quickly and inquiring about the attitude of the country house towards the new age, Superman. Zheng pointed out the various types of problems in the context of the recovery of aura. The old people were rather open-minded, and they established exclusive cultivation classes in the major colleges. In particular, the fine folk who have awakened their dragon blood and dragon system talents. A dragon academy has been formed and Su Zheng has been invited to be the dean. So many experts have come out of the folklore now? Su Zheng curiously followed them and brought them to the dragon academy. The place had received notification in advance and had opened began to be on alert. I heard that Su Zheng is coming? I don't know how strong he is, but everyone else says he's evolved to bronze. The soldiers under his command are powerful, especially the Queen of Blades and Tao Tai. The strength itself is average. Generally also compared to the divine beasts under his command, out of the first 99 players he's number 1. Technically, we all awakened our powers because of him. I wonder how Captain Yudong's strength compares to his. Su Zheng, the old man, Bing Lan and the others stepped into the recently built academy under the guard of the black-clothed men. The main gate was 2 stone sculptures of divine dragons flying around, and the first thing you could see when you walked there was a stone statue of Su Zheng that was 2 meters tall. This is? Oh, drink the water and don't forget to dig the well. There was a leader who introduced him to all that the college had to offer. There was a group of academics who were shown coming, performing their level of talent. There were fire breathers, those who could spit dragon's breath of ice, and those who were fully scaled with dragon scales, and even transformed into dragon men. There was even a little girl who had awakened dragon language magic, and in just a short period of time, she already had tactical level power. She is a talent that is being cultivated, and it is said that she will be able to develop to the top in the future. Able to cast a dragon forbidden spell. The potential is no worse than a survival player. The little girl is very talented, study hard, and learn every day. The dragon language girl nodded her head repeatedly in excitement. Suddenly, one of the school leaders stated with slight pride that the strongest Yutong in the academy can burn dragon blood veins and is not inferior to the contestants in the slightest. I implore Su Zheng to show a few hands and experiment with Yutong's results. Su Zheng laughed and said, in this way, isn't it like an adult beating a child? It's too unfair. He was snorting, when suddenly, the manhwa passed on a sperm god warning. Juggernaut, of this academy. There are people who harbor enmity towards you and seem to be sniping at you from afar. Su Zheng immediately narrowed his double eyes, it should be an external force. Since that's the case, then call the Jade Hall trainee to come out here, I'll see how the awakened dragon blood is. Be gentle with your hands. Yu Binglan cautioned at the back of her back, players who had gone through life and death combat could not be the same as those who had been raised in greenhouses. Soon a good-looking, slightly tight young man saluted Su Zheng and carefully set up his stance. It was determined by manhwa that it wasn't this person who had the backbone. Anon. Suddenly, a dragon's roar resounded in the academy. It was Captain Yutong activating the power of his bloodline. It could be seen that a lifelike divine dragon phantom appeared behind him, suddenly swallowing Su Zheng. I told you, kid, to keep your hands to yourself, why are you so insensitive? The school leader was startled. In case Su Zheng made a mistake, then he himself would want to thank the whole nation people for his sins. The old man frowned, slightly displeased. The front foot had just said that one should not forget to dig a well when drinking water. Now you want to bury the well digger? Oh, it's okay, kids. Quite surprisingly, Su Zheng's figure did not change, taking the dragon fist strike head-on. He didn't move at all, and there was a clanging sound. Iron and steel. It was important to know that Yutong had used this punch to break a boulder. Don't be complacent because of a momentary achievement. Su Zheng's finger suddenly snapped up and crashed with a sound. Cloudy and light, bouncing Yutong a dozen meters or so away. This is still a stay of hand, otherwise it would be an exploding watermelon. The crowd, with the exception of Bing Lan, were all stunned and I didn't expect that the most outstanding disciple under the Aura Revival would not be able to defeat Su Zheng with one finger. Should I say that it was worthy of being the chosen of the gods? This scene was also faithfully recorded by the camera. Su Zheng, completely with the mentality of an adult instructing a child to play again. But for that Yutang to be so accomplished, he's considered superhuman among mortals. It can't be compared. The chosen of the gods, and the top Su Zheng among them. It can be said that all the dragon blood warriors in the Dragon Kingdom originated from him, and in the future this will be a global force to be feared. The program stops. Li Hong and Bing Bing rush to interview Su Zheng. Netizens from other countries are also watching everything Su Zheng does. Among them, there were people in the Lighthouse country who secretly laughed and whispered, "Surely it will come to the Dragon Academy, it's about time." Avalanche. Suddenly. A gunshot suddenly sounded in front of the camera, and in one of the college's academic buildings, a 15mm specialty sniper bullet suddenly flew out. The material was actually made of secret silver, inscribed with special symbols, with all sorts of unimaginable capabilities. Everyone's face color changed suddenly, not expecting that there were still killers in the heavily protected capital city, the future Hope Academy. However, the next second the crowd was dumbfounded, only to see that the secret silver sub-bomb that simmered and consumed a lot of effort was gently coincidentally clamped between Su Zheng's 2 fingers. The only martial art in the world is fast. This is a sub-bullet made of game material, rune special. It already has the destructive power to kill high-level bronze creatures, and I'm curious to see how many in the world can build a sub-bomb like this. There was a holy fire burning vaguely on Su Zheng's body. With a twist of his fingertips, the secret silver bullet turned around and attacked the sniper at a much faster speed. The sniper got up and fled the moment he got his hands on it, not realizing that the speed degree came so fast. The bullet went straight through his head from the lens of the sniper's rifle. Boom! Headshot success, 1 kill. I don't know who's in charge behind the back. The moment this thing isn't done right, it's a declaration of war between the two countries. There's something going on. Real men see life and death in the game. Playing these tricks makes a mockery. Su Zheng was not interested in continuing to stroll around and walked out with Tao Tai, Yu Binglan, and others escorting him. That old man had an iron face and ordered a strict investigation. The relevant leaders of the college were scared and forbidden as if they were chilled, and were jerked around. That sniper nicknamed Eagle Eye is the awakening of the dragon eye talent of the expert. No one knows that he is a pawn of that country. But a lot of people know exactly who has the ability to make a move. And soon enough, the attack on Su Zheng was topped the global hit list. The attacker was sprayed to death as the audience of the Dragon Kingdom was in a state of fear. Even more, they harshly criticized the evil intentions of the Lighthouse Kingdom. And no one has claimed this incident since. Instead, the Lighthouse State said, "How come there's no explanation for the unexplained deaths of our 2 players? Is there any proof that we did it?" Right. Su Zheng isn't a human savior either, he's just a Dragon Kingdom. Man. In the face of the heated debates from various countries, the online scolding wars, Su Zheng did something amazing that, with the help of the G side of the Dragon Kingdom, he set up his own conglomerate, its name, Everlasting Life Group. The first product launched is Zombie Antidote Serum, Zombie Corpse Poison Antidote. And up right after that, the longevity potion that can extend your life by 50 years. It's a global sensation. The bigwigs and powerful people of various countries who are worth a lot of money have been shaken. At that time, the hearts of the Lighthouse countries were cold, because the first words of the Everlasting Group were no sales to the few hostile countries such as the Lighthouse Nation, Kangaroo Nation, Emerald Nation, etc., and ban stop exports. Chapter 90 became the richest man in the world overnight, shaking the world. Zombie Virus Serum. Completely resolves the virus of the infected. No side effects whatsoever. And it also restores loved ones who have become zombies. Aren't you impressed? Zombie Antidote Potion, specializing in zombie poison. Mysterious Power from the East. Genetic Strengthening Potion. Activating potentials, upgrading physique. Currently only available for purchase in the Dragon Kingdom inside, unless the price is sky high. Terminal Illness Nemesis. A cure-all for any disease, including cancer and the like. It is created with precious immortal water and then fused with the blood of divine beasts. It is immeasurable. The Longevity Potion was created by Mr. Su after through the 991 difficulties. Taking epic herbs, the Dragon's Nest wonders were researched and made. It's worth a lot of money. No, it's worth a lot of money. A life-changing item that increases life expectancy by 30-50 years. The price is immeasurable. Please negotiate and prioritize the purchase of the Dragon Domestic Ministry. This is an advertisement put out by the Everlasting Group, one stronger than the other gimmicky, but on the off chance that it really has its effect. The moment this group with a G-square background came out, it created a global heat wave. Launching products of transgenerational significance, whether it's a cure-all or an antidote to poison. And even the longevity pills sought by celebrities and generals throughout the ages, hitting the G-spot of human beings directly. One of the things worth spitting out is also the fact that on the introduction of each potion, it is clearly written all over how Su Zheng had put his heart and soul into creating a potion. Made with dragon blood, Taotai blood, and immortal springs. This material alone, with its immortal endorsement, made the rich and powerful flock to it. And the Eternal Life Group is more than just using all kinds of precious medicines as a tool for enrichment. Su is joining forces with the G-square too. Taking bottles of antidote serum as the best tool to build up prestige strength, enhance strength, and expand territory. Crazy. Not only is Su Shen a great battler fighter with a hand clip bomb, but he's also a master of scientific research. With so many players being picked, someone, even if they were lucky enough to bring out a divine object, what can they do for us? This alone, Su Zheng is the savior of all mankind humanity. There are still over 100,000 zombies, etc. wandering around the globe. And over 1 million infected. This potion, it's too precious. It can't be a gimmick with no real effect, right? The world is abuzz. Before, the Dragon Kingdom was even stronger, it didn't affect their lives. Just envy, but now it affects the fate of many people. Within minutes of the news being released, there were many urgent emergency calls from other star systems to contact the Dragon Kingdom. And soon there were results on the ground. Someone in the Dragon Kingdom was unfortunate enough to be bitten by a zombie and was infected with the zombie virus. On the air, injected with the serum on the spot, the pale disease returned to redness with a speed degree visible to the naked eye well treated. The half-zombie people shed their teeth on the spot and their skin returned to normal. And the two hosts, Bing Bing and Li Hong, invite Su Zheng to the program to introduce the magic of all the potions and how they are configured. This program interview, the number of people exceeded 5 billion. This was not a live broadcast from the Sky Dome, so one could imagine the fire explosion of Su Zheng's popularity. Su Zheng was even weeping in front of the camera as he recounted that, in order to create the zombie serum, he deliberately infected his men's bug soldiers with the virus. And on one occasion, he even risked his own life to get bitten by a zombie leader. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes had burst into tears. The zombie virus later on, even more than 50 elite soldiers were sacrificed before it was finally overcome. The materials used are all treasures. The other contestants have never seen them before. It's the heart blood of a zombie king, and it's made from zombie teeth. With 100 years of internal alchemy concocted 7749 days to become. And what he did was not for money, but for the benefit of mankind in the Dragon Kingdom. Now that the production of the potion and the transportation apparatus are all handed over to the G side for review approval, money can't even buy it. But for the sake of the country people, they themselves first donated a batch to save. At this moment, Su Zheng's glorious image was set up in people's hearts, and he became a saint during his life. The two sisters, Bing Bing and Li Hong, under Su Zheng's extremely infectious narration, both eyes reddened, completely turning into fangirls. The clamor on the network is even higher than a wave. Even the netizens of other countries felt that he was the advent of the Holy Sun. In response, the bulldog at Su Zheng's feet said woof woof. Oh, I don't know full stop. 2 days for the return, 7 days for the game, 9 days for the how to develop a 49-day antidote elixir. After getting off the program, Su Zheng gang gathers up at his feelings and praises his acting skills. A tall figure, full of the invincible flavor of a youthful teenager. Fair-skinned schoolgirl with a head of shoulder-length straight hair snickered. Hey, how can the world believe in its divine effects without exaggerating? I'm also selling it for the sake of the country family. Su Zheng joked to the Tsinghua schoolgirl in front of him, which was naturally Ling Chengyu. I didn't expect the immortal bird bloodline to flow after some experience. It caused her face value to go up another step, and now she was even more eye-catching than the top stars. Not long after arriving in the capital, the two people hooked up. No, it was a liaison. Currently, Lung Qingyue is also working for the Eternal Life Group. In addition to this, Zhuang Mengzhu, the fangirl at the airport before. When Su Zheng learns that her family's family has made a name for themselves in the medical field, she invites in to help, too. After all, when the game is on, someone else has to watch. Any leads on who attacked you last time? Lung Qingyue asked suspiciously. It could only be led by one family. I thought that an assassination-killing team of old players would be organized, but now it seems that the wind is calm and quiet. Don't dare continue. Was hoping to surprise them. Su Zheng picked up the bulldog with slight regret and Lung Chengyu looked at it and didn't say anything. She joked, congratulations, on the first day of the Everlasting Group's establishment. You've locked up the richest man in the world, or a multinational megacorporation. Big rich man in the future, begging for a hug. Oh. She spat out her little tongue in a cute manner. Well. To feed my family. All thanks to my mangy dog eating a lot. Su Zheng made a gesture to cuddle, only to have Ling Qingyu poo-poo twice and walk away. Because she saw that one of the previous guests, Jean Locke, had secretly come to lean nearer to. The two hosts were also waiting to come in for an interview. After experiments in the Dragon Kingdom, the serum, the potion effects were proven that the countries were sensationalized and friendly, pleasing messages occurred. These include the Second Five, the Sakura Nation, and the Cosmic Nation. The Dragon Nation donated a batch of zombie serum to the Baba Goat Nation, and the Baba Goat Star Commander personally led a team to receive it. And sincerely invite Su Zheng to visit Baba Goat for a trip. They give the highest state affairs reception. The Chancellor of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom apologized profusely for following the Lighthouse Kingdom and offending the Dragon Kingdom earlier. I implore the Dragon Kingdom to grant an antidote to the corpse poison potion. It is rumored that there has already been a chairman of the Sakura Kingdom's financial valve who secretly flew to the Dragon Kingdom, desiring thousands of dollars to purchase a longevity potion. The Desert Kingdom, the Pharaoh's Kingdom, and the Oil Kingdom have all dispatched dignitaries to visit the Dragon Kingdom and begged Su Zheng to visit them, which would be a great honor for them. The Prince of the Oil Country, with $20 billion, begs for a longevity potion and sincerely stated that he wanted more, and that money was not a problem. After some friendly talks between the two sides, the king succeeded in purchasing a potion. Grateful, he took a plane back overnight. The king was furious that night because it was supposed to be purchased for him, and the king took it himself in the middle of the plane. and said it was a test for the king to see if it was poisonous, which resulted in the whitehead turning black over the course of one night. After 30 years of youth, the king was deposed and the king sent his favorite prince to the Dragon Kingdom. The follow-up came when the prince also spent tens of billions of dollars to successfully purchase a longevity potion and also bought a gene potion. For the sake of his father's health, he drank both potions. Not only did his body physical state return to the golden age of youth, but his strength was also 3 times greater, and his cellular activity was increased across the board. Easily outrun the original world champion. Hearing this, the king of the Oil Kingdom took a plane overnight and came to the Dragon Kingdom himself. Queen Lingkong of the John Bull Kingdom issued the highest knighthood for Su Zheng, without the consent of the Dragon Kingdom. She has already come to the east by airplane, accompanied by the star system of the John Bull country. Her purpose is clear, while the Dragon Advocate's attitude is ambiguous. The Gallic Chicken Kingdom's star system calls the Empress by her direct name, does not speak her mind, and has also come. The leader of the White Elephant country said that the Everlasting Group's potions are not as all-powerful and useful as their Ganges River water. During this period of time, the internet sort of exploded. People from all over the world are talking about it, and they are really feeling the impact of Su Zheng on the world. And the Eternal Life Group has become a giant in one night. Despite the background of G-Square, it still can't resist the rich and powerful people from all over the world to pursue him. There are even Kangaroo Country stars to thank and pray for forgiveness. Emerald Country Star president personally visited the capital to apologize and other things, a time to become a joke on the internet. In just 2 days, Su Zheng has become the world's richest man, the meat and potatoes of all countries. Many countries since sent invitations to him, thirsting to meet with him. As for the lighthouse countries, it is said that the Star Tunnel lost his temper in public and denounced the ugly behavior of the people who crossed paths with the Dragon Nation. The major capital basic families that backed him up have turned their backs on rebelled against the front camp, thirsting for the Dragon Kingdom's potion to save their lives. We invested so much? Why is it that you have traveled across the 2 worlds and never brought such a divine object, let alone a serum for healing? There are still over 100,000 zombie patients haunting the country. The players from the Lighthouse Nation looked at each other in disbelief when the speaker berated them like this. It's hard to survive. They're constantly hungry. Where can they research the serum? They still want it. No way. The global situation is being affected by the potion, and we're going to have to imitate it. The Lighthouse Nation has tried everything in its power to attempt to bring out the serum, the antidote, and even the liquid of the everlasting potion from the Dragon Nation. Paying many latent pawns, spies, and after a lot of hard work only after bringing the potion back to country to study it, the experts scratched their heads and still couldn't figure out the ingredients. Unheard of, unseen. Not only is the matter itself not available on Earth, but what maneuvers are confusing. It was intentionally leaked by Su Zheng, for which a number of traitors were caught and the environment was greatly cleaned up. It even counterfeited a large number of dollars. Not afraid to be analyzed in the face of doubtful domestic experts? He is not worried at all, no matter the raw materials or the production method. Neither is comprehensible to human beings now, not in the same dimension. And during these few days, Su Zheng, in addition to forming the Everlasting Group, making good use of the treasures in his hands and laying a solid foundation. It is to personally go around and experience the impact you have caused, the 9 Dragons River, the desert oasis, the freshwater lakes, the establishment of cultivation academies around the world, famous monuments of immortality, and even Su Zheng has picked all kinds of strange flowers that. It was also unknown whether it was high luck or whether the Asiatic divine ring played a role. In any case, he sort of fulfilled his wish to travel all over the world, practically feeling the impact of his every move in the game on the Dragon Kingdom and the world. More motivation power to fight for it. See, it's so easy to be the richest man in the world. One day is enough. Anywhere he goes, it's bound to be a crowd and a million revelers. If not before the return, in people's hearts, Su Zheng's image, though godly, was rather vapid. Now that he has had a real impact on all corners of life, he has been called the Son of God who walks the earth. Some people in the Lighthouse Kingdom have gray hair. Has opened began to convince soften. Global funds and top talents are unconsciously pouring into the Dragon Kingdom. Everything is moving in a good direction. And there are dark tides in the shadows. John's secret meeting with Wu Yuntian. John meets with Wu Yuntian in secret, promising all sorts of promises, and glory, and riches. Wu Yuntian has decided that the next copy of the survival game counterparts. Unconsciously, the 7-day vacation period ended unconsciously. Su Zheng browsed through the mountains and rivers, quite comprehending them and feeling that he would soon be advancing again. As for Tao Ye's days, with heavenly wealth to back him up. 24 hours a day, immersed in eating, thousands of top chefs are employed and busy as if they are. It felt like it had arrived in paradise. How about it, want to team up for a copy together? The capital quadrangle. A shawled, long, black schoolgirl called out to him. Su Zheng, whose heart had been washed once, smiled. Good. With that, he stepped forward and suddenly took the girl's hand. Lang Qingyue's face was slightly surprised, and she tried to break free, but was unsuccessful. Finally, the second survival game has arrived, and this is the official version. Chapter 91 World Announcement, Deadly Desert Loading. World Announcement. The second round of the survival game has officially begun. This time, the 99 newcomers from the last round can choose for themselves whether or not to enter, or to forfeit their eligibility. Also, veteran players who met the requirements could choose to enter in. Note, survival has its dangers and comes with its own level of hate. There will also be monster attacks at night. Please choose carefully. After 7 days, the dome of the sky once again flashed a red warning that Zheng felt that he obviously hadn't rested for long. Why did he have to struggle again? He pulled Ling Qingyu with one hand and picked up the bulldog with the other and spat. I don't think it's been long since we escaped the Basha forest, huh? Why don't you let go of my hand for a minute? Sister Binglan, the others are watching. Lang Qingyue's face was slightly flushed, and she righteously broke away. The two people were in the quadrangle, the house that was allotted to Su Zheng by Ji Feng. There were people around them live streaming their crossing. Su Zheng said with a straight face. Holding hands, maybe when we cross over we can be in it together. It will be much easier to combine the two bases in one when the time comes. The activation of your bloodline's lead in the second challenge is a major event that will affect your entire life. I definitely need to help you. And I'm definitely going to make a big deal out of this official challenge, too. Lang Qingyue stomped her foot. So many people, it's the whole country now. No, a global broadcast. Aren't you ashamed that you refused to add me as a friend in the game earlier? And didn't Binglan-san say that each placement is randomized? There's a fair amount of distance between individuals to prevent chiming in. Is there such a thing? Su Zheng pretended not to understand. And you still want to make things happen? Didn't old grandpa say that if you survive, you have everything? No credit, no blame. You want to recreate the myth and collect all the 5 rings of civilization? Oh, there's always an SSS rating. Su Zheng snorted. Everyone, please look at the big screen. Today is the second time that little brother crosses the game. It is reported that this time there are also elite players from various countries to put in, because if you don't advance against the current, you will fall back. Though the danger is greater, the winner home runs all the way, if you win. In a short period of time, the strength and status of my Dragon Kingdom will be revitalized, recreating the weather of 10,000 nations coming to court. It is rumored that the Lighthouse Kingdom can no longer sit still and has sent 3 guests. There are also public cries of peaceful competition and rationalization. Strictly prevent certain returning human contestants from attacking through indigenous hands. With her usual smile, Ice live streamed the crossing of the two Su Zheng. All over the world. A ready player likewise waits under the grand send-off ceremony, waiting for the hero to triumph again. In the crowd there was a clear beauty dressed in a white shirt and raised her okay left hand and shook it at them. She remembered the last time she had crossed over, when she had pinned her hopes on the nations. Finally. That time, the despondency of the return, the deadness of her heart, the mutilation of her limbs bodies, was nothing less than a skyscraper to her, who had always been so high and mighty. This time, single-handedly, Li Guanshan, at this moment, the country fortune is difficult. May you all rise up to forward, and may the coming day be free from such suffering for our descendants. Suddenly, these words came to her mind. At that exact moment, a pillar of light descended from the sky and the dome of the heavens drew back the curtain, and a grand sound voice spread across the globe. Beginning of the official survival exercise, players are being selected, Dragon Kingdom Su Zheng, Lung Chengyu. Each of the 239 countries around the world must have one person participate. The number of people this time, 1,000. Loading survival map in progress? Gollum. The globe was looking up as the contestants departed in a flurry of light. Survival map selected, Deadly Desert. A total area of over 10 million kilometers, devoid of people, birds of prey extinct, sun bursting. Overall difficulty, A+. Average temperatures in the upper 80s. There are even more threats of all kinds such as poisonous scorpions, sand ants, and foreigners. Please prepare for heat and sunscreen. Note, as a friendly reminder, there is no time limit for this challenge. The most important goal, and even the most important goal, is to find the desert oasis. It will be the only hope for the desert and will bring the homeland, oases, etc. to the homeland. Red subtitles across the dome of the sky, with yellow-orange, endless yellow sands floating in the background, the blazing sun, as if magnified tenfold. Otherworldly super sun blazing barbecue, blazing white light, the dark smoke of desert reflections, even without stepping into it, one already felt a dryness and extinction of extinct vitality. Surprisingly, it's a desert. And it's some kind of death desert. Difficulty A+. It's outrageous. Was it this hard for the previous players? I suspect that some people have increased the difficulty. The highest other newcomers have encountered the second survival challenge before was just a B. Boing boing, what to do, land to the desert. Players' pre-accumulation is instead delayed, so many open mouth to eat what? Gnawing sand? Fear is not to slaughter their own soldiers to eat. I feel that there's a little more chance of the soldiers uniting to kill the Lord. I, desert nation, grew up living in the desert. This time the innate advantage is great, this time the MVP will definitely be my desert people. Has the Pharaoh's kingdom of the origin of my civilization spoken? Ra, known as the heir to the eagle god, has mutated his bloodline, and summoning the mummy core is just the thing for the chosen one. The internet was abuzz with various keyboard warriors mooching their hands, ready for the big battle. Times are different now, with the establishment of the Eternal Life Group and the change of position of the world's richest man. Zheng is no longer alone, but is a significant and important person. It's a desert, then water source is the biggest problem. First of all, we have to make sure the soldiers are protected from the heat. Seeing the yellow desert, the sudden subdimensional heat that broke the Yubinglan frowned tightly, but quickly relaxed. I remember correctly, he has an innate advantage with the immortal water spring. The system purposely didn't divulge the new map just to prevent the players from preparing in advance. What kind of survival challenge was this? Wouldn't it be a vacation? System reminder. Welcome to the lucky ones with big guts. How was your 7-day vacation? It's been a long time. Please take inventory of everything you have and be prepared for the heat. You may move your base location once times per day, so take advantage of it. Objective, to find a water source, to locate an oasis, 2. And pass the test to defeat the Guardian forces and take over the oasis. Reward, get the oasis and be able to adopt it as your own territory. Special titles such as Emperor of the Desert, Desert Eagle, etc. Zheng, who just crossed here, feels dizzy and lightheaded. Reopening his eyes, he was stabbed by the dramatic anti-nuclearization light and couldn't open his eyes. The warmth between the hands anti-underwriting is still warm, but the good people are no longer. Day, such a big sun? Looking around, there's a vast expanse of. It's so hot it's hard to imagine, the temperature is surprisingly above 80 degrees. The ground was literally an oven. With Zheng's body physical qualities sweating, one could imagine the horror. Ow! There was a sound in the desert thicket, and the Tautai at his feet wailed a sound and resumed its true form, facing the bad weather, comparing to the luxury of eating all the delicacies of the 9 states before the meal came to the mouth, the Tautai spat out his tongue, the difference was too great. The Ring of Asia. It's so nasty. Zheng called up his panel, only to see the attributes on it jumping without breaks. The status surfaced with a red warning: high temperatures are prone to water shortage and heat stroke. Zheng first sacrificed the divine ring. In an instant, a yellow halo popped out from his head, dropping a halo of light that, as if blessed by an angel, invulnerable to all law, insulates from outside harm, including temperature. In an instant, Zheng felt like he jumped from a 3-volt day into a freezing snowy sky. Head air conditioning, a cold air lingering around. Ding, you are using the foul-level Asiatic divine ring, the negative status of your body disappears. Hearing the reminder, Zheng grinned and he opened the chat group in the panel, and the first thing he did was to contact Ling Chengyu. It was hard to see that the Firebird in the game. Reality knows the book, face value, temperament, cultural literacy within, love. OMG. The heat is killing me. Can you guys believe it's 100 degrees in the desert under your feet? With the sun directly overhead, the average temperature is 80 degrees Celsius. It's too difficult this time, isn't it? The base hasn't released yet. How are we going to drink water with all those mouths? First find shade, and dig up the bushes, the pike. Extract moisture from the roots. Water is most important. I am Abood, Prince of the Desert. This map was made for me, and I am destined to find the treasure and take over the desert. Has the RA of my pharaoh's kingdom spoken? The world's greatest desert is in my territory, and this is the divinely chosen place where my mummified legions grow and my bloodline ascends to godhood. All you first 98 compatriots, are you still there? Zheng, Ling Qingyue, and Ding Lo from the Dragon Kingdom, and the 3-headed snake from the Sakura Kingdom. The quality of players in this batch is strong, as everyone in the chat room tweeted. Everyone cursed and danced around the desert, preparing new shoes, while looking for a spot to prepare for the release of the camp. How are you doing? Can you check the location? Did the bloodline lead activate yet? Zheng quickly asked to Ling Qingyue in his friends list. Over there, Ling Qingyu replied back. It's okay, I'm heat resistant, the environment can take it, it's just that there might be a lack of water. I'm not sure of the exact location, but I'm guessing it's a long way from you. The system doesn't hate it when the players report for duty. I'm going to find a place, promote it to a base. Summon a flock of firebirds, be more mobile, find a water source and an oasis. As for the blood lead, there's a vague sense of a fire burning in my chest. Pointing to the center of the desert, it is estimated that the journey is some distance. There's no time limit on this challenge, surviving and finding water is what it's all about. In the middle of the vast desert, the reddish undead bird was searching for a suitable location in the air. Landing, scolded Geo by the sand, bouncing around, ready to find a place to upgrade its base. I'm protected by a divine ring, and the temperature's okay. Let's lay up the base first. There's a spring of immortal water. There should be enough water. Trade it to you when the time comes. Su Zheng said to Lung Qingyu before stepping onto the bewildering road home. Just walked through the yellow sand, the wind blew, and the footprints drowned. Don't know where I'm coming from. Lonely, hot. This environment is too harsh. An ordinary person would have to be hiccuped in less than half an hour. At this point in time, the deadly desert is scattered with a star-studded cast of players. Many of them were rolling on the soles of their feet, cursing and bouncing from one to the next. The water on their bodies was rapidly evaporated. Within a few minutes it was already dehydrated and dry-mouthed, and it was killing me. Perhaps the most dangerous thing about this map is not the enemy, but the environment itself. The global audience gripped their hearts as they watched the 1,000 players suffer and move forward as carefully as travelers heading west. Master Bei, I remember you used to survive in the desert. Playing the part of a man who had the misfortune to fall into the desert and how to get back into civilization. So what advice can you give us now? A more restorative live broadcast, sponsored by the Everlasting Life Group, Bing Bing and Li Hong, who had completely become Su Zheng's fangirls, continued to host the. It is said that they are still absorbing beautiful hosts. Guests include the Old Bureau, Battlewolf, Beyonce, Goldlock, and others. Master Bei looks closely at the big screen and comments. The first thing is to recognize the direction and prevent wandering. The second is to find a water source to prevent water loss. Of course, the laws of the other world are a little different. A sun this big, I've never seen it before. The creatures are also poisonous, so be very careful. Anyway, on the first day, it's definitely a good idea to familiarize yourself with the environment. He hadn't even finished this aside when someone on the live broadcast suddenly let out a miserable scream sound. The dome of the sky instantly became blood red apiece. There is a red world announcement across. The first victim has arrived. Chapter 92, Opening the Golden Treasure Chest, Awkward Marigold. World announcement. Highlander Nation's player, Ackerman Vernon, was unfortunately poisoned by the black and white sand lizard, becoming the first player in this batch to die. The nation's luck backfired. The lifespan of everyone in the Plateau Kingdom is reduced by 1 year, while debuffs such as weakness and shortness of breath last for 1 week for those in the territory. Another 5,000 black and white sand lizards are randomly dropped into the Plateau Kingdom. Please be prepared to meet them. Friendly reminder, there are quite a few poisons hidden under the desert, so please be cautious. It had only started not even half an hour ago, and bad news had already come in. Weeping came from the Highlander country, which had not yet been dismantled for the ceremony of rejoicing. This is a country located in the south of the earth, known as the Highlander country of the Crimson State. The last batch of 99 players survived, and were even given feedback for it. Rewarded for the physical health of the nation anti-nuclear marketing. I can't imagine it's over now that it's started. Everywhere is treacherous. The audience watched the replay nervously, only to see that Ackerman player walking the desert on the. He stepped on a sand lizard and unconsciously tried to flatten it. The lizard fought back, bit him, and collapsed in less than 3 seconds. The players moved more carefully. It's too slow to move alone, it's better to pick a spot and place a base. Everyone exerted their own powers, of which the Desert Kingdom, Pharaoh Kingdom, Oil Kingdom, and other countries did have an advantage. They found plants such as the pike and the long-spiked willow, extracted water from the roots of the trees, and again tried to take the opportunity to find out the underground river. The desert is actually full of treasures, as long as we can dig out an underground river. If we can dig out an underground river and walk along it, not to mention an oasis, at least the water problem will be solved. There could even be a windfall. The river itself is a resource point. The 998 players were sweating and walking hard. The combination of Su Zheng's 1 man and 1 dog was naturally the most popular live broadcast, and someone soon noticed the difference. What's going on? You guys, look at Su Zheng's head, there's not a single drop of sweat on it. I see the other player's skin anti-nuclearization is red and hot. What else? Just look at the halo over his head. It's the same as bringing a portable air conditioner, and he has a spring that feels just like a vacation. Between the crowd's heated discussion, the foreign netizens' hearts soured. Among them, the Lighthouse 3 led by an ice-fierce tiger, just opened the game and suffered a lot. The other 2 were a white-feathered buzzard and a steel-boned otter. The formation was well-rounded, both in the sky and on the ground. Then, unexpectedly, they fell headlong into the desert. Attributes were mutually exclusive, and his status dropped continuously. Star Unity has instructed us not to act without authorization. Surviving and finding the resource point is the best reward. Especially against the Dragon Kingdom Su Zheng. The last time Eugene's trio was completely destroyed leaked oddities that the lighthouse's luck was greatly damaged, so this time, we don't want to be successful, but we don't want to avoid mistakes. There are people to deal with him on their own, so let's just set aside our relationship. It must be said that this time the captain of the Much wiser than Eugene last time, life is his own. Is it so strong? But it is only a newcomer that. Might as well try to see if you can capture the Asteria Halo, one of the game's 5 ultimate rewards. Who wouldn't be tempted? The companion, on the contrary, is somewhat moved, and feels that the wind has been stolen by the newcomer was disconcerted to be esteemed as a son of God. I advise you to put aside your pride as a senior, it's not that simple to get a super god rating. The potion he made became famous all over the world, and he became the guest of honor of many countries. If you guys underestimate it, then don't blame me for not saving you if you seek death yourselves. Separated from this place by an entire desert distance, Wu Yuntian of the Emerald Kingdom reverted to a 2-meter-tall green troll that roasted and scorched under the hot sun. He cursed that he should not have agreed to John's request. It's better to summon the troll base as early as possible, it's much easier to collect resources with them in the. But what resources are in the desert? Moving bricks and churning sand. He spat to himself, looking out over the vast desert. Running towards the bushes, it was better than nothing to gather up firewood in an attempt to get water. With his nature, the desert is going to be a mess. Yu Binglan returned to her institute, and she formed her own team of specializing in building her own career model for future development, though her future was affected by the fact that after breaking an arm, the many spells have to be paired with anti-underwriting knots and hand gestures to accomplish this. Upon returning to the institute, however, she was surprised by a visitor from the Everlasting group that. The visitor was Zhuang Mengzhu, being Su Shen's #1 Brainkin fan. After being rehired, he learns his most hated management and helps him keep his house. Sister Binglan, my family's chairman was on his way out before he left behind an item for me to give to you personally. Zhuang Mengzhu ordered the others to leave for the time being and took out a small icebox from her bosom. What kind of treasure don't, so secretive? It can't be the rebirth potion. Yu Binglan took it with a snicker, opened the icebox, and as if struck by lightning, only to see a vermilion red booty quietly lying inside. The energy and vitality it contained was moving. It could prolong the life of an ordinary person for 100 years, a priceless treasure. This gift is too heavy. After a long time, she sighed longingly. Just pick it. Su Zheng walked for a while, then flew to the sky to observe. Finding a feng shui place, he chose to place the base. Reminder, please make sure to place the base on the dune, there is only one chance a day to do so. You can choose to place it when it's dark and collect it when it's light. Continue searching for water sources, oases. Okay. Su is missing her good boy anti-underwriting treasure. As a master, how could he hike thousands of miles by himself, searching for water and resources? At once, a 5-colored halo of light enveloped his chosen location and the familiar base of the mother nest returned, covered in a green fungus blanket, a full kilometer of fences, farmlands, insect nests, and other buildings each emerged, along with a single insect soldier who had regained his essence. Ding! Congratulations on the reinforcement of your base. It's been a long time, Lord. It's been a long time, I've missed anti-underwriting you guys. Su Zheng hurriedly hid in the middle of the mother nest, but realized that the insect clans were also scorched by the sun. Manina appeared from nowhere and inquired. Juggernaut, the mother lair has the option to modulate its mode depending on the environment. The bugs can also change their colors to better absorb solar energy. Su Zheng naturally readily agreed, and as a throwaway, let the queen bring 3 brainworms to modulate the bugs. The blankets remained the same, but the bugs began to transform into black and yellow anti-nuclear marketing colors, the black being responsible for absorbing sunlight and collecting energy to be used for glowing at night. The yellow anti-nuclear sales color is a lurking combat unit, but also responsible for exploring the environment and collecting treasures. The total number of bugs broke over 2,000, plus after the base got through the novice. Have been reinforced, just like a bully in the sand. Among them, tyrannids, treasure worms, and zombie beasts are all elite units with great potential. Su Zheng himself hid into the mother nest and began to take stock of the harvest from the trip to the dragon nest, craving for so long to finally be able to look at it. First of all, the shadowless sword, his strongest weapon. More importantly, it's the sneak attack holy weapon, but Su Zheng also found the drawbacks that if he himself ignited the holy fire and added it to the sword, it would be easy to reveal its original form. It looks like we'll have to guard against one hand in the future. He found out the gold treasure chest that he didn't have time to open before, 7 days late to open the chest. With the golden light, the reminder came. Congratulations on successfully obtaining the forging drawing of Magic Sword Apophis X1. Class of Special Anti-Nuclearization Special Skill Book Imperial Sword Art, and a jar of marigold oil X1. Inside the treasure chest, a jar of 10,000 gold oil, a forging drawing, a skill book that. Su Zheng was the first to have his heart thumping at the skill book. Men who were familiar with immortal novels, who wouldn't be moved by this supreme immortal skill. He picks it up with a pilgrim's heart. Unexpectedly, the jack of all trades on the side appeared before him and brought a world announcement. Marigold oil, also known as cooling oil, it is a paste-like medicine made from menthol and cinnamon bark oil. It is a good medicine to drive away the cold and avoid the summer heat, rubbing it on the body anti-writing. It can relieve heat, freezing, and even poisoning and other abnormal states. Congratulations to you lucky one, opening a desert divine item as soon as you arrive. Su Zheng was guilty of embarrassment. Was this what he wanted? The bugs have no fear of the flames and are changing their form. The mother nest is still utilizing solar energy, and they have a halo over their heads, so who are they afraid of? To others it is a divine object, but to himself it is a real chicken rib. World announcement. Congratulations to Dragon Country's Su Zheng for grabbing the head anti-underwriting chip and opening the gold treasure chest early. Unexpectedly harvested a jar of oil. The summer heat is unbearable anti-underwriting. $1 million to keep you safe. This survival challenge removes 50% of all negative statuses from the environment for all Dragon Nation contestants. It is also accompanied by buffs such as cool and heat protection. Meanwhile, the national transportation feedback. Rewarding the people of the Dragon Kingdom for their penetrating, heart-fluttering state of affairs. Maintained to last for a week. People sit at home, coolness comes from the sky. The viewers watching the live broadcast were watching with fascination as everyone opened their bases, and even the soldiers were baked in smoking. Suddenly, they felt an anti-nuclearization cool air rushing from the ceiling straight into their brains. Suddenly into the rush as into the state of saints, straight wanna say cool word. What kind of feeling is this? I feel like I'm shoulder to shoulder with the sun. So refreshingly cool, with a mind as calm as ever, as in the state of the virtuous anti-nuclear person that. Concentration has grown tremendously, and I don't think it will be a problem for my current self to get into a top school. 23333, what's going on with Su Zheng? Didn't you just summon the mother nest? Where did you get the golden treasure chest? Did you dig it up from the ground? It's not bad for him to give the others a hard time right from the start. The Dragon Country audience felt quite refreshed, the other netizens differed. But the Dragon Kingdom players, this time, in addition to Su Zheng, Ling Qingyue, there's also Ding Lu, the whistling wolf. As well as another veteran player, Xiang Jian, the great sword master, who took the transfer route. However, they suddenly felt a chill in their hearts, and their continuously falling attributes stopped. The temperature of the forehead stopped rising and a wave of clear air lingered over the entire anti-underwriting body, and for a time, mobility was greatly enhanced. Where did he get the refreshing oil? The agitation in Ling Qingyue's heart was eliminated, and her flame control was stronger. She was puzzled as to how she had dug up a golden treasure chest after only traveling for half an hour. Could it be from the last novice village? This is Supernova Su Zheng, who just came and gave us a head start. Where do you dig up $1 million from in the middle of the big desert? The chat room was abuzz with new and old players. Some of them, such as R.A. and Polar Bear Belinsky, who had shared the same army, said, "That's the way he works against nuclear marketing, always surprising you. Thanks to him, the other Dragon players don't have to suffer." That said, this weather really kills people. I don't even anti-nuke dare to summon my own bear soldiers for fear of being sunscreened to death. This is the shuddering statement of a shivering polar bear in the desert, clad in a thick mane of fur and blubber. Why did Belinsky think it was the desert, not the harsh winter, that had come? It's better than nothing, trade a little to Ling Qingyu later. Su Zheng shook his head and opened the marigold oil, and the fragrant air floated out. He skillfully anti-underwriting practiced dabbing a little and wiping it on his forehead and other places. Feeling much clearer in the head. System reminder, congratulations, you have wiped your hands with the oil of 1,000 golds. Gaining the added effects of sunscreen, heat stroke prevention, and beauty anti-nuclear marketing whitening. Fearless of the hot desert sun. Oh, it kinda works. Su was preparing to apply some to manhwa as well, and afterward, he examined the Imperial Sword Art. A rank skill book, and it wasn't a regular one. Isn't this tailor-made for the shadowless sword? Chapter 93, Snowy Scenery in the Desert, Su Zheng stuns the globe. Imperial Sword Technique, a rank skill book. Using chi to control the sword, transforming chi into a sword, the highest realm of human sword unity. Using spiritual power to cultivate one's bond with the immortal sword, divine and defenseless, There's also the higher mastery, 10,000 swords decree, and the highest realm, 10,000 swords. Wonderful. Su Zheng sighed in admiration. This intersects with the shadowless sword. It's really a great weapon for sneak attacking and robbing monsters. Think about your own movement anti-underwriting unchanged. Suddenly a sword attacked invisibly, how could the enemy be prepared? It is simply the innate invincible invisible body-breaking sword chi. He flipped open the skill book, and the Imperial Sword Art turned into a stream of light that surged into his brain. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully learned the Sword Royal Art and have been assisted by the Divine Ring. You have gained a slight understanding of it, and it has reached the primary stage, increasing the power of your sword by 25%. Please choose the native sword to warm up. The higher the quality, the better. Naturally, you should choose the shadowless sword. He had thought that he would be switching to a swordsman, but now it seemed to be a long-range mage. But what was the deal with the drawings of the magic sword Apophis? Su Zheng turned over the drawings, which recorded that the hilt was strangely shaped. The hilt of the sword was inlaid with skulls, and the body of the sword was very wide, inlaid with diamonds and weird patterns. Drawing for the creation of the magic sword Apophis, a divine-grade magic sword. It is one of the ultimate weapons for swordsmen, and the god-destroying star fragment embedded in the sword is like a magic eye that. It comes with many sword moves, has a magical nature, can follow automatically, etc., and required materials are very harsh, need, destroy god star fragments x1, titan stone x100, magic iron x10,000. Note, friendly reminder, if the materials are too difficult to collect, needing too much skill and holding onto drawings. If you encounter a copy contains a trail of magic swords, there is also a chance to find it. The chances are very slim, unless you've been blessed by the gods. Unless you're lucky, or you collect the materials to build it. Also, when you get Apophis, you can automatically transfer to a magical swordsman. Learn many swordsman skills and master the blood of the magic sword. The stuff is good, and it contains magic. It can attack on its own, and the skills and moves it comes with are okay. It's just too troublesome to build. Su Zheng was sucked in anti-underwriting by its rakish appearance. It is simply a godly weapon for pretending to be B. It is worthy of being the ultimate pursuit of a swordsman. However, the material is difficult to raise all, or wait for the opportunity. The field burst to practical. In addition to the gold treasure chest, the last trip to the dragon's nest, there were still numerous treasures that hadn't been settled. For example, I left a blood body for Binglan Yu. And then for the queen to heal her wounds, there are 84 more, which is a marvelous treasure. Manhwa, Tyrant, Deathstalker, treasure bugs all come in here. Su Zheng shouted as he stepped out of the mother nest. Outside, the sun was blazing hot, and the fungus blanket was greedily anti-underwriting absorbing the sunlight. Also, the spring of fairy water at the farmland has been well developed. A worker worm carries water from it to water the mushroom carpets, to give itself a drink, to cultivate medicinal herbs, and so on. The numbers 100 and 200 can be seen jumping out of them. It was heartbreaking for many viewers to watch, and it can be said that in the desert, Su Zheng has a spring in, innate invincibility. The others had summoned their soldiers by this time and, looking around for resources and water sources, they were suffering from thirst. Water reserves are running low, only 5,000 units left. It's almost enough for me to drink alone, with so many other mouths. I should have known not to summon them, the amount of water consumed is too frightening. What if we didn't find the river? It's a pity that I didn't know that the copy was so short of water, otherwise I would have tried to bring water with me by all means before crossing over. Numerous players cursed and their minds were broken before they even met the enemy. The audience watched the live broadcast, compared to Su Zheng's men, swinging like rain. Still had the leisure to water the farmland, and suddenly looked at each other. Having water isn't the way to use it. I see that the springs have a limited daily yield. This was true, and when Manhwa took the men back to the mother lair, and Su Zheng proposed a program to conserve water. It's to conserve, especially now that we haven't found a new water source. These are life-saving things. After a while, it'll be time to dump fairy water on the rest of the world. There must be a good price. Su Zheng's wishful thinking was very good, at the same time giving out blood lindens to his elite henchmen separately. Himself and Manhwa, the blood linden was enough to eat until they produced antibodies. As for the tyrants, there were only two, and there was only one activated bloodline for the zombie beasts, treasure worms, and other secondary troop types. Among them, the Taotai that had sniffed it with its mouth open also wanted to eat it, and Su Zheng was furious. Don't think I don't know you, jumping levels continuously in the dragon's nest and advancing to the silver high rank. You didn't eat a lot of blood linden, did you, and now you still want to taste it? Taotai grimaced at being told. In order not to lower his favorability, Su Zheng still gave it one. Time for all to get high. Su Zheng swallowed the blood linden into his mouth, and his direct senses anti-nuclear marketing were transformed into hot currents that flooded his limbs and bones, and his realm, which had already accumulated deep enough, was even more advanced in succession. He and Manhwa both ate 3 blood linden, until there is resistance to the drug, and then eat only its own self-healing ability, only ineffective to stop. Tyrant and so on is even more roaring, blood boiling, produce a certain promotion. Ding! Congratulations on successfully taking Blood Bodhi X3, vacationing for 7 days to read the mountains and rivers, and having a slight realization that. Congratulations on your success in advancing to a Bronze 8th Order creature. Please continue your efforts to advance to Silver. Advancing to Silver will provide a major boost to the attributes of everyone in the homeland. Ding! Congratulations to your Queen of Blades, Tyrant, Treasure Bug, and Poisonous Alien for consuming Blood Bodhi, respectively. They have each gained quite a bit. The Queen of Blades has successfully advanced to Silver 5. All other soldiers have deepened their bloodlines. Ding! Congratulations, your pet Taotai is in a happy mood due to swallowing the blood linden, his loyalty is +1. In the series of reminders, Taotia's definitely stood out. Su Zheng gave it a meaningful look, didn't produce a bit of effect, just simply tasted the flavor. How much blood Bodhi has it eaten behind its back? But seeing as how it's currently the #1 combatant under its command, admit it. The blood linden was just an appetizer snack, the treasure taken next was the real divine treasure. There is the accumulated 10,000-year-old dragon's ambergris pearl hua. There are even the wonders of the 9 dragons spitting out pearls, and even the divine energy source, the dragon pearl at the core of everything. He had been looking forward to this for so long, and it was finally time to see the real thing. Good baby, eat slowly. Zheng first picked up a dragon-shaped jade vein that emitted a chilling aura. It was too important in this 80 degrees Celsius environment. Ice dragon vein, related to the Himalayan dragon vein. It can be buried under the base, providing the power of cold ice, calming anti-nuclearization, the chi, and strengthening the power of bonfires, improve the soil, and many other things. It's better to come early than to see. Zheng started a big construction, so many treasures, all of them should be utilized. First of all, the ice dragon vein was placed under the campfire. With this as the center, a steady stream of energy spreads into your territory. System alert! Congratulations on successfully placing the ice dragon vein within your base. You have gained the ability to freely regulate the temperature, and at the same time, resource points such as the fairy water fountain and the silk pool have all gained a bonus of plus 10% to their daily generation. At the same time, the base produces x 100,000 ice cubes per day. Automatically provides freezing and frosty weather, etc. In an unusual situation, Zheng would never be so happy. But put it in this weather now. Seeing the effect, he called it straight. Really wonderful frog seed eating, wonderful crispy corner, wonderful into the wonderful house, wonderful to home. Without saying anything, he directly regulated the weather temperature in the mother nest. Master, please note that due to the influence of the dragon vein, the minimum can be modulated 100 degrees, please choose carefully. Bugs are in sunscreen mode, so please save too. Zheng smiled evilly, set it to 0 degrees for me. Be windy and snowy, base to ice mode. Ding! Command accepted, mother nest base has switched to ice and snow mode. Suddenly, with the mother nest as the center, an icy cold aura spread in all directions, and the surrounding air dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. The green fungus blanket was absorbing the sun's rays, but the window was simply too high. Some of it is burnt and it's hard to say no more. The heat-intolerant tomatoes and cabbages in the farm fields were sunscreened and the bugs watered, naturally, the priority lobelia and blood orchids, which were inevitably missed. The fungus carpet is distinct from the yellow sand, But in the next moment, 6-petaled snowflakes rained from the sky, officially turning into ice mode. 0 degrees in the desert. The bugs look up in bewilderment, feeling the icy breath that it doesn't take water to sustain it. The ground is starting to freeze. There's plenty of moisture. The only thing that doesn't freeze is the fairy water spring, and the little rivers it extends are starting to freeze, and in no time at all, the ground was covered with 10 centimeters of snow. Especially the self-produced daily output of ice, but also stacked up into a mountain. Piled up on the side of the base, very eye-catching. The sudden change of heart was straight up dumbfounding to all the viewers around the globe. Wait, I'm seeing things. What's going on here? What happened to Zheng's base in nothing more than a turn of an eye and a sip of tea? Are you sure there are no special effects? I can understand green grass in the desert, the base comes with a carpet. But why is it snowing now? It's all piled up into mountains of snow, and the bugs are still pushing snowball reserves. Crazy, drunk. Zheng just opened a treasure chest with its own weather effects? Is this sure it's survival in the desert? Or on vacation? It can't be. Viewers have been nonplussed, buzzing on the internet that everyone knows that Zheng must be extraordinary, that material opening is so eye-catching? When foreign netizens heard about it, their first reaction was to say that the shrimps were pulling the wool over their eyes. Their eyes were on the contestants, who were battling the desert. Took his men and started gathering shrubs, cutting down poplars. We're making shade buildings, saving every sip of anti-nuclear water and sweating. It's a pain in the ass. Even the more skillful players from the pharaohs and desert nations have stopped moving forward and avoiding the fiercest times, intending to move in the evening. They used the ancient method of taking water, and any little they could save was a life. It's against this background that everyone's lips are paralyzed by thirst, and skin cracked, and smoke came out of their heads. Instead, it was snowing in Zheng's camp. Even the snow was a foot high, and ice nails fell from the eaves. The bugs are still building snowballs and ice bricks, and steam is rising from the springs. Is this the same ING place? Playing the same game? At this moment, the globe was stunned by Zheng's operation. There was even a thunderbolt from a clear sky that added insult to injury. World announcement. Pampas Eagle Nation's Hold Edwin has been tragically sunscreened and fainted. He was dehydrated in the fainting spell and died of thirst. The nation's luck backfired, reducing the lifespan of all Pampas Eagles by 1 year. A drought has randomly struck a second-tier city, please prepare the Pampas Eagle Nation for it. The announcement was brutal, but inexplicably, many viewers found it comical.